is it grand this time around. The new Anorlando, Irithyll, and the profaned capital underneath all form the densest knot of dungeons in the entire trilogy. These three areas, Anorlando at the top, Irithyll in the middle, and the profaned capital underneath, are as densely connected between each other as the whole world map was in Dark Souls 1. It's a pretty triumphant return to form, and it's better dungeoneering than anything else besides Eliam Lois and the Broom Tower in Dark Souls 2. I feel like the reasoning is that a newer player should have to build up to this greater complexity, rather than Dark Souls 1 and its habit of dumping players into the deep end with little direction besides a rueful, "Hey, try not to drown there, chief." It makes sense as a kind of climax of level design to come up from the swamps and catacombs into a place of complex and hostile beauty. Then, returning to Lothric Castle for an equally dense and even more hostile series of dungeons. Aldrich and the Cathedral of Anorlando itself might be kind of a letdown in how they've been recontextualized, but all the ways in which the area has been expanded and woven together with the other nearby areas are just knockout choices. Dark Souls 3 was even very clever in how it chose to include the demon ruins of Lost Izalith. While the world map doesn't remotely have the difference between top and bottom that Dark Souls 1 had, there is a hidden depth to it, accessed by cutting a bridge in the deepest part of the catacombs and then climbing down. Past a demon guardian is the Smoldering Lake, a long-abandoned, completely optional pit of sulfur and flame, kind of like a demonic Yellowstone where time has tempered the pool of lava it used to be into something more humid and worn. You can find the ashen bodies of Kaelana, the pyromancy master, and also the daughter of Chaos who opened that shortcut for you. They died down here comforting each other many eons ago. The demons down here in the ruins are haggard and gross, past their prime even if they are still quite dangerous. There's plenty of hidden passages, and the added obstacle of a siege weapon on a cliff means you have to come up from behind and find a way to disable it. It is a good, satisfying dungeon, and all of its references to previous games feel exciting because they're done in a quietly revelatory way. You see how things are connected through the passage of time and the erosion of space without big neon signs pointing any of it out. It doesn't feel like a reference for reference's sake, it feels like a buried piece of the past, as it should. Elsewhere in the Farron Swamp, you find an old friend, the Stray Demon. He's so old now, he's basically calcified. None of the old fire, the old hatred, now he just pukes rocks. All the old fires are burning now to ash, everywhere in this universe, whether the kiln of the first flame, the false flame of Izalith, or the petulantly animate flame of the Stray Demon. This is a terminal point of decay that you're at, but even in Dark Souls 1, you saw something like it, in a painted world of sickly quiet. The first of the DLCs for Dark Souls 3, the Painted World of Ariandel, is much like the new Anorlando and the other maximized areas. It is the biggest, most impressive possible reimagining of an original map from Dark Souls 1, in this case the Painted World of Ariamis. And in that capacity, it is extremely impressive. By adding a large frozen woodland to the area leading up to the old keep and village, it expands the entire game's sense of scale and wilderness, the way Eliam Lois felt like a whole new kingdom in its own right back in the second game. The Painted World leans into the exact balance of soft, quiet snow mixed with black rot and decay that the original map did, and the new lighting system makes it look much less dim and muddled. The tower where you fought crossbreed Priscilla is still there as a kind of legacy structure dwarfed by the new proportions of the world and its grand chapel. On the top level, in the arena where you fought Priscilla herself, is a phantom NPC invasion instead. As a pyromancer, it was interesting to look at the strengths and weaknesses of my own class and fight them as a mirror. To digress for a second, there's another pyromancer fight in the next DLC that is much harder. The only way I found not to die in that encounter was to choose magic that worked at a different pace than hers. If we traded fireball for fireball, I would always fail. It isn't always the big bosses that are the most tactically interesting. Sometimes the mini-bosses that are scattered around in hidden places make for the most memorable fights. Below the Ariandel Pyromancer is a more official boss fight, one of only 2 in the whole DLC. It's a beautiful fight, a field of white flowers which seem to bloom in memory of Priscilla. You fight the Grave Tender and his loyal hound. It's beautiful, but devoid of context. Just a bold image standing alone, like so many parts of Dark Souls 3. Which is the only downside of the Ashes of Ariandel DLC. Like Artorias and Sif, there was no reason to bring the Painted World back around at all. It was complete as it was, appropriate to where it was in the first game, and no part of the new interpretation really lives up to the strangeness and surprise of the first time around. Corpse in the first cave of the DLC will tell you to relax, let go, gently rot in a sweetly smelling grave. I mean, that sounds like the kind of advice you'd get from the talking cat in Dark Souls 2, but I guess the point of a talking cat is just to have fun and not ask questions, so whatever. The same advice Priscilla gave you, just leave, let the rotting rot in peace. That's the same advice you get from the main boss of this DLC, Sister Frida. If you ignore that advice and venture into the Corvian settlement, you find things more grossly dire than last time. Instead of being proud beasts, the Corvians are all diseased and shriveled, mindless and feckless. Some of them are strong still, vicious even, but only a few, and those that are lucid seem to hate the others and kill them whenever possible. This is a novel and interesting development. It was hard to picture things in the painted world getting any worse, but here it is, grosser and sadder than ever. The details are right, the scope is right, the frame is wrong. Ariandel and Arianis are too similar as paintings, as maps. It doesn't work as well with the two of them stacked on top of each other as it would have if this was some different work by maybe even the same occult artist, if they were united by a creator instead of being united by their subject matter. Especially because the artist of worlds such as these is the subplot that unites both this DLC and the next, the secret narrative arc of the game, the same way the Four Crowns created a final secret climactic arc in the second game. Sister Frida is hiding away a strange, pale figure who wishes to paint a new world, like this one, a cold, dark, gentle place. The artist lacks two things, inspiration and pigment. The true goal of each DLC is to acquire those two things, here the inspiration, and the pigment, at last, in a city at the end of time, the Ringed City. That part isn't just interesting, it's the only part of Dark Souls 3 that is as poetically cryptic as the older games. There's just one obstacle left in this painted world, and she is famously immovable. The fight with Sister Frida is one of the most iconic, fearsome encounters in the trilogy. It's one of the first 3-phase endurance challenges in the Souls boss catalog, a kind of fight that would later come to strongly characterize the harder fights of Sekiro. Frida is such a tremendous challenge that it's the only fight in the trilogy that gives you an NPC summon for absolutely free. You don't even have to have your multiplayer enabled to use him. Her first phase is assembled from little echoes of crossbreed Priscilla. She uses a large, hard-hitting scythe like Priscilla, backs it up with a surprise second scythe to create an even greater sense of pressure and aggression. She isn't invisible all the time, but turns invisible occasionally just before launching a particular series of blitz attacks. If you stagger her as she's fading out, it'll cancel her invisibility. You get a little bit of an advantage. She is deadly and aggressive, but she doesn't really move any faster than anyone else you've faced, and there's just one of her. For Phase 1. Father Ariandel, the old pastor of the church, has some kind of sick, masochistic relationship to the bowl of flame he hides from the rest of the painted world. Frida's the one who put him up to it, and her death at your hands enrages him. And the second phase is all about him trying to smash the ever-living shit out of you with his big bowl of fire. If you brought the NPC summon, he'll keep the resurrected Frida occupied while you deal with Father Ariandel, and when one boss dies, the other falls as well. Phase 2 is the easiest phase for casters, and probably the hardest for melee characters. Sister Frida staggers easily, like Priscilla did, so in Phases 1 and Phases 3, a quick warrior can keep her well occupied. Getting close to the shockwaves and spilling flame of Father Ariandel's bowl is tougher, however. Conversely, casters barely stagger Frida much at all. She's able to be more consistently aggressive versus casters, whereas casters can just run from Father Ariandel. Different builds get more easily stuck on different phases of this fight. My problem came at the third phase when she suddenly started doing crazy powerful magics that killed me long before I did any meaningful damage to her at all. If I wanted to live long enough to win, I needed to stagger her into oblivion and prevent her from doing all those attacks that I found so difficult to dodge and block. Remember the Stray Demon's rock vomit? That's actually a pyromancy despite being devoid of fire damage, and so that's what I decided I would try to use. The NPC summon dies very quickly if Frida turns her attention on them because she's good at knocking them down and then just going to town with her damage, which she cannot do if she's stun-locked. So I vomited rocks and the NPC summon got to actually swing his sword for once, and sure enough, that started to get it done. Black roll, black roll, black roll, all the way to victory. I'd never really bothered to use that spell before. Why would I when I had so much flashier and deadly spells at my disposal? Deadly and flashy wasn't the solution here. Interruptive power mattered much more than damage. I beat one of the most difficult bosses in the entire trilogy with magical nausea. In fact, I couldn't figure out any other way that was viable for me with the tools that I had at my disposal at that particular stage of my playthrough. I spent over 3 hours trying to come up with and execute a strategy like that, and when I came back around on New Game Plus, I had a completely different experience because I had a completely different toolset, an expanded toolset of sorcery and miracles on top of just pyromancy. Frida's weak to dark damage, as a coveter of the flame would be, just like the Nameless King. I surprised even myself, though, when, on New Game Plus, I only had to fight Frida one time, the first time using Great Soul Dregs to just stomp her. Because in addition to all of its damage, Great Soul Dregs does a lot of poise damage, it does a lot of knockdown. Against the Nameless King, that wasn't too relevant because he's a fucking beast and just tanks it anyway, but it made the spell much more effective against Frida, essentially combining the best of the Rock Vomit with a kind of damage per hit I hadn't even dreamed of on my first playthrough. My time with the Fume Knight was a hollowing experience for me. It made me feel miserable and unhinged, but Frida was different. I rooted around for a solution until I found a weird one that made a lot of sense to me personally, and it worked well. There's pride in that. And then the second time around, I just used elemental damage to stomp her into the ground as if she had never been difficult at all, which is the allure of a spellcasting playthrough and why some players think it's a little cheap. It's more complex than just being cheap. It's about the bargain that players have with the game about how they'll spend their time. What is 3 hours of effort worth to a given player? To some, 3 hours in pursuit of perfectly understanding a boss's moveset is nothing. They'll give that freely, happily. To others, 3 hours is the only time they have between when the baby goes to sleep and when they do, when they get off of one work shift and when they have to show up for a different one. I don't mind the 3 hours I spent on Frida because it yielded one of the greatest treasures of the Dark Souls experience. A kind of funny anecdote that I can bust out when people ask me how I got along in Dark Souls 3. It was for the good of the essay, I can tell myself, or I can tell myself some other silly little lie that makes me feel better. I don't feel like it was necessary, however, to struggle that hard. If I had managed to actually boss and won the fight that very first instance, what with it being such a famously difficult moment, I would have also felt pride in using the systems at my disposal to jump ahead of myself by a full 180 minutes. I still feel proud of what I was able to accomplish on my New Game Plus run with Sister Frida. It was one of my finest revenges in the trilogy. Magic, as an intended system, as a necessary element of the game's customizable difficulty, isn't at all the same as cheesing. A difference I would learn well in the next DLC. The Ringed City is one of the only parts of Dark Souls 3 that feels completely novel and new, despite explicitly smashing together locations and images from across the trilogy. The difference is that it isn't handling them with deference, with nostalgia, it's literally smashing them together into an incoherent jumble at the end of time called the Dreg Heap. It's the same general concept that a lot of Dark Souls 3 has already been pivoting on, but taken much farther, taken just about as far as Dark Souls 2 was willing to go, and even then, much farther from a visual design perspective. The Ringed City DLC is a sumptuously apocalyptic experience, a cubist kingdom of terminal forgetfulness. In the Dreg Heap, millennia of castles and kingdoms flow like mud in curling waves and towering mountains. A pilgrim you meet at the entrance of the heap explains it like this, quote, "At the close of the Age of Fire, all lands meet at the end of the earth. Great kingdoms and anemic townships will be one and the same. The great tide of human enterprise, all for naught. That's why I'm so taken by this grand sight. This must be what it's like to be a god." End quote. This is it. This is exactly what I wanted but did not get from the primary campaign of Dark Souls 3, not just batting around the same 3 ideas from the last 2 games about how to end things, but showing me something new, something powerful, something that explains to me exactly how consumed by chaos and entropy this entire universe has become, and tying it to the last great mystery of the trilogy. Not only that, the title mystery of the trilogy. What became of the furtive pygmy and the Dark Soul? The Ringed City DLC ultimately gives extremely vague and somewhat unsatisfying answers to these questions, but at least it tries, and I'm happier with a fragment of something amazing than I would have been with bypassing the issue entirely. Although it's cryptic to the point of not really even qualifying as a story, the DLC has some of the most beautiful images in the trilogy and beyond. It is, flat out, a triumph of fantasy artwork and visual design. It stands toe-to-toe with the best of Elden Ring's landscapes and vistas. Beyond the Dreg Heap lies the Ringed City itself, a prison and a palace for the ones who hold the Dark Soul. In isolation, either the Dreg Heap or the Ringed City would be some of the finest maps in the game. In combination, they give each other much more dramatic resonance. The end of time paired with a place removed from time entirely, a garbage dump paired with an intricate castle. Both, in their own way, are more spectacular than any other setting of its kind in the trilogy. The only drawback is the difficulty. Elden Ring far outperformed any entry in the Dark Souls trilogy, selling 12 million copies in its first month. This has led to some interesting discourse that I would have been completely unable to appreciate if I hadn't have gone through the original trilogy first. One conversation is that an optional endgame area called the Halig Tree is poorly balanced because of how just about everything kills you in 1 or 2 hits regardless of level or armor. Some of it feels downright impossible and unfair at times, and to me, also familiar. The Halig Tree's cruel and crushing spike in difficulty is just about right on par for how the Ringed City's difficulty compares to the main campaign here in Dark Souls 3. It is just leagues harder than the main content, and more spiteful, and dense of enemies that have thousands of hit points. The Dreg Heap even has an enemy that's more of an environmental hazard, angels that are like magic missile turrets who will kill you if you're exposed to them for more than a few seconds. They're actually kind of like astral projections when you get down to it, though. There are weak and tortured creatures with these strange long necks that create the angel projection. Slay them, slay the angel, and then you're free to explore. The Dreg Heap has literally the largest reference to Dark Souls 2 in the game, including the Earthen Peak windmill and its lineup of shattered landmarks. From here, you can jump down into a burned-out trunk of one of the old primordial world trees, and at the bottom, there's a fight with the Guardians who will let you into the Ringed City. The basic enemies of the DLC are extremely tough, especially after reaching the city itself, where the streets are full of towering knights whose lethality is unmatched anywhere else in the trilogy. Progression in the Ringed City is a mire. Every step is an effort in lifting one boot out of the muck of combat and plunging it sloppily back down again. As lethal as they are, these enemies still die quickly if you're doing enough damage. They're still within the range of endurance and the rhythm of combat as enemies in earlier areas. You cannot say the same thing about some of the bosses in this DLC. The Ringed City has some of the best and most awful boss fights in the game, even in the trilogy, often provoking both opinions over the course of enough hours stuck on the same encounter. The kind of endurance required for these encounters makes them, in retrospect, more closely related to Sekiro-style fights than anything in either Dark Souls or Elden Ring. There isn't a single boss fight in the DLC that isn't brutally long, saving the longest and most brutal for last. I was well stumped by every single one of them. Add all the trouble I had with Sister Frieda and the Twin Princes, and suddenly I'm looking at a cumulative amount of time similar to being stuck on the Fume Knight, but mercifully spread out across a more diverse array of fights and bosses. I was completely obsessed with the setting of the Ringed City DLC, and that's what truly motivated me to keep going with it. Because, like no other area, these boss fights made me feel actual rage, just a deep yelling at the TV frustration that looks completely ridiculous on someone in their 30s. Just basically barking like a dog incensed at a squirrel outside the window, a victory they can see but cannot have. The first meaty boss fight is with the Demon Guardians, the demon in pain and the demon from below. Each of these demons has different attack styles, and they swap bodies with each other. One transforms into the other at unpredictable intervals throughout the fight. It is impossible to fully control the encounter. There are 2 NPC summons on offer, and while that makes the fight much longer because of the boss health extension, the distraction is invaluable. The full aggression of both of the demons' attack styles at once is completely overwhelming, visually overwhelming too, hard to read. When you've felled them, they coalesce like the Abyss Watchers. The 2 demons become the Demon Prince, even stronger, even tougher than the 2 demons separately, freely using the powers of both. While technically a 2-phase fight, it feels as exhausting as Frieda's 3 phases. I thought the Ashes of Ariandel was a hard DLC when I was going through it, but its difficulty wasn't any more apparent than the spike from the main content of Dark Souls 1 to the Artorias of the Abyss DLC, or from Drang Lake to the Broom Tower. The Ringed City is different. This is, more than the actual climax of the game, the end of Dark Souls, the last content ever released for the trilogy, the top-shelf difficulty that you only bust out on special occasions. The difficulty spike is so large that these encounters feel almost experimental, less tied to the main campaign and more about trying to see exactly how far past those boundaries the game can push it without completely alienating all of its players. The Demon Prince took me a fair few hours, and wasn't any easier for me on New Game Plus. Just getting to his second phase is a ton of work, and fatigue is cumulative. The more I fail, the worse I perform, with the exception of these weird rally moments where my clarity comes back and I suddenly start really feeling it again. But those moments are limited, and if I can't secure a victory within that moment of clarity, then I go back into decline after a while. Dark Eater Midir, the trilogy's most dangerous dragon, put me through all of those phases of fatigue and failure. Midir is fascinating because he ties together so much of the lore of dragons and the abyss, but not in a very conclusive way. He's a descendant of the ancient dragons, from the timeless primordial world of fog and trees, like the dragon at that hidden beach in Dark Souls 1. He's immortal on account of it, as his predecessors had been. So, he was given a divine duty to hold back the abyss and fight its expansion. The secret ancient chapel where the entrance to his boss arena can be found is decorated with images of the primordial serpents, which is just about the only appearance they make in any shape or form in the third game, or the second game. They're an incredibly important but underexplained element of the mythology of Dark Souls 1, and then they just kind of disappear. Until now. Is Dark Eater Midir paired somehow to Darkstalker Kath? Is Midir cleaning up the mess that Kath left behind? Are the serpents and the dragons mythically linked in a way we haven't seen yet? It's hard to say because no actual details are provided, but there's plenty of time to think about it as Midir murders you over and over again. There's a contingent of players who think Midir is actually extremely easy when you get down to it, and in a subjective way, these people are correct. If you play well enough that you can simply not get hit, Midir's moveset is pretty limited and somewhat forgiving to melee characters because of the opportunities to strike Midir on the head and cause a massive stagger in the last quarter of the fight. The only move Midir does that's crazy unfair is this magical laser that's not only a one-hit kill with the beam of the weapon, but also its area of effect shockwave. It's just about the biggest instance of magic artillery being deployed against you in the entire trilogy. If you just stay close and simply don't get hit, he won't do it too often though. This is why some people insist Midir is easy. He doesn't require a large amount of cunning to defeat. He just requires perfect focus over an absurdly long amount of time. Some people just don't understand that simply don't get hit is not transferable or useful advice to most players. Midir has so much health compared to you that you need to, generously, hit him 15 times for every one time he hits you to stay ahead of his damage and heal adequately over the course of the entire fight. His moveset might not be large, but because of his size, I have trouble parsing it. Even after fighting him for hours, I just couldn't quite figure out what he was up to half the time. A summon to distract him helps pull focus, but it also makes Midir less predictable. He moves around a lot more and gives you less opportunities for direct damage, especially melee damage. The closest I got on New Game was using another obscure spell I had never really busted out before. Pestilent Mist, a spell that does small damage over time. It's meant to be just an inconvenience, but it does damage based on a percentage of total health, not a flat rate. And so, with a 15,000 hit point boss like Midir, it's actually weirdly brutal as a spell. Of course, you need to live long enough for it to work, and get Midir to stay in the cloud. So, while I got closer than any other method with a mist, it still didn't cut it for me, not on my first playthrough. I straight up gave up on Midir my first time through, my first hard pass since Dark Sun Gwendolyn. That kinda ate at me over though. People do kill him, I mean he's not impossible, so on New Game Plus I took a different approach. 60 Faith, Lightning Arrows. It's the same attack the NPC summon uses, so you can actually trade volleys and split the boss's attention with the spell. It worked so much better than anything that I had tried on New Game. It took me maybe an hour to get anywhere close to victory, but the fight is so long that an hour's time really only represents like 5 attempts. I wasn't the only one to give up on Midir. He is a major hurdle that a lot of folks give up on. Overall, the difficulty of the Ring City feels more comfortable across the board on New Game Plus than the first playthrough. As post-release content, it feels almost like it assumes you're on your second playthrough or higher. Midir is tougher and hits harder in New Game Plus, but my damage output totally outpaced the improvements they gave him, making the fight that felt impossible the first time much more manageable. In a fascinating twist, the real reward for slaying Midir isn't a treasure, it's a certificate of competency. Midir is a true exit exam boss, on your way out of the entire trilogy in fact, and beating him gives you the credentials you need to become a Spear of Filianor. Dark Eater Midir is an optional boss. The Spear of Filianor is not. I want to preface talking about this fight by saying I fucking hate PvP in Dark Souls more than any other entry in the trilogy. Invaders bring so many flasks in with them that it takes forever for anyone to kill anyone, and not once did I ever actually defeat an invader, where in Dark Souls 1 and 2 I felt like I had at least a sporting chance of defending myself. The Spear of Filianor boss fight automatically summons a player who has beaten Dark Eater Midir and joined the Covenant to serve as a boss for players who are just trying to get through on their single-player experience. So not only is it mandatory PvP, it's mandatory PvP with a player who has already demonstrated great ability to navigate this world and maintain focus during combat. Using Dark Eater Midir as a certification process to be a boss to other players is extremely clever, regardless of how personally annoying I find the PvP mechanics to be. If you turn the game to offline mode, an NPC named Halflight will fight you instead, and Halflight is pretty manageable. Interestingly, something significant changed between when I started the trilogy and when I ended it. A long-dormant security exploit in the multiplayer service was discovered, and From Software shut down the entire trilogy's online component to focus, instead, on Elden Ring software security. As of this video's release, the multiplayer features have not been turned back on, and it's unclear if they ever will be. The entire dynamic and mechanic of the Spear of Filianor fight might never really return. I had to turn the game to offline mode anyway to get through the Spear of Filianor. After getting stuck on every single one of the bosses of the endgame, I was desperate to avoid having to learn PvP from scratch to make any more progress. And thanks to Half-Light, I didn't really have to. But no force in the universe could prevent someone as clumsy as I am from getting stuck one last time at the trilogy's ultimate mechanical climax. The Ringed City's refusal to answer any of the big mythic questions I had about the setting is directly tied to its most interesting climactic subplot. The game dodges context in favor of image and mood here at its climax, and it works okay that way. It all goes back to the Ashes of Ariandel. You're drawn into that world by a strange and beardy man named Slave Knight Gale. According to the lore, Gale is actually one of the oldest beings in the world. The very first Hollows, from the dawn of the Age of Fire, were conscripted by kings and kingdoms into eternal service to take advantage of their undead state. These were the Slave Knights. Now, all those kings and all those kingdoms who sought to command the Slave Knights have collapsed to dust, and Gale still stands. His new master is the painter, the one who needs inspiration and pigment. In the Ashes of Ariandel, you're helping Slave Knight Gale. He's the NPC who helps you defeat Sister Frida. He even helps defeat the Demon Prince if you want him to, as he ventures further along in his quest and you in yours. The conflict only comes at the very end, and only past the most gorgeous moment in the trilogy. Hidden within the Chapel of Filianor is Gwyn's last daughter, who lies in an eternal sleep awaiting the return of her father, who will never come on account of how you murdered him in the first game. Princess Filianor's sleep is tied to this egg that she holds, cryptically and flatly called the Embraced Shell. Much like how the whole kingdom is decaying, the egg is rotten and crumbling. Your character reaches out to touch it, and one touch is all it takes for the egg to disintegrate. In doing so, you shatter the spell that holds the Ringed City suspended from the flow of time. Time suddenly catches up. Filianor rots into a mummified corpse before your very eyes, and the Ringed City is instantly buried in the ash of 1,000 lost eons. Now, you are truly at the end of time. Nothing remains. The ash stretches as far as the eye can see, and hills and mountains, bricks and fragments of the Ringed City stick up from the ash like ribs, and in the extreme distance, you can still see the tattered remains of the high wall of Lothric. The imagery, this beautiful imagery, is all you get. There's no clarity or context still to come, just the mood, the moment, the incredible sensation of finding yourself in a place that feels truly cursed, forbidden, and forgotten. Gale is here. From the very beginning of the Age of Fire to this awful final moment of its twilight at the end of time, Gale has persisted. He has outlasted everything around him. He has staved off his own hollowing for longer than any other creature, human or inhuman. What are you to the Slave Knight Gale but a moth dancing in the candlelight? There's only one thing that will suffice for the painting of an entire world: the blood of the Dark Soul. But the furtive pygmies who rule from a ring of dilapidated thrones have become so fully stagnant and withered within the fullness of time that the blood has dried up within them. So Gale does what any insane holdover from the dawn of time would do, and eats them. He pulls them apart, limb from limb, and devours them, taking the blood into himself, revitalizing it with his own essence and will. He doesn't ask questions. He just eats. I wanted a concrete answer, but instead I'm given an odd mirror. Isn't devouring the gods for their essence what I've been doing this whole time? Aren't I also a ravenously violent ghost who only shows up to usher lives and kingdoms to their end? In this last confrontation with Slave Knight Gale, the game arrives at an especially strange and melancholy Highlander moment. There can be only one. I'd long to see more of this odd council of pygmies and have something, anything about the title object of the entire trilogy explained, but that's not ultimately the way the game wanted to creatively approach its own ending. Instead, you march to the end in ignorance and misery, which is absolutely a deliberate artistic choice in keeping with what the rest of the trilogy has done, and I can't fault it for that. It's not what I wanted, but it's stranger and more poetic than what I wanted. And the fact that Dark Souls games lean that way more often than not is what makes them so tonally unique, so artistically compelling. The fight with Slave Knight Gale is a lot of people's favorite fight in the entire trilogy because it's mechanically constructed along the same lines as it's thematically constructed. This is a confrontation of two equal hollows at the height of their respective power, one last battle in the last gasping moment of the universe's entire timeline. Gale himself is in the tradition of Artorias and the Fume Knight, a one-versus-one duel with no easy path to victory, demanding an actual mastery of the systems to get through it. While not as instantly deadly as the Fume Knight, Gale comes extremely close. Despite only having a single health bar, this actually is a 3-stage endurance fight, one where Gale has as much health as Dark Eater Midir, up in the 15,000 range. It is brutally long, and Gale is fast, faster than Artorias or the Fume Knight, with a larger moveset than both. I respected the moment thematically, and I wanted to participate in it the right way. Not as much ultimately as I wanted to avoid a repeat of the Fume Knight experience. I would not be stuck here for another 8 hours. Not now. Not after the hundreds of hours I already put into the trilogy. Not with the end so close in sight and to break his line of sight. They're an intended part of the strategy. An unintended possibility is that you can use these features to scramble Gale's AI pathfinding. If you're within the range where he thinks that he can get at you, but the wall is blocking him, he'll press directly into the wall indefinitely until his AI unhooks itself or you no longer hold his attention. Then comes the pestilent mist. Even from Dark Souls 1, you could throw shit at enemies to kill them. I would now destroy the most fearsome foe in the trilogy with my toxic farts. That was the plan, and it was sound. Stacking poison ticks his health counter down even faster, and if this was the only thing you had to do, I would say that it was extremely cheap, but it isn't a sure thing. He unsticks himself pretty frequently, and you need to be on top of your dodging very well to reset him back in his stuck spot. And then, in his third phase, when he becomes even faster and starts using huge lightning storms, it is unlikely that he will fall for the trick of getting stuck at all. He moves around too much and too fast. So for the third phase, I adjusted my strategy to include running to a different set of ruins with an up and down component, where instead of getting him completely stuck, I could get him more temporarily hung up and kind of control the way that he chased me, leaving him to suffer longer in my fart clouds. I said to myself, I'll fight him for real in New Game Plus, but when the time came around, I just really wanted to fart him to death again. You're supposed to fight as equals, but we are not. I am a human, and he's a little computer puppet man. To fight him head-on is sporting and keeps faith with the actual tone of the scene and its thematic resonance, but even narratively I don't feel bad about finally actually cheating my way through an encounter because I did have to work at it. It took me a good 90 minutes to figure out how to endure his third phase and the lightning storm. Because, narratively, I am not Gale's equal either, the other way. Like with Artorias, I'm no master swordsman, I'm more of a lucky fool who refuses to quit. I've been rewatching Game of Thrones in the background as I've been writing this script, and while it's extremely frustrating to know where the show ends up, there's a lot of great little moments in there along the way. In an early season, Bronn the Sellsword fights in a trial by combat on behalf of another character. He tricks his opponent and slaughters him cheaply, so the noble presiding over the trial shouts, "You don't fight with honor!" And Braun replies, "No, but he did," as he kicks the favored knight's corpse into a void. Slave Knight Gale may very well be the best boss fight in the trilogy. For an honorable man, which, in the context of Dark Souls, I absolutely am not. All that for a little bit of paint. Seems kinda odd, doesn't it? Well, it gets odder. Once Gale is defeated, you have the option of returning to Frida's chapel and giving the pigment to the painter, as she had asked Gale to do. The chapel is on fire now, the spilled flame in the basement rising up to consume the whole structure. The painter keeps painting. She doesn't seem to mind the flame. You can't admit to killing Gale to her either. On receiving the paint made from the blood of the Dark Soul, she just says, "I wonder when Uncle Gale intends his return. I hope the new painting will be to him a gentle home. My thanks, Ashen One. I will assuredly finish the painting of a cold, dark, and very gentle place. One day it will make someone a goodly home." End quote. What does any of this mean? She needs the fire of souls as an inspiration and the abyssal pigment of the Dark Soul to paint, but what will she paint? Why? Will it be a world like this, iced over and forgotten like a half-tube of hamburger at the back of the freezer? I feel like an aspect of this is meant to be hopeful, a fourth ending and a fourth option beyond what the player can choose, a world beyond both fire and dark, painted in the unfulfilled dreams of this dying world. It's just ever so slightly too cryptic to even be able to tonally nail it down one way or the other as bleak or hopeful. It is very frustrating that way, as are, in truth, just about all of the endings. The disappointment of the first and most obvious ending, to link the fire as instructed, is actually perfectly appropriate. Heroes have been linking the fire for innumerable years now. You just spent an entire game hunting down and killing a key selection of those figures. To link the fire is to change nothing, to cling to a dying world and prolong its necessary death and release. So the fire is weak and the moment is short, sad, and quiet, a deliberate anticlimax. The anticlimax is clearly meant to be motivational in a way. It is not the ideal ending or even the most interesting ending, and that's just obvious. If a player somehow misses all of the contextual clues about why linking the fire is a bad idea, their own personal sense of being underwhelmed at the end might fall into place as the final clue. What's surprising, though, is that the Age of Dark ending is equally underwhelming. It was so much more the dramatic choice in both Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2, but here it's roughly equivalent to the first ending in terms of being a known quantity that doesn't surprise or challenge in any way. The Firekeeper scoops up the sad little ember of the first flame into her hands and she lets it go out. She talks about how, beyond the edge of the dark, are little flames dancing, connected to each other as the Lords of Cinder have linked the flames since time immemorial. Yes, this is the cosmic cycle as established, but it also bypasses what's dramatically interesting about the Age of Dark ending, the willingness for a player to let the fire fade and allow nothingness to reign. It's a scary, weird choice to make, and it almost completely negates the weight of making that choice to emphasize that the dark is just a season in the years of the cosmos. Soon fire will return. All this will happen again. Maybe not exactly the same, but similar enough. Nothing changes. Not really. Just the same as if you had chosen to link the fire anyway. The cycle isn't broken, it's advanced exactly by one. The third ending is the most dramatic, but if you took the tale of King Vendrick to heart, it's impossible to say that it's a narratively satisfying ending either. There is an odd subplot that stretches all the way to the Ringed City that you can experience. There, in the Ringed City, you find these priests with these big turtle shell-like outfits. These seem to be the inspiration or origin of the pilgrims who have journeyed over many years and tremendous distances just to die at the foot of the capital, possibly to transform into the pilgrim butterflies, these odd stick-like wraiths who fly around the towers of Castle Lothric. The pilgrims aren't all dead, though. One of them, Yol, can be found early in the game. Yol gives the player 5 free levels per playthrough, at a strange cost. Your character isn't hollow in a traditional sense to begin with. Instead of restoring your humanity, you use an ember to turn on the multiplayer features, and you don't zombify on death. If you take Yol's levels, however, you do go hollow. You do zombify, and you require a purging stone to heal the undead curse and restore her humanity. Temporarily. Though really, it's all just thematic and cosmetic. There's no mechanical consequence there. Consider how crazy a gift that is on New Game Plus cycles. If your cost per level is over 200,000, then LoL is handing you 1,000,000 souls or more for free. It's nuts. When Yol's given you all he can, he dies and is replaced by Uria of Londor. She has a plan for you. To become, wait for it, the true monarch, the Lord of Hollows, and reign supreme over all the world by usurping the first flame and taking its power all for yourself. Because that worked out so well for Vendrick. The other two endings are cosmic choices. This is a personal option. This is the ultimate and final ascent to the throne of want. To do this, you're married to the corpse of a very nice NPC who would otherwise help you in the fight with Aldrich if the pilgrims hadn't murdered him. You stab a ceremonial blade through the man's face and absorb all of his hollowing. The true monarch of Dark Souls 2 staved off his hollowing through the power of the crown. The true monarch of Dark Souls 3 embraces their hollowing. They draw strength from the erosion of their older self. Having gone through your gross and bleak wedding, Uria will now help you fight the final boss of the game, the Soul of Cinder, a living memory of every great hero who ever sought to link the fire, from Gwyn to your own character in Dark Souls 1, right on down. The Soul of Cinder is every class, every methodology. He always has the same elemental weaknesses to lightning and dark, but he mutates freely between a ton of different combat archetypes. Compared to the DLC bosses, he's not too tough at all, but he does feel properly climactic. You fight him on a field of flowers and discarded swords, a kind of beautiful visual summary of the push and pull between horror and beauty that really defines the aesthetic of the Dark Souls trilogy. No matter the ending, he is the last obstacle between you and the very end of these legendary games. I had put 80 hours into Dark Souls 1, I put 120 hours into Dark Souls 2, and then I put 80 more hours into Dark Souls 3 with another 40 to come by the time I arrived here. I had come so far. I had faced so much. I had endured, even when the enduring was interminable and awful and unpleasant. And here I was, at the beginning of this universe's lore, the seed of the first sin, the kiln of the first flame, the climax of the first game, looping the loop and ending things for good. The endings individually might not satisfy, but this last boss fight does. It is visually, dramatically, mechanically, everything it needs to be to feel like the end, to get a player into the mindset of feeling on the threshold of something immense. Dark Souls 3 might not have been everything I wanted it to be, and there's so much more it could have been. But it is enough. It speaks for itself, and when it's done speaking, the curtains close on a trilogy that has done a better job concluding itself than most. It feels final. It is final, since there won't be another explicit sequel to Dark Souls. In the Lord of Hollows ending, the pilgrims all worship and bow as the primordial serpents had in the Age of Dark ending in the first game. They hope you will be a good monarch. I think the player knows quite well they won't be. Absolute power corrupts absolutely, as the saying goes, and as someone who draws actual strength from the hollowing, from the degradation and decay of the self, the Lord of Hollows is pretty damn corrupted from the very start. It is, in a straightforward way, badass enough, a Kratos on his throne kind of ending. In a poetic way, though, it's ironically dark, almost accusatory. Is this what you wanted? To win? To be worshipped? Have it. Be the true monarch. Wear the crown as long as your tender neck can bear it. All three of these games are melancholic, pessimistic, and sad. Ending this way is extremely appropriate and consistent, and it's a further part of what makes them so beautifully unique. In almost any other game, the level of effort required to make it all the way from one end of the trilogy to the other would be, at the extreme least, congratulated in a celebratory and heartfelt way. Not here. Not Dark Souls. Your work has made you a monster, a sullen king of a sunken realm. Ambition and desire brought you to this victory. Ambition and desire also unmade this whole world, brought suffering on a supernatural scale to all of its inhabitants. Sekiro is the game that makes the connection between Buddhism and the mythology of these games explicit, but even if Sekiro hadn't deliberately drawn the connection, the parallels are very much still there. In place of a satisfying concrete ending within Dark Souls 3 itself, let's turn, instead, to the Buddha's fire sermon. There's a lot of repetition of phrases in the original text, so I'm going to slightly condense some of it. The Buddha says, "Bhikkhus, all is burning. And what is the all that is burning? The eye is burning, forms are burning, eye consciousness is burning, eye contact is burning. Also, whatever is felt as pleasant or painful or neutral, that too is burning. Burning with what? Burning with the fires of lust, with the fires of hate, with the fire of delusion. I say it is burning with birth, aging, and death, with sorrows, with lamentations, with pains, with griefs, with despairs. Bhikkhus, all is burning. And what is the all that is burning? The eye is burning. Forms are burning. Eye consciousness is burning. Eye contact is burning. Also, whatever is felt as pleasant or painful or neutral, that too is burning. Burning with what? Burning with the fire of lust, with the fire of hate, with the fire of delusion. I say it is burning with birth, aging, and death, with sorrows, with lamentations, with pains, with griefs, with despairs. Bhikkhus, when a noble follower who has heard the truth sees thus, he finds estrangement. When he finds estrangement, passion fades out. With the fading of passion, he is liberated. When liberated, there is knowledge that he is liberated. He understands. Birth is exhausted. The holy life has been lived out. What can be done is done. Of this, there is no more beyond. End quote. And so ends Dark Souls. The holy life of its universe has been lived out, its births exhausted, its passions burned from pyre to ash. There is no more beyond, except, perhaps, the distant flickering of flames that signals the wheel of the cosmos making its full revolution. If there is a moral to the Dark Souls games, it's this. If you love something, don't hold on to it. Let it burn. Let it fade. The finite rarity of life is what gives it meaning. When we passionately cling to things too tightly, we smother their flame. Death and oblivion are a part of the cycle of all things, and rather than being afraid, we should understand that nothing good lasts forever. Not ourselves, not our real world, not even our imaginative worlds. The hardest thing about Buddhism is trying to live up to it, to try to calm the fires within yourself and live dispassionately. I've always found that pretty much personally impossible to do, and that's why Buddhism isn't for me. And harder still, when experiences like Dark Souls give my imagination such a feast of ideas and images to feel passionately about. Passion pulled me through these games, curiosity and fury and elation, my deepest emotion, my dearest emotions. Yet rather than reward that passion, the entire narrative is built to question and criticize a player's enthusiastic participation. Was winning what I really wanted? I thought so. Now I'm less sure. And for a trilogy of games about getting your digital action figure to hit the other guy in just the right way, you sure have given me a lot to think about. Thanks for watching. This video and all the videos I do are only made possible through crowdfunding I receive via the website Patreon. I'd like to take a moment and thank by name some of the people who are currently donating $10 a month or more to make these videos possible. People like Josh Smith, Ron Gervais, Arvid Karlstrom, Joan Oma, Midji, Miruna Vozara, Peter from Denmark, Alex Hansen, Nikolai Vladimirov, Anonymous, Patrick Maudalid, Tyler Collins, Connor McLeod, Eli Bergmass, SG Response, Tiernan Garces, John Paul Queller, Eddie Burton, James Sullivan, Jay Sizzle, Mieszko Zaha, Soeb Sheik, Zach Millington, Carew Woodbury, Carol Henderson, Cato, Corey Bofil, Costas Ivranos, Dan Burton, Dan Tadaxby, Daniel Phillips, Dennis Clark, Elijah King, Industrial Robot, Jack Dawson, Jake Demarest Mays, Jason McAmer, Marcello Ferrara, Mr. Mush, Patrick Robertson, Sean Barrett, Stephen Garrett Day, Adam Spizak, Alexander Leister, Brian Hill, Charles Like, Chase Zarafos, Edward Clayton, Igor Babiuk, Jesse Wilkeson, John Cooper, Joseph Mogul, Kumarin Bijan, Morgan Mall, Nobody, Spirit of 70, Uncertifiable Genius, Agent Maine, Andrew Walker, Casey Retham, Chris Haley, Dave Connor, Ethan Patete, James Woodman, Jude Warbo, Patrick Hempstead, Phonet Lewis Wang, Sasquatch, Scott Adams I, Waj Sikh, Extreme Reggae, Andrew McLean Bowman, Aquina, Bobster Lobster, Corey Haggart, Glue, Ian Campbell, John Whistle, Mason Williamson, Slowwolf, Venus in Furs, Vodka Blitz, Agandine, Fallout Fanboy, Julian Renault, Jared Meyer, T. Kelly, Lewis, Patty, A1 Steaksaw, Aaron, Adam Alda, Aaron Goldbach, Adam Finley, Adam Howard, Adam NH, ADC 400, Adriana Bacara, Adrian Kumale, Adventure Top, Ingus Cunningham, Augustin Castro, Aidan Hensel, Aidan Seedman, AJ Ponde, Aldo Curtis, Alec Blue, Alex, Raymond, Alex Farah, Alex Keane, Alex Monasterio, Alex Ryan, Alex Salado, Alexander Smith, Alexander Clatworthy, Alexander Fink, Alexander O'Connor, Alexander Romanov, Alexander Sundin, Alastair Strook, Alison Sugar, Andreas Larson, Andrew Battenberg, Andrew Seco, Andrew Davis, Andrew Hunter, Andrew Nielsen, Andrew Opplinger, Andrew Schultz, Andrew Seuss, Andy Benet, Andy Gershuni, Angel Ortiz, Anaphylaxis, a non-follower, Anthony Bardil, Anthony Petrillo, Anthony's Gaming, Apothecary 2, April Mahan, Aquatico, Archwizard Saim, Argus Swift, Ari Adair, Ari Chiracula, Arik Strickling, Arkady Rogzia, Arnie HD, Asbjorn Volk Kavalbian, Askance Glance, Astrozoid, Austin Matheson, Austin Milner, Austin Aloisio, Ava Gravy, Avery Holmes, Avery Thorpe, Banks, Barton Donaldson, Bastion Frost Succubus 87, Ben McDonald, Ben Pace, Ben Perkle, Ben Wellard, Benjamin Glover, Beth Lewinberg, Bib Bob, Biggest Communism Builder, Blind Fighting, Blue Bishop, Boogers, Brad Wallace, Brandon Richards, Brandon Rodriguez, Brianna Manassa, Brendan McCullough, Brent Hughes, Brenton Buchanan, Brett Brothers, Brian Barrow, Brian Plockelman, Bryant Vanderlei, Brian Davies, Bougere 88, Byron Collin, C, Cal, Caleb Fields, Callan Helms, Callum TM, Cam Pentland, Karu Council, C.E. Keane, Chad Horton, Charles Merrick, Charles Woodman, Charlie Potch, Chase Banker, Chase Carnival, Chase H, Chobi Bang, Chris Hariuk, Chris Teckington, Christopher Clack, Sian Higgins, Claire Gillian, Clancy Bundy, Cobra, Codfish Cartographer, Code Avery, Cole Wardell, Colin Basnet, Colin Bereens, Colin McRae, Colin Stoltz, Comfy Hat, Commissar, Conceited Axis, Connor Plaintier, Connor Stett, Corey Austin, Craig Farrell, Cross Muradin, Deckian Delamast, Dan Custer, Dan Ludwig, Dane Rosengren, Daniel A. Roos, Daniel Bilo, Daniel Sarnowski, Daniel Drexler, Daniel Floyd, Daniel Kemp, Daniel McCarthy, Daniel Morton, Dano Morrison, Danston, Daniel Orn Christensen, Daryl Schaefer, Dastardly Bastard II, Dave Hoyt, Dave Kassan, David, I Cannot Fly, I Computer, Imran Mamori, I'm sorry about that, Isa Porta, Ivan Echeverria, Jack Davis, Jack Holmes, Jack Ronayne, Jack Shahan, Jackson Frazier, Jackson Rolls Gray, Jacob Alexander, Jacob Benson, Jacob Eston, Jacob McMillan, Jacob Mwanish, Jake Lamb, Jake McWilliams, Jake Raynor, Jacob Sindelar, James Brandon, James Crowley, James Gutierrez, James Henderson, James Mosca, Jared K., Jared A. Hicks, David Adrian, David Carlson, David Dew, David Harpstrite, David Larkin, David Rapocchio, David Reynolds, David S., David Schuerman, Davis Navarro, Deacon St. John, Declan Hertel, Derek Allman, Derek Sudbury, Devin Fitzpatrick, Devona Uparak, Dhruv Bensel, Dijon Wan, Dios, Dirt Person, Disco Cord Boris, Dr. Maud, Dominic Dald, Dominic Hickman, Don't Read My Name, I Don't Care, Donnie, Doomed Sheridan, Dorian Sanchez, Dr. Crime, Dr. Motorcycle, Dragon Cobalt, Dralax 789, Drew Nab, Drogan, Dewey, Dylan Cabau, Dylan O'Shea, Dylan Scott Ingvar, Eddie BC, Edward Horner, Edward D. Heap, Eggroll Buddy, Eldabis, Elafox, Eli Youngs, El Pascal, El Weasel, Emily Julstrom, Epitome 22, Eric Goose, Eric Hamilton Schneider, Schnicks, I'm sorry, Eric Joyner, Eric Jensen, Eric Jepson, Ethan Hayes, Evan Barnett, Evan Hill, Ferris Atala, Finley M., Finn Gleason, Fitz, Fortis, Fedic Guyot, Frogfoot, Frosting the Birthday Clown, Fugla, Gabriel Sorrell, Galden 8, Gonzo Bama Motherfucker, Garrett Johnson, Gary Marshall, Gaspard Fleury Hurtabize, Gavin Kuzmik, Jen Ocean, Gethin Riss Binns, Gilozen, Gordon Emerson, Grange Tan, Gray D, Greg Recca, Grendel, Greymane GM, G.S. Pori, Gunnar Pearson, Gustav Lindstedt, Hegop, Han Jiping, Hannah, Haste Guy, Hayes, Henry Malek, HFD, JJ, HGD, Highland Fox, Howard Knutson, Hugh O'Brien, Hunter Rasmussen, Histoklop, Ian Buckley, Ian Durdell, Ian Kidwell, Ian Wasserman, Jason Mellon, Jay Caudill, Jay Elamine, Jay Calder, Jeanette N., Jed Grahek, Jeff Gibbs, Jeff Mays, Jeffrey, B. Dorian, excuse me, Jeffrey McIntyre, Jens Christian Sorensen, Jeremy Harris, Jeremy Kirby, Jeremy Saunders, Jeremy Wolf, Jesse James, Jesse Laps, Jim McGeehan, Jimbo, Jay Mackery, Joe Davis, John Brown, John Henry Franker, John Libra, John Siklowski, Jonathan Gill, Jonathan Harrison, Jonathan Sasson, Jonathan Wainio, Jordan Klein, Jordan Greisman, Joseph Greisman, Joseph Smith, Josh Schulze, Josh Waters, Joshua Aslin Smith, Joshua Lewis, Josiah Tull, JRG123, JS, Juan Treveno, Julius Yanuskevicius, Justin Michael, Justin Miller, Yuan Nixon, Kai Sorensen, Cale Perriam, Caleb, Carl Gleason, Casa Korstaja, Kazra Fedowsri, K, Keegan Little, Ken Ollendorf, Kevin Martell, Kevin Oliver, Kevin Schaub, Kevin Sheehan, K.H. Maker D, Kiernan Baga, Kim Winson, Kirby Munger, Kirk Fury, Kissa, Cold Beans, Cresso, Christian Plonk, Christopher Kolish, Kyle Parliament, Kyle Zahner, Lassalis, Leighton Carden, Leo Zarni, Leo Perill, Leopold Gloom, Lesser Sage of Stars, Levi Thomas, Liam Pierce, LIYWJL, LL, Logan Hickman, Logan Sailors, Lord Jenkum, Lorenzo, Louis Lorade, Lo Beyonder, Lucas Staniland, Luke, Luna Litwin, Magus, Manfred, Manu Weedman, Marcus Smith, Merrick Jones, Marius Labontiu, Mark Phillips, Markalath, Martin Mickelson, Martin Peterson, Mathis Vanderbosch, Matt Belvin, Matt Finia, Matt Loeffler, Matt Juan, Matthew Allen Kelsey, Matthew Cassidy, Matthew Cornelius, Matthew Flowers, Matthew Freund, Matthew Kenyon, Matthew Mason, Matthew Morrill, Matthew Shyrock, Matthew Sutton, Matthew Zander, Maurice Desero, Max Baker, Max Cohen, Maxine D, Maxwell Bohm, McDingus, McShell, Megabyte 01, Mellow May, Maz, Michael Atwell, Michael Brewer, Michael Guernin, Michael Litke, Michael Nesberg, Michael Plaza, Michael Riordan, Miguel Ramirez, Mihai Nita, Mike Norman, Miles Lunet, Miles Phillips, Misha Kreinbring, MJ, Mohammed Salahin, More Sharks, Morgan Kramer, Morton Anslim, Mr. B. Pig, Mr. Fabulous, Mr. Gobble, MX, Mystical Lint, N.K. Jemison, Nate Tenzar, Nathan Feldman, Nathaniel Johnson, Nemo Vandenbrink, Nick Cole Hamilton, Nick Korosek, Nick V, Nikolai, no pun intended, Noah Baldwin, Noah Kantrowitz, Nolan Pete, Nuan Sonar, Obelisk Art History, Old Man Jables, Olaf Person, Optimus Crimes, Aurelian, Oscar Stangenberg, Ottavio Albanese, Paige Leffebrow, Page, Pascal Moret, Pat Healy, Patrick Gaumond, Patrick McGranahan, Patrick Mills, Patrick Morrison, Paul Beach, Paul D. Mackey, Paul Field, Paul Glazer, Paul Quast, Pedro Gonzalez Fernandez, Peter Sicolo, Peter Flink, Payden Helix, Phil Harding, Philip A. Coffey, Philip Woolley, P-Face, Pierre Burki, Pigeon Boy, Piotr Kasperzik, Preston Miglizio, Proton Reader, Quainin, Q-Ray X, Quitch, Rachel Reeves, Ralph Rainwater, Ranger Ridiculous, Rasmus Jensen, Rauno Villaberg, Riley Peters, Resell Calendar, Revan777, Rex Shepard, Rich Stower, Rich to the Ard Yo, Riley Bozarth, Rob Deal, Robert Conley, Robert Strange, Robert Stiffen, Robert Gast, Rogue Thrax, Ross Bennett, Ross Drexler, Rotten Avocado, Ryan Francom, Ryan Kenny, Ryan Rowe, Ryan Snyder, Screenblack, S. Engval, Cybot D, Sam Bellmeyer, Sam Weinstein, Sasha Ya, Savannah Jones, Savannah Kestrel, Scott, Scott Dick, Scott Lynch, Sean Cullen Bessiner, Sean Henson, Sean Murphy, Sean Yoon, Sella, Sergeant QQ, Sergio Alejandro Estrada, Sergio Proxy, Shane, Sean Sovey, Shieldwall, Shiny Wolf, Snake Pup, Simon Lilleburn, Sky Jansen, Smith 754, Snowhole, Saab Akaduka, Soldier Hawk, Sophia Naylor, Soso Meso, Soy Sauce, Spoderman, Spot, Stephen Lovedings, Steve Bellegarde, Stephen Heim, Stickman Grit, Stimson Sneed, Stuart Jackson, Stuka Bliat, Super Deluxe, Swirly Gig, Symmetry Master, TJ Hemmen, Tad Cooper, An Actual Dragon, Kaiser Vicarian, Ted Kern, Tech, Texas Dan, Thaddeus Wojak, Thatchy Odin, the Nikephorovs, the Rambling Bard, the Spade, the Bloke, the Dark Soul 2, the Last Great Opium Den, the Soul James, Thomas Georges, Thomas Vavasseur, Thomas Watkins, Thomas Whitty, Tilts, Tim Featherston, Tim Froelich, Tim Marsh, Timofey, Timothy Demar, Timothy Lee Peterson, Timothy Rebidoo, Tinfoil Pancakes, Tecentes 13, TJ Michael, Toadheart, Tom Painter, Tom Rowerdink, Tom Webster, Tor Highlander, Trevor Schnacknies, Trevor White, Trinant, Turgius, Tyler Baldwin, Tyler Hughes, Tyler King, Tyler R. Smith, Tyler Roosh, Tyler Vetter, Tyson Cox, Uranium Coffee, Urtext, Vadim Flax, Vanja Pejovic, Vegard Blindheim, Venetian Red, Visual Stories, Vitor Tumoli, Vivek Raghuram, Voyager, Vivi, Wanderer, Warren D., Well-Tempered Clavier, Verneral Herzog, Whitman Shorn, Why Are You Locked in the Bathroom, Will Dobbins, Willem Klein, William David Johnson, William Pavard, William Tongue, Wolf in White Van, Willie Drool, Wyatt Ham, Yarrow 12, Yeah, You Do You Noah, Zach Ehrlich, Zachary Brent, Zachary Leonard Roper, Zachary Ziemba, Zach B., Zed Supremus, Zero Promises, Zilverbolt Malproximate, Orvind Garberg, Lucas Greslick, Christian Frata, Connor Dwegan, Jason Lee, Keffel, Out of Context, Noah Gervais, Stuffed Wombat, Bernardo Ribeiro, Carl, Saris, Charlotte Stephen, Kess, One Player, Alexander Suchinek, Anatha Enel Kumar, Andrew Emerson, Andrew Venus, Days Cops, Dominique, Gary Lyman, Hieronymus God, Ids Koosters, ISA BDS, It's One of These Days in It, Carl Nordstrom, Ken Clara, Kezabfiz, Krautman, Messiage, Matuz Lakonsky, Mauricio Fontes Alexandra, Mila Javaris, Paul Bartley, Peo Pascual Hernando, Peter Flauger, Peter O'Brien, Peter H., Robin Kamen, Sebastian Schaefer, Siegfried Panzer, SJR SKL, Sorcha Dubagale, Tim Rosensky, David Cryer, Jack Hogg, Joshua Piercy, Barry Lafoy, Connor Savage, Curly, Danny, David Jackson, Euphemia Wilson, Gavia, Grave Splendor, Jacob Geller, Jamie Wallace, John Hughes, Kevin McAunchie, Christian Whitfield, Logan Matheson, Mark Fraser, Mark Wales, Michael Enger, Omnishambles 8, Roberticus 1992, Sam Hogden, Scott Postlethwaite, Soren, Felix Roberts, 2000-ish, Matt Durant, John Doe, Deadhead Yates, Jareth Seinfeld, Colin Barnhouse, Drake Pliskin, thanks for hiring an editor, Chris, Connor Butler, Steph M, Ew Shamrock, Daniel Faustino, Ariel Echo, Alexander, a non-follower, Evan Candy, Ethan Patrick McLean Waymeyer, Dan Wheatley, Jacob, Kiefer, Kyle Osen, Lemur, F, Sean Gordicky, Kerfliggle, Somebody on The Largest Duck, Andrew, Dennis Scott, Salamander Lights, Matt Saturn, Beat Crusader, Ezra Wallet, Jesse Reimers, Patrick Kerman, Mike Oxlawn, Harry Henry, Vince, that's Harry, Vince, Shawnee Butler, Epsicola, Anton Hand, Nick Hurd, Hunter Prigg, Joel, Cole Kurkowski, Cheeseburger, Chloe Taylor, Brienne, Bronca, Michael Zartler, Zambri, Arouge, Chris, Elijah Levi, Tyler McDonald, Dylan Zengota, Isaac Yankum, DDS, Laserbat, David, Retrotainment, Heather Pleather, Derek McEachern, Nick Nyazian, Sam Harper, James N, Dylan Knapp, David M. Whitecar, Ali, Anthony Rizzo, John Alexander, Tim Barnett, Joseph Paladna, Aphex Twink, Best Tiger, Harrison, Juliet Pirock, Elliot Jester, Caden Darnell, Eric Scott DeBee, Arpanet Bandit, Keith, Samuel Pavlik, Ray D, Nico Jorgensen, Mama Horsetooth, Richie Campbell, Jeremy Rogers, Stephen Grapes, Parker Clancy, Dysregulated, Zach Wheat, AJ, Shantanu Bhatia, Tish Doolin, Goofy, Patrick Clear, Maggot, Witless Wretch, Malempo, Amanda Kroiger, Isaac Hampton, Jay Trissel, Joshua Hayesgasm, Ashley Hillsman, Will Bradley, Jeremy Gassion, Chrysanthemum Foley, Mr. Duck Equack, Floyd, James Markinet, Usman R. My biggest fans are Joey and Victor, Jimmy Madden, Couch MOBA, Joaquin Berg, Ventreth, Jacob Majit, Zach Phillips, and the many others who donate a lesser amount. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Done. Let's get started. Morrowind is an open-world game, and the world of Vardenfell is just as much a character in this story as any other, if not more so. Morrowind is, however, deceptive in its name, perhaps as is tradition in the Elder Scrolls series where Arena was anything but, Daggerfall was just a city and a whole country, Oblivion was a dungeon, and Skyrim wasn't an Elder Scrolls game.
Oh, that's clever, that's very clever.
The broader province of Morrowind has been stripped away, and the focus has been placed on the island of Vardenfell. Although unlike Arena, this time the lack of a name change is probably down to the fact that Morrowind is a better game name than Vardenfell. There's a certain love video games have for islands. They are areas where invisible walls do not need to exist, where there is no boundary or limitation that players will hit while exploring. Vardenfell as a game world is tight. Strip back the view distance or look at any map and realize that just over the crest of any hill is a rapid change in scenery. You can go from low-level civilization to high-level volcanic nightmare areas in less than a few hundred meters, but the terrain of Vardenfell is its greatest asset. I have seen some theories made on this before, that the slow movement speed, plus the low view distance, makes Vardenfell feel bigger than it actually is. Well, the slow movement speed isn't always the case, and one of the more common modifications I see people using strips back the view distance limit, so I don't think there is merit in this argument. No, the reason Vardenfell feels like a big place, despite its small size, is that there isn't any wasted space. Ever play a game where you land on a planet that's procedurally generated and it's like any other spot on that planet? You quickly realize that the area isn't actually that big because the entirety of the planet can be summarized in that one spot. You can't go in any direction for very long without eventually running into something, and oftentimes that something may be related to another quest line you aren't actively doing. It's interesting to play one character and pass a ruin, only to get a quest to visit it on the next character. It's this compacted level design that makes Morrowind feel larger than it really is, not the illusion of movement speed. The Bitter Coast region is the first region that new players will start in. As such, it's occupied by what are generally the weakest creatures on Vardenfell, like mud crabs, Quama foragers, and scribs. It's a swamp alongside the island's southwest coast, and its geography has not been conducive to the construction of settlements. There are 3 towns in the region: Saidanin, Hla'od, and Narmak. Saidanin is the starting town, which we'll go into more detail later. Hla'od and Narmak are both fishing villages with diverse populations of outlanders, an affectionate term for non-Dunmer not native to Vardenfell. They're also both hubs for smuggling activity on the island, given that Vardenfell is currently under a quarantine for the blight and corpus disease. This smuggling activity is reflected in the region, with many caves being occupied by smugglers. The swampy soil have not stopped Daedra worshippers from building ruins in the area, although the fate of Boethia's long-lost shrine is an indicator of these ruins' futures. North of the Bitter Coast, the West Gash forms a shelf along Vardenfell's northwestern shores. It's a maze of ravines and jagged terrain, the lack of farms in the area suggesting the land is not as fertile as other regions. This region's host to towns such as Nisus, Cool, and Aldvalathi, operating as trade hubs between traders from the coast and Ashlanders from the interior of the island. The area is home to many outcast Ashlander bandits, and its proximity to the channel that leads towards Skyrim means a fair few of the structures on the coastline seem to be built more militaristically, a sign of the prior wars between the Nords, Dunmer, and Chimer during the days when the land was named Resdain. It makes sense, then, that the factions that primarily operate here are more militaristic in nature, with the Imperial Legion recruiting in Nisus while House Redoran protects its settlements, and the Tribunal Temple keeps the roads safe for pilgrims from predators like Nyxhounds and Kaguti. Naturally, a part of Vardenfell's volcanic ecosystem are the fertile lowlands at the base of Red Mountain. The Oscadian Isles forms a breadbasket that supplies the island. This is one of many things I appreciate about Morrowind, the fact that it painstakingly shows where the region's food supply comes from. And it isn't just the odd farm. Large-scale plantations operate in the area, such as the Dren plantation. Khajiit and Argonian slaves working the field is a common sight in the area. It should be no surprise, then, that the abolitionists keep their headquarters in this region. The region is populous with giant mushrooms providing shade, and peaceful netches can often be seen floating around, as well as the odd guar grazing in the area. The region's host of Pelagiad, on the road from Saidanin to Balmora. It appears to have originally operated as a way station for Imperials to travel from their dock to Moonmoth Legion Fort, and further into the interior of the island from there. Pelagiad now, however, is a community of farmers and traders capitalizing on a popular route. Saran borders the edge of the Isles in Mala Gamor. It's a walled city of Hla'u affiliation. Saran is notably the home of a pleasure house and serves as a launch pad for excursions into the ash wastes to the east. Opposite Saran, Ebonheart sits as the head of government operations in Vardenfell, housing representatives from the Great Houses and the Duke Vadem Dren. And of course, across the water from Ebonheart, the great city of Vivec, home to the titular god of the Tribunal. The eastern shore of Vardenfell is Azura's coast, its name likely attributed to the open shrine to Azura at its apex. Owing to its treacherous terrain, the coast is scarcely populated. It's a series of small islands and reefs with a guarantee that the odd island large enough to host life will host life. Since Vardenfell's waters are plagued with slaughterfish and drow, navigating the area by swimming can be dangerous. This appeals to the isolationists in Telvanni, who leverage the region's dangerous nature to protect them. As the Telvanni once said condescendingly, "You can fly, can't you?" The Zapharbel Bay is an often forgotten region of Morrowind, as its geography is fairly similar to Azura's coast. I actually forgot this area in my first draft, and the only reason you're hearing about it now is because both the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages and the Elder Scrolls fandom wiki do not consider it to be an actual region distinct from Azura's coast. Well, it's marked on the physical Game of the Year map with the same text that all the other regions are. Running along the eastern shores of Vardenfell, the bay is primarily occupied by the Telvanni, with settlements at Sadrith Mora, Tel Mora, and Tel Arun. The Grayslands form the northeastern shore of Vardenfell. Despite their fertility, the area remains in the hands of two separate major Ashlander tribes, the Zainab and the Ehumesa, while one of the younger Telvanni lords has taken up residence along the coast at Tel Voss. The Grayslands are bordered to the west by a perfect north-to-south mountain range along the Foyada, a geographic feature formed by lava flows during the eruptions of Red Mountain. The area claims the largest diversity in wildlife, with a range from nixhounds and guar to elite and Kaguti. The area also has more dangerous residents, with Daedra openly wandering the surface as there isn't really anyone here to stop them. The lack of access to the region is reflected in its ruins, with sparse Chimer, Dwemer, and Daedric areas. And filling out the final shore of Vardenfell, the northern shore of the island is restricted by an archipelago named Sheogorad. These are the backwaters of the region, a remote area with little value claimed by few people. Its only settlement at Dagon Fell being a community of the miserable. The land is difficult to farm, and the waters are rough to fish. There is little of value for lawful residents, making the region a haven for the various sects of Daedra worshippers that inhabit it. And speaking of undesirable areas, the Ashlands. Existing in the shadow of the volcano, the Ashlands are in a perpetual state of being covered in fresh coats of ash. Since the land is not particularly valuable, it is primarily home to the Ashlanders whom subsist in it. Bordering the Ashlands is Aldrune, capital of the great house Redoran, forced on the retreat through years of trouble until their backs were up against the Red Mountain. What lives in the Ashlands? Daedra and their worshippers, vampires and their thralls, Sixth House cultists, necromancers, the undead, rogue members of House Telvanni. The Ashlands are really a home to anyone uncommon enough to be able to survive in an area where food doesn't grow, where sea access is limited, where trade routes change constantly due to ash storms, and where everyone is in a constant state of warfare with everyone else over what resources do exist. And this goes doubly so for Molag Amur. Molag Amur is all of those aspects that made the Ashlands untenable if the Ashlands also happened to be a giant maze network full of lava pools that was even farther from civilization. If the people lived in the Ashlands because it was remote and isolated but still close enough to civilization to buy their groceries, people live in Molag Amur because they outright hate civilization. That's likely why it has been named after the Daedric prince Molag Bal. Molag Amur sits between the Ascadian Isles and the Grayslands. There's only one settlement here, Molag Mar, which exists solely for pilgrims to prepare for pilgrimages up to Mount Cand. It's a dangerous area only for the bravest, aka highest level characters. Red Mountain is Molag Amur, but vertical, full of monsters, fenced off from the rest of Vardenfell by a giant wall, the Ghost Fence, and constantly in the midst of a giant blight storm. What's a blight storm? It's an ash storm that spreads blight. The area is full of Sixth House cultists and corpus beasts, with the primary structures in the region being Dwemer. Red Mountain is, thusly, the most dangerous of the regions. I have ordered the regions of Vardenfell in order of how terrible they are to be in. Naturally, the last of these regions is Vivec itself. Vivec is a large city, separated into 9 cantons. The Foreign Quarter, Halau, Redoran, Telvanni, the Arena, St. Olms, St. Delvin, the Temple, and the Palace of Vivec. These cantons are then separated by bridges from one another. These cantons are large structures with multiple layers. Atop them is a plaza, usually host to manors and wealthy businesses. Below that is the wasteworks, with more average businesses and commoners, and below that, a canal works, with services like the temple or tombs, and finally sewers, full of criminals. Vivec is unpleasant for several reasons. The first is that its large scale, at the time it came out on PC, and to this day on Xbox, posed a technical challenge for the game, which is surprising considering it's just a series of static cantons with the complicated parts going on inside the city itself. Barring the framerate issues, there are still problems. The interiors of the cantons can only be reached from the second level. This means you need to run up to the giant ramps just to get inside. You then have to run around the outside of the second level to reach the plaza, or in the case of the Foreign Quarters, around the canton, up another ramp, around the canton again, and then up to the plaza. Worse still, while the core 4 cantons, Redoran, Arena, and the 2 Saint cantons are connected at the second level, the Foreign Quarter, Halau, and Telvanni are not. To travel between these cantons, you need to go all the way to the bottom to cross. Some cantons are connected via a gondola system. However, these gondolas only connect the lower levels of the cantons. So assuming you arrive at Vivec to go to Halau Canton via boat or strider, you arrive at the northernmost point of the city, have to run around the 4 1/4 bottom, cross a bridge onto Redoran, run around it, cross another bridge onto Halau, and then run up the ramp and either enter the wasteworks or run around the second level and enter the plaza. The words I'm looking for here are wasted space. You may have noticed if you were looking that the exteriors of Vivec are not ornamented. Seeing NPCs on the outside of the cantons are rare, and there are no market stalls. In fact, it can be difficult to tell at any point in Vivec where the hell you even are. This is only natural. Like I said, the city barely runs on the Xbox and barely ran back on the day in PC. I have a sneaking suspicion the plazas were originally intended to be exterior cells, but had to be closed up due to performance issues. God bless if you decide you want to use the merchant services in Vivec. There's no advantage over just going to the people you know outside the city. Most of them are oddly poor, they have a limited selection, and it's hard to just stop and go, I want to go to the Alchemist, and figure out where the nearest one is even supposed to be. Like, in Balmora, where's the Alchemist? Probably near all the other businesses. In Aldrune, where's the Alchemist? Probably near all the other businesses. In Vivec, where's an Alchemist? Maybe it's in the Wasteworks. Maybe it's in the Canal Works. Maybe it's in the plaza. Maybe it's in another canton. This isn't just an issue of me not knowing the city, it's an issue of the city being poorly laid out. And everything looks the same. Since everything is made out of the same adobe material, the principal colors of Vivec are brown and orange interiors, with dark brown exteriors. While most of the game uses the same principle of using cookie cutter pieces together to build interiors, nowhere did I feel the downsides of that design philosophy more than Vivec. Is this the studio apartment of a down-on-his-luck gay pauper? Or is it the secret hideout of the head of a criminal organization? So you know, the NPCs just play coy like, tee-hee, don't worry player, we get lost too. Like, that's the excuse of a defeated designer. It's not funny or cute when the end result is such a dreadful city. And if it was known at Bethesda that Vivec was such a terrible end result of what was an ambitious idea, then why are there still so many quests that entail navigating it? It's a shame too. Between Vivec and the Imperial City over in Oblivion, I think Bethesda became scared of trying to create large cities. So they went the inverse in Skyrim and had its capital be smaller than Balmora. To that I say, big cities don't need to be full of ornamented symmetry or repetitive architectural design, which create most of the problems people have when playing in them. Most big historical cities were chaotic messes that were poorly planned out. Create a capital city like that, instead of assuming the city planners of Tamriel share such clear, common values. Part of what makes Vardenfell feel alien is the unique wildlife inhabiting the island. Trade in your standard wolves and bears for a land full of strange creatures. To start, we have a host of two-legged creatures. Gwar are the beast of burden of Vardenfell, operating as pack animals. Wild Gwar are fairly rare, probably because they have canonically lost fights with mud crabs. Elites and Kaguti, on the other hand, are not domestic animals. Elites are omnivores, foraging alone, while Kaguti are pack hunters, plaguing the roads. And speaking of plagues, Vardenfell is full of large rats carrying the diseases endemic to the region, split into common and cliff racers. Everyone loves the meme. It's a perfect combination of factors, from the sound they make, the fact that they're surprisingly hardy and can do a lot more damage than you would think, and that they live in every region across the map. I believe the idea was that cliff racers were meant to be an enemy for players bypassing the roads with levitation and flying over mountains, hence their hardiness, but they weren't tuned right and ended up harassing every passing traveler in startling numbers. But I don't think they're bad enemies, largely because they're one of the few creatures that it isn't a waste of time to hunt. Their plumes are both valuable and light, whereas most creatures either drop hides or meat that are both heavy and almost worthless. It's actually surprising to me how worthless it is to hunt creatures outside of their applications in alchemy, which is admittedly one of my weak points. Cliff racers having a valuable drop means I'm never really mad when I get attacked by a flock because I'll always be walking away just a little bit richer. Honestly, I find random animals stopping me from resting more annoying than cliff racers, since cliff racers at least make themselves fairly obvious to find. This leads into Vardenfell's other resident flying creatures, Netches. Basically just flying jellyfish, their friendly nature means you don't really have to fight a whole lot of them, although there is the odd quest to do so. This leads into the aquatic creatures. Mud crabs and slaughterfish will be nothing new to Elder Scrolls regulars, although they may be surprised by how big the mud crabs of Vardenfell are, especially the dead mud crab whose shell makes up the capital of House Redoran. Slaughterfish are the common aquatic nuisance, not really posing much of a threat even at low levels and with high numbers. Drow, on the other hand, pose a substantial threat when underwater, which is fitting given their mysterious nature. Drow are the true descendants of Aldmeris, but they can be soul-trapped, so more likely they're just Daedra LARPing as water elves. Shock are giant fire beetles, which are always worth fighting because they're guaranteed to drop their valuable resin. Lastly, Nyx hounds are large insects that feast on blood and are fairly easy to beat. Morrowind's OST was composed by Jeremy Soule, who has had an interesting career in the game industry. Did you know that Morrowind's OST lost an award to a Medal of Honor game? We've been listening to Morrowind's soundtrack in the background and it creates a great ambiance, but after 100 hours of playing Morrowind, I have had to turn it off. The soundtrack is divided into two sections, Explore tracks and Battle tracks. This is honestly the best way to refer to them. See, when Morrowind's Collector's Edition came out, the soundtrack was remastered complete with new titles for all the tracks. Most people know this song as Nerevar Rising. Well, it was originally titled Call of Magic. How about this one? It's called The Road Most Traveled, or MX_Explore_3. Or, as it was originally titled, Main Theme. No, I'm not sure why the Explore tracks are MX_Explore, but the Battle tracks are MW_Battle, and yes, Battle Track 6 is missing. Did you know that Explore 7 was named the ending theme? I have a theory, and this isn't based on anything real, that Morrowind's OST was probably a slap job that was later reformatted into a more functional soundtrack after Morrowind didn't flop on release. I say this based on some context that will become apparent later in this video about Bethesda's financial state during Morrowind's development. Now to be clear, this isn't to say it's poorly composed, just that Jeremy Soule composed it and then sent Bethesda the files and let them format the soundtrack. Hence the strange names and odd formatting. I mean, one of the song's names is Trick Suspense. Then when Morrowind was successful and people were buying the soundtrack, Soule quickly realized this and came in with some much needed name changes. Not that it matters anyways, since I'm sure the average person who knows this soundtrack probably knows the Dragonborn version. Onto the soundtrack proper. Call of Magic is fairly well known since elements of it were later lifted for Skyrim's theme. We'll handle the exploration tracks first. Dark Cavern sounds nothing like a dark cavern. Peace at Last has a defining melody. The main theme, confusing, right? This part has always stood out to me. Separation features a beautiful string piece, which is fitting given the elvish setting. While there are Gwarskin drums, and you will be hearing drums in the battle themes, the explore themes give that proper feeling of exploring a world much older than you are, by letting the rhythm of the player's footsteps as they adventure serve as the percussion instead. Rise to Reality thus starts with a dominant horn piece. It would be interesting to know how much Jeremy Soule knew about Morrowind at the time he was composing the soundtrack, because while it would be nice to say this is a theme for the Imperials, I can't. Love Lost shows how well the soundtrack flips between a couple instruments to an orchestra and back again. This element to the soundtrack is important because what you are hearing can't be allowed to overpower what you're seeing. Morrowind's music sounds magical because each chord is leading you through the progression like a road going through a hilly countryside. This is the reason I didn't use music from the ESO Morrowind soundtrack, because this song is called Escadian Idol. And you can say, well, that's taking it out of context. Okay, here's some more. The word idle, I mean, you can probably guess what it means, but if you can, it means peaceful, picturesque. Every time we get peaceful, the composer takes another 50 milligrams of Ritalin and shoves another layer into the song. The theme isn't allowed to sit with the player before we're pushing in another complex idea. You're overworking it. You're trying to make a movie score for a video game. Sorry, I literally got off track. Ending theme has this playful little part. That persists through the song. I don't get what about this song made them title it Ending Theme. So we go on to the battle themes, which the game switches to whenever an AI detects the player. Interestingly, Desperation features a reprise of the main theme of the game. Unity, which is an odd name for a battle theme, is the answer to Rise to Reality. You like horns? Well, horns are the sound of battle. Traveling fanfare is fairly similar to the previous two tracks. It should be stated that Morrowind was very primitive in terms of how it incorporated music, as Bethesda didn't use any adaptive music solutions, instead opting to switch which MP3 file is playing contingent on whether the player is in combat. So if a fight lasts longer than 2 minutes, then you need to play another combat MP3, meaning there's a lot less room to change things up between songs. Which makes choices made interesting because it ends with a fade out, which can leave an awkward silence in the music. Still a good piece though. Trick Suspense has probably the most aggressive percussive piece of the soundtrack. Break the Cycle is the 7th battle track, which should upset your brain. It actually has a fitting title due to this section. That's almost a reprieve of an exploration theme in the midst of a battle track, but it doesn't last. Forever There was retitled Drum Beats of the Dunmer for a good reason, because I can imagine the banging of the Ashlander Gwarskin drums in the background. This leads into the game's special tracks. Introduction plays during a beginning cutscene, which makes it unusual to listen to without hearing Azura's voice. Darkened Depths play during another cutscene later in the game. And the Prophecy Fulfills played at the end of the main quest. They don't really add anything, they just serve a utility function. Finally, there's a short piece that plays every time you level up. There's also a death track, and no, please, it's not my fault! Now that the world has been introduced, we can talk about transportation. There is no simple one-click fast travel option in Morrowind, which was in fact the exception since the games before and after rely on it. In the case of Daggerfall, because the world was so large. In the case of Oblivion, because Bethesda was afraid kids on the Xbox would get bored. Instead, transportation becomes a major concern in the world of Vardenfell. Every quest, once received, requires the simple thought process. How do I get there? What do I need to get there? And what will I need once I'm there to avoid needing to come back before I'm done? So let's introduce some of the ways of getting around quickly. Silt Striders are the first pillar of Morrowind's transit system. They are large insects with hollowed out shells that are ridden inside. They fill the bulk of the transportation needs from the West Gash through the Bitter Coast and into the Ascadian Isles, ranging as far as the northern village of Kuul down to Molag Mar. While you ride, in-game time passes, usually only a couple hours, and it counts as resting time. The Caravaneers can serve as information hubs for the areas you arrive in. They have an independent disposition to their local factions, meaning you can't alienate them accidentally. Boats are the second pillar of Morrowind's transportation system, circling the entire island and hitting all major fishing villages and ports, save Side and Neen. The boat system is robust, but is also time-consuming and expensive to boot. Still, some remote areas like Dagon Fell can only be reached via boat, and most of the Telvanni settlements are connected only by boat. Like the Caravaneers, the ship's captains are independent of faction affiliation. The Mages Guild serves as the third pillar. In 5 cities, a mage will facilitate instantaneous transportation. These cities include each Great House capital, Balmora, Aldrune, and Sadrith Mora, as well as Vivec and Caldera. While robust, they do carry a downside. The Mages Guild, as a faction, can be influenced by membership and deeds in other factions, and can be alienated into higher prices or even denial of service. To give an example, House Telvanni and the Mages Guild are at odds, and membership in House Telvanni may require you bribe, admire, or charm the guild guides into providing services again. Since transportation is instant, you also don't regenerate health or magicka, which is another downside. That said, the Mages Guild is the only fast travel service in Caldera, and also can bypass several boat trips when heading out towards Sadrith Mora. The fourth pillar of transportation, teleportation magic. The mysticism skill, may it rest in peace, had a few handy spells that were actually really important, even to non-spellcasters. The first two are Almsavie and Divine Intervention. These spells teleport you to the nearest shrine of their relevant god, Almsavie to tribunal temples, and Divine to imperial shrines. Now, while the nature of the spell sounds like it should be reserved for emergencies, it shouldn't. Once business is finished and you are townward bound, interventions get you back to civilization quick. On the western half of the map, Almsavies are better. Divines tend to take you to Moonmoth and Buckmoth forts, which, while near Balmora and Aldrune respectively, both those towns have their own tribunal temples. On the flip side, Divine Intervention is very useful when operating in the eastern side of the map, since it can be used to quickly get to Wolverine Hall in Sadrith Mora, and from there, basically anywhere on the map. These spells are also available in scroll form, and even as amulets for those who can't muster up the skill to cast the actual spells themselves. However, the stars of the show are Mark and Recall. Mark, when cast, sets a marker where you're standing, Recall then teleports you to that marker. This greatly expands your options since you can mark stuff like merchants, quest givers, or master trainers, and quickly return to them. Propylons are a neat idea, but in execution are only really a reward for the sort of people that read the wiki, or who install the Master Propylon Index plugin. We will be discussing the Master Index plugin in more detail in a couple hours when we discuss all of the downloadable content. Each Dunmer stronghold has a Propylon chamber with 2 teleporters. If you have the index that corresponds with the teleporter, you can use it to travel to the next stronghold. The strongholds form a loop, but if you are missing any of the indexes, then you're forced to stop. The indexes, however, are rare, and I suppose the original idea was that they would serve as both a reward for long-term players, but also an option for vampires and criminals to get around. The indexes' locations are rather obscure. Only a few of my characters I played for this video ever actually found an index. The most one character found was 2. The Master Propylon Index converts a Mages Guild NPC into a quest giver who will point you in the right direction for all 10 indexes, and as a reward will give you a Master Index. This turns Caldera into its own hub where you can go to any stronghold. However, this itself is only circumstantially useful. If you need quick access to one of the Ashlander tribes or a fast way out of a remote area back to civilization, I guess. Okay, now this is a tangent, but in the Dawnguard expansion in the Forgotten Vale, there were these teleporters that could quickly teleport you around the area, but you needed to unlock them. Now I thought, hey, that's pretty cool. Maybe Bethesda will go back to incorporating diegetic fast travel. Then Fallout 4 came out and basically killed that notion. Travel in Morrowind is itself interesting. It's not just running or walking around an area to go do stuff. Along the way, you can encounter unexpected quests, like lost pilgrims or naked Nords that have been tricked by witches, etc. You'll have to contend with monsters, like cliff racers, or unexpected contractions of diseases from cliff racers, or even just taking the time to explore a dungeon of cliff racers you find along the way. How you get there takes a good deal of planning. If you are tasked to go from Balmora to Aldvalathi, you could just walk out the door and start hiking, or you could stop, take the guild guide to Aldrune, then Strider to Cool, and walk a much shorter distance. I think you can get most anywhere in about 10 minutes provided you know how to take advantage of the fast travel. There are exceptions, of course, like the Ashlands or Malagamor, but most of the time this rings true. So why do I consider this superior to a fast travel system? If, in the end, fast travel is more convenient and lets me get to the meaty action faster. I will tell you in story form. I was contracted to take care of a bounty. He'd been spotted near Tel Mora, but this was old information. I find out in Tel Mora that his hideout is in a remote part of Sheogored, so I now need to plan to go up there. I need water walking and cure disease potions. I need to decide if I should pay boat fare to come to Dagon Fell, or if I should go there from Tel Mora. After a short hike, I'm at the spot. Only the bandits are not. The cave itself leads into an ancestral tomb inside which is a vampire. This is not an enemy I'm prepared to fight, but from my perspective, it's possible that my target is behind the vampire, and so I need to fight her. This is a tough fight, and the tension builds as I know that while going back to town is a possibility, that would entail preparing and performing the journey all over again. I could set a mark, but then I would lose the remote master trainer I have it set to. Even though I can save at any time, that doesn't lessen the tension any because it just means I'll either be wasting my time walking back up or wasting my time save scumming until I kill her. Let's compare this situation with Oblivion or Skyrim. First of all, it's very rare that I would be put in a situation where I wouldn't be able to attrite an enemy down anyways. But assuming this isn't the case, and the enemy poses enough of a threat that I need to return to town, it's as easy as one button click. Then when I'm ready, I can instantly be back at the dungeon, because not only can I teleport back to town effortlessly, I can teleport to anywhere on the map as well. Any tension that is created as a consequence of having to repeat a journey is lost because at any time, I can just fast travel to safety. Further, tension can't be built up in the first place because I could have just fast traveled up to a nearby point on my first trip up there. This also applies to housing and quest givers. What's the point of carefully selecting a place to live out of if, at the end of the day, I can instantly fast travel there? What's the point of planning how I do my quests so I can complete multiple objectives while in the same region if I can always just fast travel to my objectives instantly? It's not even like in Daggerfall where there are time limits on quests, making the act of losing time a consequence in of itself. The world is always willing to wait for you. Oh, a hermit living in the middle of nowhere is the only person who can train you in marksman past skill level 70? Well, come on, stupid, just use a nearby cave as a fast travel point to get to him. I could go on, but I think I've illustrated my point. Diegetic travel systems in Morrowind helped Vardenfell feel like a real world because you understand how it was that people get around. I'm not demonstrating my mastery of the systems as some Freudian way of self-admitting that I secretly long for fast travel. I'm demonstrating it because I want you to understand that this is a game that rewards you for learning how to navigate in this space effectively. Travel is an unspoken part of every single quest we'll be doing in Morrowind. Before, during, and after every single story point, I will be making decisions related to travel that I won't be telling you about, but will play a part of the story. Editing can cut out what is otherwise a massive part of the role-playing experience in Morrowind, hence why it deserves its own section up front and center.
This is where they want you. Head down to the dock and I'll show you to the census office.
Dedicating an entire section of one of these parts to a single town may seem somewhat unnecessary, as though I'm artificially padding out the length of the video. However, in this case I'm only doing it because of all my playthroughs, they have this one point in common: Saida Neen. The game starts simple enough, with a cutscene of Azura hinting at the plot, and then you awake to a shirtless man asking if you're okay and acquiring your name. After this, you're led onto the top deck, where a guard asks where you're from, selecting your race and customizing your character along certain preset faces and hairstyles. You're then led inside, where you're processed. You're first asked about class, where you can fill out a questionnaire, select from a list, or create your own. You then select your birth sign, are shown your character sheet, and asked to confirm the information, before being given documents and sent onwards. In the next room, you're given the option of swinging a free iron dagger around as practice. Craftier players can loot the place, or even use the lockpick on the table to unlock the chest filled with a small amount of gold. Outside, you're told to take a magic ring out of a barrel, introducing magic. Once inside the final room, you're introduced to dialogue. Dialogue in Morrowind is almost entirely text-based. Beyond the odd quest, most NPCs have a stock vocal greeting based on race and disposition, but 99% of the dialogue is performed in this window. Morrowind is a lot of reading, and I know that bothers some people, particularly the people that play while sitting on a couch with their brains turned off. I think if you're committed to watching this series, you probably are not this sort of person. Now, I know reading can be difficult, but believe it or not, there are some good reasons it is superior. Dialogue is split into topics. You can then ask about a topic and the NPC will elaborate on it. Wait, did you say that text-based dialogue is superior? Well, that can't be true. Well, it is, and here's why. First of all, text-based dialogue is friendlier to a low-budget game. Modern Elder Scrolls may be a top-dollar production, but back when Morrowind was coming out, it was a risk that Bethesda took to save the company from an eternity of producing shovelware title after Battlespire and Redguard underperformed. And although it looks like a lot, it really isn't. 400 words is just over 3 minutes of speech. For instance, since I started talking about this tutorial, I have said about 400 words. I believe most people see a disparity between how long it takes to read the written word versus listen to it. I can't knock listening versus reading entirely, considering you are listening to my words, not reading them. But while you may look at the dialogue on screen and say, yeah, fuck all that, consider that something that is written is not limited by the reality of it being spoken aloud. In fact, a great deal of the strengths presented in Morrowind's storylines owe themselves to the detailed explanations one can receive. I can't help but think that Morrowind is impossible to remaster for the simple fact that Bethesda would have to change so much just to make the dialogue all fit on any hard drive made by man, because naturally something Bethesda would try to do in a Morrowind remaster is voice acting. However, there is another reason, and it has to do with logistics. It is not just a coincidence that stuff like directions to the quest location disappeared around the same time voice acting came about. Oblivion's voice acting was a nightmare for Bethesda because it meant that everything had to be written with the idea in mind that it had to be spoken aloud, saved, and take up file space. So no longer could you have quest givers explaining how to get to a spot because they likely couldn't afford much more than the bare essentials when it came to voice acting. Quest markers were as much a consequence of laziness on the part of players as it was a consequence of laziness on the part of Bethesda. This was one of the reasons I was horrified at the prospect of player voice actors in Fallout 4. Not because being spoken for bothers me, but because it meant that there had to be a severe limitation on what the player could now say. I mean, Bethesda's developed games hardly ever provided more than 4 options in dialogue, but now they really couldn't if it meant paying a voice actor for the extra words. Just as I said that 400 words was 3 minutes, 400 words of written dialogue was now 3 minutes of voice actor pay, assuming they didn't flub up the lines in the process. You can't afford to have voice actors talk about the latest rumors or little secrets or advice or give directions to somewhere specific or someone in particular or casually elaborate on topics because that costs money, and that is money that could be spent on hiring expensive voice actors for set-piece quests. Once outside into Sidonin proper, we're given a small stipend and directions to go to Caius Casati's house in Balmora. Now, of course, you could just beeline it there. The Silk Strider in town goes straight there for much less than we got. But let's talk about short-form tutorials. There are 2 kinds of tutorials, long-form and short-form. A long-form tutorial gradually introduces all the mechanics, how they work, and make sure that there is nothing that can surprise the player because the developer is afraid they won't see it, they won't engage with it. Short form is, then, naturally less insulting. Morrowind's tutorial does not take you aside and teach you about magic, because not all characters are going to use it. Likewise, it doesn't force you to use security because some players might see stealing as a bad thing. When it introduces the plot elements, it doesn't have a dragon swoop down from the sky to save you from an execution. It just tells you, hey, the Empire's releasing you on parole provided you complete these conditions that can be easily ignored. It doesn't have the Emperor get assassinated by Mehrunes Dagon cultists as he hands you the amulet that is protecting the world from invasion by demons with the instruction to find a priest at a priory and help him find his illegitimate son. It's just like, explore this port town and get used to how things work. And it does so in a way that isn't going to hurt you in the long run. Sidonin has barely anything to do with anything after you leave town, so hurt feelings get left behind. Speaking with people, you can meet Fargoth, who mentions he lost his ring. Sure enough, the one you found is his, and returning it to him gives you a disposition booth with both him and the town trader, netting better prices. While at the trader, you can meet a Nord who wants to collect Fargoth's debt, who tells you you can watch from the watchtower to see where his hiding spot is. Then you can take the money and leave. This teaches some good lessons. It teaches you that doing good things in the world, even for unimportant people, can get you bonuses. It also teaches you that sometimes the best quest reward is the one you don't turn in. Another quest in Saidanin starts after you find a body in the swamp. Turns out it's a local tax collector. If you're honest and turn in the money he was carrying, you'll be tasked with solving the murder. If not, you keep the money but end up with a net lower reward. Asking around, you find out the tax collector was in a relationship with a lady in the lighthouse who says that he got in a fight with a guy and asks you bring her ring back. You can confront him and he will admit it, giving you a choice. Kill him and get paid, or spare him and get nothing.
And the choice is yours.
Then, should you kill him, you get the ring. But remember, sometimes the best reward is the one you don't turn in. You can leave Saidanin with over 1,500 gold provided you do things right. Quests teach lessons, while introducing ideas in a safe manner that isn't going to affect your faction reputation down the line. Saidanin is the second best tutorial I've played in an RPG. To me, it can be a fast affair done quickly before I get into the meat of what I really want to do, or it can be done slowly by a new player learning the ropes of the world. As for the best, well, it rhymes with spudgrings. Getting to Balmora can be done 3 ways. Go north and follow the river, go south and go by Pelagiad, or take the Silt Strider. Each one has its own benefits. The Silt Strider is the fastest, but costs money. North can lead you by some valuable loot. South can take you by some interesting quests. Once in Balmora, you'll be directed to the Corner Club to learn where Kaios Casades lives. And there you'll be told about certain opportunities that will come up in Part 3. And finally, once you meet Casades, he says those golden words. Go out on your own, look for freelance work or trouble. Then, when you're ready, come back, and I'll have orders for you. For open world games, this is such a simple thing that is so often forgotten. In so many of these games, I wonder, when am I supposed to actually engage with the world? Because so often they drag us quest to mission with the utmost of urgency. I'm the sort of person to do what is the most urgent matter first, a reasonable person. And so often I can burn through an entire game before looking back and realizing, hey, wait a second, when was I supposed to actually engage with the world? So, word of advice. If you're making an open world game and put some measure of effort into making the world interesting, please give people an opportunity to step off the train and play tourist for a little while. Let's talk about character creation, since I went through it 7 different times. Both for Morrowind and in general, really. I see lots of people spend tons of time agonizing over every detail of character creation and worrying if they have created the perfect character or if they need to stop. Just stop. Here's how you create a character in Morrowind. Step 1, create your character. Step 2, find problems. Step 3, recreate the character, having addressed the issues. For example, if you think your movement speed is too slow, take the birth sign the steed that makes you faster. If you think your character is too fragile, reconsider your race. If you find out you like maces and not swords, set blunt as one of your skills. Just identify a problem you have and see if you can fix it. Morrowind's intro is so short it can be redone fairly quickly. In fact, if you already know what you're going to do, you can be out in the world adventuring in a matter of minutes. And it's not the end of the world if a character isn't perfect either. If you decide later down the road you want to use a different skill, all it costs is money to train that skill up to a usable level, and there is plenty of opportunity to make money in Morrowind. Morrowind has 10 races that you can play as. Each race has certain specialties and weaknesses, and these can vary from gender to gender as well. For elves, there are Altmer, Bosmer, Dunmer, and Orsimer. Altmer are mages, Bosmer are thieves, Orsimer are fighters, Dunmer are a bit of a mix of everything. You can be iconoclastic, making an Altmer barbarian or an orc wizard, and you will experience some short-term difficulties, but nothing that kills it in the long term. For men, there are Bretons, Imperials, Nords, and Redguards. But Redguards aren't actually at Morrowind. Shut up. Bretons are good at magic, Nords and Redguards are good at fighting, Imperials are good at conning people. Not quite the RPG triangle, but then again Morrowind was more about accurately reflecting these people to the lore and their cultures than it was about balance. Lastly, there are 2 beast races, Argonians and Khajiit. Races are distinguished in a few ways. Attributes change to favor certain specializations with certain races, and some magic-oriented races get a bonus to their overall magicka pool. Races also see bonuses to certain skills, again relevant to their specialization. So a Bosmer who selects Marksman as a major, or Khajiit with a major in acrobatics, or Redguard with a major in longsword, will all have the highest of that relevant skill at the start of the game. There are also resistances to consider. Some races claim a substantial resistance to disease. Others see resistance to spell effects. Using fire on a Dunmer, or frost on a Nord, doesn't work because logically they come from those climates. Altmer, on the other hand, boasts a substantial weakness to certain kinds of magic rather than a resistance. Another factor to consider is disposition. Members of the same race as you will have a slightly higher disposition towards you. Remember that the average person is a Dunmer, and you can see certain advantages in playing one. Gender can also be a factor. Your attributes can differ based on gender, although it tends to be balanced so you're actually just trading one attribute for another with the counterpart sex. There are also certain quests that go differently based on gender, but I don't think there are any quests that differ outcomes based on race. Each race has abilities catered towards their specialization. Imperials have an ability that makes them more persuasive, while orcs and redguards have abilities that help them fight. Simple stuff like that. I'd usually forget they were there by the end of a playthrough. So yeah, one simple way of making a decent character would be syncing their choice in race and class to what makes sense, like, orc wizard. Birth signs are another part of character creation. This is basically a mix of the starter gift and modifier idea from past games. Originally, I was gonna spend a few minutes listing all the signs, but it was kinda dry and boring, so I'll just highlight a few. The steed makes you run faster, the warrior and the lover can boost your chances with hit chance, the mage, apprentice, and atronach increase your amount of magicka with increasing downsides the more magicka you get. You'll do better in conversations with the lady, and with the ritual you'll get a massive daily healing power. Which sign is objectively the best? Well, the atronach is a bit broken, and I'll demonstrate why later. It's honestly hard to say because all of them, besides the atronach, become very circumstantial in usefulness past level 5. Morrowind isn't the sort of game that makes later playstyles impossible due to early bad decision making. Bad decision making mostly just impacts how quickly you'll reach the inevitable power threshold, not whether or not you'll cross it. But if you are somebody who has a serious stigma against Morrowind because it's too slow or you dislike hit chance, there are baked-in solutions to the problem to help you out. So I did the little survey that tells you which class to play, and I got Monk. Sounds about right. The survey is a personality test that tallies your responses and compares them with the stereotypes of the class, so fighting heavy responses get fighting heavy classes. But since it's mostly moral choices, I don't really put too much stock in it. You can also pick from a list of presets, and the classes are going to operate about how they sound, but you have to think about it. Like if you pick Knight, you have to use the weapons Knights would use, or you're in for a rough time. This is why the class creator is the best option. Although it's also obviously the option that requires a bit of knowledge about the... No, it doesn't require knowledge about the game. If you want to use swords, put Longblade in the major skill box. All skill names operate basically at face value. Specialization corresponds to the 3 archetypes of RPGs, giving skill buffs in those fields. Attributes are again fairly self-explanatory. You don't really need to understand the nuances of how the skills and attributes work to craft a functional class that will work for you, provided you stick to the skills you select or train the new skills you have at a trainer. But I will give some handy advice. First off, always take Speechcraft and Mercantile. This is because these 2 skills will be useful regardless of playstyle in the completion of quests and acquisition of wealth. With 8 skills left, I generally have a hard time picking enough skills per playstyle. No, really. Endurance is handy in generating some extra health per level early, and personality can help with the early game gold grind. The rest of the attributes will raise up as you level, and they aren't really a concern from any other standpoint. So I hope you see that creating a character isn't really a big deal in Morrowind. In fact, because the Great Houses are exclusive to one another, to see all the content you have to play multiple characters, barring that one glitch that lets you join 2 houses. New game is a prevalent option in the main menu at all times because Elder Scrolls is meant to mirror your tabletop gaming experience where you don't just stick with the one character. Unlike the later games, which were made literally with the design philosophy of avoiding players feeling the need to restart because of the character they created, which is absurd. Because even if you make a bad character, it's not at the end of the world in Morrowind. There's training and a difficulty slider. If you've made it this far, and you feel tempted to play Morrowind, I can give you 3 template characters that will make the game fairly easy for new players. Each template follows one of the 3 archetypes. The first is a warrior who uses the most common weapon and armor. With a long blade of 50 and an agility of 65, as long as you use a sword, you'll be able to hit monsters, and with a strength of 50, do some decent damage. Endurance and personality have also been selected to help with gains and conversation. The second is mage. Again, endurance and personality have been picked over intelligence and willpower, resulting in a smaller magicka pool, but also a less fragile character. With bases touched in all the early game magical skills, this class shouldn't have issues in the early game with casting magic. Breton, plus the apprentice, gives you a large pool of magicka to work with. The third is a thief. Focus has been put into marksman and light armor. This is the most fragile of the three, but an agility of 75 and a marksman of 50 means that you aren't going to miss shots with a bow, and short blade has been selected as a backup weapon. Sneak and illusion are also selected to make stealth-oriented playstyles work. Playing outside of these archetypes is easily possible, but I recommend playing inside them for your first time just to get a handle on how skills work before trying anything crazy like Orc Wizard. I will say up front that thievery-oriented playthroughs tend to be my least favorite when it comes to Morrowind, partially because a little bit of thievery is expected in all playthroughs, and a little bit because thievery just doesn't quite work right. Despite that, both my Thieves Guild and my House Hulau characters actually ranked as my more favorite playthroughs that I did for this series. Steals Your Wallet, a Khajiit thief, took his stipend, and figured the only real goal worthy of life was the acquisition of cash money. Up front, Steals Your Wallet is a bit distinguished from the other characters, as a beast race. Or, as we say in 2019, as a furry.
Khajiit better than lizard.
In particular, I find it funny that since all characters start with shoes, and furries can't wear shoes, that Steals Your Wallet came to Vardenfell with one of his few possessions, being a pair of common shoes he can't wear. This isn't the only limitation placed on furries and scalies, however. Another is the inability to wear closed-masked helmets, due to the structural limitations of the Khajiit and Argonian faces. Perhaps a note on beast races is the fact that Vardenfell has institutional slavery. Although outlawed in the Empire, Vardenfell and the broader province of Morrowind were never actually conquered by Tiber Septim, instead signing an armistice. A great many things were holdover of the pre-Empire Morrowind as a consequence. One of these was slavery. Now, while technically any race can be enslaved, including native Dunmer, the ones you'll generally see being used for slave labor are the two beast races. I should note that it is impossible to be enslaved, unless you spend time in an Imperial Corrections and Rehabilitation Center. There is an abolitionist questline, and you are able to free most slaves you encounter. While there are sometimes different quest paths based on your character's gender, it does not seem to matter much your character's race. You can join and become a leader in most xenophobic factions as an Argonian. Steals Your Wallet, true to his name, enlisted with the Thieves Guild. Now, while other later games would establish the Thieves Guild as an ancient establishment, Vardenfell is quite different. As I said earlier, Morrowind was not conquered, and so the Imperial Thieves Guild has only recently entered the scene on Vardenfell. Now, what is the function of a Thieves Guild in Imperial society? After all, what government could support the existence of a faction devoted to crime? Well, generally the Thieves Guild operates within certain rule sets to only really bother those with excess, not the broader public. They serve as a watchdog against other, less nuanced criminal organizations, and of course, they pass on profits to Imperial authorities in the form of bribe money. Vardenfell's local criminal organization is the Kamana Tong. I've heard them described as a mafia-esque organization. I would say the Kamana Tong is closer to a cartel. Mafias tend to operate on crimes like protection rackets, extortion, and blackmail, like the Thieves Guild, whereas cartels operate on smuggling, corruption, monopoly, and robbery. The Tong is also politically motivated against Outlanders and the Empire, and curiously enough, forms the backbone of the Imperial-aligned House Hulau. So while the early quests of the Thieves Guild will have you performing general contract crime, later quests typically involve taking steps to protect the guild from the Kamana Tong and uncover intrigue that can be used against them. Crime in the Elder Scrolls has largely been unchanged since Morrowind, probably the greatest of later games' changes being that each county would have its own bounty and witnesses could be bribed or killed. The first of crimes is theft.
What are you doing?
The value of your bounty being established by the value of the item stolen. So, for example, an early game quest involves stealing a Redoran Master Helmet from Minor Erebar of House Redoran. A Redoran Master Helmet is worth 3,000 gold. If I were to walk up and take the helmet, I would receive a 3,000 gold bounty.
Ah, another pointy-eared king of...
It is worth noting that murder is a 1,000 gold bounty, meaning that I am now as wanted as a serial killer, with just one crime. It is actually considered less of a crime for me to murder Minor Erebar and his guard and just take the helmet with 0 witnesses than it is to just grab the helmet and run away. Theft translating value into the bounty isn't always consistent, however. At one point I stole a soul gem worth over 50,000 gold, but did not get a 50,000 gold bounty. That crime spree did end up at a 19,000 gold bounty overall after looting an enchanted merchant and an alchemy merchant of all their valuables. So how does one get rid of a bounty? The obvious way is to just pay it off. Turning yourself in can even get you a lessened price, usually around 10% off, and worth noting, as a guard is charging to arrest you, it is possible to spam the dialogue prompt and have it count as turning yourself in. However, you aren't often able to sell items for their full value, so if you steal a 100 gold item, you get paid 50 gold for it, and then have to pay off a 90 gold bounty, you have clearly lost money. One perk of the Thieves Guild are certain NPCs who can make bounties go away, at a cost of half the value of the bounty. Constantly resolving bounties this way does eat into your profits quite heavily, so it is better to steal stuff and not be detected. I simply say all this as a way of assuaging the idea that you need to constantly save scum and avoid bounties at all costs, like the later games. In part, this is because every guard in 5 miles will not attempt to arrest you for bounties under 1,000 gold.
Stop!
For some other crimes, there's trespassing, which is actually not trespassing like the other games, but just trying to break into an area. As long as you aren't caught breaking in, you're free to hang out in people's houses. I would like to add in editing that since interior NPCs generally don't move around as a rule, shopkeepers who have merchandise around a corner will often have a guard in their shop watching said merchandise. This was a quirk notable of Balmora, Pelagiad, and Caldera. I don't recall many instances outside of those areas using this technique to detect crime. Other shopkeepers would just keep all their merchandise in view of them. The problem with this, which gets into the early game exposure to crime, is that you have an immediate response if you try to steal from these shops, and I don't really think the town would appreciate one of its merchants getting a full-time town guard dedicated to preventing theft because the merchant was too lazy to watch their stuff. Sleeping in an owned bed is a fun one, especially when you do it accidentally trying to pick up something off the bed.
Stop! You violated the law.
Pickpocketing has a lot of nuance in how it gets counted as a crime, but do not worry because Steals Your Wallet will never successfully pick a pocket in his entire career. And neither will you. Because of a mistake in the code, the skill checks for pickpocket are so punishing that there is only a 56% chance maximum of successfully picking a pocket, and that is only when you're at a high skill level. Value plays a heavy factor as well, so certain gold values are impossible to pickpocket. Pickpockets never really worked in Elder Scrolls. In reality, it's generally seen as a low-level crime, but is so reliably caught at low levels in game that I would think most people would just avoid pickpocketing entirely, beyond the odd gimmick here or there like reverse pickpocketing. So while Oblivion onwards would fix the odds of a pickpocket, they also made the penalties for pickpockets so high in the form of hyperactive guards as to make the venture completely unworthwhile for low-level criminals, but worth a laugh for high-level ones, which is just bass-ackwards. I'll get into the other two crimes of assault and murder later. For now, let's talk about some Thieves Guild quests. Balmora is the logical place for most players to embark on their careers in the Imperial Guilds, being the first town they're sent to after all. The player is even directed to ask at the corner club the Thieves Guild hides in for directions to Kasadi's house. The first 3 quests of the Balmora Thieves Guild rather elegantly display some of Morrowind's problems with thievery, however, and very quickly, I might add. The first quest of the Balmora Thieves Guild is to steal a diamond from Naucaria of Whitehaven, the local alchemist who is quite wealthy. As the first quest of the Thieves Guild, this is quite a challenging proposition for new players, as the diamonds in question are directly in front of her. Now, some people are going to say some usual arguments for how these quests should be done, generally involving magic. I ask you then how new players to Morrowind fresh off the boat are supposed to figure these things out for this quest. The reality is that this quest is a trap, and teaches important lessons that work for the rest of the game. The first lesson is that quest givers generally do not care that you specifically give them what they ask for. A diamond is still a diamond to Habasi, she does not need a specific diamond. And the second lesson is that purchasing a diamond from Naucaria is a perfectly acceptable solution for the quest. Worth noting, and this is something I'm learning as of now, there are diamonds upstairs above her bed in a locked chest. This information is not relayed to the player, and while it is my fault for not exploring, plenty of people have fallen for the trap that is this quest. Me personally, I just purchased them while selling contraband I stole from the Mages Guild, so I made a profit anyways. The second quest of the Balmora Thieves Guild is to acquire a key to Nerano Manor. There are two keys in question, one on the manor's owner Andres Nerano, and one on his manservant Silvor Trandel. Either can be pickpocketed, if such a thing is possible. I actually saved Scum for about 15 minutes just to see if it was, and not once did I actually succeed in stealing the key off of either man. Both can be killed for the key. While there is no extra consequence for killing the manservant, killing the owner does have some consequence, since it's hard to get use out of a key when the owner is no longer alive. However, legally killing Silvor is difficult because generally the only option available to players is going to be taunts, which at this level take an exceptional amount of time to actually work. You can also convince Silvor into giving you the key, either with admiration or with bribes, but again, since the player is new, admiration may not work, and bribes may quickly surpass the rewards of the quest. The third quest of Balmora's Thieves Guild is to acquire Dwemer artifacts off another Khajiit, Razid. Razid cannot be convinced, and his tricky position makes cleanly stealing the artifacts in question a difficult proposition. In attempting to do so, I earn a bounty for defending myself from Razid. These three quests expose a massive fault in the thievery playstyle, that being the extreme difficulty of leveling thief skills naturally. Sneak only levels when you sneak around NPCs who can detect you. Since you aren't going to often be doing this, because trespassing of the later games hasn't been implemented yet, and there is no need to sneak around non-hostile NPCs, I never once saw Sneak level up outside of trainers. Sneak can be leveled relatively quickly by successful pickpockets, but again, such things may not be possible in mortal lifetimes, since you can get 1/50th of a level for every successful pickpocket. And you can't level Sneak on enemies very well because the second they detect you, you aren't going to lose them. Leveling Speechcraft organically will typically involve ruining dispositions with a lot of people, or spending a lot on bribe money. Illusion magic can be a solution for hybrid classes provided you cast the magic in question quite a bit. Using trainers is an option, but I should stress these are the newbie quests, they don't pay particularly well, and getting these skills high enough to be functional is more costly than the rewards given by the quests. Thus I view the early game Thieves Guild quests as likely the worst aspect of the guild. It does get better, much better in fact, but this early part is very weak, which is a surprise given the extra effort the Thieves Guild seem to receive compared to some of the other factions. So what can be done? Unlike the later games, there isn't one path to completion in the guild. If you find yourself unable to complete a quest, you could always find a new job in a different guild hall. The Aldrune Hall is about as forgiving. It starts out innocuous. The local Mages Guild is out on a Vegas trip and is apparently empty. We need to grab an enchanted Tonto, and while we're there, we can help ourselves to anything we find. Only the guild hall isn't empty. Someone was left behind, and he immediately assumes we're a thief. Unlike later installments of the guild, there is actually not much of a penalty for killing people while on the job, with exceptions where killing someone might complicate future work, like with Andres Nerano. This is because the Thieves Guild understands that sometimes in a B&E, things happen, and the job still needs to get done. They prefer murder not be the first solution that members think of, but more of a reactionary measure taken. Unlike a later guild, who had exclaimed that they don't allow killing because they aren't the Dark Brotherhood.
Second, never kill anyone on the job. This is not the Dark Brotherhood. There's something not right about you. Maybe you should go.
Security is another thief skill, but it does not suffer the issues the other skills have. You only need a security level of 40 out of 100 to unlock any chest in the game, provided you have a master pick. Anything beyond that just means you open stuff in less attempts. Of course, lock level 100 is fairly uncommon, with the average lock being closer to around lock level 50. So this ended up being the only quest where I ran into the lock too complex message, since I quickly got my hands on some master picks and outleveled all the locks. I suppose I should mention the lockpick levels. They follow the levels of Apprentice, Journeyman, Master, and Grandmaster. Grandmasters are uncommon, so I'd use them for the special occasions. Lockpick quality translates to effectiveness, another factor in the equation that is lockpicking that was cut from the later games in favor of a more universal pick. Lockpicking is not done through a minigame, but rather by clicking on the lock while holding the pick in your hand. So it's done in real time, which means should you lack the skill in lockpicking and consistently fail, it means you have to take into consideration guard patrols and the like. This is another way that skill levels differentiate the masters from the apprentices. There are also traps, but they all have a standard level, so any probe in the game can break them. Magical classes can, of course, use alterations to unlock chests. For the spell Open, its level directly translates to what it opens, so an undecized spell will open all locks up to level 50. This may seem more effective provided you have the magicka and aptitude to cast such spells. Traps can be bypassed with magic provided you know the spell telekinesis, since activating the trap from a distance will cause it to miss. Traps can range in effectiveness. Sometimes they instantly kill you, sometimes they just cast a low-level burden effect. There's really no telling from the outside what any one trap is going to do. In fact, I don't even think that they're consistent. As for fighting classes, your best bet is to use a Scroll of Open, of which there are two types, Unduside's Unhinging and E-Cash's Lock Splitting. They carry the upsides of magic, with the downsides of weight and monetary cost. If there is a level 75 lock, you'll have to use your expensive E-Cash's Lock Splitter to open it. I think a particular failure of the game is the inability of fighting classes to open a lock without a magical or thief-related ability. This creates a lot of situations for role-playing characters who avoid sneaky measures from opening certain chests, as there's not always a key. Those born under the sign of the tower can use a daily ability to open a level 50 lock, which is ironically more useful to fighting classes than it is to thief or mage classes, since it's ridiculously easy for both to have the necessary skill level and toolset to unlock a level 50 lock. It also comes with Detect Key and Enchantment, which are the saddest spells ever, since the quest and level designers never created any situations where you would need those effects. Back on the topic of the Thieves Guild, our next quest is to steal that Redoran Master Helmet I mentioned earlier. Erebar's guard can occasionally path out of the room if you leave the door open, then you can shut the door on her to keep her out.
What? You must be joking.
Now you're down to Erebar, but he's a bit politically significant to just kill. Luckily, NPCs can be distracted. By getting NPCs to speak towards you, you can control the direction they look. This isn't always reliable, since sometimes NPCs are positioned up against a wall, but here it is necessary. For our next job, we're then tasked with stealing a smut book from Minor Erebar's daughter, and...
Oh my god! This is absolutely depraved! I love it!
Now, somebody has a grudge against Erebar, and it's strange because this plot point doesn't come up again, not even in the House Redoran questline. Over in Sadrith Mora, we get a job to steal a potion recipe for the benefit of the local Mages Guild. We can, of course, ask for the recipe, to which we'll be told,
No, I don't think so.
Naturally, she forgets we asked after we take it. Or maybe we make a copy. Either way, this quest is actually really easy. So, naturally, the next one is quite difficult. We are to steal a rare Grandmaster's retort from a trader in Tel Mora. This is difficult as the retort is in clear view of the merchant. She's willing to sell it, but isn't in a selling mood until somebody deals with the health and safety violation upstairs that is a corpus monster. The zombie has a good deal of health, but is trapped behind some clutter so we can pick it off from a distance safely. There are other retorts, and they are about as difficult to acquire as this one. The wiki actually suggests you kill Berlin, which is pretty psychopathic. But he's a bit politically significant to just kill. I just buy it off her and trade some contraband I'd stolen earlier to make up the capital. It's better for everyone that way. Our next task is to help improve the defenses of the guild hall by hiring a battle mage. We ask around the local mages guild and come to a deal. 4 pieces of ebony for a battle mage. Ebony is a controlled substance in the Empire, which naturally poses some challenges in acquiring it. At this point, we're getting the beginnings of a clue that this is more than just go to X place and steal Y thing. If we go to the big city, Vivec, you'll find people a lot less knowledgeable about where the Thieves Guild is. In the East Canal Works, below the Waste Works, of the foreign quarter of Vivec is a bookshop belonging to Simon Fralinet. Behind a locked door inside his shop are the headquarters of the Thieves Guild. I feel no shame in marking this position as to avoid trying to find it every time. Jim has 2 quest lines, a final one for the Thieves Guild, and one for those who've messed up the earlier quests and need the reputation. We'll start with that one, the Bal Malagmer. So, in Dunmer culture there was a group called the Bal Malagmer who would steal from the unjust and give to the needy. Stunningly clever and original, I know. This faction exists, like I said, for rep points, but also for that group of people who can only allow themselves to be criminals if they're doing it for what they perceive to be justifiable reasons. There is no reward for these quests. There isn't even really the opportunity to steal valuables while doing these quests, and there is no ceremony at the end. Merely acknowledgement that you're now qualified to do good on your own. Still, the questline is enjoyable. Most of them start with Stacy explaining an injustice that has occurred or is in the process of occurring, and the steps we can take to correct it. Also necessary is wearing a pair of gloves that are iconic to the group, and signifying in conversation that we are acting on behalf of the Bal Malagmer. At first, nobody cares, but as the deeds go on, people start to recognize the name and the actions. You can catch Halau counselor Yingling Half-Troll in an act of corruption, accuse him, and then kill him in self-defense. Or it can be as simple as stealing a locket and returning it to its owner. Perhaps the most interesting about the questline is the thought process of whether or not Jim Stacy is having you do this out of genuine interest in restoring the Bal Malagmer, or simply as a ploy to generate goodwill with the people of Vardenfell. It's a theme that's reflected in the main storyline as well. So let's get into the endgame of the Thieves Guild questline. This starts with the process of building up the guild. In Balmora, we free a member from prison by tricking a guard into self-admitting that she was taking bribes. Then we find a master of security hiding in Balmora and convince him to step up and help secure the Corner Club. After this quest, Habasi will perform a free wipe of your bounty, which served as a fantastic opportunity to rob everyone blind and get away with it for free. 19,000 gold bounty? Gone. In Aldrune, we collect the scrap metal to build a Spider Centurion, and collect the Darts of Judgment from a Redoran guard. The Dark Quest is interesting because the amount of rep and pay you get depends on how many you return. They aren't really worth keeping though, so it isn't really a choice. Now let's talk about Marksman. Steals your wallet, preferred ranged combat, but also kept short-bladed weapons as backups. Marksman is a mostly simple affair. You take a bow, arrows, and shoot people. Projectiles generally travel in a straight line, and your chance of hitting is pretty much guaranteed at a marksman level greater than 50. Vardenfell, however, sees wood at a premium, and so favor bows made of chitin and laminated in resin, or bows made of steel. This is to say that the selection is rather weak, basically jumping from bone mold to Daedric. Some nuance does come with the arrow selection, however, and arrows do have travel time, and enemy marksmen are actually really easy to dodge since they are easily tricked into leading their shots. Crossbows are another option. The steel crossbow is the mass-produced Imperial Legion version, and there is a Dwemer version as well. I always found it strange that the Empire just forgot about crossbows in Oblivion, and then they were rediscovered in Skyrim. Then again, they never managed to rediscover the spear, you know, one of the most basic weapons in human history. There are also throwing weapons, but sadly they are underappreciated. It's hard to appreciate a weapon that disappears after you use it, especially when said weapon is one of the only ones that exists in the game. Using the Darts of Judgment isn't a wise move because you can't retrieve them if you miss, and have a very low chance if they hit, and even if you do hit, they don't do standout damage. As for lesser throwing weapons, a stable supply of anything greater than steel was pretty unreliable. They're actually kind of fun since they massively scale with your strength, but have way too many downsides to consistently use. Hey, this is me in post. I just want to add one of the reasons throwing weapons are so much fun in Morrowind is because of their slow travel time and high damage on impact, so you feel like a ninja when you throw one and strafe to a side, watching as the projectile you threw connects with the target. For the love of God, please bring back the throwing weapons. I get the battle mage hired, and am tasked with stealing a Redoran cookbook. An odd-sounding quest, I know. I feel as though the Sadrith Mora quests were a bit out of order. The final Sadrith Mora quest is to steal an ebony staff from Felon Marion, a Telvanni wizard living in Tel Brenora. She's more so giving the job to satisfy a personal grudge, and doesn't really care if we decline it or accept it. It's actually pretty easy. I just get behind the shelf and grab it. This quest has two big rewards, a telekinesis ring and another bounty reset. Telekinesis allows you to interact with objects at a distance, which includes picking locks and stealing objects. I think they intended the final quest of each hall to reward something useful. The location of a master trainer in Balmora, a quote-unquote powerful ranged weapon in Aldrune, and the TK ring in Sadrith Mora, as well as bounty resets at the end of each line. The problem is that these are, for the most part, not that useful as rewards. The Master Trainer might let us raise a skill up easily, but said skill is security, the one that does not need to be as high. The darts are better off being turned in for gold, and the telekinesis ring, while useful, is coming far too late in the quest line, given how the following quests play out. The bounty resets are nice, but are also not telegraphed to the player when you'll get them, meaning it's entirely probable players never actually get to use them the way I did. This leads us into the final chain of events. Have you wondered why all the masters took steps to shore up the defenses of the guild halls? Well, it's because it's known to the members of the guild that the Fighters Guild head, Shoring Hardheart, is working in service of the Kamana Tong, and is making moves against the Thieves Guild. Jim Stacy starts us down the path of retribution with an investigation into the disappearance of a guild member. Turns out Nads Theron is in his studio apartment, dead. A short, optional investigation reveals the murderer to be a barmate over at the Elven Nation's Corner Club, Arvama Rothri, who happens to be a Halahu retainer, Accuse her, and she'll admit it. And she'll also admit that she's going to try to kill you. We return to Stacy, and we get a bonus for taking out Rothri. Our next objective is to speak with Perseus Mercius of the Aldrun Fighters Guild. He was the old guildmaster before Jorin, and is more principled. If you have a decent disposition with him, he'll even give you some information. He was the master of the Fighters Guild before the Kumano Tong made a move. Harundi was the second in command and is against the Tong, but might not help out the gate unless we leverage a love affair he's involved in. Idis Fireeye at the Balmora Fighters Guild is a competent fighter, but she's a worshipper of Clavicus Vile and impossible to blackmail. Shorin Hardheart is in great debt to the Kumano Tong and will likely have to be killed. If you've never played an Elder Scrolls game before, I envy you, but I should also explain that the Fighters Guild, like the Thieves Guild, is an imperial organization that does as its namesake implies. It is a joinable faction, and is in the next section of this video. So having a questline where you murder their entire upper management is, to players of the later games, a highly unusual affair. Imagine a quest where the companions are ordered to take out the College of Winterhold, for example. To take care of Idis, we have to get our hands on a Clavicus Vile artifact, the Bitter Cup. This provides a non-lethal solution to dealing with Idis at the cost of the Bitter Cup. What does it do? It raises your highest attribute by 20 points and lowers your lowest by 20. Not the most useful thing, but it is necessary if you want to min-max your health. The real value of this quest, however, is... Oh, no, wait, no, hang on, no! Okay, so one naked skeleton war wizard later, and as I was saying, the real value of this quest is something the skeleton is carrying called the Vampiric Ring. It's an enchanted ring that absorbs a massive amount of health and fatigue from enemies on touch. It's quite deadly. Give Idis the cup, and she pledges her allegiance. Jem notes that she'll likely be trouble down the line, but for now she's no longer a problem. Our next step is to convince Harundi over in Sadrith Mora to join us. He can be made amicable to the idea, but can also be convinced if you figure out who he is choreographing an affair with and threaten her life to him. Finally, before we can make our move, we need to take out some top-level enforcers in the Kumano Tong. Yeah, this is a straight-up assassination mission. Vardenfell's Thieves Guild does not fuck around with trying to be the better man.
Second, never kill anyone on the job. This is not the Dark Brotherhood. Animals and monsters can be slain if necessary.
Of course, we aren't going to go out of our way to kill Orvis Drin. He is the Duke's brother after all, but his two goons that pose a threat are free game. The game actually bugs out. One of the brothers is supposed to teleport behind you when you start the fight, but ended up teleporting inside a door. This made killing the first brother easy, but I was somewhat stuck. I could still teleport out with magic, obviously, I just didn't want to. Eventually he got free. This guy's a bastard. He has a Jinx Blade that paralyzes for longer than it takes to swing it, so he can basically score a bunch of free hits until the enchantment runs out of a charge. Luckily that new Vampiric Ring is very lethal and restores our health. And finally, for our endgame, we're tasked with taking down Shorin Hardheart. We're warned that he's a competent fighter.
Head on. You will die where you stand.
You are clumsy, snowman.
So what are the conclusions? The Fighters Guild threat against the Thieves Guild have been eliminated. Not entirely sure who's going to run the Fighters Guild now, but at least it's not being run by somebody in debt to the Kumano Tong. The Tong itself has lost its top enforcers, while the guild has built up its defenses and position in Vardenfell, appearing more culturally relevant thanks to their Balmalagmar revival than the xenophobic Kumano Tong. Stacy figures this is an adequate position to retire in, having found a successor and steals your wallet, and hands us the skeleton keys to the skeleton car. Okay, I'm sorry. The skeleton key works like a normal lockpick, with 50 uses and 5 times the effectiveness. I prefer Morrowind's Thieves Guild line to its other incarnations. It does feel like helping to maintain your criminal family without any metaphysical connotations. I'm not Steel's their wallet, protector of the people and hero of the poor. I'm Steel's your wallet, known criminal overlord. Sadly, this is where the story of Steel's Your Wallet ends. He never achieved his namesake, and there wasn't really anything logical to do with him as a follow-up, like the other characters, which is a shame because I did like him. Apparently not enough to notice that his name was actually Steel's Wallet, however, you can't do dashes on the Morrowind Xbox. Mace was a meme character. His class name of Jedi Knight and his propensity to bash people in the head with the blunt side of his weapon didn't really help much to assuage that fact. I was originally going to call him Metal Bat because he uses a metal bat and has the whole fighting spirit thing going on. How do I get this tangent back on track? The Fighters Guild is a rather straightforward organization. You sign up, you get a contract, you fight, you get paid. What we'll typically be doing is a reflection of the area you're in. I.e. in Balmora, you start off with normal contracts and move on to shadier business. Since we just covered this in the last section, we have to operate with some sense of dramatic irony that says the Fighters Guild isn't corrupt. This does become apparent by our third contract, but I get ahead of myself. Our first job is to take care of some rats. The first one is simple enough, the other two not so much. These rats have a lot more health than your standard large rodent, and 2v1 is a bit of a challenging proposition for early game builds. Luckily, we have racial abilities that generally turn the tide of fights like this. Our next contract is to take care of some Kwama egg poachers.
What?
Okay, so in Morrowind, the main food the Dunmer eat is giant eggs harvested from insects living in caves that are the size of bears.
What?
And when people are desperate, they poach the eggs.
What?
We make our way to the mine, and some of the miners say that the egg poachers are in the back, near the queen, and ask that we try to avoid killing any of the Kwama since they won't be used to our scent and will attack us on sight. I could pontificate about lessons taught in these quests, or we could call them what they are, filler. Now filler isn't bad, and there could always be more generic but scripted, basic level contracts to do, but I'm not going to pretend it's something greater than it is, when in this case it's not. Our third contract, however, is where things get interesting. Idis tells us to take care of some, quote, Telvanni agents, end quote. Of course, when we ask about these Telvanni agents, it turns out that they aren't Telvanni, they're Thieves Guild. Perhaps working for Telvanni, but all Thieves Guild nonetheless, and one wonders at the need for deception. It is also entirely possible that less attentive players who aren't curious enough to ask about the targets will miss the subtext of this quest entirely. So it is nice that the writing isn't so on the nose as to make absolutely sure we are aware that Idis is deceiving us. You have to actually roleplay as somebody who asks questions to figure out that something is wrong, and if you don't, you get led down the lemming path. I go out and meet the guys, their lookout greeting me friendly enough, but turning hostile when he realizes I'm with the Fighters Guild. I defend myself and figure I might as well finish the job. It ain't nothing a little adrenaline rush can't handle. Idis's next contract is even more sketchy. She wants me to get my hands on a Thieves Guild code book from the local guild hall. I figure I'll look for a different contract and meet Perseus Mercius. He says he doesn't have any contracts for members at my rank, but he does offer advice for jobs and suggests I speak with Harundi over in Sadrith Mora for good ones. He figures the codebook contract might be legitimate, but advises that we avoid a lethal solution. I decide to go to Harundi, and his jobs are a lot better. His first job is to provide support to a witch hunter hunting a Daedroth in Ninchurn Dams. This first entails getting to Ninchurn Dams, which is a remote location that takes a bit of water walking to get to. Although the circumstances of getting to this quest can be difficult, the quest itself is quite good. It's a great introduction to combat, with a necessary crutch for players in the form of Lariena. She's a capable warrior with unique audio dialogue who is able to heal the player if they get wounded and can generally handle the creatures inside Ninchurn Dams. Ninchurn Dams has early access to some Dwemer gear and ends in the mini-boss of Hrelvzu. This is what should have been Morrowind's introduction to the Fighters Guild. Morrowind's combat is very straightforward, but I see a lot of people who pick up this game get overwhelmed and mentally overcomplicate something that can really be as basic as point and click to do damage. The problem boils down to the fact that people will pick a basic class like Knight, then take that dagger in the census office, go off to fight a mud crab, miss, and start immediately complaining that they should have hit the crab because the models collided. Hit chance is a part of Morrowind. Playing Morrowind without hit chance is not playing Morrowind. Weapon skills are a reflection from 0 to 100 of how proficient you are with using said weapon. Believe it or not, but swords aren't as simple as swing sword hurt person. Ideally, if your system is set up right, the footage of someone playing as an unskilled weapon user should differ from the footage of someone playing as a master in that skill, right? Well, here's what an amateur in Morrowind looks like. As you can see, I'm having a hard time landing hits using a weapon I've never used before. And here is what a master looks like. As you can see, I'm landing hits consistently and ending the fight quite quickly. This is a proper contrast between apprentice and master. Let's contrast this now with Oblivion's allegedly revolutionary and entertaining combat system. Clip 1. Alright, and clip 2. Now, tell me, which one was the master clip and which one was the apprentice clip? This is not a trick where I switch the clips or they're both the same skill level. I've kept all the conditions the same. Same enemy, same difficulty. The first clip is skill level 5, the second clip is skill level 100, and yet they are practically identical. Because unlike in Morrowind, there is no progression in feel of combat, only in the raw numbers of damage you do. The way skills work in Morrowind is that they determine your chance to hit. Your damage is then affected by the weapon you're using and your strength. In Oblivion and Skyrim, however, all your skill affects is just a damage increase. The first enemy you fight with a weapon, all the way to the last enemy, will be exactly the same because all you have to do is make models intersect. With manual blocks, parries, and more intelligent AI, it can be a more interesting or dynamic melee combat system, but it's not a melee combat system that accurately reflects skill levels with weapons, or a combat system that is reflective of an actual progression of character skill, something that is important in a role-playing game. Because there's one thing I've left out of all of this. The enemy has skills too. Because of course they do. NPCs can be more or less dangerous as a result of their own backstory and training. This includes their own chance to hit, as well as various defensive skills that determine your chance to hit them. Perhaps this just comes down to a matter of preference, but rather than tying our preference to nostalgia, let's consider what meaningful difference there is between a hit chance-oriented combat system like Morrowind versus a percentage damage-oriented combat system like Oblivion and Skyrim. In the hit chance system, should you be far superior to an enemy, you're able to kill them quickly and efficiently. There is a clear progression from the first enemy you fight to the last. You're encouraged to specialize and invest in a particular weapon, rather than switching arbitrarily to ones that have bigger numbers than the last. In a percent damage system, you cannot be superior to an enemy, as scaling will eliminate your advantages. Increasing your skill is not a matter of gaining an advantage, but keeping up with the world. Rather than becoming incrementally better at landing hits, you are becoming incrementally better at doing slightly more damage. The skill is less so a reflection of you or other characters' proficiency and mastery, but a stagnating progression where combat is identical for the entire game. All this lost because some people complained they couldn't hit mud crabs with a weapon their character had never picked up before. I hope you can forgive me, but I am going to speed up, particularly as a number of Fighters Guild quests are not noteworthy. These are as simple as go to place, kill, or do thing. One quest type I particularly like is the fact that the guild has been contracted by the Empire to deliver alcohol shipments to miners in remote areas, something that feels like a legitimate contract such an organization would receive. Our next notable mission is to rescue and escort a researcher investigating a Dunmer stronghold, Telecero. I have mixed feelings on escort quests, which is quite a surprise as I, and this is a fairly reasonable position, vehemently dislike them in most contexts. I think Morrowind's escort quests work because they allow you to lead and listen to your commands to stop and let you do your job. They are also fairly rare, and when they do pop up, They are short and designed in such a way to be painless. So it turns out that the researcher, her name is Sondale, went in ahead of us, and this is a 6th house base. What happens at 6th house bases? She's in a side room, hopped up on a table because some giant rats are harassing her. I mean, they're the size of dogs. I'm sure they could get up there. I find the 6th house hammer, which is interesting because its damage can range from a peck one might give a lover to a pair of school buses set in a head-on collision. Sadly, it's also really heavy, so I don't have any room for it in my life. We're then tasked with taking care of a bounty in the local Sadrith Mora. Engare has taken up residence up in Tel Naga, particularly as a prisoner of Master Neloth. I have to taunt the guard into attacking me, which is a tall order for my speechcraft level. Neloth then gets rather upset when I kill Engar, perhaps mad I shortened his life as a prisoner, but as per Telvanni law, it's a-okay because I managed to escape the building. Let's take this opportunity to talk about the AI in Morrowind. It's bad. It prioritizes casting worth spells, like Minor Burdens or Blind. It only repositions to avoid damage if using ranged. Then it runs full speed backwards, which makes archers in open environments a nightmare. Melee AI will just book it towards you until death, only running away if you go invisible or start flying out of their reach. AI is an area that the later games improved without question. Hell, as early as Morrowind's first expansion, they had AI who could drink potions, which means that for the entirety of the base game, potions are a distinct advantage held solely by the player. This is one of the reasons I don't like to do everything in one playthrough, because Morrowind reaches a point where the AI stops being a challenge. When you are working within the limitations of the early game, finding creative solutions around problems, that's when Morrowind is interesting. Some of the most fun I've had in Morrowind was during a Mage's Guild quest where I had to kill an enemy who was 10 levels higher than me and could one-shot me. Whereas if the Mage's Guild was just the third faction I joined, I'd already be higher level than the NPC and able to take the hits while killing them in 3, maybe 2 hits. Anyways, Hurundi is out of real contracts, but has one mission that he believes is in all likelihood bullshit. Apparently there are 7 eggs of gold inside a legendary mine, the Pude Egg Mine, somewhere on or around the island of Sheogorath. He's willing to pay quite a bit should the eggs actually exist. So this entails some time exploring Sheogorath, and I took the chance to do some dungeon crawling. I found some Malakath worshippers and got a few full sets of Orcish. I ended up finding an arena being used for slave fighting. They weren't appreciative of me, and so I got a powerful legendary sword. And in one of the earlier quests, I had slain a vampire who was wearing a powerful ring. This is a point in every Morrowind playthrough I call the power threshold. If you have a graph, there's a line for the progression of the difficulty and a line for the progression of the character. The power threshold is when the character line intersects and becomes greater than the difficulty line. Once characters cross the threshold, they've become powerful enough to handle the challenges of the game. It's rewarding and, at the same time, a sad part of Morrowind because it means that the challenge is over. You can turn up the difficulty, but all that does is make enemies hit a little harder and make you a little more fragile. Orcish armor is some of the best medium armor in the game. The sword, the Ice Blade of the Monarch, is extremely powerful, even for a character that is specialized in blunt weaponry. And the ring provides some serious defensive enchantments, reflecting and resisting damage. All turning up the difficulty really does now is push me to use my adrenaline rush ability more often. I do eventually find the mine, which, for an abandoned mine, still has lit torches. I mean, okay, I've worked with the editor. You have to place a prop, a light source, and a sound source, so either someone created the mine unaware of what quest it would involve, someone created the mine, was aware of the quest, and didn't see anything wrong with torches in an abandoned mine, or my favorite possibility, someone copied the mine from elsewhere and made the bare essential modifications for the sake of the quest. Down all the way at the back, behind the queen, are the 7 eggs, which all weigh 30 pounds. So getting back is a challenge, but it's a challenge that's met by magic. Hurundi, surprised we even found the cave, pays us 10,000 gold for the job, which is quite a big payout. He is out of work for us and recommends us to Perseus Mercius back in Aldrune. And Perseus does have work for us now. He wants us to help a buoyant armiger take care of a necromancer at Voss. Said necromancer is a member of Telvanni, so one wonders at the political nature of the situation. The armiger is willing to give us a recommendation provided we don't hit her in the fight. I don't, but I do take an accidental swing at her ancestor ghost. Look, I didn't even hit him, it's fine. But it's enough to be a problem and I get paid a lower rate. Our next job is to take care of a bounty of someone living in a place called Sargon. That's the only reason I mention this quest, it's otherwise by the book. We take care of some more bounty, we deliver some more liquor, and then I go ahead and meet the guild leader, Shorin, who gives me 5,000 gold and instructs me to take care of the 3 masters of the Thieves Guild in Balmora, Aldrun, and Sadrith Mora. Perseus, on the other hand, decides it's time to ask we take care of a few corrupt Fighters Guild members, Idis Fireeye in Balmora, and Lord Bumal Gro Aglak in Vivek. I go with Perseus, since he's been the more reasonable option. Idis Fireeye attacks me as soon as I enter, and Gro Aglok declares that he'll be guildmaster soon enough. Then, we're tasked by Perseus to take care of Shorin. He gives me access to full sets of orcish and glass armor, and tells me that Shorin is one of the toughest fighters on the island.
You should have picked an easier opponent.
Shorin is one of the toughest fighters on the island. And he wasn't even wearing his armor. The Fighters Guild fizzles out towards the end. For all the intrigue behind the Thieves Guild relying on the Fighters Guild to be interesting and lasting throughout the entire storyline, it's a shame that there weren't more missions in the Fighters Guild side of the story where you can play the other side. And it's a shame that these quests were so on the nose with it. It's very difficult to see anybody being tricked into going against the Thieves Guild, unless they just aren't paying attention and thinking about what they're doing, or they don't care. Should you side with Shorin and kill the 3 masters, he'll then task you with killing Jim Stacy, before then attempting to kill you, so in the end, all roads lead to Shorin Hardheart's death. I could say that the Fighters Guild has some appeal in that it pays, but it doesn't even pay all that well for the work. You go from running errands and performing contracts to decimating the leadership in one quest. The Shadow War with the Thieves Guild is only hinted at if you decide to play the Stooge, and the Kamanatong doesn't even come up from the Fighters Guild perspective. Our Mages Guild character started off by picking everything from Sidonin to Balmora, and once she got her free 200 Gs from Caius, joined up with the Mages Guild. Turns out the early Balmora quests deal with picking mushrooms and flowers that I happened to grab. Who could have seen this coming? Well, me, because I've done this before. Between the collection of mushrooms and flowers, we're tasked with replacing a soul gem with a fake in our boss's rival's desk, slowing her research. She'll come downstairs, and due to her faulty AI, this means I'm free to leave the cell and come back, and that traps her downstairs, forever, which is a more convenient location. I'm not sure about these early quests. They aren't introducing alchemy, asking the player to create a potion with the ingredients or anything like that. It's just go out and fetch some ingredients. As for the Soul Gem quest, it isn't usually the case that static NPCs move around during quests, so that isn't introducing anything new either. You also don't need to use magic. It might have been handy to have a quest involve learning a low-level unlock, like 5 points to unlock her desk to perform the switch. As it stands, it feels like the designer is showing off that they can script NPCs to move around during quests, which, again, isn't useful information for the player since it doesn't happen again, nor is it impressive from a technical standpoint, since all it does is highlight the fact that NPCs don't work on a schedule and just stay in the same spot all day. It would be like me bragging that I can edit out all these coughs. Our next quest is to take 10 gold and buy a ceramic bowl. This is so that the cell can reset so that when I return, stolen reports will have spawned. We're then tasked by a panicking Ajira to find said reports. This is the closest the game comes to teaching a lesson, and the lesson is just look around the environment and you can find stuff. And that's it for now with Ajira. I know I've been hard on these 5 quests, but that is more from an analytical standpoint than anything else. The Thieves and Fighters Guild have you playing out these fantasies, but the Mages Guild plays more like assistant busy work. We're presented a choice. Work with Rhanis Athras in Balmora, or Edwina Elbert in Aldrun. Rhanis' quests are a bit more oriented towards the guild as a magical regulator, while Edwina's quests are oriented towards the guild as a research institution. Rhanis first asks we take care of a Telvannian Sulapund, either recruiting him to the Mages Guild or killing him. While we're out here, we're also to collect dues from a member in Punambi. Over in Aldrun, we're tasked with taking 250 gold and finding a copy of the Chronicles of Nushleft. And turns out, in Vivek, the Archmage has duties for us. He wants us to solve the disappearance of the dwarves. No leads or anything, just solve this ancient mystery that people have been investigating for centuries. And also 3 games. The trip out to Sulapund and Punabi is a bit of a drastic shift in difficulty. Ajira was really onto something when recommending us against doing Rannis's tasks, since we're tasked with journeying into Malag Amur. If only there were quests prior to this that could have prepared us for combat. I get to the first cave, and Manway, the person who has been dodging their dues, is performing research out here. She owes 2,000 gold in dues apparently, and is not willing to pay unless she likes us, which can be afforded for 200 gold. That's the art of the deal. Then we go and meet with the Telvanni. He's one of dozens of quote rogue unquote Telvanni living out on the frontier doing their own thing. I put quotes around rogue because honestly, taking a place and making it your own is the Telvanni way. Nothing roguish about that. He doesn't want to join the Mages Guild, complaining about how Outlanders are ruining Morrowind, but naturally this means he can be bought for 200 gold. Morrowind's quests leave a lot to be desired in terms of convincing people through dialogue. You may have noticed that in most dialogues, there aren't often conversation options, and when there are, they tend to exist in a binary. The concept of dialogue in Morrowind having multiple options is actually fairly alien for the series. When I discuss options for quests, it tends to be in what you can do to complete it through gameplay to get different endings that have minor knock-on effects, but actual dialogue tends to be rather lacking in these choices. Morrowind's text-based dialogue seems like the perfect place to do an in-depth conversation system, yet it doesn't happen. Why? Well, in part this has to do with the way quest scripting works. The appropriate responses given to dialogue prompts is determined by a quest stage variable. However, go on many quest pages on the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, and you'll see full bug sections that are consequences of what happens if you do something slightly wrong affecting journal stages. Now, I never ran into the issue of bugging out the journal stages. I also never ran into a situation where I needed to use console commands to progress a quest, which is fortunate since I didn't have access to a console to do so. But I can speak from experience outside of this review series that it does happen. The journal stage system was new in Morrowind and at its most primordial. Bethesda also seemed more concerned with filling out all the content than doing the work necessary to take full advantage of the system they had created. Oblivion would have been the opportunity to expand on the text-based dialogue system, providing a wide swath of potential dialogue options for players and responses. Since it's text-only, you don't need voice actors. But instead, the decision was made to scrap the dialogue system and hire voice actors. Bethesda has stuck with the same engine, and that means the same journal stage system, although they're called quest stages now since the journal got peeled back. Even Fallout 76, which I haven't played, utilizes the system. And yet its advantage of potentially providing alternate paths for quests has been used sparingly by Bethesda. If you want a full demonstration of its potential, just look at a random Fallout New Vegas quest. You can see alternate paths, endings, and rewards tied all in there, and most New Vegas dialogues are full of optional paths despite being voice acted. Bethesda, even with the time and grace provided to them to create Skyrim, still couldn't muster the effort to improve its dialogue system and quest staging to provide options beyond, yes, I will do your quest, and no, but leave the door open so I can come back and do your quest at a later time. Anyways, I happened to grab a copy of the Chronicles of Nushleft while I was convincing that Telvanni to join the Mages Guild, and so I started doing more tasks for Edwina since she seemed the most reasonable of the options. She has me FedEx a potion over to Skink and Tree's Shade at the Wolverine Hall, introducing another quest giver who teases at orders once I finish this quest. Edwina now wants me to steal a book called Kymar Van Midium, and we might have to cast magic to do it. Just kidding, we're given a scroll with the necessary effect on it. Bethesda, if you keep holding my hand, I'm gonna start to think you like me. This is where I go off on a tangent because Bethesda just hates the idea of magic-themed questlines requiring players actually cast magic they've learned beforehand, but I just went on a huge tangent already and I'll let it slide for now. So we go to the Vivek Guild Hall, sneak into a closet and steal the book. Don't worry, we'll return it later. But before we do that, we need to deal with the situation developing up in Margan. Apparently there's a disturbance at Hulin's hut. Sure enough, we find the place trashed and a scamp's running loose. An apprentice to Hulin apparently summoned it to prove his worth, but the scamp was only pretending to be under his control and stole his clothes and locked him in the basement. I kinda like this quest. Edwina is less than thrilled that her time was wasted on something like that. Now we return the book, which I just give to its owner, and she's surprised at its return, and that's that. Now we need to source a Dwemer tube from a place called Arkinthunsterdums. She doesn't actually need any specific tube, just a tube will do. So while we're on the way up to the ruin, let's talk about the Xbox. The Xbox had a severe effect on the difficulty of the game. Turns out playing the game at a low frame rate compromises the experience. Who knew? The biggest culprit of deaths would be when I would press a button, only to not get a response because the button pressed happened to correspond with a stutter, so the input would be lost and my character would just impotently stand there and take their beating. Another offender is weapon and magic stancing. Those unaware may be used to the idea of pressing a button to draw a weapon. Well, in Morrowind you have a separate stance for casting magic. This stance was removed in Oblivion, and I have a suspicion about why that was. See, among the inputs that can be lost in stutters are the transitions from your normal stance to magic stance, or to your weapon, or to switch between them both. I got frustrated more than a couple times when my character would refuse to switch stances. This would have been a standard experience on the Xbox, since it didn't fare much better than the 360 when running the game. It's not much of a secret that the Xbox copy of Morrowind served as a testing ground for ideas for Bethesda. The new multi-panel UI being adapted into Oblivion, for example, before being reverse ported onto PC players, much to our chagrin. The lack of response simply made magic stance too much of a hassle to keep in the game, hence the new cast button that allowed you to use magic at any time. I actually prefer Skyrim's system of having two independent hands, even if the magic tangent removed. So what are some other quirks of the Xbox? Well, the AI stopping and taking a think happened quite a bit. It seemed the game prioritized keeping itself running over the AI pathing. However, this wasn't consistent. If the AI knew what it was trying to do and then the game stuttered, the AI would continue on its collision course independent of my ability to respond, button presses being ignored, and of course, since this is being played suboptimally on a controller, this ended in a fair few deaths that wouldn't have happened if I was playing with a keyboard and mouse. I do this for love. Ranged combat in particular was quite difficult. At a high resolution, it's easy to spot enemies from the environment, but squeeze that resolution in, knock it down a few hundred pixels, sprinkle on some aliasing and bad lighting, and all of a sudden target acquisition in Morrowind is quite difficult. And aiming with a controller, I mean, my god, I don't want to harp on the weaknesses of controllers this much, but trying to aim with some measure of precision was a nightmare. Especially since the projectile trajectories and collision models were built with the idea of being used with a mouse first. Moreover, playing with a dominant strategy is encouraged because of the loading screens. Loading is near instantaneous on a modern PC, as is expected, but on the Xbox I spent probably hours of my life just waiting. Optimally, it was a good time to take notes, but sometimes when I was just forced to reload because I kept dying on difficult fights, it was less than appreciated. So playing in unorthodox ways was discouraged. Let me give you an example. Ever notice how every Skyrim playthrough you see ends up being stealth archery at some point? Dominant strategy. The upsides of the strategy always present themselves as an option should the downsides of the situation impede progress. For Morrowind, the dominant strategy is to use enchanted items with powerful on-touch effects to nuke enemies to death, and then run back and forth timing the enemy's attacks and swinging in between rounds. As long as I had room to maneuver in Morrowind, victory was guaranteed. The fun then came from trying to play in new or interesting ways, trying unconventional magicka effects, or summoning, and then I die for the 5th time and I say, looks like I'll have to get a little bit serious. Overall, playing on the Xbox made me hate this game, and at the same time, appreciate what exactly about Morrowind would cause me to waste so much time analyzing it. To me, it's the ultimate testament of respect, as the thoughts say. If you can't handle her at your worst, you don't deserve her at her best. Even if sometimes her best is also her worst. Now that we've got the tube, we're tasked with checking in on a Dwemer ruin expedition. This is, naturally, in the middle of Malagamor. Luckily, Edwina gave us a couple handy intervention amulets to facilitate the travel. Turns out the site's guide has gone missing deeper inside the ruin, and worst of all, he had to report Edwina once. Some investigation reveals the test of pattern. There are 3 lights, each with a corresponding lever. 2 lights are broken, 1 light is not. Which lever is the correct one to pull? Well, don't worry, it's the lever that is across the room from the hidden wall, as shown on the minimap. Yeah, the Dunmer guide is dead, but he did manage to find a book before dying. The Mages Guild rep isn't too bothered by his death, and we take the report to Edwina, who says the book might be useful if we knew somebody who can speak Aldmeris. Our next task is to acquire some Dwemer Scarab plans from the ruin of Musleft, up in Sheogorad. And this is a little high level, as evidenced by the fact that all the orcs can one-shot me. I won this fight, eventually, by using a paralyze spell to freeze the orc, then cast a spell that had a 50% chance of working to nuke him to death. This took quite a few attempts, and involved a trip back to make the nuke spell. Now I have the plans, but in for a penny and for a pound, surely there's something valuable here. Well, there's more orcs. Luckily I found a use for the lock spell. Why do you want a spell that locks doors and creates future hassle? Because NPCs can't unlock them, and can be hit through them. A tactic I discovered early on was the locked door tactic. The enemy's AI pathfinding would lead it through doorways, but can only account for obstacles like doors by opening and traveling through them. To the AI, it should be paradoxical that they can detect someone through a locked door, as if the door is locked, then the player can't have come in the room. That's obviously not how it actually works, but the point is, from a design perspective, what I'm doing only works thanks to an exploitation, or rather a clever use of game mechanics. The only other thing you can use lock for is if you care to level your security up, and you really shouldn't do that. However, the other half of this is a ranged spell with an area effect. I always felt it was a shame what happened to spellmaking in the later games. In Oblivion, it got relegated to a high-level reward for Mages Guild members, or DLC, while in Skyrim it was cut entirely. Using the Spellmaker allowed me to make a fire spell that was perfect for hitting through locked doors, maxing out the area and setting it to low damage, high duration, making it magicka efficient as well. Then I just nuked the door until I stopped hearing footsteps on the other side. It's a beautifully stupid tactic, but hey, it works. I like to imagine I'm just heating the room up until the people inside burn to death, which is brutal, but hey, shouldn't have been the one shotting me. In addition to the Scarab plans, I find a book named The Egg of Time. Edwina thanks us for the plans and recommends we speak with Hasfet Antabulus in Balmora about the book. He says the book is written in Aldmeris, which is a dead language, so we should take the book to one of the older Telvanni, but he doesn't have a recommendation who. Edwina says the miners in the Nisus egg mine found a Dwemer ruin in the mine, and she asks us to find anything that's down there. Specifically, plans. I have to bribe the door guard for the key, and another guard lower in the mine threatens to kill me if I don't leave. So I leave, in the direction of the ruin. It still counts. Near the entrance I found some Dwemer airship plans, as well as a book named Divine Metaphysics. Leaving the mine, I hear some ruins that Nisus has a rogue Telvanni wizard living in town, so I pay him a visit. His name is Balados Demnavani, and sure enough he can read Aldmeris. The Hanging Gardens was written in both Aldmeris and Dwemer, so it's able to be used to translate the other two books. The Egg of Time is a refutation of a theory from the time of Resdain and Nerevar. The theory said that using the power of the Heart of Lorkhan carried more risk than reward, and the Egg of Time figured that the reward was worth the risks. Divine Metaphysics is about how the Dwemer tried to make a new god using Kagranak's tools, and using sacred tones on Lorkhan's heart. So, extrapolating meaning from these two books, we can conclude that the Dwemer tried to make a new god using Lorkhan's heart, that the great risk that was warned about came true, and then the Dwemer disappeared. Thus, having discovered both the plans to a functioning airship, as well as solving the mystery of the spontaneous extinction of the Dwemer, we will return for our rewards. Edwina has none. She's disappointed because she wanted the plans to build a robot, not an airship. Trebonius, the Archmage, also has no reward, taken aback that someone had actually managed to complete one of his missions, let alone a mission that entailed solving a centuries if not millennia old mystery. You do get some reputation, so more people know your name, but scholarly work itself pays very little. Despite this, the mystery of the dwarves is one of my favorite quests. The fact that it starts off giving you zero information to use, but is perfectly solvable just by paying attention while doing other quests is it's just fantastic. So where do we go from here? Well, one rank requires we pay our dues, so that's a couple hundred gold gone. You'll also need a wizard staff to reach the rank of wizard, so we can either pay 5,000 gold we don't have, or we can, ask. Yeah, ask a former guild member for one, who lives in a cave called Sud in Sheogorad. I don't think she'll let us ask. Once we got the staff, we can get promoted. Oh, but hold those horses because we have something big to talk about. Training. One of my favorite aspects about Morrowind is that factions require you have the necessary skills to properly fill your rank. Every faction has attributes and skills they prefer. Now, assuming you're being a logical person and playing to the specialization of the faction, these are reasonable skill requirements. However, this is an instance where the game is just twisting that knife into me, and that is due to my format. Had I played the one character doing all the factions, I'd have been alright. It'd have been fine. It'd have had 2 contractions when I should not have been using any. Point is, I have 7 characters, and for 6 of them, the same thing happened at least once. They outquested the requirements. Now, if you play this game like a goddamn normal person, you're doing stuff like adventuring, freelance quest work, even working for other factions. That's what a reasonable person who isn't playing faction by faction in order to make a video series does. We have enough faction reputation to complete the final quest and become the Archmage, but we're severely underleveled. I need to gain 30 levels in a single skill to reach the requirements. This happened to Steals Your Wallet, and to a minor extent, Mace as well. Mace was actually very close to the necessary requirements in his blunt weapon ability, and that's because fighter skills tend to level really well compared to stealth and magic skills. So in order to progress, I need to use a trainer. Trainers are a bit different from the later games. Later games put stipulations that you can only train 5 times per level. Morrowind has no such requirement. Cash provided, you can train from level 1 to max level, whatever that should be for your character, at trainers. But it isn't that easy. Like the later games, the trainers themselves have their own skill levels, corresponding to their lore level of mastery. You need these master trainers because only they can train you past skill level 70. Most skills, and mind should be paid to the word most skills have master trainers. Some don't appear. Some do appear but don't offer training, and some just don't have trainers. Of the ones who do exist and do work, only about 2/3 of them are mentioned anywhere. The rest have to be found. Hell, some of them may only be mentioned. One is hidden in a locked room. Another is hostile and attacks on sight, having to be calmed. 2 require a high rank in a specific faction. So not only are their trainers rare people, but training costs money, and high-level training costs lots of it. I'll talk about making money in part 4 when I discuss House Halau. Just bear in mind that large stopping point in every playthrough, besides my final main quest playthrough, was stopping and setting aside time to farm money and skills in order to meet the requirements to level up. Again, this doesn't normally happen unless you're laser focused on completing factions as fast as possible with new characters. So once I finally reach Destruction level 80, Edwina says that I should talk with the Archmage Trebonius about stepping down, as I'm clearly more committed to scholarship than he is. I ask him, and he accuses me of lusting after his position, and demands we settle this via duel to the death in arena.
See what you're made of.
And it's a pretty cool duel. Turns out he had an artifact called the Necromancer's Amulet that made him such a powerful wizard. Edwina said he was a strong battle mage, but he hardly met the conditions of battle mage. Anyways, the Mages Guild, scholarly institution, settles its management disputes via trial by combat, and I am now the Archmage. I'm not sure if I'm going to get a letter in the mail from Mikado telling me I'm being replaced. The Imperial Guilds of Morrowind are the bridge between the tutorial and the broader content of Morrowind, since Caius pretty much flat out tells you to go join one, which is why it is important to pay attention to the starter quests, since this is likely to be the first impressions of everyone who played Morrowind past the first mud crab. The intrigue of the Thieves Guild line, the fun stuff like the Boudet egg mine and the golden eggs, or accidentally running into a powerful vampire in the Fighters Guild, and the mystery of the dwarves quest requiring a bit of astute problem solving or internet research to figure out. Despite how hard I may have gone on these guilds, they actually are pretty good. But when the Thieves Guild throws you into the deep end of crime, the Fighters Guild starts pitting you in unfair fights, and the Mages Guild engages in bureaucratic busywork, it colors people's impressions of the factions. One thing to mention, because of the non-linear approach to faction quests in Morrowind, my experience of the guilds is slightly different than what yours can be. I mentioned Skink and Tree's Shade, but looking back I never went and did his quests, or that many of Rannis Athrith's quests either. This non-linearity is what I love about Morrowind, and at the same time, is the biggest risk in terms of personal enjoyment, which is probably one of the big reasons Oblivion Onward focused on linear quest lines leading players by the nose into controlled experiences. The Imperial guilds in Morrowind are a strange thing. Between the Fighters and Thieves Guild War and the rather straightforward if simple Mages Guild, you hit the three archetypes of role-playing games. In the next part, we'll be discussing the Great Houses. You see those same three archetypes, but a lot more political intrigue. I think if love was shown to any of the factions, it was the Great Houses. Still, the guilds serve as a great starting point for any character, especially for players new to Morrowind. Time will give context to the name Rethan. He's an Imperial Spellblade, although I jokingly named his class Conman. As such, he went up to the largest building in Balmora, which turned out not to be a manor but a council hall for House Halau, and upon attempting to enrich myself, I decided to join up with the house. Of the three great houses, Halau is the friendliest to Outlanders. This is not just evident in some kind of lore sense, but by the fact that they are themselves the most accessible to new players, who are Outlanders in a way to the game of Morrowind. Of course, there is no way to not be an Outlander, and it plays somewhat in part in the story of Redoran, while Telvanni does not really care. Halau is a merchant establishment, sucking up to the Imperial government on one hand and engaging in a dirty war for monopoly with the other. After joining, you're given the sort of task that is emblematic of Halau. You're given the disguise of a recently deceased Redoran and tasked with deceiving a Redoran quest giver into giving you information. Not only is it a perfect representation of the sort of faction warfare that you'll be getting with Halau, and the lack of values that would cause them to adopt such a tactic, it's a direct interplay with the Redoran questline. Our next objective is to take down a business rival in Vivec. A great deal of House Halau can involve walking around at Vivec, and, being at least somewhat conscious to this, I chose the Steed as my birth sign. This gave me a 25-point boost to speed, which made my character quite quick. It was, in fact, jarring to go from a character like Wiz, who was very slow, to one like Rethan, who is very fast. The quest itself has a complication. We are stealing an alchemy recipe from an alchemist who has stolen business from the Halau alchemist in Vivec. It pays to do business with Halau. Said alchemist cannot be convinced to give us the scroll, and to further complicate matters, she lives and works in a one-room studio apartment. There are 3 scrolls that can be stolen, the first in a locked chest, the second on her person, and the third on the table by the door. This early in the game, this job is quite difficult, but on the plus side, guards don't try to chase you down for sub 1,000 gold bounties, which naturally means I can just take the scroll off the table, turn around, and walk out the door. And the guards aren't going to come from every corner of Vivec to arrest me for it. We were instructed, while we were here, to meet with Endrino Arethi. She's an alternate quest giver. Between the two, you have enough room to pick which is more convenient and still advance in the faction. Arethi's missions tend to be more focused towards work as an enforcer, while Dorvain's missions tend to be more business-focused. Missions can be as simple as deliver this report across the hall to the treasury, or they can be like, take out a rival businessman's egg mine, but you can report this to him for a reward and not mess up the local economy. I'll give you some highlights for this part and not detail every quest. We're asked to convince a Gwar hide salesman to buy hides from House Halau. He protests that Halau hides are dried out because they have to be shipped from the mainland, whereas Redoran hides come locally from Vvardenfell. The first Redoran quest happens to involve one of the local Gwar herders we're putting out of business, which helps set the tone of each house. This is where the speechcraft system can come into play. It's one of those things that most people I've seen on YouTube don't realize made the big difference in how the game's played. In Morrowind, and Oblivion to some extent, every NPC has a disposition with the player. This is influenced by the player's reputation, their bounty, the faction relationships, and some quests. This disposition can influence the turn of how quests proceed. NPCs with low disposition do not like you and are less likely to comply with your requests or questions. NPCs with very low dispositions may even refuse to speak with you on topics and deny you access to their services. Disposition can be directly influenced via speechcraft. Now in Morrowind, speechcraft takes the form of 4 options. You could admire, intimidate, taunt, and bribe. Admire and bribe both raise disposition, but admiration's more difficult than bribery. Most people in Vardenfell are prepared to accept free money, and the Ashlanders even see it as a thoughtful gift. Intimidate, on the other hand, is rarely useful. It relies on you being higher level than the person you're intimidating. As such, it doesn't work at lower levels, and since it doesn't work, it's easy to forget that it's an option when it would work. There is the odd quest where intimidation can be a solution, like this one. It is entirely possible to intimidate the Gwar merchant into doing business with Halau, but since bribery and honey-coated words are often more reliable and easier, intimidate becomes unnecessary. And Bethesda, rather than solving the redundancy by making intimidate more valuable, saw fit to remove it. I won't even go off on a tangent about speechcraft in the later games, although I will say, in having recently replayed the game to get back into the groove of making these videos, I was able to find a bit more use out of Intimidate when I would pair it with calm spells in order to calm NPCs who were hostile down. You could intimidate them, which would lower their attack value, and then they would become peaceful. Other options for disposition are as follows. Charm spells can temporarily raise a disposition, and since time stops for conversations in Morrowind, they only need to last a couple seconds to be effective. Imperials also have a racial ability to charm once a day, which I used a bit as a money and a time saver, although it becomes unnecessary later when you get better at speechcraft. Personality can also influence disposition, so if you fortify personality with a spell or with something like Telvanni Bugmusk, or just by having a high personality, you can raise your disposition in the process. Trading is another option. Each time you successfully trade, your disposition will go up. Unfortunately, this is only temporary. So temporary, in fact, that leaving the dialogue window and immediately re-entering it will lose all that disposition. So merchants can be convinced into anything by selling a bunch of a single item repeatedly to them. I like the idea of building a relationship with merchants based on repeat business, but I would change this in 2 regards. Make the disposition boost permanent, or at least longer lasting, but give a cooldown to transactions to avoid the cheesers who will sell 1 arrow at a time from becoming best friends with all the merchants. Back to Halau. There's a mission where we deliver orders to a Redoran clothier living in Aldrune as a Halau spy. There's a quest where we have to solve a local murder of a Halau noble. This quest is interesting because there are 2 principal suspects, but no effective evidence that really exonerates either suspect. So the resolution can be done entirely by judgment. I think most people would agree that the Argonian that stands accused due to racism against the Scalies would be the lesser suspect, since the Dunmer suspect was described by a witness. But I know, as a player of this game, that there was no witness. Otherwise, the suspect would have had a bounty and been arrested the second he left the manor. The final quest from Balmora entails maintaining the Halau monopoly on ebony. The East Empire Company in Ebonheart is threatening to buy ebony from Redoran unless we cut our prices. So we have 2 options. Convince the head of the EEC to renew the contract for another year, or go assassinate the head of Redoran's only ebony mine and shut down their operations. To be thorough, I did both. Renewing the contract is much easier, since that's simply a disposition check. Assassinating the head of mining operations, Darns Tedelin, is more difficult, as he is a capable spellcaster. Our reward for being thorough, though, is a comfy suit of glass boots, greaves, and a cuirass. Glass armor is a very rare reward, and I appreciate it being the reward you get for going the extra mile on this quest. On the Arethi side of things in Vivec, our first notable quest involves reinforcing Halau fighters who went to Odornaran to kill a rogue Telvanni and rescue their prisoner. The Halau sent have messed up the situation, forcing a stalemate between the 2 sides. I will note now that the other side of this quest is to be dispatched by Telvanni to kill the Halau fighters. This can be a bit of a challenge. Odornaran is remote, and both the Telvanni wizard and one of his summons, a Dremora, can pose quite a challenge to new players. To complicate matters still, you can't actually rest in the tower due to there being an inaccessible room full of ghosts preventing resting. It's a neat trick. The wizard, Mylan Faram, has a key to the prisoner's cell, so once he's defeated, it's simply a matter of returning the lost sister back into the Halau force's hands. We also get dispatched to convince the Zainab Ashlander camp to sell their ebony to House Halau. Apparently, they've recently entered the market with their own source. Well, upon arriving at the camp, which tended to bug out and not spawn, we get directed to their Gulakan Ashabal. We can either compliment him, or be direct with obvious results. Then we can hit him with some market logic. If we both sell ebony, the price will drop. This is good for both Halau and the Zainab, as it means that more smiths would be able to access the material, which would result in an increase in sales and it would weaken the Imperial monopoly on the resource. He will agree to this. If we plead we don't have enough, he will simply end the conversation. Arathi's next quest is to find a sunken wreck and recover its valuable cargo, a Daedric Wakizashi. The rather obvious reward of this quest is the blade itself, rather than the gold. There is only one quest beyond this from Arathi, and more than enough reputation to go around to simply not turn it in and still advance, so I don't, as this is a decent weapon to hold on to for the time being. But to advance in House Halau past the 3rd rank, we need a sponsor. This is true of all houses, and since we're always an Outlander, this is the general response.
Hope.
There is one counselor who would dare to sponsor us, a man famous for writing the Lusty Argonian Maid, yes, the Short Blade skill book. He has a lesser-known work, a play called the Three-Legged Gwar. Gwar are bipeds. How would they... Oh. This man is Crassius Curio, and he's willing to sponsor us for a price. If we strip off all our clothes, he will sponsor us. He doesn't explicitly want anything from us other than our nude figure, so it's kind of a half Me Too moment. Anyways, Curio sponsors us and gives us the instruction to go to Caldera and work for Odrel Helvi, and keep Curio updated on what Helvi has us do. This is good and all, except for the fact that Curio lives atop the Halau Canton in Vivek, which means we'll get a lot of trips to the city, and by the way, Halau Canton is pretty much as far from fast travel as you can get. Helvi's in charge over in Caldera. We dealt with him in the Thieves Guild questline, stealing his prized history book collection and donating it to charity, and we'll be dealing with him in the Redoran questline. His first orders are to deliver a sealed document to Tanisi Loradri in the Halau vaults. Under no circumstances are we to deliver them to the head of the treasury, Baron Allen. There are a few ways about this quest. The lemming route is to do as he asks as directly as possible. You net a very small reward of only 100 gold. You can also go to Baron Allen, who will pay you 500 gold for reporting to him, but this reflects negatively with Helvi. You can also report it to Ravon Arvel, another Halau counselor, although how exactly you'd figure out to go to him is beyond me. Finally, you can report it to Curio, as he requested initially. You get the 500 gold reward, and he's discreet enough not to let the news of your deception reach Helvi. His next task is to figure out who has stolen the Caldera mining contracts from the Caldera mine, retrieve them, and kill the thief. We have 2 suspects, but can easily narrow it down to 1, El Musa de Mori, and at a high disposition she will admit the theft and give you the documents. However, she'll ask you let her live. Also, if you're part of the Thieves Guild, she will admit it to you freely. Curio concurs, noting that Demori is actually a member of the Thieves Guild, adding intrigue to the situation. He suggests I let her escape. I do, and I deceive Helvi as to her identity. He is disappointed, but this does not strain our relationship with the Thieves Guild, whose services I've used to clear bounties and the like during this playthrough. Helvi then asks us to replace some erroneous land deeds of the Ascadian Isles in the Halau Records Office. The deed is fake and can be dealt with in 3 ways. Again, there's the lemming option where you do the task and replace the deed. You can report to Curio, who will have you, quote, buy the deed, unquote, from Baron Allen for a small sum, convincing Helvi that you did the job while changing nothing. The last option is to report it to the landowner, who is Ravon Arvel. He has the best reward, an invisibility ring, and also suggests we copy the real deed and deceive Helvi. Helvi's next task is to collect rent and taxes from 2 farmers in the Isles. They both owe 50 gold each, and we are to kill them if they refuse. The lemming route can go one of 2 ways. The first is that they obviously can't pay the debt, they're farmers, and you kill them. The second is that you can accept one of the farmers' Gwar, Corky, who can then be sold to a Gwar herder for 200 gold, which settles the debt. Or you can go to Curio or Arvel. Curio will give you 500 gold to settle the matter, suspecting Helvi simply wants the farmers dead. Arvel will give you 100 gold and his appreciation. Lastly, you can simply pay out of pocket. This is the fast thing to do. Finally, Helvi has a big request. He wants us to smuggle, covertly transport 5 pieces of raw ebony to Drynar Varion in Aldrun. Now, ebony smuggling is illegal. Although you can't get caught, you can report it. You can also go the lemming route, smuggling the ebony and getting paid 500 gold. Curio suggests we take the ebony to Sagunavis Mantidius at Buckmoth Legion Fort. We have to convince him. This entails giving him the ebony and implicating both Varion and Helvi. Now note here, if you don't have the ebony in your inventory but give him the ebony, it reduces your encumbrance by 50 points, regardless, the weight of the ebony. This means I can still sell the ebony and become even lighter, although this is obviously an exploit. This is Helvi's final mission, as he gets sent to prison afterwards if you go the Curio route. I'm not really sure what happens if you go full lemming with him. I guess he just sticks around and Curio proceeds to give you missions, disappointed at how much of a pushover you are. While we're on the topic of ebony smuggling, let's talk about Vardenfell's controlled substances. Ebony and glass smuggling are illegal as they are rare materials used by the Empire for weapons and armor. Moon sugar and skooma are dangerously addictive substances that plague non-Khajiit societies. Dwemer artifacts are illegal, I assume to discourage the desperate from going on dangerous missions to Dwemer ruins. And ash statues are illegal, as in Vardenfell, the temple is trying to curtail the spread of the Sixth House. Some merchants will refuse to do business with you if you're in possession of moon sugar or skooma, the exceptions generally being Khajiit, like Azura at the Balmora Mages Guild, who bought half of Vardenfell's moon sugar supply that I recovered in drug busts during my playthrough. This was an occasional inconvenience since I would try to do business with a merchant and happen to be in possession of these substances, so they would refuse. I think there's a missed gameplay opportunity with these substances. For instance, how cool would it be if travel services like boats, silt striders, and teleporters would refuse to transport you if you were in possession of a controlled substance? Suddenly, the quest to implicate Helvi becomes a lot more nuanced because you actually have to smuggle ebony to complete it. You could even add features like guards confronting you if you're carrying materials, taking bribes to look the other way, or adding a bounty if you're caught smuggling. Then, later, when you're a high-ranking member of an official organization, you might be able to acquire a license to possess some of these items. That would raise the restrictions, although clean merchants still might not deal in them. Drugs and ash statues would still be illegal. Unfortunately, later games would go in the opposite direction. The idea of controlled substances was dropped, likely due to players complaining about how inconvenient that merchants wouldn't do business with them while they were carrying drugs, and the Empire stopped enforcing its laws. Anyways, Curio's first mission involves getting an outlaw to pay smuggling fees to Halau. I'll speak of the devil. Most of the quests is finding the outlaw, who is aboard a ship by Halau Ode, and getting him to pay his protection money. I've heard the argument that Curio is anti-corruption. If anything, he is just as corrupt as the best of them. He's simply better at blackmail and deception, being a scheming, conniving Imperial after all. We're in the endgame of House Halau now. First, we need to start our stronghold construction. You can do this very early, and I believe the idea was that you could build your stronghold concurrently while doing the quests, as much of the stronghold process is simply waiting for the actual construction to be done. Each great house builds a stronghold and involves some basic steps. First, the Duke, Vedum Drin, has to assign a construction contract. He does this simply with the request that you have Vardenfell's best interests at heart against the threats posed to it. Then you'll have to pay a member of your house to oversee the project. With Halau, you can haggle with a merchant to get the price down and even trade for it, which is a mechanical demonstration in line with how the faction operates. Mercantile is a broken mess of a skill. It's a shame too, considering how prevalent it is. I don't like the idea of universal skills in Elder Scrolls, those being skills that every class has to engage with. For example, bypassing a lock can be done multiple ways tied to multiple different skills. Convincing somebody can be done through speechcraft or illusion. Mercantile, however, is a bottleneck for all playstyles. There's no build that cannot benefit from having the skill, but at the same time, it's broken. For instance, there's a sweet spot of the skill at around level 70. Past this spot, and trades will actually offer less and less if they have a high disposition. It's weird. Prices can sometimes be better for players with a low mercantile and bribes, which are influenced by mercantile, but instead give experience to speechcraft. Mercantile also levels in a backwards fashion. You would think that you would get more experience turning a 2,500 gold transaction into a 3,000 gold one, but no. You get more experience proportional to the percentage change, meaning that turning a 2 gold sale into a 3 gold sale is a better display of mercantilism than a 500 gold increase on an individual sale. Making money is an important part of Morrowind, more so than Oblivion or Skyrim. In those games, you can simply play and acquire more money than you can ever spend. This is primarily due to trainer costs more than anything else. So, how does one make money in Morrowind? Well, generally, the transaction system is fairly robust. Every item has what is a fair value. When you try to sell an item, the sale price will be lower than the fair value. When you try to buy an item, the sale price will be higher. The spread on these prices is dependent on your disposition and mercantile. In addition, the amount you spend or receive from a transaction can be influenced. The amount you can influence is determined by your mercantile skill. Merchants have a fixed amount of gold to spend on transactions. This amount can be temporarily increased should you use their other services, like training or enchanting. This is important, as many items in Morrowind's late game will exceed the value available to most, if not all, merchants in the game. Thus, trying to get the full value on these items is tricky, but possible. For instance, getting a custom enchantment that costs 50,000 gold, then selling a Daedric weapon at that price is effectively trading that Daedric weapon you aren't going to use anyways for a useful enchantment. But what are the two exceptions I mentioned? Those who've played Morrowind before are likely screaming at me to mention Creeper and the Mudcrab Merchant. Unfortunately, I didn't get any footage of Mr. Merchant on the Xbox, since he's fairly remote and I didn't want to make the journey, but that's okay. He's just a drunk mudcrab, he looks like all the others. Creeper is a scamp living with orcs who has 5,000 gold. He generally buys most items, barring alchemy ingredients, clothes, and literature. Since he's considered a creature merchant, he has no disposition and will buy and sell items at their fair value. No haggling necessary. The Mudcrab merchant has similar stipulations, but has 10,000 gold to trade, his downsides being the journey across the water and nondescript appearance. There isn't really an in-game reason for these characters provided, barring a vague reference to the Mudcrab from Maik the Liar, so if you aren't reading the wiki, chances are pretty good it could be a long time before you ever run into one of these characters, assuming you didn't kill the Mudcrab while you were passing by. I guess the museum in Mournhold bears mentioning. In Tribunal, there's a museum which can purchase certain artifacts. Most artifacts in the game are priced in the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of gold range. They are all exceptionally valuable, as the base value of items is meant to signify those items' rarity. These are the sort of things that end up in the hands of a head of state. Of course, you can acquire many of these items, and most of my characters naturally came into possession of a fair few of them. They can be sold for half value up to 30,000 gold at the Museum of Artifacts. 30,000 gold is generally sufficient to meet all my character's training needs, although my lack of Xbox footage as of writing this indicates I never did use the museum's services to make money. After a few days, we're tasked with checking in on the stronghold. This is a way of giving you the location, which for Halau is the Odai Plateau, southwest of Balmora. It's the most convenient of the three locations. After checking in with the foreman and returning with the news, Phase 1 will be complete after a few more days. Phase 2 will entail solving some problem. For Halau, it's increasing the land value by investing in a Kwama mine. We have to cure the Queen of Blight and recruit some miners. After that, a few days pass and Phase 2 is complete. To complete the Great House quest lines, you only ever have to reach the end of Phase 2, although Phase 3 does have some extra benefits. After Phase 1, Curio will tell us that Redoran has constructed their own stronghold at Bal Isra without getting a contract from the Duke. Since this stronghold is an illegal expansion, he sends us to deal with our counterpart in House Redoran, Indaris. At Bal Isra, Indaris isn't much of a fight. He has quite a collection of valuables and his guards can be killed for even more. Afterwards, Curio figures we need more support in House Halau and sends us to get the support of Dram Barrow. Barrow is hidden, so after a small investigation, we're told he's somewhere in St. Olms, Canton. A search of the plaza reveals a haunted manor, inside which is a locked door concealing Barrow and his guards. Barrow is willing to support you if we can defeat his champion, Guardian the Bold. After a fight in the arena, in which Guardian concedes at low health, Barrow supports our nomination. Following this, and Phase 2 of our stronghold, Curio has another mission. This time, House Tovani has constructed their own illegal stronghold. Again. And we're to eliminate it. We're sent to Tel Uvarith to take on the wizard of the same name. Again, this is not a tough fight, although Uvarith does not have as many valuables as Indaris did, which is weird because Telvanni are usually the ones with the valuable stuff. We are now a house father, and Curio directs us to further work under the Duke, Videm Dren. Thus ends our professional relationship with Crassius Curio. The Duke, himself a former leader of Halau, has some work. Beryl Sala, leader of the Ordinators, has been a pain to House Halau. So why are the Ordinators harassing Halau? While it's not directly stated, the Ordinators are the militant religious branch of the temple, and are members of the Great House Indoral. House Indoral has no territory on Vardenfell, being located entirely on the mainland, and are opposed to the Imperial law. So while under the pretense of opposing the Sixth House, Indoral is likely using the opportunity to try and expand into Halau territory on Vardenfell. The Duke asks that we speak to Archcanon Tholar Serioni on the matter. He agrees to help control the Ordinator, provided we recover the robe of St. Rorus, an artifact the Ordinators themselves failed to recover. The artifact is inside of Asamanu, which is, strangely enough, not the only cave or name that is a reference to the Ass Man. Curiously enough, Serioni left out the fact that the cave is occupied by Sixth House cultists. Dagoth Halevul here is in control of 7 sleepers who will give you 1 rep apiece for talking to them thanks to breaking the hold Dagoth has over them. But there's not really a way to know who the sleepers are. It's just one of those happy rewards you get for talking to everybody. The robe isn't all that powerful. It's slightly better than the average healing enchantment you can find at enchanters, but it's not really worth trying to keep. We return the robes, embarrassing the Ordinators who failed in recovering it, and Serioni promises to speak with Beryl Sala about the Ordinator's relationship with House Halau. Drin, impressed, says that advancement to Grandmaster is contingent on control of the Kamana Tong, due to the sway it holds over the rest of Halau's political functions. It is unfortunately in the hands of Orvis Drin, the Duke's brother. He would greatly prefer we find a non-lethal solution to the problem, but admits it is a last-ditch effort. Orvis will doubt our ability to run an enterprise like the Kamana Tong and wants to know how he can trust us. I use my natural Imperial ability to temporarily deceive him into agreeing, just as Tiber Septim did with Vivek. A potential alternate solution for the enterprising Halau who somehow sucks at speechcraft, which should be rare, is to find a note that implicates Orvis in a conspiracy to assassinate his brother for interfering with his smuggling business and use it as blackmail. The last solution is to kill him, which displeases the Duke, but he will still promote you. This can potentially be a part of the Thieves Guild and Morag Tong quest lines. There's quite a few quests that will correspond here, even the main quest. And thus, we become the Grandmaster of House Halau. Now, Rethan's story is not finished. He will feature again in Part 5. I'll also be going into more conclusive thoughts into Halau after discussing the other 2 houses. But until then, House Redoran. Jibindaris was a saint. He was known as Saint Jib, the Eradicator. He went down in history for his feat of driving the Cliff Racers out of Morrowind. Hey, this is me in editing. I was planning on doing the Saint Jib stuff like 2 months before the Young Scrolls EP came out, so serendipitous thinking, I guess. Saint Jib is a rather comical reference to the first character you meet in Morrowind, having been put through the Skyrim retconia into becoming a hero. But are Cliff Racers really as annoying as people claim? Yes, they are faster than 300 speed. They can block your attempts to rest. They make an ungodly noise and tend to gang up on you when working around the ghost fence, all the while being difficult to actually hit. It's very little surprise they are hated, and that a gag character was created to jokingly drive the species extinct. Jibindaris is, then, fittingly our protagonist in the story of House Redoran, the early years on his path to sainthood. House Redoran is, in a sentence, the honor house of Morrowind. Although they would say this is because of their virtue, I attribute this to the fact that their historical holdings are very close to the Nords. They are home in Aldrune, and thus must be traveled to from Balmora in order to join. Our first quest, working under Redoran, is to take care of some mud crabs that have harassed the citizens' Gwar herd. This is a quest that requires specific attention be paid to the navigational directions given, since it's very easy to get lost on the way there. And sure enough, mud crabs have been killing and dragging Gwar off into the swamp. We kill them and get paid by the herder and weed. As for our reward from Naminda, our steward, nothing. We get nothing. Our next task is to deliver a cure disease potion to Ald Valathi. It's a remote fishing village lacking any fast travel options, although it is fairly close to Cool. We are told while we're up there by the ranking member of Redoran that he may have further work for us, but for now to return to Naminda. Our reward is again, nothing. While up near Aldvalathi, we find a woman who dropped her ring. She offers to pay us in sexual favors if we get it for her, only it's a trap, and Azura herself points out the folly of our actions.
No good deed goes unpunished, Outlander.
Luckily, players good enough to survive, or good enough to exploit the AI, are rewarded with the Amulet of Shadows, which gives an 80-point chameleon effect, basically turning us invisible when we use it. A trader went missing near Margan or Nisus. Nobody in Nisus knows anything, but the people in Margan do. Apparently a recent ash storm hit, and it was bad by Vardenfell standards. A trader apparently ended up going near an ancestral tomb west of town, right before the storm hit. Sure enough, we find the trader in the tomb. The door apparently had gotten stuck during the storm. We take him back to Margan and get our reward. Nothing. Next, we're tasked with retrieving a founder's helm stolen by Alvis Terry of Halau. He stole the helm from an ancestral tomb and has taken to wearing it at a bar. We need to maintain our house honor and avoid simply murdering him and retrieving the helm. I sexually assault him, grabbing his ass, incurring a 25 gold bounty, and apparently also the legal right to murder him. I don't think this normally works, it's not supposed to, but hey, we got the helm and it didn't count as murder. I even do the honorable thing of stripping his corpse of all his armor and selling it to a merchant. Then I turn myself in, pay off the rather small bounty, and walk free to claim our reward. Nothing. The Gwar herder is having trouble again, this time with bandits stealing Gwar. Naminda remarks most bandits in Vardenfell are outcast Ashlanders, but it actually turns out to be a diverse bunch of Outlanders. This is where I really demonstrate how broken the Amulet of Shadows is, since the AI can't really handle dealing with an attacker who is invisible and stays invisible when in Chameleon. So I should explain. There is invisibility, and there is chameleon. Invisibility is a flat effect. If you have it, you are fully invisible. However, interacting with anything, and I mean anything, breaks the effect. Talking to someone, going through a door, picking up an item, anything. Chameleon has a point value, meaning magic costs can vary based on the effect value. Chameleon improves your chances of not being detected, so it's more costly than invisibility, but has the benefit of allowing the effect to continue through actions. An 80-point chameleon is effectively invisible. Most NPCs in the game cannot see you with it on. And it doesn't break when we attack, meaning NPCs can do nothing except try to run away when I use this amulet. It is quite powerful, although it is also limited by its charge, taking a bit to recharge enough to use again, so I don't solve every problem with it. If we return to the herder, she'll pay us in more weed. Naminda doesn't pay us at all for the work. Let's sidetrack and go to Aldvalathi. Our first mission there is to take care of an old menace that has returned to plague the village, Old Bluefin. It's a slaughterfish, and a tough one, although its heightened abilities are still limited by the fact that while I'm on land, I do not exist to aquatic creatures. And get this, in exchange for dealing with a threat to public safety, I get paid. Albeit in 10 Drew Wax, but hey, Drew Wax is worth 100 gold apiece. Albeit this is a fighter character, so he's not going to get anywhere near that, but it's still a payment for services rendered. Actually, Redoran itself wasn't even going to pay me, it was the fishermen in the village who all pitched in to reward me for taking care of a problem. Next, we're sent to the Ashimanu mine to deal with an infected shock. Another trip to the Ass Man cave. It's really that simple, and of course, we aren't paid for the job. We're then sent to deal with a Kagudi den near Ashimanu mine. But instead of the Kagudi in the den triggering the quest, we have to kill a Kagudi on the road near it to do it properly. No reward. We're asked to check in on some soldiers sent to Shishi, a Telvanni base. After a fun trip up there, we meet up with the men. They say they've cleared the base, although the lead wizard has yet to be found. You can turn the report in now, although you can also ask another man who keeps hearing sounds somewhere downstairs. Turns out with some exploration that a Breton skull reveals a hidden basement where the wizard is hiding. With him taken care of, we return to Aldvalathi for our reward of nothing. At this point, our path forward in the house is to seek a sponsorship. Lucky for us, Athen Serethi is under attack from assassins. We go and defend him. And although there is no reward, he does offer to sponsor us. No, wait. There is a reward. We get paid the standard guard rate of 200 gold. So why have I been pointing out the fact that Redoran has been so stingy in paying us for our work? Factions in Morrowind have a requirement that the factions of later games lacked: skill requirements. Each faction has a list of skills they favor and requirements to meet to climb those ranks. The real stopper is that the highest ranks of factions require skills be higher than 80. For most people, this is easily attainable just by playing the game. Pure mages may need to train a bit due to magic skills training slowly, but for anyone using a skill that involves bashing things, playing the game like a normal human being is good enough. None of my characters, however, were played like normal human beings. Because of the way I took notes and the recording limitation of hard drive space, each character was played generally focusing down one faction at a time. This means that every character inevitably fell short when it came to skills. The way you're meant to offset this in Morrowind is through trainers. This, however, is costly, and I feel as though the real victors of Morrowind's story are the skill trainers who became rich as a consequence.
What would you do if you had an eternity to do nothing but wait? Do you keep busy? Do you daydream? Do you freak out? He trained. How can someone get so into something that nothing else matters?
Some guilds provide adequate enough income to achieve this. House Halau often paid out 500 or even 1,000 gold for tasks completed, while the Thieves and Fighters Guild provided plenty of opportunities to make money while questing. House Redoran does not. The average quest for House Redoran has no reward. There quickly came a very real problem where I simply could not advance in the house due to skill limitations that were caused by the fact that I wasn't being paid. Now, the way that a normal person deals with this is to go adventure, which I generally did not do due to recording, or to go do another faction that does pay, which I also could not do due to my note-taking. So when House Redoran refused to pay me, I forced them to. See, at a point you are recommended to go speak with Feral Retherin in Vivec. He has a decent number of quests for the house. However, finding Retherin was a pain. I wasn't given adequate directions, and I searched most of Redoran Canton for the bastard. Then I found the Redoran Treasury. It turns out they've been holding out on me. They were not poor, these were not hard times, and I was not doing charity work. They're rich, like real fucking rich. And turns out in the process of getting to the treasury, I had stolen a key that could unlock the door. Gradually, the ordinators would path out, and I would close the door behind them until none were left in the room. Then I looted it. I got a free set of ebony armor and a ton of valuables, went to Creeper and offloaded it. Suddenly, what was my poorest character became my richest, and then I spent 25,000 gold training my skills to become high enough that I wouldn't need to worry about it again. So you see, it wasn't a matter of me acting dishonorably and acquiring large amounts of material possessions. It was me satisfying the needs of the guild for strong leadership while compensating myself for the sweat off my back. Since I got my hands on a full set, let's talk about ebony armor. Armor in Morrowind is divided into 3 classifications: light, medium, and heavy. Clothes also count as unarmored, I guess, but you wear those under your armor. It works simply enough. The better the protection offered by armor, the heavier it is. Lighter armor meant you could carry more, but it also meant sacrificing armor value. Medium armor was a happy medium, but it was offset by the fact that it was rare to find. Ebony is heavy armor, and it is heavy, but it is also good at protecting the body, provided you had the skill to wear it. It's not as simple as equipping Daedric armor and then being protected. You had to be conditioned to wear the armor to see the benefits. Characters in light armor will score a higher armor value if they have a high skill, compared to characters in heavy armor with a low skill. Ebony is also some of the best heavy armor we'll be getting. Daedric is better, but it's also exceptionally rare. Equipment in Morrowind isn't as simple as saying, oh, well, this has the biggest number, so I'll wear that. Wearing partial sets means you have more room in your inventory to carry loot. It could also mean you move faster since you weren't as weighed down. Equipment was also made with the idea in mind that it should be appropriately rare. It's a sign of mastery and danger to see an opponent wearing glass or ebony armor. Almost exclusively will you see guards wearing bone mold, orcs wearing orcish, and ordinators wearing endoral armor. Ranks with legionaries can be told by their armor set. Morrowind's design philosophy towards armor seems more so geared towards lining the armor skills up with the armor that is diegetically a part of the game world, rather than designing armor assets around the mechanics in tiers. I think this is better as it can feel a bit stilted how the world gradually escalates its usage of armor types in Oblivion and Skyrim. While I discuss armor, I should also mention durability. Durability, in the eyes of some, is an annoyance that must never again enter the design of video games. I disagree. Durability is a factor to consider in the preparation before trips. It's also an element that can introduce surprise into a situation. A piece of armor or weapon breaking forces the player to adapt to what is an unexpected situation. However, I can understand why durability is disliked. It can be seen as tedious to maintain equipment, and video games aren't supposed to be more tedious than real life, right? I guess, and to some extent, Morrowind does fall victim to durability falling on the side of tedium as a mechanic. Higher end items are more durable as traits, which in turn means a reward for good gear is not having to repair it as often. If that is a reward, then why have the mechanic? I did like the Oblivion idea of allowing skilled armorers to boost their durability above 100%, although, again, that ultimately begs the question of why bother with the mechanic if the reward is to not have to deal with it. To me, durability should represent the prospect of potentially losing an item if it's broken. This would make routine preventative maintenance more rewarding, but obviously this also creates the risk of losing something valuable, potentially even irreplaceable. That does, however, reward the higher end items with high durabilities, since it decreases the chance you'll lose the item since you would have such a long window to repair it. Think of it like this: lots of games, including Elder Scrolls games now apparently, have hunger mechanics. Why do hunger mechanics exist? Like durability, they are an intentional annoyance that is dealt with in an arbitrary fashion. Proponents, however, argue that hunger is a good mechanic because it rewards preparation, or because it can make a tough situation where there is limited access to food or repair more tense as a consequence. It also carries the consequence of death as a failure state, which is more punishing than the consequence of simply losing an item, even temporarily. Durability is an intentional annoyance, but intentional annoyances are kind of the point of video games. What is an enemy in a game but an intentional annoyance standing between you and hollow victory? Saying that durability being removed from Skyrim is justifiable because it was only annoying anyways opens a rather nasty can of worms when it comes to the question of why we even play video games in the first place. Anyways, let's get back on track with House Redoran, since we should be done training by now. To start, we need to get our sponsorship from Serethi, and advance far enough to start our stronghold. I learned from my last playthrough to not put it off, and to start it so I can do it while I'm also doing the quests. Like before, we need the construction contract from the Duke. He has the same request, our pledge to help Morrowind against its enemies. The person overseeing our construction also needs 5,000 gold to finance the process. Unlike Halau, this is non-negotiable. Luckily, we have plenty of cash to spare from robbing the Redoran treasury, so in a way it is free. Now that the process has started, we can get to work for Serethi. He will sponsor us provided we can rescue his son from Bolvin Venom, who has kidnapped him. Sure enough, a note in Venom's manor reveals that they are entertaining a special guest, and it is Serethi's son. The guards get mad if we try to let him out, although using Chameleon kind of breaks this quest. Anyway, Serethi, reunited with his son, promotes us. Although there is still no reward, we also no longer need it. Our next task is to deal with the principal reason Serethi's son was kidnapped. He has been accused of murder. Well, maybe let the Imperial Guards handle it, it's what they get paid to do. Athen claims that his son is innocent, as the victim was friends with his son. Even though there is a witness, Athen figures his son may have been under a spell, and requests we check his room. Sure enough, we find a suspicious ash statue. Varver will say he's been having odd dreams since he received the statue and asks us to take it. We then get directed to take the statue to Loros Serrano over at the temple, who asks you to arrange a meeting with him and his son and exonerates Varver of murder, since he was likely under the influence of the Sixth House. This was likely done as Serethi's house is friendly to Outlanders, a stance the Sixth House does not tolerate. Now that Serethi's house has been sorted, we can get back to the real work, which is defending House Redoran from slander. Our contact and Vivek give us a similar mission, and here's how they contrast. Andres Norano, a Halau noble, notable as he had his key stolen from him by Steals Your Wallet, has been slandering House Redoran. We are to honorably duel him, emphasis on honorably, as simply killing him would be a PR nightmare for Redoran. He accepts the duel, but is woefully unprepared and loses. Contrast this with Meryl Halano, who is accusing a Redoran counselor of adultery. Halano will not honorably duel anybody, and is likely just saying that as he is under the influence. I decide to handle the situation appropriately.
You will die.
I murder him. Naturally, this looks bad, so allow me to explain my logic. The way Meryl wants you to deal with the situation is to either stoke his ego until he accepts to withdraw the slander or to bribe him. These are positive reinforcements for negative behavior, and would only encourage other rowdy youth of Halau to join in on the slander. Since blood would eventually be drawn on a larger scale from such an outcome, nipping this behavior in the bud is important. We positively reward Narano by not killing him as he abides our traditions and faces us in a duel. We negatively reward Halano by murdering him as he acts dishonorably. So although the reputation of Redoran is hurt in the short term by this action, in the long term we have saved lives and preserve our honor. That's not how the game sees it. I figure I'm not going to hear the end of it from Retharin for this, so I just go back to Serethi. Next, he wants me to deal with smugglers in Shurenbal. This is an easy affair, although the cave in question is remote. While I'm out, I check in at Aldvelothi. Virith has a new request. A local Daedroth worshipper named Gordal is wanted by the people of Aldvelothi. This should be a challenge. However, my spear and his broken AI actually make it quite easy. He's also wearing a full set of ebony. I think this was intended to be the turning point in Redoran where you start to gear up, since the reward for this is an enchanted ebony spear, a free set of ebony armor that Gordal was wearing, but I already have a free set of ebony armor from the Redoran treasury, so... I know this is a bit of a non sequitur, but let's talk about my spear. Spears are great. They allow you to do damage at a distance at the cost of being long and unwieldy to use. Naturally, something as varied and unconventional as a spear in an RPG setting was cut from the later games for the usual swords, axes, and maces. I suspect spears were cut from Oblivion due to the skill crunch, that being the reduction in the number of skills from 27 to 21. Each specialization went from 9 skills to 7. Axe and blunt were combined, medium armor was cut from the game, but to facilitate the cuts in stealth spec, hand-to-hand got moved into combat, while short blade was combined into blade. This meant that combat spec still had one more skill to reach the desired 7, so the spear was lost from the game. Spears as weapons are historically associated with formation fighting, something that generally never came about in the Elder Scrolls setting due to the prevalence of destruction magic. Their popularity, instead, is owed to regions that routinely have to deal with disease, Valenwood and Morrowind. For Morrowind in particular, the threat of blight and corpus makes spears a popular option amongst the buoyant armigers, as it allows them to stay out of reach of the sick. Since the Imperial Legions generally don't engage in formation fighting, there wasn't a pressing lore reason to keep spears around in Oblivion. The other argument is that spears simply were not popular. Although I personally disagree, I can imagine that swords are handily the most popular, since as a weapon they are by far the most publicized. However, it's a situation where Bethesda engineered their unpopularity. Spears are uncommon, and upgrades few and far between. Contrast this with swords, which are very common, with many opportunities to upgrade, and with many of the game's most powerful weapons being swords. It's the same story with medium armor. It was given the short end of the stick in Morrowind, so people didn't use it, so it wasn't popular, so it got cut. Rather than try and keep spears, medium armor, and, well, throwing weapons for that matter in the game, and fixing the issues they had while abandoning the ridiculous idea that each specialization needs to be balanced in a single-player game, the skills were simply dropped. The weapon skills of Morrowind provide a great deal of nuance for fighting characters. You can't just pick up any weapon you find out in the world and use it like a master. Short blades, long blades, axes, blunt weapons, spears, and hand-to-hand were all different skills that played almost like martial arts. Short blades are fast and light so they can work as backup weapons. Long blades are slower, two-handed long blades especially slow. Axes are great for chopping, although their historical value of breaking wooden shields and fortifications is underappreciated. Blunt weapons don't serve their purpose of breaking armor, spears provide a longer reach, and hand-to-hand damages fatigue until knockout, and then does damage. You can also go straight to damage using Paralyze. It has the obvious upside of having no weight. I think they should have expanded on hand-to-hand. I know in Oblivion they added the special attacks, which is cool, but I'm thinking like special techniques that work like spell creation, like Paralyzing Fist. Just something that looks like a martial arts anime, but lets you use a spellmaker to make your own moves. Instead, what was the most distinct fighting style, at least from its counterparts at the time, was cut come Morrowind. I suspect it's another in the long list of victims of scaling, where in an effort to fix the problems posed by scaling mobs in Oblivion, instead of fixing scaling, they quote fixed unquote everything else. Just another victim of the skill crunch, although for hand to hand, its day came between Oblivion and Skyrim. Serethi has a new request. A Redoran noble has gone mad and has taken up residence in a cave called Milk, harassing travelers and demanding tribute. We need to solve the situation, however the nobleman in question is a friend of Serethi's, so we need to do this non-lethally if possible. He suggests I speak with his father in Ebonheart. While I'm in Ebonheart, I hear a rumor about unrest in Cyrodiil City, something about the legitimacy of the heirs. I don't think this will be relevant. I meet with Mandus' father, who says his son went mad after his granddaughter was kidnapped by the Telvanni lord Divith Fear. He thinks finding and returning the daughter should cure his madness. This entails a trip to the remote Tel Fear. There's no fast travel points, as the man in question can't be bothered to do something so foolish. Once inside, we meet with Divith, who doesn't actually care if we take Mandus' daughter, he's far too busy. We let her out, and she gives us an amulet to take to her father. We do, making liberal use of Chameleon to dodge his guards, who have taken to dealing with intruders with the sharp end of the sword, and when we give him the amulet, he says he'll stop demanding tribute, calming the guards down. Serethi says that in order to advance, we need support from other counselors. He suggests we start with the counselors Morvain and Remoran. Morvain, or rather Morvain's wife, requests that we clear out her manor of corpus beasts. Turns out they had killed her husband after they had received an ash statue, and not only did House Redoran take the time to decide to let her take his spot as counselor, they haven't dealt with the manor full of corpus beasts that is drawing more to it on the edge of town. Our man Serrano is in the temple and is willing to destroy the ash statue after we retrieve it. Remoran wants a bit more. He wants us to go up to Nisus and collect taxes, 60 gold pieces, and if we pay out of pocket, he'll refuse to give us support and soft lock our game. So after the round trip to Nisus, we're then tasked with finding a girl he's lusted after for years. Turns out she has a similar name to his personal bodyguard, who happens to be lusting after him, and at that suggestion offers his support. You know, 3 paragraphs ago I was at a tower where the guy cloned himself 4 times and spent his days researching a cure for corpus and low-key banging his clones, so I'll let this slide. Anyways, we're a counselor now, and to advance, we need more counselors to support us, as well as phase 2 of our stronghold. We need guards, and are directed to the local fighters guild master, Perseus Mercius, to recruit them. He says he's willing to waive the fee if we free his friend from prison. Sadly, there is no option to just pay him, and we end up going to Vivek, freeing his friend, killing an ordinator, and returning. As for the counselors, we need the support of Lorethi and Erebar. Venom will never give his support due to his vehement opposition to Outlanders, but as long as we have the support of all the other counselors, we can stand to claim the title of Archmaster. Lorethi is willing to support us provided we can shut down the Caldera mining operation. This is not as simple as going and wiping it out, we need to do it honorably. So we start with trying to find proof of corruption. Odral Helvi, local corrupt overlord of House Ulau, has some secret ledgers hidden in his room that provide such proof. With evidence in hand, we can now shut down the mine. We're saving the evidence in the event that Duke asks any questions about why we took these actions. We learn from Caldera locals that if Dalina, a slave at the mine, were to be freed or killed, that the slaves would revolt. I free her. Lorethi says it was an unconventional solution, but it did end the Halau market domination. As for Erebar, he seems preoccupied and refuses to speak on the subject of our support. Serethi figures he may be getting influenced by the Telvanni, and we need to figure this out to gain his support. Asking around Telvanni town reveals that Master Neloth and Telnaga is holding Erebar's daughter hostage. Those damn ANCAPs keep stealing our daughters. Anyways, I free her and the guards take exception to this, but since the non-aggression pact is at the heart of the Telvanni law, there are no questions asked about the dead guards. And since I successfully stole her, she is now my property, at least until we get back to Redoran territory. Erebar gives us our support on the council, and a Redoran Master Helm. Well, a replacement helm anyways, the original was stolen. And after some waiting, our stronghold finishes phase 2, and Serethi fills us in on Bolvin Venom. Bolvin was a successor to a long line of incompetent Redoran leadership. He was the one who, after the armistice, brought Redoran to Vardenfell. He effectively brought the house back from the brink of ruin. He, however, did so via strength of arms and a hatred of Outlanders. And in the modern era, this has put Redoran in a bad position. The house's view on tradition and honor has allowed it to be taken advantage of by Halau and Telvanni. In 2 instances, Redoran was forced to deal with slander from Halau, who abused the fact that Redoran took their honor seriously. In 2 instances, Redoran nobles had their children stolen by Telvanni, who abused the fact that Redoran followed the law so strictly. Sarethi hopes for someone to lead Redoran who shares his quality of strong martial prowess and military leadership, but better understands the modern Redoran situation needs to treat its citizenship with kindness and justice, rather than alienating them. And as a counselor, with support of all the other counselors, he figures that we are fit to rule, but Venom will not allow an Outlander to become Archmaster. Thus, we must challenge him to an honorable duel. Venom initiates the conversation with his own challenge, to fight at the Vivek Arena. This is the logical action, as Venom is likely confident that he is stronger than Indaris, and if he wins, he can remove an Outlander from the council. He's a tough fight, full ebony with a Daedric weapon. I suspect this quest involved a free full set of ebony and ebony spear were likely preparatory for this conflict. It also helps I'm high level thanks to rank requirements. Did you know that Redoran consider looting the bodies of those you defeat dishonorable? So you don't get paid for your work, theft is dishonorable, looting is dishonorable, and stronghold payments are non-negotiable. You're just supposed to make whatever meager sum you can, die, pass it on to your kids who combine it to their meager sum, until after 1,000 generations your descendants have enough to maybe get sponsored. Is it actually possible to maintain your honor and make it to the end of the Redoran questline? Maybe it's some kind of mechanical storytelling. Anyways, we're Archmaster as soon as we defeat Venom. You Morrowind regulars might recognize that this playthrough did not engage in the House Wars quests. This is because they were subsequent to the one Slander quest where I murdered the guy, which was unappreciated. You are able to complete Redoran without fighting the other factions. I believe this is also possible in Halau, but I'm not sure about Telvanni. Jib and Doris will return in part 5. As for now... Uvarith was inspired by one of the characters on the Xbox loading screens. This guy. Yeah, you PC players might recognize the ones with the monsters, but there are a few new ones with characters on the Xbox. Since I spent so long on loading screens, I thought of a few memes that these screens are perfect for. Anyways, I was inspired by one with an Altmer vampire mage holding a Daedric Dai katana. Originally, I was planning on having Uvarith be a vampire. Vampires in Morrowind are excluded from most factions on principle except Telvanni, because NCAP rules. But upon further inspection, some of the quest scripting gets broken due to vampirism, specifically due to certain quests which rely on introductory text, which gets replaced when you are diseased. So sorry guys, I ended up not getting any footage of vampire gameplay. So I'm going to throw this in post-com to try and explain why vampires are broken in Morrowind. There's a hierarchy of greetings that NPCs will use when meeting the player, which are either specific to them, quest-related, or general greetings that are shared among multiple NPCs. This hierarchy is based on the logical importance of the greeting, with stuff like locations, clothes, and classes having lower priority over quests, factions, and combat-related greetings. This is why in the next part a certain quest line is broken if you approach NPCs naked. Now, when you contract vampirism, most NPCs will get a general hostile greeting. Telvanni, on the other hand, gets a friendly greeting. The problem has to do with how you progress a certain quest. Because one quest relies on a custom greeting that is always replaced with the vampirism greeting, you will never receive it. In addition, the aforementioned stronghold quest that is standard for each great house is also impossible, as the Duke will not speak to you if you're a vampire. I have zero basis to say this, but I'm fairly confident that vampirism was a late stage feature that was added to the game, as it is very basic and your options as a vampire are fairly limited. But I am surprised that since it was supposed to be a feature that vampires could join Telvanni, that this issue was not noticed. I know it's a meme to say Bethesda doesn't do QA, but if you have any experience working with the construction set, you'll know they would have had to have been doing some because of just how many lollipop sticks and cum this engine's made out of. To fix this issue, all you have to do is take this intro from Greeting 5 and put it in Greeting 1 so it takes priority over the vampirism greeting in Greeting 2. Although this wouldn't fix it on the Xbox version since it has a special patched version. And actually, now that I think about it, they did fix the Dark Brotherhood glitch between the PC and Xbox releases. But I guess nobody had tried playing Vampire in House Telvanni during that time period. Or if they did, they didn't complain on the internet. Anyways, back to the scheduled analysis. Uvarith spent a short stint with the Balmora Mages Guild getting some basic spells set up for our future plans with House Telvanni. Telvanni starts in Sadrith Mora, which is an interesting town in its own right. For starters, I think you're supposed to come into the town via boat, go through the Gateway Inn, and be introduced to the Hospitality Papers, which is a scam being run on Outlanders. Only I would wager most people get to Sadrith Mora for the first time through the Mages Guild at Wolverine Hall, since it's the superior form of travel. What stands out about the town is its buildings. Truly, in the world of identical adobe structures, the Mushroom House is king. Telvanni buildings are often twisted, conforming to the demands of nature rather than any functional design, perhaps a reflection of the more naturalistic philosophies of Telvanni, seeing the strengths of individuals as more important than the needs of common folk. While Balmora, Aldrune, and especially Vivec are heavily populated urban centers, Sadrith Mora is lacking in commoners. Almost every person in Telvanni, which is more racially diverse a faction than even Halau, possesses entrepreneurial spirit or a talent of some kind. You'll find that there is a surprising lack of Sixth House sleepers in Telvanni territory, an affliction caused by a weak sense of individuality that allows the Sixth House to control the sleepers. In the same vein, the tribunal temples of Telvanni are token gestures. The masters of Telvanni are as old as the gods themselves, so the temple has little place in their society. You can also perceive this as a negative since the temple does perform services for the poor, but there aren't many poor in Telvanni society. Thus, Telvanni society is in fact very progressive, but for how ideal it sounds, it has its flaws, as will be demonstrated. Joining Telvanni involves entering the council house and, well, the frame rate is not good in here on Xbox. Telvanni has a very unusual quest structure for Morrowind. Most factions in Morrowind will typically send you quest giver to quest giver. Each one have 5 or 6 tasks to complete. For the early days of Telvanni, you simply contract through the mouths or the masters themselves. Members of the Telvanni Council are represented by mouths in Sadrith Mora. They represent the interests of the Telvanni, while their lords can continue their research in their towers. Tasks requested of you include things like retrieving alchemical ingredients, finding artifacts, and performing deliveries. And the rewards for these quests, rather than being gold, are often spells or artifacts. In fact, you can learn Mark and Recall very early in the house. I greatly appreciate that a magical faction actually teaches magic as part of its quest structure. So instead of having 2 quest givers each giving 5 quests, you have 5 quest givers each giving 2 quests. The progression is also much more forgiving. You don't really have to complete all the quests to get to the sponsorship stage. Early on, I am asked to deliver a skirt to Mistress Thorana of Tel Bernora. I am advised by her mouth to be prepared to use an intervention spell should anything happen. This is because Thorana has gone crazy. She keeps a naked Khajiit as a pet, and when you offer to give her the skirt, she accuses it of being cursed and asks you to put it on to prove it isn't, only to then attack you for doing so.
You will suffer greatly.
Another task entails delivering a note to Telfir and returning. It sounds unremarkable until you realize that Telfir has no fast travel services. Water walking is an alteration spell. I mean, without water walking, what else is there? Looking at you, Skyrim alteration, looking at you. It plays an especially important role in Morrowind since so much of the terrain has been geared towards aquatic travel. Now, while Oblivion did have the ability, it really wasn't as important since there wasn't much need for it. I mean, sure, there was an inland sea, but honestly, with fast travel and a lack of need to go out on the water again, you don't need it. Skyrim was much the same way. There were some attractions out off the coast, but for the most part, water walking was unnecessary. But lack of necessity doesn't mean the spell should just be cut. Speaking of cuts, Levitate is another good option for avoiding the swim. It also performs the function of vertical access, such as in Telvanni towers which don't have stairs, or in dungeons with secret areas. Levitate was cut from Oblivion, the reason being exterior-interior hybrid cells. The cities would be in cells separate from the overworld in order to help with performance, and Levitate would expose the fact that the cities and the countryside were not seamless. I think there were better ways to handle the issue. Mournhold and Tribunal, for instance, didn't allow levitation for much the same reason, so perhaps there could be a magical bullshit lore reason to stop people from flying over the walls. I think most players would understand the limitation. The real reason they wouldn't, and perhaps won't, adopt this rule set is a shift in dungeon design. I made a game of noting dungeons in Oblivion and Skyrim that would feature drop-offs near the entrance that would lead to the end of the dungeon, leading to a circular loop design. The need to deposit players near the entrance of the dungeon by the end quickly without giving crafty players the ability to take the back entrance simply necessitates the restriction of vertical navigation, hence why jump spells and acrobatics went as well. I disagree with this need. I think if anything, the new dungeon design could be complemented with a proper use of mark and recall to return to the dungeon entrances, but then again, did I make the most successful RPGs of all time? I didn't think so. Now while I'm on the subject, eagle-eyed viewers may have noticed I'm using a couple spells named Efficient Water Walk and Efficient Levitate. Ignore the letters, I just use those to organize the menu. Those are custom spells, designed to give me a more magicka-efficient version of the effects. Water walking is basic. Mostly its magicka needs translates to the duration you'll be water walking. The nice thing about setting its duration to 10 seconds is that it allows me to duck under the water quickly without waiting around, and it only requires one magicka to cast, which is very nice. The Levitate spell is much the same, although it's a little more expensive for a little more convenience. Levitate's magicka costs are tied to its duration as well as its strength. Levitate strength affects how quickly you move. A 1-point levitate is simply way too slow, but on the flip side, you can become very fast using a 100 or even a 500-point levitate scroll, although casting those spells would be very demanding on magicka. And as I said, many Telvanni homes have a vertical tube between you and its master, levitate sort of serving as a filter in Telvanni society. Spell creation can be quite versatile and even broken. You might wonder how, so I posit Fortify attribute and skill. I didn't get any footage of me abusing these spells fully, so let me explain. Lots of variables in Morrowind, and Oblivion for that matter, are tied into complex formulas. Since these formulas don't have any kind of cap to them, you can very quickly boost your skills into the hundreds, even temporarily, to some amusing effects. For 1 second, you can boost your speechcraft or mercantile and get a good deal or convince NPCs of basically anything. You can boost your speed and move very quickly. Perhaps the most infamous example commonly known are a trio of scrolls labeled as Icarian Flight, which temporarily boost acrobatics 1,000 points for 7 seconds. This can send you soaring across the map, but the effect doesn't last long enough for the landing, as evidenced by its creator's fate. One of the reasons I don't mind escort quests in Morrowind is the fact that I can fortify other people's speed and make them move faster. With custom spells, you can tailor illusion effects like Frenzy or Calm or other effects like Command to specific humanoids. Also notable is custom destruction spells. You can have a untouched death spell that targets all elements. Tailor custom spells to specific races to avoid resistances, such as a frost spell for Dunmer and a fire spell for Nords. Create a spell that can snipe a specific opponent, or a spell that targets a wide area, and the amount of magicka spells require is the great limiting factor. On a hand-to-hand character, I had a spell that would damage fatigue to speed up the process, or spells that would absorb other people's fatigue into my own pool. Spell creation tickles the wizard fantasy quite well. Unfortunately, it was too limited in Oblivion and removed in Skyrim. In Oblivion, the spells you could create and cast were hard limited in effectiveness by your skill level. So for example, if you create a spell that does 100 points of damage health on touch in Morrowind, your limitations in casting the spell are the amount of magicka it costs, and your chance of casting based on your intelligence and destruction. If you don't meet the magicka requirement, you obviously can't cast a spell unless you find a creative solution around that, such as Fortify magicka potions. If you don't meet the skill requirement, you still have a chance at casting it, and barring that, you can still find the ways to boost the necessary skills to create a chance. In Oblivion, it's simply a threshold of, you have met the level requirement, you are now permitted to cast this spell. And even that is better than Skyrim's, there's a handful of pre-selected spells that everyone casts and you may not deviate from that option. Now that we've completed the trip from Sadrith Mora to Telfir, back to Sadrith Mora, I'll tell you a bit about that note we just delivered. The Mouth's master, Arion, is asking his former master, Divith Fear, to join the Telvanni Council due to the incompetence of the current council members threatening the future of House Telvanni. Divith notes that Arion has a personal stake in the matter, and mentions that it doesn't really matter. Telvanni does not need him to survive. The note doesn't mention that Divith is busy, with his clone daughters. Although seriously, he is busy with Corpus, which is a bigger threat to Vardenfell as a whole than the collapse of House Telvanni. Another task is to deliver a Cure Blight potion to Tel Voss, and we have to acquire the potion ourselves. This is simple enough, but while I'm there I follow up on a lead from Master Arion's Mouth, who, in the interest of moving on in his career, says that Arion may be willing to sponsor us. After delivering the potion, I fly up to meet Arion. A note about Tel Voss, it's one of the more interesting locations I've seen in an Elder Scrolls game, since its design is a reflection of the character of its owner. It's a fusion of the new Imperial architectural designs with the classic Telvanni Tower, which goes well with Arion, who is a Telvanni who's willing to bring Outlanders into the house. It's also a nightmare to navigate and figure out where the services are. Arion says he's willing to be our patron provided we convince Baladas Dimnavani to join the council. Now, funny thing, after this conversation, I immediately recall to the council hall and speak with Arion's Mouth, who apparently has already spoken with Master Arion about my delivery, despite me actually, quite literally teleporting from Arion to him. Maybe that's the reason Mark and Recall got removed. Anyways, we journey to Nisus.
What do you seek in Nisus, Outlander?
To meet with Dimnavani. We start with the questions. Dimnavani's response depends on his disposition. Since this is my first meeting, it's actually quite low, and he gives me the obstructive answers, basically telling me that people like Gothrin, who have no interest in academics, really should not concern themselves with the dwarves. Should he like you, he basically gives you some theories that get confirmed during the Mages Guild questline, so hey, we formed a nice connection. We move on to the subject of him joining the council. He says it wouldn't bother him, provided we collect some literature for him. We need 3 books. Nunchek's Fire and Faith, Antecedents of Dwemer Law, and the Chronicles of Nushleft. I won't bore you with the details, but after collecting the books, he agrees to join the council and gives us Ondasai's Key and the Amulet of Admonition. The amulet paralyzes for 30 seconds while doing 1 to 2 points of frost damage for that time. This makes it quite powerful since it can paralyze so long, but a double-edged sword should it reflect. Ondasai's Key is a ring that opens 50 points on touch, basically magically opening most locked doors and chests, but not all of them. I complete another task of Arion's Mouth, who wants me to deliver some Daedra skin to Arion and get taught Paralyzed for it. While I'm out there, Arion promotes me to Mouth, giving me a staff and new chores. I need to go cure his Quama Queen of Blight. This is convenient since I'm heading out that way on a new task from Gothrin's Mouth to collect some plans from Nushleft. I collect the plans, cure the queen, and return to Arion, who gives me a skill book in return. Skill books are good rewards, both for quests and for completing dungeons. Since skill ups are important to progression in Elder Scrolls, it seems like a good way to ensure players are properly leveling up to keep up with the requirements in their faction, but then again, that hasn't been important in a long time. Arion insists I go and learn some basic wizard spells. See? A magical questline that highly emphasizes and requires the usage of magic. We need Levitate to get to Arion, we had to cure the Quama Queen with a spell, and we have to learn Recall, Fireball, and Levitate to continue progressing. Fireball is actually the only one I don't know. While going out to learn, I turn in the Scarab plans and get a Cephalopod helmet. This is another great reward as it allows you to summon a Tremora. We then get another skill book as a reward for learning the spells. You can probably guess that Telvanni is my favorite faction. It's objectively the best. It has the competent rewards, the best rule set, the best quests. It even has the lowest skill requirement of all the factions in the game, only requiring you get a single skill up to 70. We're tasked by Arion to assist Mylan Faram, who's being attacked by Halau at Odurnaran. I know it was a long time ago, but yeah, we're crossing over with Rethin right now. I actually forgot this happened, but it's right here in my notes. My recording got cut short because I needed to charge the controller. Just one more reason I hate playing on the Xbox. So me and my new Dremora clear out the tower and I do a bit of soul trapping. Soul trapping in Morrowind is a somewhat minor thing. You can use souls to recharge enchanted items, which we'll talk about, but also to enchant items. The only problem is enchanting isn't all that great. It was actually a bit busted on Morrowind, and not in a good way. There are 2 ways to go about enchanting. You can take out a small loan of tens of thousands of gold to enchant a services provider, or you can enchant yourself and usually fail. Your success of enchanting is tied to your enchant skill, but even maxing out your enchant skill and intelligence still results in a high chance of failure when enchanting. Enchanting also requires soul gems, which aren't as common as the later games, especially the higher tier ones. Well, they sort of are, just not at the levels I'm recording at. Now, when you hear about people breaking Morrowind, it tends to involve enchanting. This involves a healthy amount of exploiting the game and grinding your soul to eventually become useful. but I know I'll have the regulars sending me angry letters should I leave out the fact that yes, you can create an outfit that instantly restores all damage taken and constant effect restore health enchants. Just as spell creation allows you to utterly break this game, enchanting can take it a step further. Oh, right. This section is labeled soul trapping. You cast soul trap on a monster. When it dies, its soul fills a soul gem. Enchanted items are Morrowind. You can't have a Morrowind playthrough that does not eventually make a big point about them. They start out simple enough, utility jewelry that can do something small like restore a little health, restore some stamina, maybe if you're fancy you have a recall or intervention amulet. Then you get something like the vampiric ring that drops enemies while healing you, or the amulet of shadows that allows you to disappear, and you realize enchanted items are awesome. It's a perfectly viable build to just collect enchanted damage rings you can spam on enemies until they stop moving. Your carry weight could be nothing but rings, amulets, and clothes that perform these functions, and the only downside is that your spell menu would look absolutely atrocious. Enchanted items are great rewards and more quests should give them. However, enchanted items are only as strong as the magic system supporting it, since using an enchanted item is basically casting a spell without the magic costs attached. Items have charges, sure, but that comes back with time, so as long as you aren't spamming the items constantly, you'll be fine. One downside I noticed with enchanted items is that if you are wearing a constant effect ring, that you might eventually take off the ring to make way for another. So it would be annoying to occasionally realize I'm no longer wearing the one ring because my character took it off to use the common ring of ironing clothes or something. Another thing is that it can be quite annoying to be using an enchanted weapon that has run out of charge, since it will constantly make this pleasant sound, while informing you that yes, you have indeed run out of charge with the weapon. Hey, Morrowind, you know that the upside of an enchanted sword over, say, an enchanted ring is that when the enchantment runs out, it still has the functions of a sword, right? So, somewhere in the plot, we're tasked with ending the Mages Guild monopoly on magical services in Redoran territory. What function this serves, I don't know. I don't think the Redorans are the type to use magical services all that often. I decided to jump the gun on that stronghold business. We need a construction contract, as usual, and 2 strong souls such as Winged Twilights, Golden Saints, or Storm Atronachs. This is to power the growth of the mushroom that will become my home.
It just stood there, holding its tail and whispering. What did it say?
Excuse me? So we go to talk with Zarethi at Arion's recommendation and says he does not trust my intentions, nor does he particularly like me, and he says goodbye. His tone changes at the bribe of 100 gold, which is honorable, and I just feel that certain people should be impossible to bribe. He sees most of the counselors, barring Bolv and Venom, will support the resolution opposing the Mages Guild, provided I make an appeal to fairness. And sure enough, the Rethi and Ramarin are on board once I appeal to fairness. One vow to protect Vardenfell to the Duke later, and we've got the construction contract. Arion gives us one of his gloves as a reward for taking care of the Redoran thing, and... Okay, so Arion is known for enchanting a pair of powerful gloves. This is one of them, and it's known as Arion's Dominator. Its effect is to control humanoids up to level 15 for 2 minutes. Sounds innocuous, right? However, remember that NPCs generally don't move from their spots, and when I say command, I mean follow you through doors, follow you through fast travel, journey with you across the map. Command humanoid is basically the ability to abduct people and bring them anywhere you want, which is especially powerful since it can be done to people who provide services. Master trainers are generally around level 25, so they can't be affected, but yeah, don't like where the services are in a town, you can now move them. Arion wants me to save Favis Andes over in Shishi from Redoran attacks, which is another crossover quest, this time with House Redoran. I turn in the soul gems, which I appropriated from certain vendors, and get my stronghold on way. As you can see in this footage, I'm making full use of the Dominator in a tactical sense. However, and this point applies to summons as well, it's not that effective. The problem is the AI. Even on PC, even without the slow computation speed, pitting 2 AI against each other is a miserable affair. This makes Conjuration one of my least favorite skills, since half of the skill is about pitting AI against AI. Now don't get me wrong, I see the tactical advantages of summoning, but relying on summons and dominated creatures to fight for me? That's not happening. Only problem is that on occasions where I would try to use summons to distract a tough enemy, the tough enemy would just prioritize killing me anyways. as though it was aware that killing me ends the fight quicker. So dominating and summoning, while an amusing distraction, was pretty rare for me. It's certainly a viable playstyle, but I'd only recommend it if you're the sort to watch like AI fights on YouTube. Once we get to Shishi, we clear the place out. I actually managed to crash the game here. I dominated one of the Redoran soldiers while using a Dremora to fight another. Then when I tried to kill the last soldier, my dominated one, my Dremora turned on me, assuming I had betrayed the cause. The second he killed me, my game crashed, as though it was thoroughly confused and realized that that probably should not have happened. So yeah, add that to the list of reasons I don't use Conjuration. Favis, now free, gives me some skill books. He says he's studied them thoroughly, which makes sense, he's been in this basement for a while. That does beg the question though, why you wouldn't just intervention out, you're a wizard. This must be why you're living in Shishi. Arion says in order to advance I need my own mouth on the council and says he's heard of a Telvanni in Balmora that was promising. Sure enough, one of the Halau guards figures fast Eddie is the man, and Ed the man is willing to be my mouth, but he needs a silver staff of peace. Did I mention that earlier? Yeah, when I became a mouth I got one. Luckily I kept it. I can imagine a few players being slightly inconvenienced after having sold theirs. Anyways, Ed becomes my mouth and I get told to check on my stronghold at Uvarith's grave. It's a bit macabre of a name, isn't it? Anyways, the foreman says it's going to be fine and I check out a Dwemer ruin while I'm there. I find some schematics and a Dwemer crossbow and spend a few days selling loot to a Clavicus Vile minion in Caldera. Then my stronghold manager says I need to post 5,000 gold in any schematics I find in a ruin named Mezankind. Just so happens I found the plan she's looking for. I may have looked at the wiki for this quest beforehand. As a reward for finding a mouth, Arion gives me his other glove, and I'll tell you about this one later. Arion is impressed we've risen so quickly, which is an understatement as I've soared through the ranks of Telvanni in about 2 weeks. He figures the only way forward is to take care of some up-and-comers in the other houses. A Halau has constructed a stronghold without contract at the Odai Plateau. Sure enough, I take on Rethin at Odai, which was an easy fight. She tries to silence me, but silence doesn't work on enchanted items. And behold, Arion's helpers. Yeah, this right here lags my game, but it is quite effective. A Flame, Frost, and Storm Atronak summoned simultaneously. Our next task is to take down another stronghold, this time at Bal Isra, and kill the Redoran Indaris. I decide to have a little fun and treat this one like a battle. His guards are willing to just let me go down and murder him, but I make them fight me. I steal some clutter, which angers everyone in the manor, then use Arion's helper and the Dremora summon and turn the manor into a giant clusterfuck. Just watch. Arion is naturally impressed with this, and I suppose I should talk about the House Wars. Each great house has quests to assassinate your equivalent in the other house, the rising stars who are doing the quests you get locked out of. I named each character after their version, so Halau was Rethin, Redoran was Indaris, and Telvanni was Uvarith. In retrospect, considering how fantastically Uvarith's attack on Rethin and Indaris went, I want to say it's canon, but sadly, it can't be. Because Rethin and Indaris are in part 5, but Uvarith didn't get a follow-up. Tel Uvarith became Uvarith's grave, sadly. Rethin killed him while Indaris didn't engage in the House Wars. So what happens in the non-canon timeline? Well, Arion says that there are two paths. We can become a master, like Arion, and hold a spot on the council, or we can become a magister, which announces that I am worthy of the rank of archmagister. I think there's only one choice. We go to Talmora and confront Gothrin. He has nothing to say to us, and so begins the wizard duel. I silence Gothrin, send in the squad, who fights Gothrin's own duo of Dremora, and kill Gothrin with my special mysticism technique of absorbing health. It's a good fight, a damn good fight. Fittingly, there's a book titled The Final Lesson in his tower, and with that, Arion names me Archmagister of House Telvanni. This, however, is fanfiction. Gothrin yet lives, and Uverith, sadly, doesn't. The Great Houses of Morrowind are a really great storyline emblematic of the game. To contrast, Oblivion was originally intended to allow you to become the Count of Kvatch following its destruction, but this was cut according to Todd Howard because it apparently detracted from the main questline. Skyrim had the Civil War, a literal red versus blue fight between two factions that were both kind of right, although the Stormcloaks were better, suck it Reds. The Great Houses, though, to have not one but two separate questlines that become exclusive when you pick one. I mean, modern Bethesda loves the whole only create one character and experience everything design philosophy. Even when they have multiple factions like in Fallout 4, they fuck it up by having all the factions still complete the same story beats. Each faction is also properly represented in their quests. Halau is about being sneaky and conniving, and you make a ton of money doing it. Redoran is about honor, and honor doesn't pay. Telvanni is all about the acquisition of power and rewards you with powerful artifacts. However, a problem I have with the houses is that they don't quite fit with hybrid classes. It makes sense for each guild to correspond to its specialization, you know, fighters to fighters guild, thieves to thieves guild, mages to mages guild. But then the houses do the same exact thing. It'd be great if, for example, heavy armor was a part of the philosophy of House Telvanni, but secretly all Telvanni cheat and bind theirs. It'd certainly make Divith Fear, fully clad in real Daedric armor, much cooler as a consequence. Or illusion magic is a part of Halau, or mysticism a part of Redoran. Just something that makes Telvanni feel more like a faction instead of just the Mages Guild for Dunmer hipsters. If you look on most of Morrowind's materials, you see the three house names on them, but you also see the name Indoral. I think it was pretty smart to keep Indoral out of Morrowind. I personally think it would have crowded the space to have a fourth great house. Same goes for House Dress. I feel if the greater mainland of Morrowind had been a part of the original game, then it would have fit in as a sort of competing mainland powers. Perhaps a story of tribunal traditionalists versus Daedric worshippers, as is technically already the case. But as it stands, House Dress only gets paid lip service in Morrowind, which was a shame because, well, it was retconned into being destroyed in Skyrim. I mention Indoral and Dress because they helped to fill out the roster for House Dagoth, the Forbidden Sixth House. For years, I've heard a rumor that Bethesda originally intended to let the player join the Sixth House. Researching this was difficult since there are mods that entail this that muddy the waters. Some have alluded to the content being in the game files, but this is not the case, as according to both the UESP and the cutting room floor, no such quests or scripts exist in the game files. I've searched around for some hints at interviews that would suggest this information or where this misconception came from, but alas, I couldn't find any. If joining the Sixth House wasn't a design document, it got cut very early. As for the main three, a good balance. I handily ranked Telvanni at number 1 while Halau and Redoran tied 2 for a variety of reasons. Redoran has some better quests, but the lack of payment really dragged it down. Halau has some more menial quests, but it has enough intrigue to entertain. In this section, we'll be seeing the return of a few prior characters to play through these factions. For the Imperial Legion, I chose Mace, the master of the Fighters Guild. He made the most sense as a fighter and as an outsider to the Great Houses. The Imperial Legion is a strange faction. The only ones recruiting is the Legion and Nisus, but you don't really join as a legionary, more as an agent. But the ranks in the uniform imply that we are a common soldier. I mean, we obviously can't spend days patrolling town as a guard while we earn our rank, so... We start off getting tasked by General Darius himself to acquire a deed from a widow in order to open a port. Only it turns out the widow's husband was recently murdered, and she says, by a legionary no less. And so, we, an Imperial Legion recruit, set out to solve the murder. He recently died while inside the local egg mine. We get let in by the door guard, and some snooping reveals an orc in the lower levels who threatens to attack us if we don't leave. He threatens to count to 10. Oh no, please. Go ahead.
I want nothing to do with you, orc. I'm going to enjoy this. It's your last chance. Run or die.
I eventually find a pool with a body and an axe that I somehow intuit belongs to the lug grub. Wait, they never found the body? How did they know he died then and didn't just go skip town to go to the Saran House of Earthly Pleasures? And sure enough, there's a ghost of the widow's husband who's there to detail the murder. The orc was sleeping on duty, woke up to find him there, and killed him to cover up his insubordination. And General Darius believes our story. He even rewards us with a free broadsword for taking the initiative and solving the case. No thank you. As you might be able to tell, this quest is written a bit different than the other factions I've detailed in this series. That's because it has a different writer, and said writer clearly had a different perspective on writing. To give a clear example, I reference an earlier murder mystery quest we've done. For House Alau, we're tasked with solving a noble's murder. Asking locals in Balmora points us to an Argonian suspect. Asking the servant of a noble points to a Dunmer man. You know what doesn't enter the evidence pool? A murder weapon with the name of the murderer still on it. Still planted in the skull of the victim, and the victim's ghost certainly doesn't pop up from the grave to recount the events of the murder. I mean, all's fair, right? The murderer is an orc, so he might be prideful enough to carve his name in his weapon and then dispose of it poorly, and sure, ghosts do exist in the setting. I'm not saying the circumstances are implausible, but, well, this is a problem with the later games, too. Instead of creating an actual mystery that requires detective work, where there is no actual way of knowing with absolute certainty who the murderer is, this quest was written with the desire of creating an emotional payoff. And having the ghost of the victim show up means that there is no speculation on the part of the player on why the murder happened in the first place. For the Halau murder, you weren't actually given solid motive for either suspect. There's a lot of evidence that the Argonian is only suspected by people because of his race, and the Dunmer ends up being the more likely suspect, but just as easily we could be missing out on a whole other story. A story where an Argonian man has an affair with a servant of a racist noble, whom is killed in a conflict between the two, and to cover up the crime of her lover, the servant implicates a man who, while still a criminal, is not guilty of this crime. Pretty interesting, right? Well, just as easily, the story could be that of a Kamanatang thug murdering a pro-abolition Halau noble, then spreading rumors that it was an Argonian freeman who did the deed. Do you want to know why Mr. Ghost here got murdered? Because he woke up an orc who was sleeping on the job, and the orc didn't want to get in trouble with his boss. See the problems with having the murder victim posthumously explain the crime? Just as easily you could solve the crime by saying, 1. Vabdas's last known location was inside the mine looking for food. 2. Inside the part of the mine where the food is an orc who's threatening to kill people for trespassing, even his fellow members of the Imperial Legion. And 3. Deep inside the cave is a skeleton and an unmarked Imperial weapon, a weapon that the orc is missing. Players who fail to find point 3 might still be able to figure out that the orc has a history of violent confrontations. Maybe he's on strike 2 of 3 from losing his job. As for motives, besides being an orc, he is standing right next to a bedroll and some empty mugs, so you can fill in the blanks. This is a very dramatic first quest for a faction that generally does not match the tone of the other factions in the game. Our next task is to cure the blighted Kwama Queen. Oh no, do I really need to detail this one? We've done this quest twice already. Next, we need to rescue a pilgrim who's been kidnapped. Some outcast Ashlanders are living near Ald Velathian trying to collect ransom money. Unfortunately for them, this is non-negotiable, so I kill them and free the hostage. A local tax collector went missing trying to collect taxes from a Telvanni living in Nisus, old Baladas Demnavani of Mages Guild and House Telvanni fame. Fun fact, the wiki says that the summoning room key unlocks the dungeon cell door. It doesn't, at least not on the Xbox. You know, I can't blame Morrowind fans for not playing it on the Xbox. Baladus isn't thrilled. He says that he imprisoned the tax collector because she's collecting taxes for a false empire, and that he only really tolerates the people of Nisus. I respond that everybody pays taxes. He rebuffs this. Presumably, I mentioned that if he wants to be a sovereign, he needs to have the power to back up his claims, and we fight. Rest in peace, Baladus Demnavani, a true OG. Don't think I ever got out of that place. Wow, the Imperial Legion was not shown love. Or an editor. Alright, fine, I'll talk about the writer. Todd Howard. For the most part up to this point, we've been working with the writing of Douglas Goodall. Seriously, he wrote all 3 Imperial guilds, all 3 great houses, as well as the Morag Tong and the Tribunal Temple questlines. He also had mostly worked out the beats of the Imperial Legion questline, but fell behind. Having a falling out can do that, so Todd Howard stepped in and finished it. This may be one of the big reasons the Imperial Legion, and the Imperial Cult for that matter, feel so different compared to the rest of the factions. Goodall was clearly more interested in a low fantasy writing style about mundane everyday living, while writers like Michael Kirkbride and Ken Rolston focused on the more high fantasy and esoteric concepts of the game. So what's the deal with Howard? I mean, we all know the meme of him as the liar that overpromises and underdelivers of today, but turns out his favorite of the games with his name on it is Morrowind. He doesn't want to remaster it, he wants people to play it for what it is. And I certainly agree, but why? Well, that's where we get into the context behind this game. Daggerfall did well enough, but Bethesda had gotten a little mismanaged in the 90s. Between Battlespire and Redguard, the company had overextended itself to little reward. There was a very real threat of Bethesda either becoming a shovelware company or going under. So when you hear stuff like Morrowind saved Bethesda, yeah, it's true. For a time, Bethesda was a success story in a gaming industry that tries to snuff out innovation and creativity for safer, secure, and exploitative designs. I think part of the reason people like to rag on Howard is partly because it's a fall from grace. More than anything, it's an unabashed greed that goes into something like Fallout 76 that bothers people. I think Howard overpromises and oversimplifies the modern games because he doesn't want his company to ever go back to its dark times of the late 90s. It certainly lines up with the fact that Bethesda, the developer at least, is one of the few AAA dev studios that doesn't abuse their employees with crunch periods. Howard knew what it was like to work under crunch. It's part of the reason I'm interested to see Starfield. I mean, if the claims are true, and this is what Howard has been wanting to make for a long time, it'll either be a return to form that we've been waiting for, or it'll be a disaster from a man who's lost touch with his original fanbase. It'll be fascinating either way. As for Todd's work on the Imperial Legion, I mean, the guy's talent is using orc magic to make his games work, not as a writer or a designer. He wants to tell exciting stories and isn't really interested in exploring the culture of the Legion. Like, did I mention the Legion in Nessus is mostly made up of orcs? That never comes up in this questline. Our final quest for Darius involves investigating the local Talos cult. Rumor has it that Ortidius Mero is in the cult, and when bribed 200 gold, he invites us to join and gives us a key to a secret shrine. Sure enough, there's a shrine, and some investigation reveals a note saying they need to strike soon if Emperor Uriel Septim VII, yes, the big man himself, is going to come to Vardenfell. The shrine guard doesn't appreciate me snooping, and neither does Mero, so hey, at least I get my bribe money back. This is probably the fastest a literal conspiracy theory has ever been debunked. And thus ends our work with General Darius. We're high enough rank to operate as free agents of the Legion, but something feels off. I think it has to do with the fact that all of these quests took place in and around Nessus. The quests try to be more than just go to X and do Y, opening with a literal murder mystery and all, but it feels superficial because this isn't the kind of work a new recruit should be doing, especially in contrast with the other factions that do give you the right kind of work for new members. I accidentally activated Darius's bed while trying to pick up some gear, earning a small bounty in a building full of guards. Yeah, and maybe it'd be nice if the bounty triggered after you actually tried to start resting, not just when I hit the bed by accident. That said, it means I got some good footage of me stripping down and running around naked for a while I was wanted. Darius, once he's calmed down about our heinous crime, says for further orders I need to check with the Night Protectors at each fort. We're told in Moonmoth that the buoyant armigers have challenged us to a hunt, and the Ordinators say they're going to get a piece of corpus weeping while we need to get a piece of scrap metal to prove our superiority to the Tribunal Temple. Okay, Todd, those aren't all synonymous groups. So I take a run up the hill and ask the nearby Dwemer Ruin for a cup of metal and turn up the difficulty while I'm here. Turning up the difficulty does breathe a little bit of new life into the playthrough, since Mace was starting to become unstoppable. Personally, on the PC, I find the max difficulty to be the most fun, but that's with the benefit of near instant loading screens for when I die. We do get paid 500 gold for the work, so hey, it's already better than Redoran. Our next task is to rescue a missionary who went missing while preaching the good word of quite literal imperialism to the Arabinism camp. Hostage situations aren't very pressing, so I go look for work elsewhere. Over in Aldrune at Buckmoth, we're tasked with finding evidence of Drynar Varion being a smuggler. I presume this is after Rethan implicated him in the Halau questline, as while he did provide evidence Odril Helvi was smuggling, the Legion only has his testimony that Varion was involved. Varion isn't the best at hiding his shadiness. He claims he is practicing pottery, although I guess I could believe him since I see pots in every building, but so far Varion is the first potter I've met. Unfortunately for him, I apparently don't need a warrant to search his home, and hidden amongst his pottery is a Dwemer tube. And yeah, that's enough for a conviction. Book 'em, boys.
Stop! You violated the law.
Next, we're told that one of our own is being held for ransom in a Daedric ruin and we need to rescue him. Hostage situations are a pressing matter, so off we go. Let's talk about Daedric ruins. They tend to be varied, having very alien names like Ashur-nabibi, with jagged architecture and a comfortable blood-red color, full of Daedra and Daedric accessories. And if you see a shrine, I will warn you now to leave their donations alone. We don't talk about what happens if you touch the donation. Quests that involve actually going to Daedric ruins are pretty rare though. They are a source of entertainment you have to be proactive and seek out on your own. The benefits of the ruins are access to valuables, which can be used or sold for money and inevitably turned into training and levels, which is smart up until you realize that most Daedric ruins are too difficult for characters lower than level 10, which is unfortunate for me as most of the time I was playing and in need of cash for this video, Daedric ruins were out of the question. This is assuredly a me issue, a making a long analysis video issue. So after killing a bunch of tough orcs in Daedra, we find Jonsis, who thanks us for killing his captors and tells us he'll find his own way out of the ruin. Our next task from Buckmoth is to recover a token of a maiden, a rogue Telvanni. At this point, which ones aren't rogue? A rogue Telvanni, Verona Nellis, is blackmailing a buoyant armiger with an embroidered glove. At first, this doesn't really seem an issue for the Legion until we go to the Asu Manu, and recover the glove. The Telvanni in question has a secretary who informs me that I'll need an appointment to meet with Nellis, and like the brave initiative-taking Redguard I am, I just go in anyways. Verona Nellis says she's only willing to discuss the glove with a friend, something that will cost me. The thing is, Mace doesn't do blackmail, and the situation ends poorly as a result. Yeah, so if you were wondering why the Legion cares about this glove, it's because it's embroidered with the name Ilmini Drin, who happens to be the Duke's daughter. Sadly, there is no reward, nor really any intrigue about the Legion covering for the Duke's daughter. Over in Ebonheart, we're tasked to deal with a slanderous, buoyant armiger who says we lack courtesy. We're told to get our hands on a red book of riddles and go correct the issue. And sure enough, the armiger, Salen Serethi, is willing to concede we have wit provided we can win a contest of riddles. And Serethi just quotes said red book of riddles verbatim. Kinda weird the quest giver somehow knew this book would be relevant. Fun fact, we returned Salen Serethi's dagger to him during the Thieves Guild questline. Next, we're tasked with dealing with a traitor who is working for a den of sorcerers and Daedra worshippers in a remote area. What is that? No, get away from me! Meet the Greater Bonewalker, or as they're more affectionately known, why Bethesda never gave an enemy a damage attribute effect ever again. Kind of a weird name, but absolutely fitting. See, attributes in Morrowind are important. In Daggerfall they were life or death, but in Morrowind you can live through having one knocked down to 0, it just enters its equations with said value of 0. Only problem with that would be strength. See, strength in Morrowind dictates how hard you hit and your encumbrance. Encumbrance is 5 times the value of your strength. Question though, what is 5 times 0? Next question, which playstyle generally has the greatest carry weight, and do they regularly come in melee range? And the Bonewalkers are rather quick to cast the spell, so unsuspecting players are going to find themselves completely unable to move in a short manner of time. Now, the first instinct might be to reload a save. I'm on the Xbox, so no quick saves, and for reasons that don't go bearing into, in this video, Bethesda prioritized taking feedback from the Xbox players when it came to the design of Oblivion, which is why rather than improving the effect, they just stopped using it. There are two ways you're supposed to circumnavigate the problem. The first is by carrying a Restore Strength potion in your inventory. That would, however, make it unique as the only restorative that is completely necessary to carry to avoid soft-locking your game. The second is some method of getting back to town, interventions, recall, or just dropping everything and running back naked and unarmed. If I was designing it personally, I would have had damaged attributes recover through resting, offering a non-magical solution to dealing with damage attributes that makes sense and still carries some consequence for lack of preparedness. Your strength would naturally come back over time. Or I would have it so that the most your attributes can get damaged is, say, 50%, so you can still feel the negative and the lasting effects of getting cursed without it trapping you completely. Or just have the value that represents strength be 5 times plus 25, so even at a value of 0, you still have 25 units of weight to work with so you can carry a weapon and clothes on your walk of shame back to town. Back in the synopsis, turns out the broken level geometry here has prevented the trader Honjolf from being a threat. While we're over here, I decided to finally go rescue that missionary I've been putting off. So the Arabinisum locals say they told him that the Mabergash wanted to hear all about that imperial lifestyle of living in the soon-to-be retconned jungle. One bribe later, and he tells us that the Mabergash are when their wise women leave the tribe to go off stealing men's vital essences to become more powerful. So now we have to go rescue this guy from literal semen demons. Thankfully, he left a trail of book pages to follow to the camp, and on the way I meet with a lost slave who is saying he needs to get home, but isn't too enthusiastic to actually ask me to help, so I leave him in the middle of the wasteland. He's part of a quest for the Twin Lamps faction that Ilmini Drin heads that is dedicated to slave abolition. I didn't play it because it's just 2 quests. I find the camp, and the situation feels very familiar to earlier in the questline. I ask what they want, and this time it's not ransom. They just say they need a man for their magic to work, and insists that if I want Josian back, I'll need to replace him with a man from the tribe. I decide to use the business end of my sword and... oh god. That sounds sexual, doesn't it? Okay, no. I didn't dick down the wise woman. I killed her. And not metaphorically from overpleasure. Literally from over death. Josian's learned nothing from this encounter, as he wishes to continue trying to preach the good word. Good luck with effecting any measure of generational change on a society of people that live 3 times as long as you. Our next orders are to rescue another hostage from some bandit. Jeez. Yeah, just generic bandits. And either I didn't do this quest, or this quest is so lackluster that I didn't take any notes on it. Thankfully, at this point, we are high enough rank to apply for a job in the Knights of the Garland of the Order of Ebonheart, provided we can track down 2 of the Order's artifacts and remember their silly name. The first artifact is the Lord's Mail. Which Lord? Oh, the armor of Mora House. It was being kept in a shrine in the Imperial Commission, then it got stolen. One of the folks in the shrine suggests I speak with someone named Rufinus, who himself figures that it was Furious Achilles who stole the armor. The first piece of evidence is his unfortunate name, Furious, which is just bound for trouble. The second piece of evidence was that Furious was talking a lot about the armor and about a cave below the castle and recently got fired. Motive and opportunity. In the shrine itself are track marks leading to a hidden door. Cool, but I must be the first person investigating this case because how would you miss that? We need a key, because my security skill is basically nothing on this character, and after spending an embarrassing amount of time looking for Furious's room, the hidden door reveals access into the cave, where Furious and his rat army are holed up. One fight later, and we return the armor to Varus Vantinius. If that quest sounds short and stupid, it kind of is. I mean, if you don't see a problem with a guy named Furious stealing a precious artifact, going through a hidden door feet from its shrine, locked by a key a copy of which is sitting in his room, so that he could live out the rest of his days starving to death in a cave below a castle in stylish plate armor, then I guess you're not going to see a problem with anything. Good news, Bethesda has made 2 whole Elder Scrolls games appealing to people like you. You'll also enjoy this next quest. The other artifact we're tasked with grabbing is Chrysamere. It got stolen by another knight, now it's in the hands of a rogue Telvanni by Sadrith Mora that's also apparently so scary that she's frightened the Telvanni into daring not speak her name. Kill her, take the sword, give it to Varus. Okay, first of all, is there anybody in this legion who isn't a traitor? Oh, what's that? Varus wants to do? Okay, hang on dude, seriously, there's a tad too many quests that involve knights murdering locals, knights engaging in petty faction warfare, knights getting captured, knights betraying the cause to go work for rogue Telvanni, and by the way, Can I just say that I am sick of hearing about Rogue Telvanni doing this or that? Oh no, a Rogue Telvanni has built a stronghold in the middle of uncontested wasteland. Oh no, the Duke's abolitionist daughter is being blackmailed by a Rogue Telvanni into admitting that she had a relationship with a prominent member of a religious faction that doesn't practice abstinence. Their love is not forbidden. Fact. If Jaramu Haloran was terrorizing the city of Sadrith Mora, living a stone's throw away from multiple powerful wizards, and she was hoarding powerful artifacts, more than likely Master Neloth, Archmagister Gothrin, or Lord Divith Fear would have, at a minimum, asked her to knock it off, or, more likely, either killed her, or tasked some poor Telvanni player with the job. We aren't talking about Balmoran peasants here, this is House Telvanni. They don't consider Dagoth Ur a threat, so why would they be scared of some witch with a giant sword? And finally, the duel. We've been putting artifacts in the hands of Varys only for him to turn around and use those artifacts to one-shot me while in my adrenaline rush. Whatever, at least this one has his armor on. But yeah, this guy's hitting like a monster truck at the local playground, which means I used what is probably the dirtiest and most underhanded way to beat an opponent yet. Step 1, Charm. Step 2, Buff. Step 3, getting a few swings before he even reacts. You might think that honor should be an aspect in this, but thing is, sending me out to go collect artifacts that you proceed to use against me is kind of a dick move. I mean, I get it, I possess the Ice Blade of the Monarch, so getting your own magic sword is fine by me, but not the armor of Mora House. I don't like the Imperial Legion in Morrowind. I realized upon reflection that it's much more misanthropic than most of the other quest lines. The Legion is lording over a conquered people and sending missions out to preach their lifestyle to the indigenous population. We're one quest away where we hand out corpus blankets from outright commentary. Thing is, that could have worked, because unlike Amerindians or the Sandlanders, the Dunmer culture is much more capable of repelling foreign influence. But I kept getting the feeling that whomever wrote this, I presume Todd actually wrote the questline, wanted it to be a story of the player cleaning up the Legion's ill intents on their way up to the top. I think that could have worked, however the questline lacked a real narrative. It was much more a bunch of isolated instances of demonstrating how incompetent these colonizers were, or how morally bankrupt members could be, and it wasn't exactly subtle. From the orc killing a native man to cover up his laziness on the job, to all the posturing to the armigers, to the knights who abandoned their cause for self-gain. I mean, do I have to stress that his name was Furious? There is one unique aspect I have to praise, and that's the uniform system. Legionaries, even the player, are expected to wear their uniforms when speaking to a superior officer, and the player is given a number of different cuirasses that qualify in this respect. This means that heavy armor isn't just an expected skill of members, it's outright mandatory to complete the questline. The Order of the Garlic, or the Duke's Guard, they're underexplored. It's a very short time between joining the upper echelon of the faction to outright leading it, so there aren't any quests where you go out and do knightly things. Unlike other factions, where quests are reflections of the values and principles of said factions, the Imperial Legion stands alone as a faction that could be most described by the phrase, go to X and do Y. The Imperial cult is a bit of an oddity. While Douglas Goodall wrote most of the factions and started on the Imperial Legion questline that was later finished by Todd Howard, the Imperial Cult questline was done by Ken Ralston. Goodall, in an interview, said that initially the cult was going to be a potential expansion or plug-in material. I suspect this was because it was written after the main questline was mostly finished, or written concurrently with the main quest to give Ralston a break from writing one project for too long, and I understand that feeling, believe me. That said, playing a questline written by somebody else gives the game an entirely different feeling, but unlike the Legion with Howard, it's a kind of a good one. Goodall's philosophy to quest writing was to make quests similar to Daggerfall. Ralston, on the other hand, created a series of more interesting quests, but the faction itself is also smaller in scale. To start, this is a continuation of Wiz, our Mages Guild character. I had a hard time justifying why a character would line up with the cult, or with the temple for that matter, so let's just say she found the divines in her research. It was her or Uvarith, and there was no way a Telvanni was going to convert. I cheated a bit and did a bit of preparation. Prior experience with the questline tempered me to what to expect. Amusingly, you can gain quite a bit of rank without needing to leave this room. One of the first quest givers asks you to collect alchemical ingredients. He will give specific directions for areas where you may collect these ingredients, but as with most quests in Morrowind, this is entirely superfluous as any rat meat or netch leather will suffice. So, if you purchase the necessary alchemical ingredients in advance, you can quickly complete his entire quest line. Another quest giver deals with collecting donations for the cult. This is primarily gold, about 2,000 or so, but also some brandy and a shirt. Again, adequate preparation can blast you through this quest line in record time, and all it costs is money. This is mostly just time saving. While the quests are interesting, there isn't really any reflection to be had with them. Yes, indeed, there are quests I'm not dealing in this analysis. I know it might not seem like it. In addition, I collected 100 scrolls of divine intervention, just cuz. You do need to donate 50 gold to join the cult, a preventative measure I suspect since certain Atronach-related characters can take easy advantage of the shrines otherwise, but 50 gold is nothing in the grand scheme of things. Diseases are an intentional annoyance, similar to durability, and like durability, it was drastically reined in the later games. Overworld enemies scale, usually getting a little tougher but notably becoming more infectious, presenting a chance of catching the disease. I most commonly contracted common diseases. I do not think in my entire history of playing this game that I have ever actually contracted a blight disease, and we'll talk more about Corpus in part 6. This is a mixture of becoming powerful enough to not get hit by blighted monsters, and not coming in contact with too many blighted creatures outside of the main quest line. And I'll spoil this now, there's a reward a third of the way through the main quest that provides total immunity to all diseases, including blight. So the main quest line that chances catching blight the most will make you immune to it. So, if immunity is a reward, why have the mechanic? It's another one of those questions of intentional annoyance. It's an added concern that has to be prepared for prior to an adventure, and a punishment for those who came unprepared. Disease is also a part of the story of Morrowind, more so than the later games. There's a canon reason you can't leave Vvardenfell, and it's because the island has been quarantined due to the blight. Corpus is a biological weapon that is being used by the Sixth House against the Tribunal and the Outlanders, and many quests involve curing or providing the cure to various ailments across the island. So in this case, I can forgive the later games easing up on diseases, making them rarer, reducing them down to one category, etc., because their stories aren't about disease. That said, if the next game were to be set in, say, the Black Marsh or Valenwood, then I would hope special mind be paid to the disease system. Perhaps making spreading the disease more robust, like sharing it with NPCs and infecting entire towns with careless behavior. And by the way, this entire section was written prior to the human malware. Shrines can perform other jobs. They can restore attributes, and the tribunal shrines can provide even more functions. The only problem is, all the services provided by shrines are done so in a more convenient form by potions and scrolls. Shrines are cheaper, sure, but you can cure a disease or restore an attribute out in the field with a potion or a spell. And I was never in such a dire financial situation as to not be able to justify buying a cure common disease potion. So, one of the perks of acquiring a rank in the cult, free shrine usage, is not a standout reason to drop everything and go do the quest line on all of your characters. A quirk of the cult quest line is how quest givers introduce themselves. They'll often spring quests onto you as soon as you open a dialogue, chastising you if you return early or haven't completed your objective yet. So you can't use their services if you're presently working for them, or they'll assume you've been derelict in your duties. But they also tend to provide a lot of choices in dialogue. Sure, some of these choices are, I have failed and must be flagellated, but other choices, especially with the gold collection quests, give you the opportunity to go above and beyond for extra rewards. I think between Howard, Goodall, and Rolston used the dialogue system fully, coming the closest Elder Scrolls ever has to branching dialogue. So, after you get done with all your gold and ingredient collection, you'll find yourself with access to the upper level of the cult. You'll notice we're spending quite a bit of time here in this one room. That is functionally the entire faction. Fits in line with the idea that this was originally going to be an expansion. Still, this is our first real quest. Lalatia Varian says that she has visions from the Nine, and wants me to solve them. She says she has seen the Ring of the Wind upon a dark elf's hand and tells me a riddle and sends me to ask a Dunmer savant and scout about it. Now, these quests present the opportunity to use the services of savants and scouts, who have unique information to share about the world. This is a pure Rolston idea, as he uses this a lot in the main quest as well, while Goodall tended to just have quest givers themselves provide the directions to locations. There should have been a lot more opportunities to use these services, and this goes triply for Oblivion and Skyrim with their quest marker philosophy. That said, I think it is a shame that the puzzles can't be solved by the player's own knowledge about the world, especially considering the people we're directed to ask are located in Vivec. So we head to where she had the vision, a cave called Namu. I had turned the difficulty up during the Legion, but Wiz was far lower along the power threshold compared to Mace and was getting my ass beat. But paralysis works in a cinch. After a wizard duel, I get the ring and meet a guy named John Hawker. He says he was taken hostage by the wizard to be sold as a slave, and that we must have been sent by Zenithar himself to save him. He's actually a manifestation of Zenithar. Another difference between Goodall and Rolston, he asks to give him a divine intervention scroll, of which there are plenty in the cave in case you came unprepared. I have over 100 or so already, and indeed I give over 100 scrolls to him. Every time I give him a scroll, he gives me a pair of gloves and a reputation point. Every time. So after hundreds of button presses, I have 113 reputation and 104 pairs of gloves. At fair value, this is 412,000 gold, and I can admire anyone into liking me instantly as I am the most famous person on the entire island, if not all of Tamriel. Obviously, this is an exploit, since Hawker didn't close the dialogue box after teleporting out, allowing me to give him all these scrolls. And I'm going to add in here that this is an exceptionally easy problem to fix, as in, since I started the previous sentence, I've already spoken more characters than it takes to close a dialogue box in the editor, so I'll chalk this one up to forgetfulness and this quest having been created late in development. There's actually another opportunity to do this, but I'm not going to, since the process of buying 100 scrolls of divine intervention and subsequently giving them to them is absolutely awful on the Xbox. Let's just say that for all the dynamic and interesting ideas Rolston had, they can be tempered equally with the strange quirks of his quests. Speaking of, Varian has another vision, this time of the Boots of the Apostle. They're in a Dunmer stronghold named Barandis, which has not one, not two, but 3 Winged Twilights for me to fight. Talk about an escalation in difficulty. I was here for quite a while. Well, I mean, these are flying enemies. Can't they just fly at me? I guess there must not be any flying enemies in Morrowind. Oh yeah. Yeah. Speaking of flying, we now have the Boots of the Apostle. The boots the big man Talos wore as he descended from the throat of the world that are for some reason here in Vardenfell. And if you're attentive, you'll notice that there are some ledges at the top of the cave with someone up there. It's an aspect of Mara, and like Hawker, she wants a scroll of divine intervention. It's kinda awkward that this idea was repeated, but only once. Hawker was obvious, with scrolls present if you came unprepared, while Amanin here is more obscure, and with no scrolls nearby. Again, I'm not sure why Rolston decided to have this encounter twice. Technically, there's a third encounter in the same vein as this, but it happens during the main quest. Let's take a break from Prophecy and Seer's visions to do some other high-level work for the cult. We're tasked with recovering a limeware bowl that was Okay, Prophecy time it is. Varian asks us to recover the Ice Blade of the Monarch, which Mace had acquired while working for the Fighters Guild. So while we didn't find the blade, we did manage to rescue some slaves. One woman, Adisamsi, asks us to grab her ring, which casts divine intervention, and she leaves with it. We get that same ring as a reward later, and obviously we also have the Ice Blade, but that's not as fun. The cult is a great questline early on, but even from an experienced Morrowind player, I don't really understand how people with fresh characters are expected to match the rapid change in difficulty and significance from gathering money for charity to battling wizards, winged twilights, and Daedra worshippers. Thankfully, our next quest from Varian is a bit more of a blue milk run. We're just going to recover some scroll, nothing too crazy, but I think Varian is overcompensating for not having an actual artifact for me to recover this time. I know the scroll isn't actually an artifact because a healer was sent to a Daedric ruin to try and kill an old Altmer with it. We go to the ruin, and there is a handy side passage you can sneak through to get through to the scroll first. For sneaky characters who might not be able to handle the mandatory horde of Daedra and highly talented warriors of Mehrunes Dagon. You know, just monk things. The scroll one-shots the priest, not because it's any good, but because he's actually really weak. You'll be seeing more of him in the next part. Oh god, I'm in summary mode. At least it's the last quest, and no, there hasn't been a theme to any of these. It's just kind of an inane list of tasks, which, now that I'm thinking about it, might be commentary on religion. Food for thought. While I'm poorly digesting it, let's get into Varian's final task. Long ago, in a distant land, the Nords invaded, and a smith, Hilbengard, made a powerful warhammer named Skullcrusher. The hammer was lost in a buried Daedric ruin, and in all this time, nobody has bothered to actually excavate the site. Okay, not sure why a Nord was hanging out in a Daedric ruin during the days of the Nordic occupation of Res Dane, or why Telvanni living a stone's throw away from it never bothered to go pilfering. I honestly think Goodall was the only one at Bethesda who understood what the Telvanni were all about. We get directed by a scout to look for Dunmer tombs near the ruins, through which we discover a pathway into the ruins. There's some cool stuff here. Literally. There's a patch of ice that a frost Atronek is hanging out on, and the dungeon's very vertically oriented, which is good, as the Boots of the Apostle allows us the power of flight. Once we find the forge, and I should stress that once we find it, it's in a floating chest in the middle of the forge. Varian, for some reason, notes that the hammer isn't cursed, and declares her quest line to be finished. And that's where I stopped playing the cult because I ran out of quests and really wasn't interested in doing a bunch of go to X and do Y quests for the Shrine Sergeant. The Imperial cult is unique, definitely. In fact, I'd say it's pretty well fleshed out. Beyond the Limeware Bull quest is 4 more interesting quests involving a witch hunt, 2 hauntings, and a really bad puzzle. That said, it definitely feels like a faction that was bolted onto the game towards the end. The faction has little to add to the existing Imperial shrines in the world, and outside of one example, there isn't really any instances of faction crossovers. It is, however, another faction that lacks an overarching narrative, and it's in an inconvenient location, being set in the Ebonheart Chapel atop a castle. And as I noted, there is a drastic ramp up in difficulty from the first half to the second, which is one of the reasons I decided to use a pre-existing character instead of creating a new one. Ultimately, however, it does not compare to the other factions, and especially not with the other religious faction I'll be discussing, the Tribunal Temple. So let's get into the Dunmer factions, starting with the Morag Tong. We all know the triangle of RPG specializations, right? You have the hulking warriors of legend, the studious mages and wizards of antiquity, but is the third corner a thief or an assassin? There's a pretty big difference, one that isn't really there for the other corners, and it's not just a difference of morals either, the skill set is completely different. So who gets to claim to be the third corner of the triangle, and where does the other one go if it's not them? I say this as we're discussing the faction of the Morag Tong, Mephala worshippers turned legal assassination administration. The Dunmer, who historically worshipped Mephala, have incorporated a legal way to employ hitmen. I find this detail to often be the straw that breaks the camel's back when discussing the Dunmer with people not familiar with Elder Scrolls. Because, criminal organizations, all cultures have had them at some point. And unique geographic features like giant mushrooms or alien creatures aren't really outside the realm of imagination. But a legally recognized religious organization dedicated to the art of murder that isn't entirely made up of psychopaths? That's a new one for some people. Sure, groups have existed, but usually they didn't hold residence in offices and their actions weren't immediately recognized by law enforcement and acquitted. See, it's a side effect of Tamriel's interpretation of murder. Obviously murder is illegal, but for whatever reason there is no crime you can't pay your way out of. I suppose this is the Empire's way of dealing with affluenza, allowing legal murder at a hefty price. Or it's just a mechanical way to discourage casual murder at the cost of a small bit of immersion. The Morag Tong is also different from other factions in terms of gaining membership. Most factions are over-inclusive, offering casual membership at the drop of a hat. For the Morag Tong, however, membership is exclusive to those who can find their headquarters in Vivec. It's hidden in the arena, just to give that canton something to do when it isn't hosting the final quest of other factions. Once you sign up personally with the Grandmaster Inu Halau, you can get most of the jobs in any of the Morag Tong offices, which are conveniently in all the main towns. Although honestly, you're just better off setting your mark here and working out of Vivec, since it's here that you can receive all of the major quests for the faction from one quest giver. So how does the typical job for the Morag Tong work? To test out our skills, we are given a writ and a name, Faruin Aran. He's a patron over at the Elven Nation's Corner Club. He doesn't like the way I'm looking at him, so I pull out my knife and kill him. Everyone in the bar is shocked, I'm a wanted man, and as I leave, I'm confronted by a guard. How does the Tong handle bounties? Now the Morag Tong does have it slightly easier than most when it comes to legal human extermination, but let's start with the basics. When you kill someone, you earn a 1,040 gold bounty. 1,000 for the murder, 40 for the initial assault. From then on, you'll be hounded by guards presenting you with the choice of prison time, paying off your bounty, and summary execution. Remember that in Morrowind, guards are only excited by bounties over 1,000. Bounties over 5k aren't given the option of paying their bounty off. Their only recourse being to use the Thieves Guild, presuming the reason you're wanted didn't involve killing all of them. However, there are still ways to get away with murder. In my opinion, it's easier with the Radiant AI systems to commit murders, since in Morrowind most NPCs have static positions. With that in mind, it's still pretty easy. The first recourse is to just pay the bounty. This comes with a big downside, namely confiscation of stolen goods. If you've seen me strip down before talking to a guard, yeah, that's the reason. But even characters whom I generally did not steal with, like Mace during the Imperial Legion questline, would still strip down. And this was because what you might consider stolen, and what the game considers stolen, will not only differ, you won't be told what the game considers stolen. And this was a genuine improvement on the part of Oblivion. For all of these reasons, the rest of these solutions are much more attractive. The core of Morrowind's legal system is reliant on who initiates a lethal confrontation. If you're attacked, you can kill people in self-defense, and that's a-okay. Using speechcraft, taunts can be used to initiate conflict. It's a strange beast of a system. Whether or not taunts will succeed is contingent on their disposition, but in a parabolic shape, where it's more effective the closer to an average of 50 than it is to an extreme like 0 or 100. People who loathe you and love you are less likely to be goaded into fighting you. But taunts lower your disposition, whether they succeed or fail, and they are dice rolls themselves based on your speechcraft skill. Very commonly, attempting to taunt people to stir them into action would fail because it would grind their disposition down. In a twist of common sense, people can be taunted, bribed, and taunted repeatedly. Then, after you kill them, you get all of your bribe money back. This means in Dunmer culture, a love of money supersedes basic self-preservation instincts. Taunt bribing is a tedious method, however, especially on the Xbox, so let me present another option. Under the illusion discipline, you have the Frenzy spell. A mostly useless spell for traditional playstyles, Frenzy is an easy way to initiate conflicts without issue. Strangely, casting magic to influence people is not considered a form of assault. So those with the skill and magicka can make a Frenzy spell 70 points for 2 seconds. Enemies' violent tendencies don't drop off after those 2 seconds are up, and those 70 points are sufficient to anger every NPC in the game. However, for this situation, I did none of these things. That is because the Morag Tong, as a function of its organization, is allowed to create honorable writs of execution, which guards, even non-Dunmer Imperial guards, will recognize and remove your bounty. I present the writ, and walk away a free man. And you can do that for the rest of the quests. There is an added monetary reward for those who can perform the assassinations without needing to use the writs. And even though I am playing a character who already has enough money to buy one of the moons, I actually obliged this request, since Rethan considers himself a professional assassin. The Morag Tong tends to hand out writs in pairs, rather than one at a time. This is good because many of the writs are just go to place, kill person. This makes the questline notes rather short since none of the quests are really multi-stage or complex. Let's make this more of a highlight reel. Our first 2 marks couldn't be more different. One is living in the city of Vivec atop Redoran Plaza in a manor. The other is living in a yurt in the Zarafel Bay. The one thing they share, however, is that they both attack us on sight, rightfully suspecting us of being Morag Tong assassins. This is a problem I have with the later Assassin's questlines, as well as the Morag Tong, where everyone somehow intuits you're an assassin trying to kill them, but nobody else says anything about it in your general life. I could just as easily be the leader of Halau reaching out to the community. I mean, I am the leader of House Halau, and the Commander Tong for that matter, but whatever. Somehow people know because I can't just push my murder boner back down into my pants long enough to blend in. Our next set of targets are similar. One target is living with outlaws in Molag Amor. The other 2 are in Vivec, living in Telvanni Plaza's temporary housing unit. The Telvanni targets won't give us the time of day, posing a challenge for players who rely on speechcraft to provoke their targets. This is a good progression of mechanics, forcing players to seek new ways to do the work. Option 1 is just killing them, netting a lower pay but being the easiest option. Option 2, which I don't have footage of, is to strip down, open the dialogue to get an alternate greeting, then taunt them. Luckily, Frenzy will work just fine. Eno figures the cave in Molag Amor where our targets are hiding is obscure. It's actually pretty easy to find. I even used a bit of stealth to get through the cave. In the next phase, we're tasked with killing a member of House Redoran with an influential family member. This poses a new problem for the player, as now targets may be members of factions, risking expulsion for trying to outright murder people, even if otherwise legally acceptable. What I find funny is that Eno mentions that the Dark Brotherhood is operating in Morrowind.
I'm a god. I'm a god. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place.
Yeah, you don't say. So Inu wants me to make contact with the Brotherhood, that they might come to some mutual understanding. To start, we're directed to meet with Moin Gai, a Mehrunes Dagon cultist, who directs me to his contact Srazami, a Khajiit in the Foreign Quarter. She says she won't betray the Brotherhood for empty threats or gold, but eventually does thanks to my uncanny ability to charm, and she is totally going to survive her meeting with Inu. Trust me. So this is my target, a Dunmer lady wearing a robe, and you're thinking, how tough can she be? She's only wearing full ebony armor under that robe. See, that's part of what makes Morrowind's armor system great, that you can accessorize with robes and skirts without being a pre-baked model. We get another mission, this time to take out the Ianith boys living at the Dren plantation, and yes, this is the third part in a row to feature a quest that involves killing these guys. I kinda blew through the writs, but honestly it's just some work for you to do, which fits the faction's motif nicely. Somehow the Morag Tong is one of the few factions that isn't plagued with trouble, and it pays decently too, as long as being a servant of Mephala doesn't bother you. While it is a nice progression of difficulty, unfortunately, it's surrounded by its fellow factions, notably the Thieves Guild and House Halau. All three factions pay extremely well. The factions that actually need the Morag Tong as supplementary income, most notably House Redoran, make the least diegetic sense to join. Thankfully, we're getting into the latter half of the Tong and it features a good storyline. To start, Inu requests that we track down 25 artifacts of Mephala, the threads of the web spinner. They were actually created by Sanguine, but he gave them to Mephala. About 3/4 of the artifacts can be found during the events of the Morag Tong questline. The other half are found spread out across Vardenfell. You don't need to complete this quest to progress, but you do have to complete it before you finish off the faction for the reward. Our next task from Inu is to recruit an agent of the Dark Brotherhood, Movis Darius. Should I fail, I'll need to kill him honorably. Darius doesn't really contest the job offer, saying that the Dark Brotherhood lacks honor, and gives us a sanguine peace in a show of good faith. Inu now asks we deliver an ultimatum to Caracalmo. Remember him? He was in this video in an earlier part. He was the Mehrunes Dagon worshipper we killed during the Imperial Cult questline. I try to chat with him, which actually works since I'm invisible, and he gives me some good advice, suggesting I stay away from Daedric ruins because Daedra are nasty, and Daedric worshippers are even nastier. Yeah, he says that because it's generic advice. Anyways, I deliver said ultimatum, to which he gets cocky, and I kill him, just as easily as I did in the Imperial Cult questline. Funny, our next quest is basically the same. We go to another ruin, recover a ring, and the guy tells us how nasty Daedric ruins are. Next, we are to kill Darius Marius, a leader in the Brotherhood, who has set up a hideout in the underworks of St. Olms. And finally, we stab at the leadership of the Brotherhood, going after the Night Mother herself, Severa Magia, who's holed up in Ald Sotha. Ald Sotha is a Daedric ruin right next to Vivek, which is just the smartest place for your faction of assassins to hide. Jesus, these guys are so stupid. I hope this is the last of the Dark Brotherhood we ever see. 6 of the sanguine items are here in Ald Sotha. I suspect this was a fallback place to put relics that couldn't find homes in broader Vardenfell, and with that, the local Dark Brotherhood chapter has been destroyed. Inu gives us the Black Hand's dagger, which is a powerful weapon, and here it comes. Inu Hulau is going to challenge us to a duel to determine the future leadership of the Morag. He offers to step down. While it is tradition in the Tong for power transfer by combat, he actually wants to retire and sees us as a worthy successor. What a pleasant surprise. Why is it that the faction that primarily deals in killing people ends with a peaceful transfer of power, but most of the other, morally better factions end with violent confrontation, betrayal, and slaughter? I refuse him though. 2 reasons. The first is that if you accept, Inu Hulau will disappear, making the threads of the web spinner quest unable to be completed. The second is that the only benefit of becoming Grandmaster are the Grandmaster writs, which are only handed out if you complete the main quest for some reason. Targets include Larius Vero of Moonmoth Fort, Baladas Demnavani of House Telvanni, Drambero of Halau, and Mistress Thorana of Telvanni. Vero is a dirty cop who works in Balmora. He doesn't really have anything to do with the main quest line. Demnavani dying early can break 3 different quest lines for the Mages Guild, Telvanni, and the Legion. Drambero can break Halau and the main quest.
Look at this.
Thorana
Look at this
doesn't really
fucked up
break
guy.
anything, seeing as she's
Look how
likely
weird
to be
he
killed
looks.
in the Telvanni quest line. So why these writs are handed out after the main quest is really anyone's guess. Obviously, I don't have any footage of me doing them since I wasn't going to change my main quest plans, which did not include
Hello everyone.
weapon. The Morag Tong is one of the more interesting factions in Morrowind. Their main conceit, a legal assassination organization that you can only join.
well,
if
they
you
look
figure
kind
out
of
where
fucked
they
up.
are,
I
is
don't know,
pretty
dude.
interesting. They pay well. There's a good story.
They look
here,
pretty
and they got a lot of
weird.
interesting quests that reward creative uses of the game's mechanics.
More text.
It would have been nice if the Threads of the Web Spinner quest was able
How's
to
the
be
throat
completed
doing?
just by
Pretty
looking for the
fucked.
Tong. I managed to find 17 of the 25
Guys!
missing pieces, and it kind of sucks
No
just
more
coming
blanket.
up short. It also has
Fuck
the
this.
added detriment that the more pieces you find, the harder it gets
You
remembering
good, right?
which pieces you already have.
There.
I also wish the Grandmaster writs were available prior
right
to
there.
completing the main
Guys!
quest, since, you know, murders are supposed
Guys,
to have
guys!
consequences. One complaint I have is that I have been showing off the Vivek
I'm so
branch, but the
excited.
Tong actually has offices in all major cities.
I'm so
I said
excited,
earlier
guys.
that it didn't make sense to work
This
out
is
as
the
a
last
murder,
day.
as it's better to complete
hopefully.
the quest line taking writs and assignments from Eno in tandem. It makes the quest
You guys
feel
see this?
very
This is the
small,
last
because
fucking
instead
day.
of having Balmora contracts on Balmorans, we get contracts on whoever from a singular location, and the player is incentivized to work from Eno because, well, he's the guy you have to talk to get the job.
This is the last day,
it feels
guys.
more like the Tong were given buildings in each of the cities
doesn't
in order
know.
to make sure players found
Yeah,
out about
technically-
and knew that the Tong were there as an option.
Technically,
It's a missed
if it ends up
opportunity
going
because
further,
each office could
tomorrow
have
would
had
be the
different
last
issues
day,
to deal with
but
during their particular
last day
quest
before I go out of
lines.
town,
Balmora
but-
could have been about deceit, perhaps clients.
The
that are
timer
trying to
says
get out of
today's the
paying
last day.
contracts, or have the assassins whacked by other
timer says
criminals,
today's the
or you
last
have to
day.
compete with the Kamana
Guys!
Tong enforcers.
Guys, I'm almost
Aldrune could have placed
free.
special emphasis
I
on
was-
performing
it's
jobs
funny.
honorably, as the Tong
I
might be at
had,
risk of being expelled from the traditionalist and notably
turn this down a little
anti-danger
bit.
Redoran. Sadrith Mora could
I
have had the
had
Tong at its
a-
most difficult,
I think it
routinely
was
getting
a-
jobs to settle grudges and tell Vani against powerful wizards.
It was a question about one of my
Hey, I
widgets.
get why it's
I was
called that,
asking
you know. One of the early Telvanni
mods,
quests involved finding a
and
ring that's in possession of somebody at the Telvanni
I got
Hall
told-
Town Hall. The guy who has
I
it
got told
refuses
mods
to
were
hand it over
pissed
to you without violence,
that I said I was
but
gonna
if
make
you do
Subathon
outrank him in the
uncapped,
Tong, he will give
and
it
they were
to
gonna
you.
make
It
sure
isn't
that
a
I
good
had to
quest
keep
in
going for a
Telvanni,
long
but I thought
time.
it bears mentioning here because it's another good
'Cause
example of
they're pissed
logical
that I made it
faction
uncapped.
interplay. But that's all irrelevant now, for we must discuss our final
I'm
major
a little
faction.
bit. I'm a little bit scared, man. I'm a little bit scared. Alright, this is a perfect place to pause. Perfect place to pause this video. We've got an 8-hour video. We are about 1.5 hours in. We've got 3 hours, 20 minutes, 18 minutes. 3 hours, 18 minutes? About 3 hours, 18 minutes. So we can take this old one out. Keep this one in here. We'll have to find another video. Be surprised what people can do at the last minute. I am be surprised. I get surprised. I bet I'll be surprised. Pleasantly, unpleasantly. I don't know. Let me go ping the Discord. Tell them that we're up. I got a stuffy nose today. I got a stuffy nose today. Alright, move my Discord over here. I get scared every time I open my DM with Saffron because it's literally just pictures of her fucking sock puppet. Alright. Get it on. Okay, go to... There's blood in your mucus. Well, if it's dry where you live, that makes sense. Or just in autumn in general, autumn and winter, it kind of makes sense because the air's a lot drier. Alright! Alright! Also, I will tell you guys, I'm probably gonna... I don't know. I was gonna say I might try to DoorDash something today. Maybe. Cause it's another day where I'm just sitting here home alone. It's me. It's me and my computer. It's me and my computer today. Let's say Lewis. Hi Lisa! I don't know. I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry yet today, so we'll have to see if I end up deciding to order anything just because I don't know. I don't have How much of an appetite? Computer's name is Chad. Dude, my computer is like somebody that got stabbed by a homeless person in the alleyway. I don't know. It sounds like it's dying, but I know my computer's fine because it has good specs. But my computer is like coughing and sputtering. I've got the biggest computer. I don't know. Maybe it's because it's been running for a really long time. I actually didn't restart my computer. I didn't restart my computer last time I reset the stream. So 48 plus 17. 48 plus 17. Hold on, I'm using like psychic powers. 48 plus 17. What the fuck?
You got me, Nina? Yeah, here we go. All right. Yeah? Yes, yeah. Yeah, okay.
I love it. Don't stop. You make me come.
Boy next door.
Anything else to do in the Discord
I love it. Don't stop. That turned me on.
Boy next door.
Let me see. Make sure I'm not missing anything.
You like what you see? Oh, I'm fucking coming. It's so fucking deep. The guitar entity.
Boy next door.
Cut off soon. There we go. There's our morning alarm. That's our morning alarm. That's what I need to set my morning alarm as so I can wake up on time. That's how I need to wake up on time. That was a really good squib. It's a power squib. Yeah, it's a power squib to help wake everybody up. Okay, let me have a drink. To clear my throat. I think I'm gonna change the color of the widget. This has been, I'll tell you guys, this has been like the most engaging thing I've been doing with my stream every day. I've been doing it a few times a day. Let's see what mood I'm feeling. It's kind of like a mood ring. I just get to choose how I'm feeling that day. We're feeling cotton candy right now. We're feeling kind of cotton candy right now. He thinks it'll end in 24 hours? Yeah? 20... actually 22 hours, 36 minutes. Oh. Gecko. Thank you for the gift sub to number. Oh. Well, it's okay. We've got today. Saffron! Saffron, my room like faintly smells like cucumbers because I've got all my stuff laying out. Like cucumbers. There's no cucumbers in my attic, so I don't know why my attic smells like cucumbers. I don't know why, but I thought about washing everything to make it not smell like cucumbers, but I kind of like how it smells. I don't know. Alright, we've got a little bit of Dota. We've got a little Dota while I fuck with this stuff. I'm gonna close out of YouTube. And then Subathon will go forever. Now it's going 22 hours. Oh. Oh, raw power. Oh. Thank you for the 5 gift subs, raw power. Oh, 23 hours isn't that bad. Not bad. I want to watch Mia collapse live on stream. Well, I haven't. I'm not gonna collab. 17-7! Woo! Now we've got, this is the freedom stream. Alright, we've got the freedom stream today. We got the patriotic, that's right, we got the patriotic fucking numbers. Good day, afternoon. Good afternoon to all my Euro bros. Good morning to all my North America bros. I guess it would be afternoon for people in Brazil too. But last night, did I get sleep last night? Well, I know I got sleep in the morning. I think I went to sleep at 7:30 a.m. 7 a.m. 7:30 a.m. And I woke up with at 10. You messaged me at 2 a.m. I went to bed at 7. 7. Because you could probably pull up my timestamps in the chat. I was in the chat like, I was on a really fucked up schedule, but I did talk to my mom before she left for work, so I know I was awake at 7 a.m. And then I went to bed and I woke up at 10 a.m. And I went back to bed and woke up at 10:30. And now I'm here, so we got lots of sleep. Also, thank you for stopping by, Char. I appreciate it. He's going back to bed. He's a little sleepy. Let's see. Let me go on Twitter real quick. See if I missed anything, because I'll tell you guys this. I haven't kept up with Discord. I haven't kept up with Twitter. Holy fuck. There's a Stone Toss Chud comic. First thing on my feed. Today's gonna be a good day. Whoa, it's playing Dota again. Whoa. It hooks me like Dota. Yeah, it only wants me to listen to Dota right now. I really like Dota. Okay, we're gonna turn the league music down. Your voice is so dead. I don't have tea to drink. That's what I DoorDashed yesterday. Okay, here. Here, I'm gonna link this. I'm gonna link this in the chat because I think it's funny. Not because the content of the comic is funny. The content of the comic is like, you know, like whatever. But I just think that Chud looks really fucking weird in his art style. Why does he look like that? Honestly, he looks so fucking weird. This is Morbius. Make sure I don't have any missed messages. Let's see, I sent messages 5 hours ago. 5:57 a.m. 6:12 a.m. was the last DM on Twitter I sent. And I didn't interact with anybody. Okay. I feel like I've been Chudjek, our funny person. Yeah. I feel like I don't really mind streaming. I would say in fact I enjoy streaming. Oh my god, there's a Russian guy in my chat. Hello. Oh, Russian friend. Well, we need to get our Google Translate. I think my Google Translate like autofills hello Russian friend.
Здравствуй, русский друг.
Because we've been talking to that guy. We've been talking to Stoke so much. But like I enjoy getting up to stream and streaming all day. But I really don't know how I've gotten this far because I've been getting like sub 4 hours of sleep every day the last, how many days? The 9th. Okay, the 9th. Okay, hold on, let me think. The night of the 9th, night of the 10th, night of the 11th, night of the 12th, night of the 13th. That's 5 days so far. You could, not do that. Well, there's no way for me to stream. There's no way for me to have game time for this much of the day. If I slept for longer, there would be more React Andy. React Andy with a sleepy model. And I like playing video games, dude. I like playing Minecraft. I had 5 hours sleep today. Oh, you died and got sick? Fuck. Yeah, but that means you don't have to go to work. You get to watch Anime Girls instead. That fucking... Oh my god, you guys. It's been freaking me out. This... Up here, this... I'm pretty sure... Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to do the math really quick. I'm trying to... Joe!
I dropped $850 this past weekend on locomotive
Based.
upgrades, locomotives, and
Based.
more locomotives.
Based as fuck!
Also, you should totally check out the train meme I put in general, so it doesn't get mixed up with all the other stuff I put
It
in
was
the main
base as
channel.
fuck! Holy shit. That's how I want to live my life, dude. So I'm trying to think. This is... I just want to point this out. If you guys I have Doom Eternal. Never beat Doom Eternal because my drivers crashed my computer when I tried to stream that. I have some Halo campaigns that I haven't beat, I'm pretty sure. I think I beat most of the MCC campaigns, but I haven't beat all of them. I don't think I beat Hotline Miami yet. I never beat Bannerlord. Holy fuck, Mia, you're really bad at finishing games. I did complete MGR, but we could play max difficulty. Let's see, what other games? I have a lot of them uninstalled because they just take up so much space on my computer. I have Soma. I've never played Soma. I've got Sons of the Forest. I have Stellaris. We haven't even touched that. I have not beat Subnautica. I have Uno. I think do I have Dawn of War 2? No, I don't actually have Dawn of War 2, but I haven't beat XCOM 2. I haven't played Uno. I haven't even installed Uno. I don't know how I have Uno. I don't know how I have Uno because I've never bought Uno. Look at the fucking Steam page for Uno. What is this? What is this? What is that? What is that? What the fuck? What is this? This is the top thing on the Uno community page. A shidbull, pibble, light skin, pibble. As this is the fucking top thing on the Uno community. How to make your friends cry, how to play Uno with bots. SpongeBob, Walter, Uno. Oh, it says Uno. People. Gus. It's a lot of Breaking Bad. Yeah, this is a little bit. I don't know, man. I never bought this. I never bought this game. I'm telling you guys this, I never bought this game. I don't know why it's there. I'm going to list off the best and worst games to play. Gmod with Trains mods. War Thunder, Train Simulator World, Train Simulator World 2, Train Simulator World 3, Train Simulator World 4, Railroads Online. That's awesome. You know, I think you've got awesome taste in games. It came free with your fucking Xbox! I don't even have an Xbox! I don't have an Xbox! Yeah. Spotify really wants me to listen to 21 Savage today, so I'm gonna let it do what it wants to do. I don't know. Let me scroll through my Discord, make sure I'm not missing anything. This artist chat I missed. Art chat. They're telling Neon Beat to stream. He hasn't streamed in like a month. Play open XCOM with the 40k mod. XCOM with the 40k mod? Is that a thing? Is there a cap on the subathon time? No! No cap! For real, on God, deadass! When was the last time you smoked symbiotes? I'm a dog. I'm biting the fart bubbles in the I love Dracula Flow. I love Dracula Flow 3! Let me see, I'm trying to look. Hold on. It's been really weird, I'll be honest with you guys. It has been kind of weird, kind of surreal to always have my computer on and always have my computer actively running things. That's kind of new for me, I feel like. But I will say, ultimately, I don't mind it. I don't mind it that much. I'm on the Nashville Nibblers. The Fur Burger Deluxe. Let me see. Okay, booby art. Booby art. Feet. Butt. Booby. Alright, we can't go on Twitter, guys. Bad news, we can't go on Twitter. There's too much boob art, you guys. And low tier god.
That's all I gotta say. If you look in the mirror and hate yourself, love yourself. Yes, you should love yourself now. Yes, you should.
Look, this is
love yourself.
the good timeline. The good timeline. What the fuck, bro? It's the good timeline. He's so kind. His kind alter ego. You should love yourself now. I kind of wanted to edit my model. To do the, you know, the now thing. But I don't know how to do it. I've been watching dude, I watched the first 2 episodes. Okay, that anime, Zal had been nagging me to watch it, so I finally ended up watching it. I think like the night before the started it the night before the subathon, and the first episode, I cried like a baby. It was really sad. I was like, what the fuck? You didn't tell me it was this sad when it started. And he was like, yeah, it's like really fucking sad. And he's like, yeah, I cried too. And then I was like, okay, well, I'll watch the second episode then. But I'm not going to be able to get my work done if I'm crying watching the show. And I watched the second episode. And then I cried watching the second episode too. I was like, what the fuck? This is so sad. And he was like, I promise it gets happier. And I'm like, I'm not watching this right now. This rerun can hold so much depression. And I was like, well, I'll hold off on it. Maybe I'll watch a little bit of Naruto. Naruto in between to lighten the mood. We can get to some I can watch through some Kino Naruto arcs. You know? But that, the fuck. This is, Frieren. Yeah, it's, has the last episode even come out? I think it's on episode 11, maybe? I'm not sure. But, holy fuck, that anime is sad. Really sad. If you want something, no, it's still ongoing. Yeah, it's explorations of loss with sad elves. Yeah. I just want her to be happy. I want her to be happy, but all her friends keep dying because they're not immortal. I know, I gotta watch through the Zatsu arc, but fuck, I just need time. Maybe when I'm on the plane, I can watch. Yeah, she did. I saw on Twitter. She said, "Kill yourself now." Dude, she actually pulled a low tier god, and that scene was a fucking peak too. That shit was actually peak. Fuck demons, bro. Fuck demons. As much as Naruto is slop, the OPs are bangers. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I really want to get back into watching seasonal animes because I feel like I'm just missing out because there's a lot of good stuff. But it's just, yeah, she's racist. She actually is committing genocide. But it's based. It's based. Yeah, a lot of seasonal is garbage, but I feel like lately there have been good ones. Might have to get another drink. Your Jordans are fake as fuck. I just have to do like, quick, like, soy scrolls through Twitter just to make sure there's not anything important that I've missed. Because I literally haven't been paying attention to anything outside of my stream. I feel so out of the loop. I feel so out of the loop. How often do you joke in the gym? Well, I have to do it every day so I don't lose my progress. Ah! Twitter's scary! Yeah, but I feel so out of the loop, bro. I feel so out of the fucking loop. Cause I saw, I don't even remember what I saw. I scroll for like a few minutes and then I'm like, whatever. You know what, whatever. I like the Villainess one. The recent Gundam. Yeah, that one's good too. And the Executioner. I haven't heard of that one though. I just need to watch more anime. But it's like, anything that involves watching a show, the first thing I think of is always like the time. If I don't watch the anime, wait, what? That doesn't sound right. What? Assuming I skipped the opening and the ending for every episode, even the first one. And right, even if I skip the opening and ending for every episode and like recap, that's like 4 hours. 5 hours if you like take a minute between every episode, like a couple minutes between every episode. It's like 5 hours for like a 13 episode show. And when I watch shows, that's my thing. When I watch shows, I can't really do anything else because I get so into what I'm watching. I like hyper focus on that, you know? And then it's really hard to do anything else. I fall asleep every time I try to watch anime these days. Yeah, I do too sometimes. It makes me feel old. But I know it's mostly because I watch scanner and be like, yep, this is good. This is alright. This is allowed. And fucking verify it. You guys remember what my job was on the German oral exam? And I kind of had to answer, uh-oh. Uh-oh. See, that's why I'm glad I can say the pharmacy, because I'm really bad at lying on the spot. I'm really bad at lying on the spot, so if I don't have anything that I know, like, for a fact, I can say, I'll kind of, like, freeze up. I'll be like, maybe those Fortnite dances I work and post on TikTok. I don't know how to do Fortnite dances. What was I gonna look at? Oh, yeah. I wanted to look at the, okay, no, I'll wait until once we go under 24 hours again to look at the Skeb reward, the final voting round of the Skeb reward poll, because I said I would do it on the last day of the stream. You tried a caffeine pill? Well, one of them isn't gonna do that much. One of them's just like drinking, like, what, 2 or 3 cups of coffee, maybe? Little cups of coffee? 2 out of 10? Well, yeah, you need a couple of them. You need 2 of them at least. But I'll wait until, I'm not recommending you take 20 more. That is not safe. Caffeine pills suck and don't actually do enough, at least for me. Well, because you probably have some degree of tolerance, right, to caffeine. Guys, wait, speaking of caffeine, what if today I order a charged lemonade from Panera? The one that killed the girl because she was drinking 5 of them a day and had heart problems. Porn! She said pornos, guys. I don't speak German, bro. I don't speak German, but she's talking about pornos. But I could DoorDash that. I kind of thought maybe I would DoorDash regular food. Because I felt bad. I ended up missing dinner yesterday. My mom made dinner and she sent me a picture of it while I was streaming. But my tummy had felt funny. My tummy had felt funny, so I was eating saltine crackers. I ended up eating like half of the roll of saltine crackers yesterday, and that was like my food for the day. I don't speak German, but I think at Hello Professor I make orange tube videos. You're a streamer. You are a streamer. Get into Adderall already, like the rest. Is that what streamers do to stay awake? Really? Adderall? Is it really? I mean, it's a stimulant. It keeps you awake, but it put a hole in his heart. Well, if you take too much, obviously. Soda. Well, you say does it. You say does it. Somebody like XQC? Somebody like fucking XQC. That motherfucker obviously has like fucking severe ADHD. It's not like he does it recreationally. I'm sure that guy needs it. I'm like sure that guy needs it. Soda probably needs it too. It's just French. I mean, but I'm sure all of them really need it, and want it. Kind of has like a blurred line. You have 2 minutes to live. What does that mean? Yeah, a lot of doctors nowadays, especially in America, are pretty liberal about prescribing it. He probably has brain damage. Like I said, if I wanted to, I could go to my doctor, say, it's hard for me to focus, and walk out with a prescription for Adderall, only because the majority of my family is on Adderall, because ADHD and autism runs in my family, and depression. ADHD and autism and depression runs in my family, but I kind of like being the little oddball. I have 0 mental illness. I like being the little oddball. I'm the only one in my family that takes no meds. Triple threat, bitch! That's not... See, you can't even sure me on that, because I said I'm the only one in my family that doesn't take meds. Because I'm not prescribed meds. I think I'm also the only one in my family that's never been to a psychiatrist as well. What else? Oh, but I think I'm the only one in my family that's had to go to a cardiovascular specialist. I think I'm the only one that's had to do that. So it's like it like evens out. It evens out. The rest of my family takes meds. I just have to go to the hospital a lot. I haven't been prescribed meds because you haven't been checked. Well, I go to the doctor the same frequency as my family. There's ADHD med shortage, but that was a while ago. Well, so how it worked was there was an Adderall shortage because it was getting prescribed a lot. And then to kind of mitigate the Adderall shortage, then doctors started prescribing Vyvanse. So that you kind of balanced out the people who are on Adderall and on Vyvanse. But then it made a Vyvanse shortage. And then the Adderall shortage kind of went away because now these people were getting put on Vyvanse. And then instead of Vyvanse, they were putting people on what was the new one? Okay, then Concerta and Focalin, and then they're making new ones. Isn't Vyvanse just 100 milligram Adderall? So they're all amphetamines. Vyvanse and Adderall are both amphetamines. It's just different forms for the patent, you know? They have to be slightly different so all these companies can have individual patents for all the medications, but they're different. Vyvanse is lisdexamphetamine, and Adderall is a combination of amphetamine salts, but primarily dextroamphetamine. They're very, very similar, but technically they're a tiny bit different. They're all just medically approved meth. Sort of. If it was meth, it would be methamphetamine. But it's not. Slightly different. Yeah, Adderall is a combination of 4 different amphetamine salts, mainly. Meth is also medically approved meth, only very rarely. I mean, anything's medically approved if you try hard enough. I'm joking. Alright, we're back. I choked on my water! So overfroze! Yeah, chemistry is fun. Drum and meth chocolate, what the fuck? The what? That's what's interesting. I was on Adderall for most of teen years and didn't know that. Well, that is what it is. It is what it is. Your machine streaming this long. You're amazing. Wah! Thank you, Kazman. I really appreciate it. It motivates me to keep going. But, what was I gonna say? Something about meth. Meth is illegal. I don't endorse meth. Twitch terms of service, guys. I don't endorse illegal drugs. But you gotta say it. Carbon Fox, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope you have fun hanging out with us. You have to at least admit it's kind of impressive. You suck and you should quit streaming. Okay. But thank you, Mia. I was planning on cooking some meth, but now that you don't endorse it, I've reconsidered. Thank you. It's awesome. That makes me really happy. Normal spitting facts. Yeah, don't make meth. It's very illegal. You just watch Breaking Bad instead. But I feel like not necessarily commendable, but you gotta say it's at least a little bit impressive that I am able to stream like this on this amount of sleep with, I will tell you guys, like very minimal caffeine. Very minimal caffeine. I've only taken 1 caffeine tablet, even though it's like you can take up to 2 a day. Only because, what is it? Oh yeah, the pills are really hard to swallow. 200s, but the pills are really fucking hard to swallow, so I don't like taking it. 5G? 5G? Yeah, kind of like an alien. I don't know, something about it, I don't get super tired normally while I'm streaming, so. I drink 300 milligrams every day and I don't do shit. Well, if you just let yourself be sleepy for a few days, like a few days you don't have to do anything, you just let yourself be sleepy for a little bit, then you can, you kind of lose your tolerance so that then when you need it, then you can start drinking it again. Mia's parasocial first, so she finds energy inside herself. I like Minecraft. I like Minecraft. I like Minecraft. Minecraft. Where's the fucking... Here, when I talk like that, this is what I mean. It's that one, whichever one that is. I don't know. Let's try to figure it out. Is it go to capital? Yeah, there it is. There it is. I like Minecraft. That one, that fucked up one. And the feels dang man. I like that one. I like Minecraft. I like Minecraft. Yeah, I think Evan. Yeah, Evan. I was planning on beating Minecraft today because I don't know. One, I think we're pretty much there. We're on our last little bit. How many lobotomies have you had? Only 2. Only because the first one didn't work. I think the second one worked. How do I get a prescription? Yeah, you go to the doctor. Okay, guys, we're in the last 24 hours. Within the last 24 hours. So. See, I waited for the fucking timer to go down. So. Well, this is interesting. How do I get a lean prescription? To get a prescription for codeine? Like codeine cough syrup? You would have to have a really severe cough that's that is like visibly like preventing you from engaging in normal activity, or severe chronic pain, severe acute pain, like after a procedure, maybe. Some doctors will prescribe like Tylenol 3, Tylenol 4 instead of like opioid or narcotic. No, instead of a narcotic. How to get an anabolic steroid prescription? They are not approved. They're not approved. Promethazine, yeah, really bad nausea. They'll give you promethazine if you have really bad nausea. She knows the DEA is watching her stream. Why do you know this? As my job. Like my job on paper, like when I file my taxes and they ask where I'm employed. Like my W-2. When they ask for my W-2, that's what they get back. They get back a paper saying I worked in a pharmacy. I'm in pain, please prescribe me lean. They won't give you cough syrup if you're in pain. They would give you tablets, pills. There's not television. No, that's a W-9, I think. W-9 or W-4? Twitch gives you a 1099. No, Twitch gives you a 1099. It's got a 9 in it. That was just the wrong one. 1099. WD-40. That's right. Chad! Oh, my throat's so sore. I make the fucking kettle noise now. I'm gonna have to figure out how to fix my throat before I am at the fucking anime convention. I spent, I had an amazing night of, well, making sure my costumes fit. And I guess I must have either lost weight or my muscles have deteriorated, because I don't think I've lost any weight, so I must have like had muscles deteriorate or something, because they're too big. My costumes are too big. They don't fit me. They're too big. I ordered a size small, and these are like fucking Chinese costumes, so I know they're Chinese sizes. I ordered smalls and they're too big. Surprised you didn't get fat. Well, I don't really eat that much. Okay, if we're going over yesterday, what I consumed yesterday, I had coffee. The coffee was 70 calories. The tea was probably a negligible amount, probably less than that, because it was green tea. And I got it with reduced sugar. And I had saltine crackers. That was it. And that was it. I guess there was boba, but I'll be honest, it was boba, but I didn't drink the pearls. This is gonna sound kind of gross, but I have it right here, and there's like a shitload of like, you guys, I'm not gonna show you guys because it looks like boba that's been sitting on my desk for a day, but isn't your BMR? What does BMR mean? Yeah, what the fuck? Why would I know that? BMR, basal metabolic rate. Oh, well, let's do the calculator. Email. What? So this is... What? Okay, I was really confused. I was like, this is really weird. It says my BMR is like, oh, it's over 1,000 calories. It says my BMR is over 1,000 calories a day. You can eat more than salty than coffee! But Chris, if I throw up on stream, it's against terms of service and I'll get banned! The average is like 2,000? Oh. Huh. Well, anyways, so last night I put on, yeah, but it would be funny. That is true. It would be a little bit funny. So I was trying on my costumes. I was like, ah, fuck. One of them, I'm still trying to think about how I can alter it in a couple days to make it like fit. Because it's like really baggy. It's baggy on the arms, it's baggy on the waist, it's baggy. Could you eat bugs for us? No. Absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. What? But the good thing is my other one, I guess it's made to stretch for like people who are like a little bit big for the costume. So I can actually pin parts of the sides together to make it tighter. I bet you'll eat toxic chemicals for the bit. I don't endorse that. It's dangerous. It's not safe, you guys. Do it better than anybody you ever seen do it. I'm trying to think. Guys, I want to give you guys a little preview. I'm going to give you guys a little preview for the scab stuff. Shit, okay? Alright, let's do this. We've only got 109 responses. I think this one actually has the lowest responses. Which I guess makes sense because it's been up for the least amount of time. So, there's a few things we could do with this. Move it a bit. There we go. There's a few things we could do with this. It's up to you guys. I can make a separate poll. For what you guys want me to draw. Or I can draw the second one on the list, which I don't know if that's really what the fuck is wrong with my computer. There we go. Which I don't know if that's what you guys want. So we could always make a separate poll after the subathon ends. But this is our little halftime show. This is our little fucking halftime show that we got going on right here. This is our halftime show. Just give you guys a little preview of what's going on. Everything's pretty close, actually. We're fucking neck and neck, honestly. But that's our little preview. I want you to draw yourself as a Daki. Nope. Shot down! We've got to go for that, bitch. We've got to go for that, bitch! Alright, this is still the 5th day of the subathon. It hasn't even gone that long. I think for an uncapped subathon, once it goes past 7 days, that's when it's like a subathon, you know? Down, 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 down. I don't even want a ducky, I just want me to design it. What the fuck? What? God damn it, I'm killing this shit. If someone gives me a 100 subs right now, I will post feet. Alright, please don't do that. We've seen Euro's feet too many times. I've seen Euro's feet like two or three too many times. Euro, please don't post your feet. Euro's gonna post his feet regardless, because that's how he functions. Don't gift or don't post feet. It's conditional. Don't gift so that Euro does not post feet. It's that simple. Is deprecated and value Euro. Stop it! Then he's gonna try to be like, oh, well then I'll take individual pictures of my toes or something gross. Let me see. I do have. Okay. Close out of this. Close out. Ah! It's fucking flashbanging me. You'll scab me a drafted? Getting drafted? They're gonna send me to war! Too chudded to care? No fucking shot. Is this a legitimate political comic? Or is this a meme? This is a meme. Ah! What the fuck? I don't want to get drafted! Anon, I don't want to get drafted! Okay, this is just an artist. Because that's Toho art right there. Cooking up a truly chudded drawing. Chud. Under the fuck. No, I don't want to go to war! Abby already got drafted. I don't want to get drafted too. I don't want to go to war. Oh my god! I can't believe he's gonna crash enough 35. Let's go! Chat it up on a Tuesday afternoon. It is Tuesday afternoon. You literally can't register for the draft if you're a woman? That's awesome. Augers. It's kind of poggers. I feel like I've played on a seed that looks almost exactly like this. Almost. It's not the same. Wait, how old is too old to be drafted? Uh-oh. Earl didn't post feet, did he? Just get married, it exempts you? I can get married. 26? Whoa, really? That's young. Wait, what? I have friends that are exempt from the draft because they're too old? Let me ask. I don't know if this counts as bullying. I don't mean it in a rude way. Did you know you're exempt from the draft because you're too old? Question mark? Question mark? You are literally too old to go to war. Over 25 and only child counts? What does that mean? If you're over 25 and you're an only child, you can get drafted? What does that mean, Tabun? What does that mean? What is that? Cleo can't be drafted because we hate... Cleo can't be drafted because she's Australian. If you're an only child... Oh! You also can't be drafted because you're an only child and have asthma. That's not bullying. It's not bullying. It's true. It's the truth. It's not harassment. I'm literally just saying the truth, you guys. That's literally the truth. Not only is one of my friends too old to get drafted, an only child, they also have asthma. Become a Protestant minister, that also exempts you. Be nice. Fine. 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 We'll be fine, I guess. Fine. I'm still not sure. Should I order charged lemonade? Charged lemonades have a lot of sugar. So what I do is I actually... Starbucks has... Not Starbucks. Panera. Panera has charged lemonades. They have one that has no sugar in it. And I actually really like it. But it tastes like artificial... Wait, I have $2 off at Panera. Chat? Chat? Chat, here's the deal. I have $2... I have $2 off, so what I can do is I can get half of a sandwich and a salad. And I can have, because that's what Panera does, you get two things. So I could get half of a sandwich and a salad. And that could be either today and tomorrow's food. The Panera lawsuit. I usually, whenever I get charged lemonade, I have it plain. Dorky ass weeb. What the fuck? I don't play by Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki. Senju, dude, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. It'll be fun hanging out with us. Speaking of your Twitch name, completely unrelated. I think when I had to get my eyes checked for the first time, because you know how in public school they'll check your vision? The school nurse will check your vision. I think my vision was so bad when they checked it in elementary school, like the first time I was in like 3rd grade, I think, 2nd or 3rd grade. I think I had to go to like a St. Jude's hospital to have like doctors there look at my eyes because my vision was so bad. Because I know we had to drive like multiple cities away to go to one of those hospitals, and it was like a really big hospital. And then they just told me, yeah, you have bad vision. I was like, okay. And then I got really thick glasses. Imagine being blind. Well, I wear contact lenses now. They test you for scoliosis. I don't have scoliosis. Let's see if I can do delivery from the app. Hold on, that's my home address. ASAP, I want it right now. Panera's kind of a bitch about delivering. Every time I get food delivered, they fuck up my order, so. Kabuki glasses. Ooh, they have vegetarian autumn squash soup. I love Panera because I'm mentally ill and they have calorie counts next to all the food, so I can like min-max. Sometimes if I'm feeling particularly mentally ill, I will min-max the calorie counts on the food. They've got cream of chicken and rice. But usually I just min-max for the cheapest meal. Usually I just go for the cheapest meal. Let's do broccoli. Brogel. And sandwich or salad? No. We'll do, yeah, salad. My wife, like Panera too, is bougie Subway. It is like Subway. But sometimes their food is actually hot. Subway makes me feel sick. Let's see, maybe do they have warm? Half. I just want half of a sandwich. The salads are cold, but the sandwiches are warm. This is a warm sandwich, I think. Half of a warm sandwich. 400 calories. A lot of food, guys. Add to order. Alright, guys. Subway is dead. Well, I think something about knowing people that work somewhere, like having friends that work somewhere, makes you be like, ah, fuck, I wouldn't trust this place if my friend is working there, you know? So, I've had friends that have worked at a Subway before. Most recently, this has happened to me with CVS, because 2 people I know got hired at the same CVS, and I'm like, fuck, I can't buy, like, I can't go to that drugstore, because I know people that work there. I don't trust it, you know? Beverages. Blood orange, charged splash, 0 sugar. With an asterisk after. There's actually a warning. Guys, there's actually a warning on the beverages page of the Panera app now about the fucking about the fucking thing, about the charged lemonades. We'll add it. There's an actual warning here. Okay, let's... Panera wants me to get a cookie, guys. Should I do it? For $1. I don't think I should, but I could give half of it to my brother. When does my brother get home? My brother's not gonna be home for... My brother's not gonna be home for another 2 hours. I forget which one he likes. Oh, I'm trying to think really hard. I know my brother. I think he just likes the chocolate chip ones. Okay. I'll get one, but this time I'm just gonna give the whole thing to my brother, I think. Eat extra so you'll be fat enough for your costume? That's a really good idea, but I think I'm just gonna... Okay, we saved about $4. And then they gave me another arbitrary charge. Continue. Do not ring the doorbell. Okay. Buy with Apple Pay. My dad said I really need to log. My dad... I think I told you guys already. My dad, the last few days, has really been getting on me about logging my DoorDash charges so that I can get tax deducted. Because I think for self-employed people... Fuck, actually... hold on. I have to reconnect my tracking software real quick. I actually think, it's like... I have a lot of shit that's... I thought I would be really, like, bad for my taxes this year. But I think, even though like last year I literally updated my entire computer setup. Just turn that off. Turn this on. And on. Turn it off. On. Turn it off. Turn it on. Cancel. Turn this one on. Turn this one on. Doesn't connect. For some reason, it's like my permissions or whatever on my computer don't like my phone. There we go. All right, we fixed it. Okay, we're good now. But I realized this year, I think I've spent like $100-ish gifting games to streamers, which I think counts as tax deductible. Because, not as an oiler, but so that in the future I can play with them, you know? But then I also got a new monitor, my fucking desk, which was like kind of expensive. I got a lot of games this year. But I've also like legitimately been using my room as like a home office. So I gifted Saffron Factorio, I gifted Clio Factorio. I think there was a different game. I think then there's one other game that I had gifted to someone else. But oh yeah, I could probably cheese TwitchCon into being like a degree of tax deductible. I don't know. At least the ticket. I'm sure that wouldn't get me audited because it's from the same company that I'm listing as my employer, right? It's a networking event. Exactly. That's like almost $1,000 right there because the TwitchCon ticket and the plane ticket. Shit. Yeah, you can't write it off until you've played it with them, right? Yep. But either way, we're gonna be in some shit with my taxes. That's what my dad said. My dad said I want an accountant, and I was like, I don't really want an accountant. I think I want to be a bit taller too. Hello, Big Mia. That's true. Yeah, anything that I've promoted on any sort of platform related to my streaming. Holy fuck, we have netherite! If we get an accountant, we won't get another tax stream. How much does it cost to hire an accountant? Isn't it like a few $100s or something to do that? You don't live in an income-free tax state? Well, no, I have to pay taxes because Twitch doesn't take taxes out. Twitch doesn't tax anything. Twitch doesn't charge any taxes. So that's why. I have too much gold. Put that in there. Actually, yeah, I'll just leave it in there. I want to go fishing a little bit. You are an accountant? Wow! Really? Really? That's what? Really? I feel bad for them knowing that. 10, yeah, 30%! I'm gonna just keep playing Minecraft and pretend I didn't hear that. I'm just gonna keep playing Minecraft. Oh! No, don't go in the water! Don't go in the water! Don't go in the water! Little guy, don't go in the water. Don't go in the water, little guy. Oh my god, we need to make him a little enclosure. No! Oh, get under the tree! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Is he gonna die? It's a safe estimate? Shit. Oh, yes, he doesn't get hurt. No, I'm not a dependent. No. I haven't been claimed on my parents' taxes for like 2 years now. Oh, can we put him on a leash? Maybe, let's see. No, he's a hostile mob, so I can't put him on a leash, but I can put him in the enclosure. Come on. Come on, little buddy. Come on, little buddy. Come on, little buddy. I'll have to ask Peanuts about it too, because Peanuts probably was. I don't know if he quit his job yet. But he was an accountant. I did make netherite. I just put it in my chest. Come on, little guy, little buddy. Oh fuck, how did he get on there? They can jump 1.5 blocks. Come on. Come on. Isn't he cute? Ah. Rule of thumb. Rule of thumb. 1099 employees should always save 30% for taxes just in case they don't automatically set up withholding. Well, that's kind of what I figured. I'll be real with you guys. I figured the subathon was gonna go to my school. Well, I think I'm gonna get a deduction because I did pay like almost $6,000 out of pocket for school. Too? Yeah. Yeah, my mom told me I was supposed to do quarterly payments, and I told her I'd set it up, and then I forgot to. So I have to do quarterly payments. I have to do. Well, my mom actually told me I should do it like I should set aside stuff every month. My dad told me I should do quarterly things. I have so much basalt, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. I literally don't know what I'm gonna do with this. Take the crossbow. Don't let the government cuck you. I didn't let them cuck me last year. Quarterly, yeah, they're based on the estimate, so sometimes you can pay too little or too much. I mean, but everything is technically an estimate, isn't it? That's why we have to file our taxes in the first place. Where's my slime? My slime. Is that a drowned? We need to find a trident drowned. I really want to fight the dragon with a trident. You know what? Let me repair my gear. If you don't estimate correctly, it's no bueno. Oh. Lone and okay, let me see. I actually did keep a spreadsheet. I did keep a spreadsheet of my earnings for that reason, but then I stopped updating it in like July. But I think Twitch will tell me how bad it's gonna be, I think. Like on my creator dashboard, maybe? Oh, Ollie's live! I love Ollie, guys! I fucking love Ollie, she's so sweet! That's funny. That's funny, guys. My creator dashboard tells me to reach out to Jets, Lumi, and Cleo. Guys, do you think I should reach out to Jets, Lumi, and Cleo? Maybe might be a good networking thing. Maybe get to know some of them. You know, get to know my friends that I already know. Yeah, get to know the people I already talked to. They seem scary. Yeah, you're right. Let's see. I think it goes in here. Nope, it doesn't. I don't know shit about Twitch, you guys. It's really here. Pessimism! What the Oh shit, I'm trying to click through this. I'm fucking up my hair. Okay. 30%? 30%? I'm gonna be really transparent with you guys, okay? I'm gonna be like 100% transparent with you guys. Oh boy. I want to be transparent with you guys. Add current right now. Add current right now. Oh, fug. Add current. Oh, fug. Oh. Damn, that's crazy, you guys. Damn, that's crazy. I probably need to hire an accountant. Yeah. Damn, that's crazy. Damn, that's crazy. So you're streaming when you get back. Well, assuming I owe exactly 30%, chat. Exactly 30%. Exactly 30%, chat. I'm gonna owe the IRS $6,000 in taxes. If I don't make any more money this year! drive like 20 minutes to the nearest Walmart with a gun section. Actually, I think the Walmart like 5 minutes away from my house has a gun section. I could go, drive 5 minutes, bring like a few $100 with me, bring my ID, buy a hunting rifle, and come back home within the hour with a gun. Yeah, you can buy a long gun in a garage sale, yeah. That's incorrect. There are things which disqualify you from acquiring legally. But I'm not disqualified. There's nothing that disqualifies me. Yes, there are things that disqualify you, but... Never... I love America! Damn. Can't hear my music. I'm in Eastern EU, coming through various flea markets looking for old Soviet guns. I think that's kind of cool, though. I think that's kind of cool, though. You said anyone. Okay, Chudbud. You're right. You're right, Chudbud. You know what? I'm not even gonna nerd emote you. Raw power, what the fuck? Thank you for the tip. I really appreciate it, dude. Alright, now we gotta pause and go read that out because I have it set to not read out tips. He fucking got out. Alright, we're gonna have to start killing people. In game. Me when I'm killing people and the knife start gliding through them in game. In game. Do you know that GIF? I think Benga sends it sometimes in the Discord. Alright. I'm worried, guys. What am I gonna do? You know what, guys? Honestly, you might not like this, but I think I might start a modded run. I might start a modded run after I beat this world. I might just play it like in my free time, quote-unquote, so-called free time that I don't really have. But I think it would still be fun. Which mods? I don't know. It would probably be a custom mod pack, but the thing is, modding is kind of a pain in the ass, and it would take me a decently long time to figure out which mods work together and which don't. But I really like, I'm a woman, you guys. I'm a woman. A mod that I really like that I haven't been able to play in a while is Biomes of Plenty. I like Biomes of Plenty. I like, Pam's. I probably wouldn't use Pam's specifically. There's another farming cooking mod that I like. I thought about Tekkit. That's the mod that, yeah, I know, Tekkit inspired Factorio. So it's actually really funny. When I was younger, I hated Tekkit. Fucking hated it. Like, I would see videos about it, I'd be like, this looks stupid and boring. Same with like shit like Thermal Foundation, stuff like that. I would be like, this doesn't look fun. This looks boring. This looks lame. This looks hard. This looks stupid. Yeah. I've played Sky Factory before. I've played Sky Factory single player before. I might do Sky Factory, honestly. I do really like Skyblock. Have you heard of Vintage Destroy? No, I haven't heard of that one. What did Tekkit ever do to you? I was like, I don't know. It didn't do anything to me. I just didn't like it when I was a kid for some reason. Like, when I would watch Minecraft YouTubers playing Minecraft, if I saw them playing Tekkit, or as soon as I would see them start playing through a factory mod, if they were doing like an all the mods, sort of run, I would like stop watching the video. Oh, how the turntables. But now that's like my favorite thing ever. Mojang nuked all the good mods, really? Wait, Mojang got rid of the nuke and the gun mods? Hold on, let me show you guys. This was my favorite. Okay, hold on. Maybe it was it ant venom? Yeah. The fucking ant venom 2012 video, explosives plus video, C4 precision TNT nukes volcanoes. Oh, good night, Chad. Bye. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your day, evening, whatever time zone it is. Oh, the Dan TDM video. Okay. Yes, this video.
Okay, I know this looks bad, but I swear I didn't touch anything.
Video from 2010.
Up next in this chest is the no, it's McDuck. How you doing? It's not too deep, but it is kind of like a bigger radius, and we've killed McDuck. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Here it is.
I'm gonna detonate it, and we're gonna back the hell out of here. We're gonna back the hell off. Oh my word. It has just exploded and things are happening
this
right
video
now.
too.
All of those mobs just fall to the floor and we're going to see what actually happened here. So
and this is like 2013, so you know he had a, for the time, you know he had a really good computer.
Used to what's just about to happen, but as you can see, it's gone straight to bedrock.
You know he had a really good computer at the time.
Of destruction.
But it's like the computers just didn't have the fucking processing power.
So it's kind of handy for that, I guess. And you can kind of find tunnel systems too, but damn. Are you kidding me? This is the nuclear missile. This is the nuclear explosive. We're yet to see it in the nuclear, and then 2, so you can set it off wherever you like. Absolutely going to destroy your world. This is insane.
Wow, so, this is insane. It was a simpler time. A simpler time, bros. A simpler time. I watched the fuck out of Ant Venom and Dan TDM when I was a little kid. I got banned for having a World War II skin in Blockfront when it wasn't in their rules. They wanted to play with Pippa. Oh. I don't know. I think it's a little bit silly. I don't know. Especially on servers like that, it's like, oh, I want to play with like X content creator. The content creator is probably just focused on playing the game themselves. You know? 3, 2. 1. Here we go. Babies! Babies! Babies, 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 babies. All of my animals are doing okay. Babies! We're pug champing. That's a lot of breeding. What is this noise? I guess it was a plane. I don't know. It was either like a tractor or a plane. And it was really weird. I can't differentiate between them. Alright, let's keep killing things. I really want the bow. I really want the bow. And I don't know if I should bother trying to farm villagers for an infinity book and just combine everything in an anvil. My 5G signal. Fuck! My 5G signal! Wait, why is my phone too hot to charge? Okay. That's fine. We're still at 90% battery. Yeah! I'm gonna need a tinfoil hat. I can't wait to do the fucking Mioid cosplay, you guys. That's just gonna be funny. Little Ugly, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. We're just playing a little bit of Minecraft before I inevitably get an autistic fixation on Skyrim later tonight. Have you tried keeping your phone in water to keep it cool? That's a good idea. I should start doing that. Speaking of phones, I guess maybe after Christmas or something. Or next year, maybe like early next year when it gets less expensive, I want to upgrade my phone. Yeah, I'm still fishing for the bow. I was gonna make an auto fisher, honestly. Also, honestly, Limo, there's no designing that has to go into it. It's just a fucking gray morph suit with Sharpie on it. Sharpie scribbles. That's gonna make it Kino. When you want the new iPhone 24, but you owe $80,000 in back taxes. I don't owe any back taxes. I pay my taxes every year. I'll just have to move to like fucking Texas or something. Isn't it like the states in the West that don't have, that the streamers move to because it's better for their taxes or some shit? Yes, of course there's gonna be a tinfoil hat. Don't worry. Don't worry, we're gonna have tinfoil hats. They live in Texas. I'll have to move to Texas. Texas! Or Puerto Rico. Well, I don't want to live in Puerto Rico. I want to live in Texas. Okay. I'll give up on this for a little bit. And I'm just gonna see what a level 30... Okay, this is Flame, Power 4, and Power 3. So if I combine these two, then combine these two, it's gonna be Power 5, Flame. I don't really need Punch on a bow that I'm gonna... I don't really need Punch on a bow that I'm gonna be using to fight the dragon. Puerto Rico is the best tax haven for rich people from the US. Oh, really? Well, I'm not rich. I'm not rich. Working a regular job while streaming full time just lets me make the equivalent of like an average like salaried job, you know? Girl, stop having all the brisket in Texas, you fat mealoid. Be nice to Ural! Don't call Ural fat. Ural's tiny. Fuck! The official FBI agent's gonna catch me evading my taxes! Oh, it's so fucking over. Oh my god. They're here for me, guys. They're here for me. Glowing 3-letter agent in my chat. I don't know what to do. Yo, Jaden, what's good? It's good to see you, dude. How you doing? I would rather be called fat than a manlet. Well, Ural's not a manlet. He's like a short king. He's a little baby boy. Little baby boy. I'm thirsty. I want my caffeine drink. Where's my caffeine drink? This little Uber Eats driver better bring my fucking caffeine drink. Minecraft. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it, official FBI agent 24. Thank you. Minecraft. Yeah. You're right. Being tall is overrated. Yeah, I get that. Honestly. I don't know. Where's my drink? Dude, I'm gonna fall asleep if I don't have my fucking 400 milligram caffeine drink with a side of caffeine pills. I will fall asleep on stream if I don't have that. Gonna go hit people with melee weapons like a creeper. Byless! Being tall is peak, you guys are coping. I think the tallest person I know. The tallest person I know is 6'4", I think. but I don't know for sure. Like one of my friends from high school. And I have a friend that's like 6'3". I actually know a girl that's over 6 foot. We don't talk anymore, but I do know a girl that's over 6 foot. She's like 6'1" or 6'2", I think. His bitch is staring at me because I'm tall. You know what? I'm not even gonna debate that, Limo, because I know you do. Because I stare at tall people because out of fear. Out of fear. Because I'm scared of them. My family is short though. I think the tallest person in my family is like 5'9" or 5'10". Is there anything here? Let's see. I was trying to use the fucking Skyrim controls. She's going D1 to the Olympics? Oh, fuck, dude. Crazy. 6'3", I got arthritis. Yeah, and tall people die. Tall people die early. Tall people get diseases and they die early. So if you're above 6 foot, your life expectancy is shorter than mine. Just some food for thought. What do I need? Alright, I'm gonna make get a regular bow, see what... You're a woman, you're gonna live longer anyways, yeah, but... Yeah. Yeah! Let's see how to make a bow. So let me just throw this in the enchanting table just to see what it gives me. Rockets down! Well, there's my bow. There's my bow. There's my god bow. I just have to hit level 30 and then we can... I think I'll go to the nether to farm some... whatchamacallit? Some of the nether quartz. Actually, is this one setting? Alright, we can farm mobs tonight. If I don't hit level 30, then we can go to the nether and mine quartz. You're 6 foot tall and you're considered short where you live? Europeans are scary. Europeans are really scary, you guys. Yeah, I know like Sweden and Norway or whatever and Finland or some shit have like really tall people on average. It's freaky. Oh, you're Lithuanian? I knew someone in high school that was Lithuanian. It's a small country. Thought it was the Netherlands. Everywhere there. I feel small when I go in the shop. What the fuck? How am I supposed to feel then? What do you guys mean? Yo, male body dysmorphia is no fucking joke, you guys. People make fun of it, but that shit is no fucking joke. You guys are sitting here in my chat saying 6 feet tall is short. That is fucking insane to me. That is so fucking insane to me. That shit is no joke. I'm serious. Like, no meme. No fucking joke. That shit is serious as fuck. Alright, let's start killing people. When I kill people, and then I fledge through them. It's like when the rest of the squad is 6'2" to 6'9". That's insane. What's it today? God complex or body dysmorphia? When I don't leave the house or look in a mirror, I stay in the God complex. I actually... Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. Baby! Fucked up baby. I'll try to stay away from skeletons just because they're gonna degrade my armor a lot faster. Wow, that's crazy. That's actually so fucking crazy. Being a niche internet celebrity gotta do wonders for the ego. Well, you would think that, but it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different when you're like niche, whatever. But I don't show my face or my body. So even though I could go to the gym and feel confident about how I look, regardless, I will still have people come in and tell me that I'm fat, I'm ugly, and I look like a man, even though they don't know what I look like. So it's actually done a really good job, because now like I just don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if anybody says something like that to me, because I'll just be like okay, because it's absurd, right? It's just absurd. It doesn't make sense. Yeah. No, at the gym. What the fuck? No, everybody's very nice at the gym. Everybody at the gym. I've started going to one closer to my house, just because it's within my like gym thingy. Like I can go to that one too. It's all just military. Like it's all just military people, which makes sense. Kill this. Oh. Ah! Don't blow up. Don't blow up. Alright, we're almost level 29. We're almost level 20. Yeah, the people at the, I don't know, people at the gym are always really nice. But the old gym I was going to was like it was like all like grandmas and grandpas. Let's see. Ah! Fuck, I missed. Ah! 3 hits wasn't enough? Okay. Let's see, I think I wanna maybe I wanna upgrade my sword to netherite first. Because my sword is gonna do more damage as netherite. You're spotting for marine hunts. I got to ask him what his favorite flavor of crayon was. He said grape. I get it. You know what? I get it. Not many people get it, but I fucking get it. Okay, be careful. There we go. Where's my fucking XP going? Is this a leak song? He was some kind of, oh, he was an officer, so you gotta knock him down a peg, you know? Don't let him get too confident. Oh, don't blow up. Don't blow up. Alright. Alright. We're starting to get through 29. I might be able to hit 30 tonight. Oh! There we go. I get really scared fighting creepers because I'm really lazy and I don't like filling in the creeper holes. Fuck. You're a bitch! Whoever did that, you're a bitch! You're a bitch, take your stuff.
I'm evil.
Did it go up? What the fuck? I'm actually trying to see if it went up on the hype thing. Does it give me like a thingy? No. Well, I don't know if it went up, but I appreciate the tax. I appreciate the sound alerts tax. Oops, all creepers. Yeah, it's pissed me off. Down, 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 down. Give me. Fuck, that scared the fuck out of me. I could have sworn Enderman gave more XP than other regular mobs. So that's why I wanted to kill him, but yeah, that scared the fuck out of me. Donkeys. There's so many fucking creepers, dude. Just give me a zombie or something. Dude, cut it out! You're Nebopolis. Okay, we're safe. We're okay. We're alright. We're alright. We're alright. We're okay. We're alright. We're okay. This is why I can't farm mobs, you guys. I can't farm mobs because you guys will redeem these things to fucking scare me. Okay. Almost level 30. Almost level 30. Almost level 30. I'd probably clean up the mobs that stay here after it hits daytime to hit 30. Oh no, don't come closer, skeleton. Don't come closer. Ah! Come on. Okay. Ah! Fucking knew it. Let's have him target the spider. Just kidding. Alright. Just one or two more. Oh, he fell in a hole. Ah! Ah! Almost there, almost there. Almost there, almost there. Almost there, almost there. This should be the last one, or probably two more. Okay, one more. Worst case scenario, Hold on. The fucking DoorDash driver rang my doorbell. Son of a bitch, I said don't ring the fucking doorbell. Okay, give me a second to... Now my dogs are scared. Give me a second, Chad. They're scared now. Give me a second. Alright, bros. I'm pissed. I'm unironically mildly pissed. I said in the instructions, please do not ring the doorbell or knock. Leave at door. The driver rang the doorbell, so my dogs were scared. I had to go comfort my dogs. And this motherfucker stood at the door, staring through the window! For a solid minute. That's why it took so long, because I was trying to wait until the driver walked away. Because I didn't want to go face to face with this DoorDash driver. And then walked to his car, stood outside of his car staring at my house for another minute. And then I stood behind my door so like he couldn't see me. I waited until I heard his car door close. He started honking his horn at my house. Like repeatedly honking his horn at my house. So then I opened the door to grab my food and he rolls down his window and yells like to me, "I rang your doorbell." And I said, thanks. I'm gonna give them a 1 star. I'm not even gonna lie, you guys. I'm gonna give them a 1 star. And I always give them 5 stars because I know it like impacts how they can pick up orders. But like, what the fuck was that, dude? Genuinely, I've never had a driver do that before. What the fuck? Maybe he had problems with people saying they never got their food. I did very specifically in the instructions say, please do not ring the doorbell or knock. Leave the food at the door. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Alright, let me kill one more guy. I think there's a drowned, it sounds like. Oh my god, he got zombified. That's actually my looting. That's my looting villager, so... This might be good, actually. But that just confuses me. Like, what the fuck? I've never had a driver do that before. A viewer intercepted your order and pranked you? Yeah. What in the fuck? What in the motherfuck? Ah, my tracking shitted out again. I don't know why it does that. Oh, there it is. So I'm gonna take away his lectern. And I'm gonna cure him. To see if I can get another enchant on this one. Because that would make this really, really easy. Don't give me 1 star, Mia. I need this job. Limbo, I'm gonna get you fired from DoorDash because you rang my doorbell and it made me upset. I'll be honest, you guys, I was more upset that this dude stood outside, like, right outside of my front door. That's why I always select no contact delivery so I do not have to go to see a person. So I do not have to, like, interact with another person. You think I joke about the neat lifestyle? I live the neat lifestyle. I hate interacting with other people. More person honked at my house. Did they give me a straw for my... I didn't get a straw for my juice. That's alright. That's okay. That's not the driver's fault. That's okay. What am I looking for? DoorDash is always so like hit or miss. Limo, come on, dude! You took it. My horse. So I need a golden apple and a weakness potion. Alright. Let's try this out. It should take about like 5 minutes-ish. A number of minutes. Says I was interacting with chat. I enjoy interacting with chat. I don't enjoy interacting with people in real life. I hope you have a shitty day, most rude customer ever. Maybe I just don't want people to see me in my fucking PJs at 1 p.m. on a Tuesday. Maybe I don't want people to see me in my pajamas at 1 p.m. on a Tuesday, right? Where the driver ate half the pizza? What? Man, I kind of want a straw for this. I don't need a straw. I just want to drink my caffeine juice. We aren't real, take your meds. I'm gonna be awake. I'm gonna be awake as fuck today. It's the last day of the Subathon. Oh, wait. In the next 30 minutes, then it's gonna be the last day of the subathon. Can he hurry up and turn back normal? Let me see if if villagers get turned into zombies, I think that resets their trade. And I took away his, you my Chick-fil-A. Those ones that I kinda goated. I won't lie. Alright, okay. Alright. There we go. You my Chick-fil-A. He needs to hurry up. It's been the last day for like 30 hours. I think it hit the last day yesterday. Too? So yeah, like... Retro machines. Oh, making a retro build. In theory, it does sound kind of fun. Honestly, like actually making a retro build. But where would you get the? Where would you end up getting all the parts? You like old parts like that? You know? Down, down, down. It's the second last day. Promise, it's the real one. Last day, bros! Last day! Popeye's got the best chicken sandwiches? I don't know. I'd be very surprised if there aren't a few people who drop a bunch of subs near the end. He's taking his sweet time, dude. Because I'm pretty sure I get XP from turning them back. I also don't want him to like despawn. Last day real, not clickbait. Gone wrong. I didn't realize it was so loud. It's because I have the hostile volume really high so that I don't like... See, I have hostiles at 100, so I can turn around to like 75. Alright, let's go fishing. One fish. Can you believe it, guys? Subathon. Ah! Just a day away, guys. The Subathon. Oh, he turned back. Oh, does he have a profession? Damn it, he does. Is it the same one? It actually is the same book. I'm really surprised by that, actually. I don't know how he got zombified, though. One more. Oh, a baby zombie. Yeah, you're right. You know what? Actually, that's totally right. I guess, couldn't you repeatedly zombify and cure a villager to get its trade price even further down? Oh, you can. If we have a subathon go past New York City, can we watch this movie? What is this from? This is from Project X, right? This remix, right? This is the Project X one. Yeah, I guess. I mean, why? I don't see why not. Basically. Basically, make your shit cheaper, I'll turn you into a zombie again! And if he doesn't, I'll keep him a zombie permanently. So I'm assuming right now this is just gonna give me straight infinity. It's probably not gonna give me anything else just because the enchants are usually pretty shitty. Oh, fuck. Power 4. Chat! Power 5 flame bow. Easy. 9 levels for that. Are there any books I need to put on any of my other gear? I don't know, can you stack soul speed and like depth strider? Because for my boots, I really want feather falling, depth strider, and soul strider would be nice. Give it a name, but that's just more XP to spend. I want to save my XP so I can use it for stuff that matters before I actually fight the dragon, you know? Are they loud? Sorry, I keep my farm right next to my fucking house. So that's power 5. This is protection 3 mending. Actually, we can combine the protection 3 buck with this here to get protection 4. I think we're doing good here. Keep the arrows. I think I'm gonna start getting my inventory together to go to the end, you guys. How many branches of the cows do you have? Wait, so here's what I could do. Let me hit the cow. There we go. It was on fire. It should have... it should drop steak if I kill it and it's on fire. We have to test this theory. Yeah, it does drop steak! And I can get the looting 3 as long as it dies while I'm hitting it with the looting sword. Oh, goodness! Get a good night of sleep. I appreciate you stopping by to hang out with us. Well, I may or may not, well, I guess I'll be here when you wake up, but I may or may not see you tomorrow. Because who knows, the subathon might end. You can never be too cautious, chat, okay? I'm always going to be cautious about it. You never know. The subathon might just end today. I'll make my other chest. Yeah, I'll make my other chest. We'll just keep a crafting table down here, I think. Is my door shut? Yeah. He's loud. I think I'm gonna do what I just did to kill a few more cows. So. I don't know how much steak I should be taking. Oops, well. Missed point. Yeah. Look. Hey. I'm working on it. I gotta practice before I go to the end. We can do some potions too, I think, actually. Wherever I put my gas tier, I make, regen. I think I can make regen and healing potions, because I have golden melons, so I can use, I make glistering melons. I'm trying to think about this. Take that, take these. Where's my 6th bottle? I should have 6 of them! Hydrate, okay. The thing, is it 336 days? 335 days? I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. 335? Is it? Unironically? Is it unironically? Let's go! I'm a genius! I thought I had gold nuggets somewhere, but I guess I turned them all into... Alright, where the fuck are my melons? What's your goal in Minecraft? I want to beat the dragon today. I would like to. I have melon seeds. Did I eat all my melons? Oh man. I might have eaten all my melons. Which is fine, because I can just bone meal them, but I'm melonless. Oh, fuck. They really like that guy for some reason. Never. Okay, let's go in here. Craft it. I think glistering melons are with gold nuggets. That's really weird. I don't know what happened to my last bottle. I also don't know how I have 5 bottles either. Oh, from fishing and killing from witches! From witches. Because I've been killing witches. So I'll just craft some more. That makes everything makes sense. Everything makes sense now. Everything makes a lot of sense. So I'll just smelt this. Whatever, you know, just fucking whatever, do whatever. Okay. I think I start with netherwort and then glistering melon for health potion. And then glowstone dust to make it stronger. And then gunpowder to make it a splash potion. I think we've got it. I think we fucking got it. But I think I will go kill that zombie though, because he's kind of annoying me. Alright. Right, I also want sharpness on my sword though. Ah. I really want sharpness on my sword. Actually, that can be a job for a villager. Sorry, I lose tracking when I put my cup up to my mouth. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's my plan, that's my plan. Okay, health potion, we need glowstone dust. Oh, there are my gold nuggets I was missing. I should have glowstone dust somewhere. Or maybe I just have the blocks, which is also okay. Put one in there to make it instant health 2. And then gunpowder to make it splash instant health 2. And I'm trying to remember, I think I'm gonna need to bring empty bottles so that I can get the achievement for Dragon's Breath. I'm gonna need a lot of water buckets too. Which is fine, because I know there's an ocean right by the stronghold. I'll just keep these out of my primary slot just so that I don't accidentally throw them on the ground and waste them. Granted, the instant health aren't too bad to make. It's really the regeneration that I want to be very careful about. Oh, my goal right now is just to kill the dragon. It just depends on how long the subathon goes. It just depends. Honestly, you guys, I am a little bit nervous at the prospect of doing a cello stream, because I will actually have to, I'll have to teach myself some new songs. Like, songs that I can actually, like, so, because it would be like a karaoke style stream, but instead of like me singing, I'm playing the cello. But, Clueless will have to actually learn cello. Yeah. That's right, I'll have to actually learn how to play it. Yeah, it's gonna fucking suck, won't it? I'm trying to put my... I think I'll eat... This is my sandwich right here. I think I'll eat it later. But I don't... Oh, I'm a fucking genius, guys! I have my heat pack because it gets really cold in my room because it's cold outside today. It's like, I don't know, I think it's like in the 40s today. I just turn up the heat pack, put my sandwich on the heat pack. Right? Is this gonna work? Is this gonna work? I don't know if this is gonna work. Is it? Hold on. I'm gonna just put my shit on the heat pack so that it stays warm. I think this is a genius idea. Just don't, it's wrapped in paper. Hopefully this works. We'll go ahead and do that. I'll leave those with the regular potion style. I think only because the whatchamacallit, using splash potions reduce the duration of the potion effect, so. Take my emeralds. There's my lectern. I don't need a book. I think I left the books downstairs, but I have a shitload of books. I also have a shitload of emeralds, so I'll take basalt just to like lock him in. So worst case scenario, I'll pay like a bajillion emeralds. Also, bye Exile, thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I will see you tomorrow maybe, or later today, depending on when you wake up. But I have a lot of emeralds, so I can pay however expensive the book fee, the book tax is. Even if it's super expensive, but I want at least sharpness 4. Sharpness 5 would be ideal, but that one can run really expensive. So sharpness 4 on my sword. I do hate that I can't do this. My mouth is closed. I'm like, pulling my lips down, like making the distance between your nose and your lips bigger. Like when you keep your mouth closed, but you make the distance between the tip of your nose and the tip of your lips bigger. I don't know if that's the right way of explaining it, but it makes my, Okay, somebody go in there. Oh, that's baby. We gotta get a grown-up in here. It changes. Nope, get out. Oh, get in! Now! Come back! Okay, it's a shitty trade. Yeah, sucking in your lips. Yeah, fuck you. Go to a different house. I need one of these broke motherfuckers. These jobless fools. He has a job. Shit. Maybe only the ones with jobs are allowed to have houses. Is that how it works? I don't think it is. Just like in real life. Hello, friend. Fuck! Damn it, we can't use this guy. I hit him, so his prices are gonna be really high. Yeah. He'll take the profession, but his prices are gonna be insanely high because I punched him. We'll keep him locked up so I don't accidentally try to train him. That's a farmer. Anybody in here? I could lock one of the babies in the house. Well, hello there. Perfect. You are gonna help me out. I guess I'll make an axe. I actually already have Soak Touch. Just kidding. I don't have anything to make an axe with. I should have thought about that. Hey, stop touching him. Stop touching him. Stop touching him and do your job. Go. Do your job. Go. Do your job. Up. Maybe he doesn't like it in this tile. He's pushing him out of the bed. I'll sleep. Let me sleep. I'm not sure if they can get a job at night. That's why I wanted to check. I can block this guy. Okay, now he's stuck. He's effectively trapped in there, so I'm gonna let this guy leave. Go ahead. Go do your work. Go do your job. Go. Work. Holy fucking shit, are you kidding me? And I can't kill him because the golem's gonna attack me. There's too many fucking villagers in this house, man. You need to leave. This guy's an asshat and won't pick up a trade for some reason. Now he wants to. Get away from me. We just have to sit here and do. It's a little busy in here. It's a little bit smelly. It smells like a lot of bodies. For sure. For the following one. Holy fuck! There's a party in here! This is getting me claustrophobic. I'm gonna let these guys leave. I'm gonna kindly request that they leave. Leave me to my business! Oh, I almost just stepped on my fucking sandwich. There we go. I'm gonna move my heat pack a little bit flip it to the side so that my... Unironically, my sandwich is warm. I'm gonna flip it over because I actually I did this before. I put my heat pack on its highest setting and then put fucking food on top of it, and the food came out like, this was for like an extended period of time, like 30 minutes to an hour, and the food was crispy. We're gonna let you learn your trade. Come on. Go ahead and learn. Learn! Let's see if I make a stone axe at the very least. He's living in the scary house now. The scary basalt house. And then I can... Ooh, don't do that. I can just take a log here. Fuck. Scary house it is. Okay. So what do I like about crafting tables? From the bottom. Ah, shit, I need sticks. Dude, you're such a fucking prick. So that's why you live in the scary house. Okay. Can I make it with basalt? No. I don't know. Wow. There we go. Now start learning your trade. Start learning. I won't look. Loyalty. I'll settle for sharpness 4. I will settle for that. 28 emerald for a mending trade. You're fucking mental. You're mental. Flame. Fire aspect. The only reason I don't want to put fire aspect on my sword is because Endermen are going to be like the best way to farm XP right now until I can build like a fucking guardian farm or some shit. But it's really a pain. The Enderman will try to teleport away if they're not like in a grinder or something. If I hit them with anything with fire aspect. Thorns 1. I don't know. Aqua Affinity is honestly not that bad. Frostwalker, actually shitty. Go. It wants to be jobless so bad. I got spoiled by having these trades be so cheap. That was pretty good. I'm seriously having really good luck with this stuff, you guys. Hey, there we go. Mission complete. Yeah, and it also can spread to you. If something that's on fire attacks you, you will catch on fire. I think it depends on the level of fire protection you have. He's trying to neat max. Well, he's permanently employed. I just permanently employed that guy. Alright, so let's go back home. I could probably breed the villagers. I know you can breed the villagers by having a shitload of beds and a shitload of doors, maybe? Maybe doors was in previous updates, but I know now if you have a lot of beds, the villagers will just start breeding. You need like X amount of farmers per amount of beds or whatever. Yeah, food. So you need the farmers, and they'll literally just keep having babies if you have that. And then once you can trap a zombie in like a minecart, and then you can make like an iron golem farm too when you get enough villagers. I know. We can make a little slave trade district. Doesn't that sound fun, you guys? A slave trade district. That sounds awesome. Those are classic. Yeah, I just put them in a little 1x1 cell. And I kill them if they have bad trades. Yippee! Slaves built the Parthenon. My slaves build like everything. Slaves are important. I need to have them. This is the turbo sword. And I need to figure out how to make a netherite smithing template. Or if I can even make them. Netherite smithing template. They're only found in Bastion. We have to go to the fucking Bastion remnant. Stop flaunting your southern heritage on stream. Okay. Alright. Alright. I have to go to the nether. Oh, fuck. I really have to go to the nether for this. Apparently I had a little bit of Tabasco on my finger last when I rubbed my eye. Can you kill me? In-game! Yeah, if you just rub it in both eyes, then... Yeah, if you rub it in both eyes, then you'll feel it in the other eye, so the first eye won't be as bad, right? Because you'll be focused on the pain in your other eye, too. Let's go up here, put this in the chest here. Put my emerald in here, put my lectern in there. Where the fuck did I put my bow? Oh, I must have put it in the chest. Okay. The good news is that now I can have a bow. with me at all times. Put that away. Anything else I need? I'll take some extra basalt just to bridge with. 4 stacks is probably alright. And then I am going to walk to that bastion, and we are going to do the exact same thing we did yesterday? Was that yesterday? I have something I need to do a few months back. Bye, Pop. Uh-oh. Take a sippy of my drink. Now that I have sharpness 5, I should be able to like 2-shot most every mob. But I'll go onto my dangerous little staircase, and I can actually build out the bridge here too. Uh-oh, wrong way. Wrong way though, not that way. We didn't really think this through, did we? That, 2, 3, 4. So now it's a little bit less dangerous. Still decently dangerous. There we go. Yay! And there's the... How the fuck did I not see this fucking bastion before? Poppy, hey. Oh. Get. That's my fucking... Hey. That's my sandwich. You're bad. You're bad. Hey. Hey. That is my... No, you cannot touch... Do not touch my costume. No. She's mewing at me. That's my cat. No. You would think a dog would try to get into my food, right? You would think a dog would try to do that, but it's my cat. It's my cat. Hey, baby. Baby. Come on. You stay right here, you can be in my room. But if you stay anywhere else, you cannot. Okay? Okay? Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? The mic might not have picked it up. She's kind of quiet. No. Damn it! Hey. Stop! She's pulling on my carpet! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! I know you're excited. You can't do that in my room. I know. Oh, I gotcha. Nope, I gotcha. Now what? Now what are you gonna do, huh? Now what? What now? Huh? What now? You're so silly. You're gonna give me allergies, baby. Cut it out. Cut it out! Stop it! Okay. Hold on, guys. You're getting removed. You just keeps mewing at me. She's like, let me have it. Let me have it. What? What? You're so chatty today. What's up with you? What? Leaving, baby. Baby girl. Leaving. Figured out the deal, guys. I know why she was acting up. I know why she was acting like that, you guys. Cat ejection, yeah. I know why she was acting up. She was hyper because she was playing with her Yucky Ball. Her favorite toy. That is a dollar store pool toy. Like, floating ball. That she ripped the inside out of. It was right outside of my room. Yeah, so I knew she had brought it to my room, so I grabbed it and I threw it across the house and she sprinted after it. So that's what she was looking for. She was looking for her yucky ball. I'm trying to figure out the... Okay, I should probably go for the top of the bastion. It's good that it's in the basalt flats or whatever, because there's no piglin don't, the only hostile mobs that spawn here naturally are the magma cubes. Okay, let's see. All right. Oh, okay. Granted, it's kind of close to another fortress, so there might be blazes in the vicinity. I don't know why my cats have gotten very needy with the subathon. Oh. You can see the little enchantment aura now. Okay. I think I might bridge from here. Alright, I think this is gonna be our bastion bridge. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I could start from the bottom, but I know the piglin, like, I'm pretty sure the piglin, like, will take damage in order to hit you. Like, so they'll jump down, I think, to attack you. Okay. Let's bridge like this over to that chunk right there. Hopefully that'll be alright. And if anything attacks me, we book it. Oh, the gas is right by my portal. He's right by my portal. He's right by my portal. Kitty noises. Alright, he looks like the gas went the other way, so I think we're good. But if I can... Yeah, get this to connect over here. It'll be pretty easy to reach the bastion. And then honestly, this time I will just kill the brutes because I'm confident I'm gonna deal enough damage to not have to worry about it, because I do have a max bow and a max sword. And I've got protection 4 on half of my armor. So any piglin with an axe or with the black outfit is gonna be the strong one. Alright. So I'm thinking I just start at the top of the bastion. I'm gonna have a lot of extra to bridge with. But I think only the regular piglins. Oh shit, okay. That's a treasure room, because that's definitely a treasure room right there. Maybe I can beeline. They've got one piglin. I think they're piglin brutes protecting it, so. Is that a... Okay, yeah, that's a treasure room. Hi, Gates Howard! It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you stopping by. And this part of the bastion looks separate, so I might, like, totally removed from whatever's over here. So I'll do this. Because what I've been doing is I've been having my staircase just slightly separated from the rest of the bastion so that they can't jump onto my path and attack me. Like, they would have to parkour to get me. Alright. Let's start moving down. They will aggro on me. I think all piglin will aggro on me by default now that I'm in here, though. But it also looks like they can't get on the roof. I don't like guesstimate where it is. It should be like right over here. Oh, it's further down. It's way further down. Okay. He's right behind me, isn't he? Okay, there we go. Brutes are aggro by default. I can get him up on. There's gotta be more than one. How much HP do these fuckers have? Oh, there's one down. Let me look up how much HP they have, because this is scaring me a little. That was a lot of swings. Okay. Oh, they are stronger. They're just stronger. They have 50 hearts. Okay. They have 50 hearts. And they do 7 hearts of damage. Fuck, that's a lot of XP though. Jesus, they drop a lot of XP. Okay, so here are the chests. I'm a bit worried about going in here. Okay, it actually looks like there's nobody here. It was just that guy, that one guy defending this area. So I'm just gonna kind of wall this off. Yeah, because I hear... Yeah. Okay, we gotta be very careful about this, yeah. I gotta make sure I have my escape route ready as well. I'm a little nervous, guy. Okay. Alright, there's my way out. Because they are going to, I think they are going to aggro on me as soon as I open this chest. Wow, that's a lot of carrots. These. There's my smithing template. Just take all this. Uh-oh, somebody's mad. Okay, that's what I was looking for, though. I could head back now. But I might get a little greedy. I might be greedy. Might be a little greedy. Okay, they're mad. They're pissed. So I'm gonna break off that. We'll only do what we need to do. Alright. We'll only do what we need to do, I think. That's a good idea. Because I still have like a whole half of the bastion to explore. I think this is okay. I don't know if the template goes... I don't know if I need a separate smithing template every time. Like for every netherite upgrade I do. I wouldn't be surprised, but I would also be a little bit bummed out. Very bad if I die right now. You can dupe them? Oh, sweet. Okay. The gas is close. Alright. Almost there. Holy fuck, he's right in front of me. Holy fuck, he's right in front of me. He's right behind me, isn't he? Then we just go down the stairs here. And we go back home. We did it. We did it. I'm very itchy. My nose is very itchy from picking up my cat. Go down the staircase. Oh wow, yeah, it's a 2-hit kill on these. They're really big guys. Let's go home! We did it! What is... Oh, hi, Bingus! It's good to see you, dude. Bingus. Bingus is live. Let me drink some of this. Juice. Open air library, how quaint. In the grass! And then I have 2 librarians. So... Alright, let me see what I need for a smithing template. Yeah, I think it's a is it a stone cutter? Let me look it up. Smithing template. Not sure it's good on the books. It'll be alright. Also, hi Hitachi Johnson. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. So the smithing template is Oh, you can dupe it. Okay. Holy fuck, you need so many diamonds to dupe it. You need 1, 2, 3, you need 7 diamonds to dupe it. I think I have 6. I have 8! Okay, we can dupe it. So, and then it's just some kind of stone. Cobblestone. Or black stone. Cobble deep slate. This is the recipe that's on the wiki! This is... Fuck. Fuck. You need netherrack? Okay. Bedtime. It's storming! It's bedtime now! Make sure that this is not... Oh, holy fuck, it's hot. Pretty hot. Now I need to know what smithing table. Oh, okay, it spawns in the villages. I think you can craft it though. 4 wooden planks and 2 iron ingots. 4 wooden planks and 2 iron ingots. That's really, really easy. I have 2 iron ingots right there. 4 wooden planks. Where am I? I used to have a shitload of logs somewhere. And I know I didn't use them up. So I know I've just misplaced them. Somewhere. 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 I misplaced them somewhere. They used to be in this chest, I feel like. They might be at the portal. They might actually be at the end portal, yeah. Now that I'm thinking about it more. Foot heating pad sandwich. No, it's not a foot heating pad. It's like for I don't know. It just says the reheat electric heating pad only for household use. I don't know. It's my sandwich is wrapped up, dude. Chris Kane, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. We're just chilling, playing a little bit of Minecraft. That down here. Didn't you have your feet on it the other day? Yeah. That's right, I did. Did you even eat the sandwich yet? No, I haven't. I'm heating it up. Bam. I don't give a fuck if it's wrapped up. I'm still gonna shame you. D. I'm the one with the warm sandwich, though. So... Let me grab the netherite. Wait, we can add colors to it. So this is gonna be 11 damage versus 10. Plus like 500 durability. Holy fuck, we've got netherite now. Yippee! Oh, this is kind of pog. I also did, yes, I did eat a giant's toe for science in Skyrim. I also want to I want to trim my armor once I get netherite. I want to trim it. Hello you're from France. That's so awesome. Hello. Hello, French guy. I love France. It's very awesome. France has many cool things like Starway. And they've got other stuff, I bet. I bet they've got other stuff. Let's see. Oh fuck, I did get more trims, so there's that. Golden apple can go in here, mango cream can go in here, and carrots can go in here. I actually have a lot of these, so I'll take them with me. That can go in there. And basalt's gonna be what I use to bridge. I'm gonna walk to the stronghold, take some shit with me. I think I'm gonna need more regen potions though, or more health potions. Well, I'll see if I can do it with this. I think we can do it with this. Lot of trash. Lot of trash only in Paris. And civil war in France. That's awesome. Well, that's insane. That's crazy. That's crazy. BMW M3. That's crazy. Insane. Is on the news? Oh. Let me get, I'll take a bed to the end. And I'm gonna bring a shitload. Yeah, I'll take a bed to leave right by the portal just in case I die. And a pickaxe, extra armor, extra food. We'll take extra food. Let's breed them first. Seven, 8. Breed. Breed. I I don't want to accidentally hit the babies. I'm really nervous about doing that. Damn it. Okay. Alright, 46 should be enough, hopefully. I'm also gonna harvest my potatoes. So in case I die, we can have these. Because baked potatoes give pretty good saturation. And I might take a bunch of bones. And it was only 18. What? Good crop. Yeah, we're gonna get a lot of these potatoes because I've got a shitload of bones. I can just sit here and do this. And put a lot of bone meal. Oops, fuck. Oh. Alright, this should be enough. So I think I'm actually gonna take some of my coal just so I can run the furnace that's over there. I'm gonna leave bones here, leave seeds here, leave leather here. Take a shitload of iron, shitload of this. Probably can leave my cringe baby tools. Take a bow. And the rest of my arrows, because I'll only take one arrow with me. We're gonna need a lot of water buckets. I could probably make them now. And then I'm trying to think. I guess I should probably fill up some of the that's evil Matoi Mia be like, that's wrong. Evil Matoi Mia be like, that's wrong. I'll make the buckets here, fill them up with water. Just so that I can, in case I die, I can have some. I can make an infinity pool, actually. I'll make an infinity pool by the portal. And then I can... What else do I need? I think I can head over. I think I can head over. So I'm gonna set up like a mini base at the. I'm gonna set up like a mini base at the portal. So. Whoa! There's so many little guys. All right, we're fine. We can get over there. Uh-oh. Ah, there's a blaze aiming at me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's blaze fire. You still in? No, I think I'm far enough away now that it's okay. Okay, we're almost there. And I think I've actually managed to build up, okay, that's the only path I haven't been able to build up. My cat allergies. My cat allergies! My cat allergies! Ah. Oh. Oh! Where are my eye drops? Here they are. Yep, a small price to pay for having a loving cat. Alright, there we go. Problem should be solved. September's still at 24. It's actually below 24. It's actually below 24. Meat scepter. Let's walk our way over. And there's my little evil little staircase. And use this. Damn. We need you to sandpaper him. He's doing alright. I don't think he's doing anything wrong. He's French? Yeah, he didn't do anything wrong. He said yes. Yeah, I don't think he did anything wrong. He's just French. It's not his fault. We can't blame him for that, you know? Let me see how I... Hi, Sneetus Maximus. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I think I can... Red new account and is also French. Well, again, it's not his fault. He's French. Smack him off. This thing does so much damage, dude. Okay, that was all of our food. I think we can get here without triggering that slime. Cube. Cube. He said he used your full name. He can't keep getting away with it. It's a little, come on, you have to admit it's a little bit funny. This is a bit too much Minecraft for someone who claims to be normal and well adjusted. How much Factorio have you played in the last 24 hours, Mike? Fuck. You said fuck. Once this finishes, I'll put the potatoes in. I didn't realize I already had that much stuff. I'm asking you the questions here. My eyes so itchy. Stop it! He's saying war chants! Cut it out! You're freaking me out! You're freaking me out! You guys are freaking me out now. You're scaring me. So I'll mine out a little infinity pool just so I can get as many water buckets as I need. He's being racist. But I'm having a little chuckle. Oh, there's copper here. Oh, we must be in a war motion. Fuck you, Sackbot. We're hydrating. We're sub 24 hours. Let's go! Carefully. Very carefully. Carefully. Carefully, 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 carefully. Carefully, carefully, carefully. Carefully. Alright, we did it. Uh-oh. I'm scared now. I'm a pussy. Looks like someone should change that. I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. Go down here. Let's go down here. Ah! I'm like, my fingers are like locked. My fingers are like locked. I'm scared right now, I'll be honest with you. Noises. The voices are scaring me. Alright, here we go. Here we go. So itchy. So let me look. I want to see if the I don't know if the what is it? I don't know what is it. I don't know if the regular golden apples give you perks like the enchanted ones. Where's the gachi? It's 1 AM. Michael bitch. Good night, Can. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of your evening. Thank you, Can. I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe. Or maybe not. Who knows? Or maybe not. Regen and saturation. Because I have 7 and 1 enchanted. Granted, I could make a whole lot more. I could just live off of regular golden apples. If I can find my regular apples. I'm just kidding, I guess I don't have apples. I guess I would get rid of apples because I didn't really need them. I mean, 7 golden apples is a lot already. Seven is a lot already. I have like 10 buckets over there. Alright, we'll go over. I think this is all I need. Anything else? Armor, shield. I'll make a second shield. Oops. I'll just take some wood with me. For anything else that I may need to craft. Okay. Let's go back. Oh! Oh boy. He's right behind me, isn't he? If I run really fast, I should be okay. He's not looking at me. He's not looking at me. He's not looking. He's not looking. He's not looking. He's not looking. If I don't look at him, he won't look at me. Okay. Okay, he can see me. He can see me. He can see me. Wait, we're gonna make it. Okay. Almost there, almost there. Alright. Alright. Alright, we're there. Okay. I will get over here. Uh-oh. Okay. Now, let me make an extra shield just in case. Okay, I did already have. I already had wood there. So this is like, in the event that I die, I will have full gear for myself. So there's a shield. Where's my iron? So there's an undamaged chest plate. There. And we need helmet, leggings, boots, helmet, and I guess I can make a sword too. Just in case. You drink too much tea and feel sick now? Gecko, that literally is what happened to me yesterday! Guys, I'm kind of nervous, I won't lie to you. Guys, I'm kind of nervous. I'm nervous. Are we ready to do it? The dragon. Nervous. What if I just die as soon as I go in? I'm gonna be really upset. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared, you guys. Fuck, you guys, I'm really scared. What if I die and lose all my shit? We need empty bottles. Wait, I'll have empty bottles when I drink the regen potion. I'm scared. Okay, that's everything. That's really everything thought of. And I'm gonna need a piston. I'll need a piston to get the, Well, how the fuck do I make a regular piston? I'm gonna need to get the dragon's egg. But I guess I can do that after the fact. I guess we could do that after the fact. I knew it would be something like this. Really bad spawn. Really, really, really bad spawn. Careful, Mia. Careful, Mia. He's here. So what I like to do is I like to mine inland pretty far, and then I bridge up to the surface, and then I put down my water buckets. I put down like 3 or 4 water buckets just kind of everywhere, so I can stay around the middle like this, so that if the dragon tries to hit me, like that. If I actually do end up getting hit, where is he? I don't want to aggro. I don't want to aggro. Ah! Oh. Okay. Alright. I think as long as he doesn't charge me, I'll be okay. Okay. I'll do this to get some regen right off the bat. Get these little ones. There's that one. There's that one. I'm so scared, bros. I'm mostly scared of aggroing an Enderman. I'm surprised he hasn't charged me at all yet. Do that. 2 just in case. And which one's that? Him? Oh, guys, I'm so fucking scared right now. That one's still healing him. Or maybe he doesn't start charging until I've taken out all of the crystals. This is strong enough. I might be able to just... Okay, that one. I need to get that one. Come on. It's really hard to see where I'm aiming. Might be able to hit that one. Okay, there's that one. That was really close. There's that one. Ah! Alright, I think I'm okay. I'll drink this so I can bottle his breath. There's that achievement. Okay, there's one achievement. I don't know what achievements there are here. Yeah, this is an infinity bow. Okay, respawn the ender dragon, escape the island, hold the dragon egg. Okay, so that's the only dragon, that's the only end achievement that I have to get during the fight. So I can focus on, I really focus on just beating him up now, I think. I think, what is the dragon's breath? What is the dragon's breath potion, or what is it used for? It's for brewing, I'm pretty sure. But I don't, ooh, I looked at him. I looked at him. He won't come over here for some reason. Why is he doing that? I didn't do that. Okay, I'm a little bit worried, but when he lands over here, it's pretty dangerous because he'll like glitch over there. Ooh. Like that. So I'll focus on the Enderman now. Ooh! Ooh, okay, that's good. I was afraid he was gonna launch me to the surface, but now he's got Enderman targeting him. which should be a nice little distraction for me. Okay, knock that one out. I'm most worried about bridging up because he can hit me so high. He can hit me so high that if he knocks me off, I'm like 100% dead. This is coming really close. Okay, let's try to get this out. I'm just gonna... There we go. I was trying to do it without it dealing significant damage to me. Do you think I did that alright? We're doing good. We're actually doing really, really good right now. Oh, I have thorns. I have thorns. I have thorns, so he's taking damage when he tries to do that. Hey, Maximus. It's good to see you, man. You're doing well. We have to take out the last tower. This is the last one right here. This one worries me because it is a bit closer to the edge of the map. So I'll just in case, you know, put some water there. That looked like pretty good placement because it went further down. Yep. Get up here. I'm worried he's coming. Okay, can I hit him? Yes. There we go. There we go. I should be good to just smack at him now. Oh, he's really loud. He's really loud. Ah! Why is he so loud? I don't know why he does this. But if I go up there and try to... There we go. Ooh. See, the water stops me from getting launched as far as I normally would. If there wasn't any. Oh, I missed that one. We're doing pretty good. I've got decent aim in Minecraft, I feel like. Ooh, he's like looking at me. But they can stay mad at me. They can stay mad at me, it's okay. Ah! Ah! Ooh, they're fucking dying to the dragon. They're dying to the dragon! Holy shit. Okay. You gonna go that way? This way. I just need him to come down a little bit. I think we might be able to do this. Is he regenning health? I can't tell if there's other towers. Towers that are like outside of my render distance or something. Oh, there's a heavy. Gotta be very careful now. Because once he goes, and he's gonna smack me around if he comes out in the water. He's really freaking loud. Okay. Oh, good. I think it's the thorns that I have that he gets like a little bit of knockback, I think, when he runs into me, so he can't like launch me as far as he normally would. Come over here, fucker. He's scared. Bullying him over here. Alright. Now he's just sitting there. Come on, pussy. Bitch, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Holy shit, okay, after sword. If I can get him with his sword when he comes, I'll do this. I'm scared as fuck right now. The only way I could die is if I get launched, but I think I'll be okay. I just have to smack him. Come on. I need him to come right over me. Because I'm worried if he's over the edge, I might lose some XP. So we just have to get this planned out very carefully. Very carefully. Very, very carefully. Very, very carefully. Very, very carefully, guys. Lunch is over. Thank you for stopping by me, Scepter. Guys! And there's a little end island portal. Yeah! We did it! You guys have to be nice to me now. You guys have to. I'll do it. We already fought him. We fought him yesterday and I beat him. Whew. Let's see. I can't remember if I actually need the piston or if it will teleport. So let's do that and see if I place some water right here. Let me do this. I think water might make the egg teleport. Oh, no, water doesn't do anything to it. Alright, so we will need a piston to get rid of it. Yay! You can TP it, then put a torch under it? Oh. I didn't have a torch on me either. I don't think I brought a torch with me. Wow! My toy Miia! I don't know if I can click through this. Drink my little caffeine juice. I drink my little caffeine juice. That was the cleanest fucking Minecraft run I've had in, like, forever. That is literally the cleanest Minecraft run I've had. No cheats, no nothing. I think I died once at the very beginning of the game, and that was it. I didn't die in the fight. I didn't die in the fight at all. I think I got blown up once in a mine at the beginning of the game, and that was it. And all it took was a little bit of streamer luck. That's right. That's right. All the what the fuck? I didn't cheat though. I didn't cheat. All I did was get really, really lucky. It wasn't set seed. It was random seed. You guys can have the seed. Unironically, if I had been like a legitimate speedrunner, if I was an actual speedrunner, the seed that I gotten would have been fucking insane. it would have been an actual... Be more impressive if you did on seriously. About all the off-screen diamond mining. This stream has been on 24/7. This stream has been on 24/7. There's no way I could mine off stream. Hi, FaZe! FaZe, I just beat Minecraft. I just beat Minecraft. So just same as Dreams Run. I like Minecraft. Now we can get, yeah, we can get the fucking wings. Wings. My toy Miia. You did homework and slept. I'll tell you what quote-unquote doing homework and quote-unquote sleeping is. It means test fitting my costumes and not sleeping and not doing homework. I ended up not doing homework because I felt lazy and I was like, I don't really feel like doing it. I like that there's like, when you beat Minecraft, you get like fucking supernatural lore for the game. You get like supernatural lore. It's like so normal, and then it's like all weird as fuck at the end. Also, loading, please wait. I just beat Minecraft. It's just the, like, the end credits or whatever. Not the credits, but it's, yeah. It's the end dialogue. Miner! This end credits lore got my rocks off as a kid. Dude. Dude, what the fuck? I liked it. I don't know. I liked it. Me personally, I really liked it. It's depressing. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's about life. Minecraft is life, dude. So now what? I have to get a dragon. I have to find an end city, and then I have to get wings from the end city. And I have to enchant them with Unbreaking 3 and Mending. And then I have to get a shitload of fireworks, and then there's really nothing else to do. I guess I could fight the Wither, and I could find a Warden. The Wither and the Warden are the only bosses that are left to fight, I think. Because we've already gone through the Bastions. I think the Bastion is the Nether's high-level dungeon. The end cities are the end high-level dungeons, whatever. And then the Warden Ancient Cities. Is it called Ancient Cities, or is that what it's called in Nomi Factory? And Herobrine. Yeah, Herobrine fucking kills me. Herobrine kills me easy any day. I can't defeat Herobrine. He's scary. I'm afraid of Herobrine. He's scary. When I was like in elementary school, I was like probably like 11. I had Minecraft Pocket Edition on like my mom's phone, and I was convinced that Herobrine was in my world. And I showed all my friends, and they thought Herobrine was in my Minecraft world too. Herobrine was in my world because I was using item duplication glitches, and he was there to punish me. So funny how Chocha just made shit up like that. But everybody, dude, all these little elementary schoolers, they believed it though. That shit is Herobrine. I saw him. iPhones are normal for elementary schools. I had a friend in elementary school whose, I guess parents were rich or something, but had like an iPad mini, like as soon as they came out, like an iPad mini. And this kid had Minecraft on this iPad mini. And everybody would like sit around him on the bus. So we could watch iPad on the we could watch Minecraft on the big screen, right? Wake up. Wake up. Joe Biden. Joe Biden. Alright, here's the credits. We did it! I remember I watched a Herobrine scary story on YouTube in elementary school, and it still kind of sticks with me to this day. Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. They're Swedish. They got a Swedish name. Remember back when phones couldn't render the nether, so they made the nether... Yeah, the nether reactor core! And I can show you exactly how you set up a nether reactor core. Dude, the nether... It was cursed, so... It was cursed for a lot of things. One, since the worlds had set borders, there was a finite amount of resources in the world. You could only go to the nether a set number of times, depending on the world. And... that shit was fucking crazy. It's like... It did like, I don't know. I know one world that I had. I did all of the nether things on top of each other. Like, I did all the things on top of each other, and like, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It was really fucked. Ah, damn it, man! I made a cool ass town in the overworld and Pocket Edition, and once the world became infinite, I lost it. Yeah. Nether reactor, I think you're gaslighting us. It was a unique item in Pocket Edition. When you activated it, it turned red, and then it turned into obsidian, and that was how you got obsidian in the game, was from the nether reactor. In the mail. But I will literally... Oh, you can speed it up. You can speed it up, you guys! Usher! Yeah, Usher made the music for this game. Just gotta wait for this to go. That's a lot of people making Minecraft. Aw, man. Oh, funny American child with the gout. What the fuck? What the fuck, Kyrie? What the fuck? Oh, gout. What? Is it you're the one bit? I have bits because I accidentally bought some. You get one. Thank you. Thank you. That's very kind of you. They do have a big team. I'm looking the other way. It's like feeding breadcrumbs to birds. Thank you, FaZe. There's a lot of people. Jesus. What is this, like bug testing or something? Yeah, I'll show you how to build another reactor. I'll show you. Don't worry, I'll show you. I want to get to the end of this. I really do. A lot of people from my... Oh, that's true. That's true. No, yeah. Well, you know who's like a fucking original, I don't know, whatever, like Mojang employee? Because they're fucking Swedish. They've got those goddamn Swedish names. See, like, the organizational coaches. This is one-man game? Wow. Wow. They've got a lot of artists. They've got a lot of artists, and I guess they just have people from other companies. What even is an organizational coach? I don't know, but they got a lot of people. Wow, 10 bits? I like how Mojang can only release a small update every year. Small indie company. Small indie company, please understand. Bjork. No way, Bjork worked on this game? No fucking way! They take years for a shrimp update, but a single mod author, because multiple are against TOS, can transform it into a different game. When next game? Dota? I'm not playing Dota for the subathon, dude. We have to go back after the credits so I can show everybody how to make a fucking nether reactor core. This has its own music. I was like, come on, everybody at school either has like a phone or a tablet. And so my parents were like, okay, we'll compromise. I'm not playing Meat and Fuck Kingdom. So my parents compromised and they got me an e-reader. That was the closest thing to a phone or a tablet I was allowed to have, an e-reader. And it is a digital display that reads books. You put books on it and that's it. And it wasn't even a Kindle. It was an off-branded Kindle. And it was like the only like company its like app store was contracted with or some shit was like PopCap. So Bejeweled was the only like official game that I could have on my e-reader. That was the only game. I could draw on the Notepad app, read a book, or play Bejeweled. I didn't know about Peggle. I didn't know about Peggle back then. I didn't know about Peggle. I didn't know about Peggle. You read these nuts, you skibbity chummers, and I'll play Meat and Fuck Kingdom immediately! What the fuck, FaZe? Yeah, I couldn't even play Snake. I could probably turn it on. Well, the screen got destroyed. And it was fragile, too. I had it... My parents made me put a case on it. I put a case on it, and then I took it to school one day in my backpack, and it just completely shattered in my backpack. It didn't get hit or anything. It's just... being in the backpack destroyed it. Like, just squished it. Everyone knows the best Meat and Fuck is Space Mission. An e-reader is way better than being an iPad kid. I feel like I was a few years before iPad kids really started. No, it wasn't an Apple product. It was like fucking like Barnes & Noble branded. It was like a Walmart Kindle, basically. It was a Walmart Kindle. Yeah, it was a Nook. That's what it was called. Yeah, that's what it was called. Buddha, Dick, Dine, and Dash is alright. What the fuck? The OG iPad, my dad has an iPad that he uses for work. I think because he does like, for like advertising stuff, for like product display stuff. But like you read these? Oh, is this the Meat and Fuck Kingdom shit, man? What are you playing next? Well, I have to do the End City. Sorry, tapping the V2. We gotta do the End City. I drop my phone. I don't drop my phone very often. I've dropped it before, but it's always been fine. But I don't drop it. The only time it ever drops is if it's in my pocket and I'm wearing sweatpants and it falls out of the pocket. Are you gonna play Halo? Is Khalil playing Halo right now? She wouldn't be, right? It's like 4 a.m. or some shit. She's not that crazy, right? Yeah, she's not that crazy. Holy fuck. Hold on, pause. Cracks knuckles, I gotta do something important. Alright. Alright, hold on. Pause this. Pause this. Do this. Alright, keep going! Keep moving! Keep fucking moving! Keep moving! Keep moving! Sorry, I'm cheating on you guys. I'm cheating on you guys, Chad. I'm cheating on you guys. I hope nobody sees me. I hope nobody sees me. I'm cheating on you guys. I'm talking to Sheena right now. Fuck you. Sorry, guys. I'm back here. I'm back here. I'm back here now. I'm sorry. You can call me a whore. You can call me a whore. It's okay. I'm sorry. Bam, 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 bam. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll just mine this. I just don't really want to walk all the way back home. Oh yeah, also, what I was thinking, if we end up needing more time to play games, I could also hook up my Switch and play, like, I say console games. The Switch is the only console I have, but I have two 1080p monitors, so hooking up my capture card isn't gonna fuck up the resolution of my stream or anything like that like it did before. So I can just connect it and disconnect it whenever I feel like it. I also have Japanese Suika game on my Switch. Cause I have a Japanese eShop account. It's not looking too promising here, guys. This is the best level for finding diamonds, so we'll just strip mine here. Bam, 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 bam. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, I think Suika's on NA, but I've got that, Cobalt and Dre, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. It'll be fun hanging out with us. Oh, damn it. It's a shitty cave. Okay. This cave might be the one that connects to the stronghold. I don't know how far I actually mined out, but I believe this is the connecting one. I don't have to really worry about much of anything because I have netherite now. They don't stand a chance! Where are you? We'll find them. Unless redstone doesn't really spawn frequently. I have the JP shop for the spicy VNs? Dude. What's over here? Why is it light? Glowing squid. Okay, let me mark off where I came in here so I don't lose it. Okay, just like some kind of weird looking structure. It's just weird looking, so I'll recognize it. They have Skyrim on the they have Skyrim on the Switch? Oh fuck. Oh, that's so sick. Ow. I got my money on this guy. Is there a skeleton dungeon? This leads me to wonder, is there a skeleton dungeon? Because there are so many skeletons. I don't see one, so I guess not. Just want to find redstone. Everything runs terribly on the Switch. Play based. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it is true. Things do run pretty poorly on the Switch. Is this? Nothing I have gives off light. Actually, I think the Ender Pearl might give off a little. No. Let's try over there. Maybe over here. There's gotta be something that gives off light. I might end up having to just go back home and get redstone myself. Let's see. We haven't had any new Smash Bros. Coming since Greg Tech. That's true. You just want to see me ban random people for fun. We already banned the baguette. There's lapis here. Ah! You die. Yeah, let's just look. Here it is! That's all I needed. This whole mission was solely to get redstone so I can make a piston and pick up the dragon egg. Don't forget that, bros. So now I just have to make my way back home. I'm gonna have to swim through this giant pool. I'm looking for a while. Oh, okay. Hi, Cobalt. That's good to see new faces in chat. I'm glad you liked it enough to... Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Oh, there's redstone here the whole time. So where are these skeletons coming from, though? I thought there was a dungeon, but they just appear. Ah! You hold no power here! I think I go through here. It goes like all the way at the bottom of this, maybe? No, it was right here, right here, right here. See, I'm getting less directionally challenged. See? I can't ban everyone in chat. Alright, let's get back up here. I do want to enchant my gear. I don't really want to die before I can enchant my gear because I'm level 65. I've got the water buckets. So I don't think it's going to be too big of an issue to fight the shulkers. And I want to get like a shulker box or two. But now we're here. Now we're here. Let's try to get back to the portal room. I think I have to go up some stairs. Maybe. Maybe. Yay! I'm pretty smart. I'm pretty smart. You do that. Just so I have shit to bridge with. It's good to have like quite a bit. I'll do this. Do that. That. And I think we are good to start exploring. I think I'm good to start exploring. Ban Macho, I mean, she sucks, dude. I fucking hate that bitch. She's crazy. The water I put here. Well, I didn't craft the piston yet. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Where the fuck is my water? Where's my water? Here it is. Okay. This. I actually don't remember how my piston. Oops. Lever. Piston and lever. So put the piston right here. Yay! So there's the dragon egg achievement. I will just hop back in here, Drop it off at the chest. Drop up the redstone and the sticks. There. We can head back in. I definitely want to find... Really what I'm looking for besides the wings are unbreaking books, just so I can throw one on my bow so that I'm not going to have to repair it super frequently. Same with some of my armor. I think unbreaking would be nice in the armor, or especially this pickaxe, just because it's got high efficiency. So sometimes I break more blocks than I'm planning to with it. There's basalt. And do it like this. Pardon me. Excuse me. That's all I had. Do it with this. Ah! Ooh, that was careful. Call me fucking Dream. Oh shit. Alright. That. There! There we go! Alright, so... Now... Wait, I should get remote getaway soon. Hopefully. I'm not sure if I'll have to do extra stuff while I'm here to actually get the achievement. Or if I bricked it by... Hopefully I didn't brick it with whatever I did. Hopefully. See what there is to be seen here. Hopefully there's a city relatively close, like on the main... Once I find... Well, there's a separate achievement for the city. But I think if I find the city, it'll auto-complete the previous achievement for me. Okay, we can go over here. Alright, good. There's one over here. I'm a bit worried about throwing an ender pearl across this island, but I think this is a good distance to throw. Okay, good. So I think there's a portal over here somewhere. Yep, there it is. There it is. Oh, this one's really close to the ground, too. Alright, this is good. That's really nice. This is so close to the ground. So this is at 8:22:14:30. 8:22:14:30. And now I can just keep exploring. Actually, I can probably turn up my render distance because there's nothing really important here to see. Bye, my time! Have a good day at work. I appreciate you hanging out with us. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you. Let's do 32, see how laggy it is to render. And we can turn it down if it's too bad. I think it'll take a minute for everything to render in all 4 directions. But it's just gonna make city hunting a whole lot easier. I don't wanna go this way. I just wanna have everything in all the directions uncovered just so I know where to look and where not to look. Yeah, exactly. It shouldn't be a lot to render unless there's a really big city. Which, ideally there would be a really big city. Let's go back this way. I think they kind of sort of almost connect over here. Let's see what's over here. Okay. I'm really hoping there's an airship at the end city that I find first. Let's see, what is there? Fucking nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Hopefully I'm going in the right direction. But I do have a lot of gunpowder at home too from my looting sword. So once I get the wings, making the fireworks to power it shouldn't be too difficult. Are these connected? It doesn't look like it. Maybe? Oh, they are, but I'm lazy. Whoa, we're gonna have to kill more endermen to get more pearls soon. I think ender pearls are part of the loot table for the end city chests. I've changed my mind. Here's what we're doing. 48 chunks render distance. See if I can handle streaming 48 chunks. It's just gonna take a while for everything to load. Oh no. Lebo! You need to get... Dude, you feel sick? I feel like I'm getting everybody sick. Mental sickness. I'm hoping this isn't too far. Good. Oops. Keep moving over here. I'm surprised. This is pretty dense end islands. Usually there's not, the islands aren't this big. It's my fault. I'm sorry, bros. Always has been. Alright, let's go around here. Nice little bridge. Got a good feeling about the area. Oh. No. I have a good feeling about the area over here, though. Let me see what the achievements for the end are. So it's just respawn the end city. Oh, there's the levitation challenge. I can do that if I get feather falling 4. I wouldn't feel confident doing that without it. Yeah, that's why I can stream. That's why I can stream so consistently. And you guys are all getting sick because Nurgle's blessing was transferred from me to you guys, so I could do the subathon. It's a win-win situation. Ooh, that scared the fuck out of me. All right. Oh, that was dangerous. Listen to like fucking vaporwave now. Okay, this looks pretty big. This looks pretty big. Let's check it out. I might have to go around. This way? Maybe you might have to go this way. If you wanted a left better, you could have just asked me, would have given it willingly. Well, that's not how Nurgle operates. It's not up to me, it's up to Papa Nurgle. Okay, that's another portal, which is good. I'll bridge over here instead. Just as to not waste my last ender pearl. Only because I'm too lazy to kill more endermen. There we go. Enderman noises. Oh man. Oh man. Let's see. Take some more basalt. I'm gonna go here. Keep working. This is the most terrifying thing in the world. I think once I get out of this chunk, it'll start, yep, rendering again. I think I gotta keep bridging. I'm too worried about my ender pearl hitting like the side and teleporting me onto the wall and I fall to my death. There we go. Hopefully, I can. Ooh, that's probably a good sign. If it takes a long time to render, if it takes long enough to make my game hiccup, hopefully. It should be easy to see the cities when they come into view because they're gonna be oh, there's the portal. Is there not another portal? Like, oh no, this was the portal. Okay. Chad! City has been located. Real question is there an airship? Looks small. I'm not seeing an airship. Oh. No, doesn't look like it. Sad. Sad, but okay, I think if we go over here. I think if we go over here. I think it's more important, like logistics wise, to get the shulker boxes, so I'm not bummed. I'm not bummed. Just aggro one at a time. I said one at a time. Well, I said let's aggro one at a time and then I aggroed two. But it's okay. Shit I don't like. So I could make sure there's not a city over here. Let me hop up here, make sure there's not a city that I can see in this direction. No, I don't see it. Ah! Thank you for the 100 biddies.
Didn't know what to do with these, so I guess I'll just throw them at you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do once I have this stuff finished. It's alright, we have to bridge in this direction. It's like 48 fucking chunks away, but I think we can get there. There's that. I can just ender pearl over. Oh, scary. Scary, scary, scary. Alright, let's get to this end city. Loot it. Surely Mia won't fall into the void and lose all of her items. Yeah. Okay, I now see all the way around it. Definitely looks like no airship. I think I confidently say there's no airship there. And I think I can make... Ooh, I don't know if I can make this with an ender pearl. I don't want to get greedy. Ooh. Ooh. How... We got a little too greedy with that one. That was dangerous. That was a little greedy. That was a little greedy. But now we're here. Yay! Now we're here. I can really get a good look at it. Okay. This is a safe pearl jump right here. Ooh. Okay. No fucking shot! Double cities and this one has an airship. Streamer luck is so real. Streamer luck is so real. Streamer luck is so fucking real. Oh. I'll go straight for the airships, get the wings. That's gonna make this a whole lot easier for me. Yeah, perfect. Easy as fuck. Easy as fuck, unironically. Legitimate double cities. They are on this like the same fucking island. Wow, random seed by the way, completely random seed. So that's gonna get us our dragon head and our wings. I guess I'll take like end rods back home with me for lighting. It's pretty good. Yeah, there's gonna be a little bit laggy when I come over here, but there's only 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like rooms with chests. It looks like there's only gonna be 4 chest rooms here, so I'm gonna focus on killing the shulkers. See, handcrafted Viola himself. So true. So true, sis. So true, brother. So true, brother. I was gonna say so true, sister, but... Are they gonna target each other? Okay. I'm honestly confident I can just kill all the shulkers in here. Okay, this is not a, right. I'll just levitate up. Well, I don't really want to levitate up. There we go. I want to see if I can just kill them, but they do tend to teleport away. Let's see. Can you? Okay, who else is in here? Kill him. Hopefully, is there anybody above? Only got me up 15 blocks. So now we can start from here. I'm gonna go to the chest. Good. Go up through the middle. Oh no, don't let the power go. Come on, hit me. Okay, good. You're hitting me. I'll actually take the ceiling off right here. Where he is so he can still shoot at me. Is this gonna be enough? Damn it. You need like a really good angle to be able to... You need a really good angle to be able to get this shit. Let's go back down. Ah, I thought I had levitated. Alright, get him! We can do this, we can do this! Ah! Teleporting. Oh, he teleported outside. That. Put the god apple there, because I don't need it. Make this shopper. I have 7 of them. That's a lot, honestly. Alright, regardless, I think I've really done. Ah! Okay. I've done most of what there's available here. So I'll go to the next one. I'll go to the next city, get my wings, and hopefully get that levitation achievement. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, it's this way. Hopefully I don't need to bridge for it. Maybe I do though. Looks like I might actually. That's not gonna be too difficult to do though. That's not gonna be too difficult. Hopefully, all I want to find is either an unenchanted diamond chest plate or any additional diamond armor with protection 4, protection 3 or 4, so that I can swap out my fire protection chest plate and blast protection leggings for something a little bit more of like broad coverage. Running Elytra with the mob farm to get infinite gunpowder is the way to go. Yep. Because I've already got a sugarcane farm. It's not automated or anything, but you know, it would be nice to make automated farm systems in my world now that I've beat the dragon. But I will have to fight him a second time in order to get the next achievement too. There we go. Hopefully I don't have to do any more bridges to get here. I think I might. Oh. I think I do, yeah. We can do it though, that's not too bad. Creeper farms are pretty easy. Yep. No fucking shot! It's right next to the city. No fucking shot! This is so easy, dude. Streamer luck, by the way. Random seed, by the way. Alright, I can use that area there to go up 50 blocks, I think. This is completely random. I'm just saying there are 3 cities in my fucking render distance. Holy shit. Randomly generated, promise. It's totally randomly generated. It's not my fault I'm the luckiest person in the world! I should Log into Genshin and do Genshin pulls. Fuck, I gotta do Genshin pulls, man. This is the only logical progression. Alright. To counteract the luck, you must fall into the void. No. If I pull for Inland my first 10 pull, I'll literally do a backflip because she's so cute. The only reason I haven't logged into Genshin is because I know I will pull for her, and I don't want to spend all my money. Because she's so cute, I want her so bad. I want her. Alright, so what I'm going to try to do is get hit. At the entrance. Right there like that. Get hit, go up. Ooh, is there anybody in here? Anybody? Ah! This is not one of the big... Alright, let's just kill these guys. Ah. Okay, it goes from here into one of the big ones. I need this to just keep hitting me until I can get into here. Please, 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 hurry, 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 hurry! Shoot me! Ah! Son of a bitch. Okay, hopefully that's gonna be enough. I just need to trigger some of the ones. Okay, that should be good. Oh, good. So we're at 87. I can at least block some of these. 87. We have to get to like 130. Oh, and each time they hit me, they get hit with the thorns. My chest plate is taking some serious damage, but I think I'll be okay. No. Hit me up here. Hit me up here. Hit me up here. Good. We did it! We did it! Whoa, they just keep hitting me. I guess once I get out of their aggro range, yep. Please. Yay! We just gotta get down here again. There we go. Protection 3, protection 4. Sharpness 4? Frostwalker, fire protection. Mid. Pretty mid. Alright, now I just have to try to levitate over to wherever that, wherever that airship is. I'm not exactly sure where it is. That's on this side, I think. Yeah. Damn, I missed. That was gonna be a dream play. He just like bonked himself. Okay, if I can get hit. Give me a moment. We just have to dash over, get water placed at the top of here. Yes. There we go. We did it! Yeah! I did it! Holy shit, holy shit. Evil Miia, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope you have fun hanging out with us. I am getting my wings! Fire protection, efficiency 5. Oh, unbreaking, fire protection. Mending! I'll take a mending one. Mending. Prods for respiration. It's pretty good. It's pretty good, honestly. Whoa, we're doing so good. Hi, Tom Shady. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Last thing we need to get is the dragon's head. Evil Miia. That's wrong! I might eat my sandwich around 4 p.m. I've been keeping it warm. Fucking now what? That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. These are iron with just unbreaking. And this is also... It's fire protection, unbreaking, but this, does this have unbreaking already? No. This would be a good way to, I can combine them and get unbreaking on this, but I would still have to combine a regular protection enchanted chestplate first, which would be a really, really expensive combine, in order to do this. Time for Deep Dark Fantasies? What? Warden? Dude, number 15. Miia King foot sandwich. That's right! Let me check something. Hold on, you guys. I need to look at my calendar real quick just to make sure. I have all of Wednesday. I fly out on Thursday. So I can play video tomorrow. I can play video tomorrow. Okay. And not be worried. Where are you going? I want to stalk you. I'm going to New York. Okay, so next we have to kill the shulker up here. Whoops. I'll go back up here. Oh, come on, man. I'll just chill here till it wears off. Come on, really? I do hate that sometimes the angles that their projectiles come at, my shield can't dodge. Right, let's take the water back. See, how does that work? Huh? Where's their shoulder still? He's over here. There you go. Where else are their shoulders hiding over here? Hopefully I'll be outside the range over here. Yeah. Yeah. Did I pick it up? Oh shit. Alright, we have the dragon head, we have the wings. Put my important shit over here. We explored that one. We explored this one. I need to see if the next city has an airship. I did not go through there. I know there's gonna be a chest in there, so might as well start flying. Hello? Really need to fly over there. That don't wanna help me. Huh? Okay, just didn't try. There we go. And I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna leave. Unless they— oh man, that's a big one. Let's see. Airship, yes, no. There we go. We can bridge over to this little thing. I'm sorry. That's gachi mode! Fucker. You know gachi mode. One, two, three, four, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Okay. So that's the first one. This is the second one. Second one, or this is the third one. Third one looks like it does not have an airship, so I'm pretty satisfied with how this went. All I have to be careful of here is making sure that it's not possible to accidentally throw your ender pearl past the portal and like fucking die. Oops. Okay. Yeah, that one too. 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There we go. And I just had to find an enderman to kill. Which is weird, there's not any over here actually. Ow. I'm seriously thinking about the gachi. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with me? I keep thinking about the gachi remix. Fuck. You're gonna be battle bidding. Oh yeah, thank you for stopping by. I hope you had fun. I appreciate you hanging out with us. Might as well put it. Might as well, I mean. take these guys here. We can leave all this shit here for the next time I fight the dragon. Yeah, this is all just for the next time I fight the dragon. This goes in my house. This can go in here. This can go in here. All the rest of this shit goes to my house. Yay! Okay. This is the easy part. We did the hard part. Getting back home is the easy part. Making sure that giant fucking slime doesn't follow me. Ah. Ah. Okay. Like here, turn around. Run, 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 run. Oh shit, wrong way, wrong way, wrong way, wrong way. Right way. The flattened out spot. Yep. We go on the dangerous bridge. And then the dangerous stairs. And down here. On the last dangerous bridge. This one. Yep. And we go back up here. And then we go up the big stairs. And down the big stairs. And then down the big stairs again. Alright. And down here. Here, down here, down here, down here, down here, down here. I'm back to my house! We did it. We did it, we did it, we did it, we did it, we did it! I have wings now. But I won't use them until I get mending. So let's see how to make a grindstone. Two sticks, a stone slab. What? 2 sticks, a stone slab. 2 sticks, a stone slab. We need to get cobblestone. Yeah, this is the mending villager. We had him, he got zombified, so his trade is only 1 emerald. So it's really cheap to get mending. I already have a shitload of mending books anyways. Because I've tried to do the mending book guy's trades evenly so he doesn't lock out his mending trade. So I've been doing his other trades as well. We need to get a little bit of cobblestone. 3 cobblestone to be specific. Creeper hole. I shouldn't have left it in the end portal chest. Alright. Hi, Tekla! It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Alright. So I just have to make this into a slab. I need the sticks and wood planks. And I think I actually brought all of my wooden stuff to the end portal again. So Hopefully I've got stuff here. Maybe, hopefully, probably. Two wooden planks. That's all I need. Just two. I don't have to. Let's go cut down a tree. Also, Tackloid, you missed me getting a bunch of shit. I got hella loot. And I beat the Ender Dragon. Take all this stuff out. Ah, shit. Okay. Alright. Yeah, no weather yet because I still haven't gotten the second skulls that I need. Check this out. What? There we go. Oops, I have to start my jump. I have to time my jump. I have to time my jump. Make him a little shorter. Frostwalker plucking sucks. Yeah, it makes ice when I walk on water. I did not finish Twilight Forest, no. Oh! I can! And I get XP back. Holy fucking. Holy shit. Holy moly. Holy moly. So actually, let me put the grindstone right by the enchantment table. Holy moly. Holy moly. That's decent, I guess. Holy moly. You just keep running through shit we don't need. Holy moly. Why does it want fire protection so bad on these? Yay, protection 4 and breaking 3! Holy moly. So we can, now we've got that we can put, now we're good to put mending on these. Holy moly. Ooh. Ooh. Let's take this damage one. It does have thorns too, but I can get thorns too from oh, protection 4. Bam. This is protection 4, I'm breaking 3. I might actually, I don't know. We can start, my fishing rod. Sorry. I'm trying not to say it, you guys, I promise, I really am. And I should have a crossbow down here that I can enchant. Sorry. It's not a tick. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Hold on. Let me play it again for you. That's it. Vingus knows what I'm talking about. So let's see if I can get lure 3 on a fishing rod. Luck 3, alright. I'm breaking 3, luck 3. Lure 3. Max fucking fishing rod right there. Perfect. Unironically perfect. Max rod. So I'll just take my XP back from this one. So I think I can actually do this one because we have protection 4. So I will disenchant this one. I want to do this till I get thorns. Oh sweet, I'm breaking 3. Fucking streamer lag, dude! Oh my god! No shot, I swear to god. Random seed, everything's random. I made this world on stream. I made this shit on stream, swear to fucking god. Also, I like your Kenji emote. I fuck with him, he's funny. Swear to god, this is all random. It's all random, don't worry about it. Show mod folder, I got no mods, don't worry about it. We got Optifine, that's it. Okay. So, I could enchant my crossbow. I don't know what the fuck a crossbow can get. Piercing? Sure. You need to hurry the fuck up and do your Genshin rolls before the shit runs out. I actually think I still have to do my free roll for Arknights today. Let me check. Expansion. Dude, I haven't updated Genshin for the Archon update. The Archon quest, whatever. So, if I even wanted to do it, I would literally have to sit through like 12 hours of install. Holy shit, sorry. That noise is my emulator. That's what my emulator sounds like. That's what it was last time we heard that noise. It's my emulator. Thorns is not even good. Yo, who the fuck said that? I love Thorns. You be nice to that boy. Be nice to that boy. I like him. Alright, my game just crashed again. I wish there was a way to disable the system volumes in the simulator, but I don't think there is. I don't think there is. I like, does the armor get damaged faster? With many, it's fine. Okay. System UI isn't responding. Alright. Arknights. We'll do our free pull. Oh, okay. Well, that's good because I have mending books, so that's what I planned on using it for. Like, using the mending books for is just to get all of my armor repairing itself. Start. See what I get. 400 round. I'm killing myself in game. All right, tomorrow I'm gonna get the orchid skin, which is it's pretty. I never use orchid, but the skin is pretty. The event's not over, is it? The event's open for another week, isn't it? Lone Trail. Yeah. Oh, it's open for 2 weeks. Holy shit. Get that. I'm just picking shit up really fast. Recruitment. Steward! I'll let you look at it. Catapult on my free pull. Not great. Not great. I need her. I need her so bad. I need her so fucking bad, you guys. You have no idea. Oh, Reddit user? Why you guys are so mean to everybody. Maybe it's senior operator. Fuck. Maybe I'll get Vigna from that. I think somebody said they just added Click to the recruitment pool, so I'll pull for Caster, see if I can get her. Find my rocks. My rocks. Furniture parts. Furniture parts. Missions. A base. Oh no, this is Arknights, yeah. This is Arknights. Their butts don't jiggle. Abby visited my Arknights base. I'm gonna harass Abby to give me a another clue. Let's see, who needs clues? Who needs clues? Zalma needs 4 and 5. I have 1, no, I have 3 and 7. 3. Dreamy needs 3, so we'll give it to Dreamy. Abizail and Cleo don't need any of the ones that I have. Do you trade info? No, it's kind of like a currency. It's just like a currency. Okay, do that. Okay. Oh, I do have her E1. Holy fuck, why does she need bipolar now? Like, dude, that's so gay. That's the same thing Golden Glow needs. And I've been meaning to upgrade her for way longer, see. Dodge. And I think there's someone else I was trying to E1. Stronger. Oh man, I need to upgrade Hoshiguma. I know Chungus is good too. My wife! My wife! She doesn't have any outfits. Okay. What do these give me? No, I shouldn't be spending my money on gacha. You guys think gambling on gacha is tax deductible? I need this. It shouldn't be. Guys, how do I make gambling tax deductible? Please! I haven't gambled in so long, guys. I really need to. Yes. If you are doing it for a show. Scratching my neck. You don't unless you do it on stream. Just a little bit. Just a little bit as a treat for you guys. You're sick. Sick in the head. Let's see. I might be able to get it from without paying real money, actually. Let's see. I just need to start my own religion so I don't have to pay taxes anymore, man. Okay, Rhode Island resource pet. Ooh, this one's good. Is it linked to my credit card or my debit card? My credit card. I don't have to pay my credit card bill for another 3 weeks. I can stop anytime I want. Is this for you guys, chat? Let's see what I get. Guys, fun fact. This is Cleo's favorite operator, Palace. This is her favorite operator. But you probably know that if you watch Cleo, because I'm sure Cleo talks about her. It's like her companion. If I go to my friends. See? That's Cleo's companion. Assistant. It's her assistant. Let's get back. I have to visit all 3 of them because they're doing their food exchange. If I see you slump beside the liquor store, I'm not giving you shit, by the way. Good, don't give me shit. I'll spend the money on crack in-game. I'll spend it on crack. Really laggy. Now where's OG wife? I have her. I still have to level her. Cause I got her pretty recently, actually. I got her like really recently. Cow tits. My booby wife. She doesn't love me. My ex-wife. Did I even level her? Am I crazy? Where is she? Maybe I did E1 her. Where is she? I swear to God I pulled her. Am I crazy? Or maybe I didn't use the consumable yet. No, where is it? Where is she's next to lava? Okay. I'm like, I know I fucking pulled her. Where is she? Next to lava. There. Oh, I did. Okay, I did promote her. My wife! My wife! I'm going to buy this skin. I am going to buy this skin. Eventually, I will buy that skin for her. It's okay, man. My wife doesn't love me either. Damn it. I was shitty. I mean, it wasn't that bad because I'm gonna get yellows for all of these except for hibiscus. Maybe I'll get something good. Damn it. Even worse. Fuck. One more, guys. One more. Guys, one more. One more. One more. One more. One more. We can do it. Damn it. One more. I should be close to soft pity. One more. 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 Fuck! I'm gonna buy poles. Don't worry. Don't worry, chat. Be not afraid. Be not afraid. Be not afraid. I'll do my token exchange. Fuck! I'm one off. I think I'm one off of buying the next one. Shit! Chat, don't worry. Watch this. Hold on! Be not afraid! Hopefully I get a 4-star. If I don't, that would make this really annoying. What? No way! What the fuck? Spec Ultra, let's fucking go. I want Skelter though. Okay. I want Skelter really bad. So I've got both of these. I've got both of these now. I got Neural Alter and I got Spec Alter. I need Skelter. I need her. I really want her though. I really want her. I want mommy. Remember, gacha gamblers are always one more pull from getting the good pull before they quit. Dude, Smug, that literally just fucking happened to me. I was like, I used up all my pulls. I went and just tried to like scrounge up a free pull from the store. Got it. And just got her. Dude, I don't fucking play around about gambling. They said it's tax deductible if I gamble on stream. Yeah, I got Momo like 2, I think on my 3rd 10 pull of the entire banner. Where is she? Yeah. Over here. I haven't leveled her skills. I haven't leveled her skills yet. It is if it's content. People would only think it's content if I start crying because I get shitty rolls. It's kind of hot. Ah! There you go. My tan wife, Melanite. Oh, did I have more tokens? I did. Maybe should let me pull on my Star Rail account on her stream, taxes up deductible gambling. You should let me log into your account and do the pulls myself. Off stream, because gambling makes me happy. Really happy, like really happy. Do I have any new consumables? No. So let me see if this gave me any level up material. Because then I can just get Momo maxed. It's okay, it gave me some. It's not too bad. If you pay for the roll, sure. I love gambling! I'm about, dude, I've had Thorn, or not Thorns, I've had a Horn level 71 to try to E2 her for so long. But regardless, I can buy a 10 pull now. And I really need to drop a shitload of money so I can get the 2 10 pulls. Okay. Okay. Alright, we're on our way to pity. We're on our way to pity. You, dude. What? Okay. Oh, okay, because he can be on the Colonel banner. Okay, that makes sense, that makes sense. This is it's a new banner of old characters. It's a new permanent banner of just old characters. So let's go to the search store, token exchange. I go I want. Okay. One more pull. Building pity, let's go! Please be a repeat so that I can get extra yellow certs. Please don't be Melanite. A new one? She's got big boobs. She's got big boobs. Oh, she's got big boobs. Just one more, just one more! I mean... This is bad. We've got a more important issue at hand. Dude, I need to E2 her. Fuck, that's a good skin. This is such a good skin. That's such a good skin. Because look, so I was looking at the outfit store. I was like, oh, I don't need Spec Alter. Because she just got an animated skin in the store. I'm like, well, I don't have her, so I don't need to buy her skin. But fuck. Fuck, that's such a good skin. And I already need this skin. I already need to buy this skin because this skin is so pretty. Oh, the W skin. Ah, well, she's so cute. I just think she's cute, period. Even if it's like a casual skin. And man, she's got an animated skin too. All of the limited characters have animated skins, dude. So nice. But that's because the limiteds are the ones that get live 2Ds. That was so weird. I thought my cat was in my room again. I thought my cat snuck in my room again. Even though I made a point to lock her out. Oh, shit, man. See, I also want regular Scotty so that I can get her beach skin. Nella's hot. I don't know. I don't really like her, but she's like, I don't know. She's just like, I don't know. Regular? I like the art for like regular base neural than her alter. The art kind of reminds me of the hair kind of reminds me of Whiskey a little bit. That's what I think of. But Arknights just reminds me of Whiskey because they're all like tactical. They all have like tactical gear and shit. Well, not her. She just got her boobies out, but that's okay too. Like this, it's like tactical shit. Yeah, it does look like it does look like Whiskey, and this one is a bit her eyebrows are different in this one. I think it's the eyebrows that do it, but her hair is also a different color, slightly different color. It's like a darker blonde, and I like the lighter blonde more. But I'm pretty sure she's really good. I want to see what her E2 looks like, but I don't think I can see previews for their E2s if I don't have them E1. I don't think I can see the E2 preview. But I know once I E2 her, she's gonna have a live 2D. Who else? She's gonna have a live 2D. I think I've gotten all the limited characters. Because Dorothy's banner wasn't technically limited. I don't think he's limited. Who else? She has a live 2D. Neurolt is pretty strong. And I want Mizuki's live 2D skin so bad, but I'm dog shit at integrated strategies. I'm so dog shit at the game mode that you have to play to get his skin, his live 2D. Fuck! Golden Glow is gonna get a animated swimsuit skin. I don't think it's on global server yet. No, it's not on global yet, but she's gonna get a live 2D beach skin. Chungus, he is limited. Is he? Is all of the family limited? She's limited. All the Chinese New Year characters are limited. I really want her beach skin. She's not limited, but she's got an animated beach skin. Holy fuck! Holy fuck! I want it so bad. Dude, I need to like grind for these characters' stuff. I also want to level Rat Girl. She's so pretty. I don't have this. Oh, the Rainbow Six Club. I don't think I was playing for the. Oh, man, when was that? Because I don't think I'd started playing when that happened. Because I don't have any of those characters. I also want to level Penance. She's very pretty. Let's see. Let me go to my base. Actually, let me see what Ling's trust is at. She's at 84. I need to get her trust to 100 so I can give her the module so that I can use her solo. Because I need this. The +3 additional summoned units is really what I need. They're rerunning the R6 event soon? Oh, shit. Okay. I really want... I think I can get some pulls from this. I have not played this event. I'm lazy. I'm really lazy. I'll probably just want to buy these. I can buy 5 of them. Hold on. Let me see how many I need for her and Golden Glow. I need 4 for her. Probably 4 for Golden Glow too. So I could run a couple event stages to get more currency. Why am I not running? What the fuck? I don't need Texas if I'm running Myrtle and Bagpipe. She's Vanguard too? Man! They have so many Vanguard characters. I'll run her. But I have too many Vanguard characters leveled, dude. I'm glad I don't play shooters because I know they would take like all of my time too. Don't give a shit about the story. Ugh. I think my game might crash. Oh, there we go! It worked! It worked! It worked! R6 is a hero. What? Dude, what? Okay, hold on. Pause. I didn't read the description, so I'm just gonna... I'm sure I can solo with her. I think we're good. This is the only way they can come in. Actually, I don't know if they're gonna have drones or not. But whatever. She's gonna fuck them now. She's gonna like fuck them hard. I also want to get Bagpipes module because I want to get the 2 DP on kill. Okay. I probably could have just put down Shelter and had her mug this dude, but I'll put her facing this side, I think. I'll wait for him to move for her to ult. Yeah, he's fucking nothing. He's fucking nothing compared to her. I don't even need to put shelter here, dude. There's no point. Once her skill is up, I'll just put more dragons here. Shelter can take that side. I guess we can just put her right there, and she covers everybody. Yeah, Dremix! Holy shit, Dremix. Yes, play Arknights. Dremix, ask Abby. Literally ask Abby. Abby will be like... Well, Abby will probably be like, no, don't play Arknights. But... I think you should. We do that and then put another dragon here. Arknights is fun as fuck. Unironically. I'd probably get rid of Bagpipe too. Yeah. Dude! Oh my god! Her ult on the skin looks so good. Holy fuck, it looks so good. It literally looks so good. Holy shit. Yeah, it's a really good game if you like tower defense. Did you play Star Rail and Naked? Dude, it's fucking Jover. You need to stop playing other gachas and play Arknights. It's actually, Arknights is like super story based. It's got a lot of lore. But I'm kind of lazy and I just like fighting in anime girls, so. Oh, uh-oh. Is my stream still live? Is my stream still live, guys? I accidentally just... So guys, I don't know if I can show you what happened because I literally can't use my mouse anymore because I have a Bluetooth mouse. I accidentally just turned on airplane mode on my fucking computer. So now I can't use my mouse. Like, I can't use my mouse to show you guys. So... It's gonna show my... I can't just search turn off airplane mode because it's gonna show my network. And shit. So, I actually do have a USB mouse. It's closed up. Do I have to? Okay, I'm gonna unplug my phone, so no tracking for a moment. Don't freak out, don't freak out, don't freak out, don't freak out, don't freak out. Don't freak out, everyone, don't freak out. Stay calm, stay calm. Ooh. Uh-oh. You see my mouse? Turn off airplane mode. Okay. Crisis fucking averted. Mouse is unplugged. Wireless mouse works. Crisis averted. I'm kind of fucking stupid, you guys. Plugging my phone back in. There we go. Alright. Crisis averted. We did it. We fixed it. I'm a genius. So. Those gravity switches. Can they? And they can change the direction of gravity. Seems interesting. Genius, sure. So some people would say, some people would consider me a genius. Not all, not everyone. Let's just see what this does. Oh, it's not gravity, it's just like slanted. Oh, so they're gonna move slower, I guess. Come on, come on, come on. When a fat fuck steps on there, it changes the gravity. Yes, yes, shut up. I faced you the wrong way, but it don't matter. Let's speed this up. Ah! I hate that in a tutorial it always reverts the battle speed down. How do you do this? Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. They're gonna make me actually play on the tutorial. I think I just have to face Yato the right way. Oh, I didn't place down a unit. It's not stressful. But I also play super lazy. I skip the diet. I skip everything. Skip. 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 Mm-hmm. Hmm. What does he do? I guess I'll have him bind when they're all standing in that tile. That should be fine. I like his little yo-yo. I just like gambling. Yeah, I only like the parts that let me spend money. If it lets me spend all my money, I have a lot more fun playing it. Especially if it lets my anime girls look slightly different. That always gets me. Okay. This should be fine. Spoken like a true gacha whale. Ah, sounds great. You're right, it does sound great. It's awesome. It makes me very happy. I want to put somebody ranged over here. Hold on. I thought down was gonna change the gravity, but it didn't change the slope. I guess it was up by default. I guess it's up by default. I'll put him on the other one. Let's see. Why spend $100 on a date when you can get a live 2D anime girl? Maybe. Alright. Let's start. Is this a good tower defense game? Like, in terms of tower defenses? Like, mobile games? Yeah, it is a good tower defense. Like, yeah, it's like one of the best, like, mobile tower defense games. We'll put bagpipe here. Is there nowhere for... So I do that. I should block people into her range. We'll put him here, let his shit charge up. So he should freeze once his skill charges up. I'll have her run away. Now I can keep one of Ling's on here. Have her run away. It's Sergio, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope you have fun hanging out with us. I'm playing Art Knights right now. Because I just gambled. I got my anime girl. I'm feeling happy. Actually, I could put Shelter there. There we go. And she's gonna cover like everything. I will need a tank if I want to get Okay, that'll kill him. There we go. I don't think I really need anything else. That should be good for the rest of the level. That should be more than enough. Cause these two are like super strong DPS. And her dragon can like block. Her dragon has like I think 3 block. Oh, but they're walking past her. Okay, let's put Mizuki here. You should be able to AoE them. I once if I had taken one of them out. I don't have the time to now, but yeah, let me restart that if I get the 3 stars. Skip. Let me restart that so I can get the 3. Yeah, a lot of gacha games have to use chibis because it's really hard. It's really hard to see any level of detail outside of like the the gambling screen. That's like meant for looking at the full art of the characters. I was forgetting to hit something outside of the ass jiggling segment. No, it doesn't! Bam, 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 bam. This time I'll put Ling here. Try to get one of her... I might have to throw Bagpipe out first. Or Myrtle. We'll do Myrtle. I'll let her use her skill. Hopefully we'll be able to charge this up. Do that, have her activate her skill. I'm okay to take that out. And then we can use his skill. Where he starts moving. There we go. These guys have kind of intense defense. I think I'll put the second dragon up. Well, no, I'll put Shelter down first, actually. Like that. I think I didn't activate her skill. I might not have activated her skill for whatever reason. But she should be able to take everybody out if she's got her skill up. Alright, she's fine. And I can just put Surtur in front of here and turn on her skill when all of those guys spawn. Amogus. Amogus. Oh, her skill. Okay, it's because her skill fucking runs out. Yeah, I guess I had activated Shelter's skill too early, so she used it up before the enemy wave came out. I almost said Gachi. I straight up almost said Gachi. No, I love Gacha. Gacha is so much fun to me. And this is just a story, so I'm gonna skip it because I'm evil. God, I love Gachi. Yeah, I guess Gachi's pretty good too. I guess it's alright. Let's see. We know you love Gachi too. Yeah. Hopefully I don't need to see anything before I get into the level. Hopefully. I mean, we'll see how strong they are. He's got a longer range too. I don't know if there are drones or something. Oh, okay, that's what it is. We can do that because the dragon's beefy as fuck. We can just take her out. I think she'll be able to cover them if I put her here. I might need to like Axia or something though. The unit limit's really low for this. Alright. Still not charged. We can do that. She's not really doing anything. I can probably take her out and put her there. Maybe? I'm trying to think. I could put Mizuki here is gonna cover like everything. He just has to charge his shit first. What if your Topo was an Arknight's character? I would be so happy. Yeah, let's move it a little faster, see what happens. Because he'll go in the air. I don't think Mizuki will damage them when they're in the air. I'm just worried about... yeah, her range. I would need to put... okay, I'm about to get my cooldown on Exia back. That's fine. I think that's okay. Because it's... yeah, because I move slower when they're here, so... we should be okay. She's just chilling. Mind her own business. So if I really need to take someone out and swap them back in, it'll be okay. Because they're gonna move faster down here, and once they're out of Ling's range, actually I can just shoot them down. And it looks like Mizuki got her damage buff too, so it's not that bad. He's pretty strong, but I have him on like his first skill. I think yeah, I literally have him on like his first skill, so it's not too good. Alright, she'll be fine. She'll be okay. Also, I'm glad you got home from work, Limo. I hope you had a good day at work. I don't give a shit about the story. I just want gacha pulls. I'm like a Coomer. Well, like a consumer, I guess. I'm like a Coomer, but instead of like jacking off, I like pulling in gacha games. I don't know if I should buy the gacha pulls or the level up material. I don't know, man. Shaft? I don't know what that is. It's not what I meant to do anyways. Alright, I have 400 now. Ooh. If I clear the 5th stage, I can get a free copy of her. Dude, I want her so bad. Pause for a moment. Let's change that. I need the caster. Wait, shit, I can actually make I can actually do it. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on, I can actually do this. So this is beta. Brine Tech. Beta. We can do that, it'll be really fast. I can E2 Golden Glow if I just make her chips, like right now. Because I kind of want her E2 art. Also, good morning, Bo Jordan. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you stopping by. Let's see. Because I don't have... yeah, I actually don't have any casters E2'd, period. I know, she's really cute. Yeah, I don't have any casters E2'd at all. So I have to go back to my... I have to go back to my factory. And one of them's working. Ooh. This one's making. This chips caster. 2. Let's see who's productive. 15, 15, 15, 15, 15. Oh, precious metal, productivity. Not me. 15, 15. Ah, they're all so slow, man. This is for battle records. We'll do this one because he's at max morale. And we'll do her. Just so they finish at about the same time. So these will finish in about an hour. And I'll just have these make battle records. But can do that. And then the next one. Oh shit, I forgot to actually accept it. There we go. And then I'll be fine. We can do precious metal. I think that's, yeah, gravel can do that. And then the last one, I'll have it do battle records instead. Precious metal. Do I have any other battle record ones? It doesn't look like it. I'll just do her. Alright. Alright. This is the most action-packed and exciting game in history. I love assigning girls to work in the factory! I love forcing my girls to work in the factory. They love it too. And we'll do Lapland and Texas. And then Exia and me. Now they're really working. Is there no category for this game to replace special events? It didn't matter what I was playing until I started playing the mobile gacha game. Then it's, oh, change the category, change the category. I'm staying in the same category for the duration of the subathon, that's all. It's so I can track how long it's going. Because it'll show up in my analytics as one event. Actually, one of my mods got on me for that the other day. They were like, it was like, Mia, do you think you should really stay in the special events category? Isn't that going to be bad for your visibility? And I was like, but I want to see the numbers. And they're like, you're the boss, not me. Do whatever you want. Yeah, I guess, because it, yeah, I don't know. They're like, isn't it going to be bad for your visibility? I'm like, I don't really give a shit. I don't care. I don't care. I want to gamble. I want to get cute girls and gamble. Only have 11. This Irene skin is cute though. This is really cute. This one's cool too. Sex! Look at this! Chad, holy fuck! My wife! Yeah, this is Arknights. This one's cute too. Is this Blaze? Yeah, this one's cute. This one's cute. Oh, fuck. Bigness is really cute too. I don't like this tequila skin, and I don't like this Mudrock skin. I don't really like the Ambient Synesthesia skins. They're not my favorite. This one's cute though. I like this one too. That's really good. This one's cool. Wait, is Kafka's Christmas skin in here? Her Christmas skin is really cute. She has like a giant pair of scissors. Mudrock's swimming suit skin's still the best. I like her default one because I like her with her giant jacket. With her suit. I like her suit. I don't like it when she's just booby girl. She's just another booby girl. I have plenty of booby girls. I don't need an extra booby girl. I need a girl in a giant suit. With a really big hammer. This is what I need. This is what I like. Mercy. I like her with the suit. If I wanted booby girls, who would I look at? I would look at Surtur. Who has bigger boobs? I think Horn does. I would look at Horn. Where's their boobs out? Well, this one doesn't count. I have a swimsuit skin. If I wanted to look at big boobs, I would look at her. You think this is hot? Yeah, it's not even a big game compared to like other mobile games that I've played. But that's because the gameplay, it's all the 2D chibis. That's right. My goat. My fucking goat. Astasia's cute too. She's got a lot of skins. She's got a lot of skins, actually. Okay, it's apparently 12 gigs, which would be the next one up. Star Rail? It's kind of important for lore, yeah. I definitely care about lore important characters. Smile. My neural that has not been fucking touched. My starter character that I dropped as soon as I started pulling on gacha. I think that Amiya made me level. Yeah, she's not even E1. She's not even E1. Damn. So for her, it's an hour to get her chips. Let's see if I can craft this. What do I need for it? Where is it? I only need 4. I need a 75% elite material. We'll use Gavial. Hopefully I get something good. No byproduct? Wow. They fucking hate me. They actually fucking hate me. So I'll be able to eat 2 golden glow as soon as her chips finish producing, actually. I need to level her up more before I can eat to her. And then I also need the grindstone. That's gonna be a pain in the butt. Just kidding. I lied! It's not gonna be a pain in the ass, it's gonna be fine. AK-10 semi-synthetic solvent. That's okay. That's okay. You know what? That's okay for byproducts. I'll have the materials. It'll just be the fact that I'll have to craft 3 more of these by hand for whoever I E2 second, which is probably gonna be her. Let me go back to the event and try to do another stage, just so I can buy another one of these. I might have to complete 2 of them. Let's see. Let's skip this. Dude, their art for this looks so good. The different hair! Oh my god, her hair. I like her hair in this. Jesus, I like it. I like it a lot. I also like Saria's outfit too. I love that outfit, but I don't really care about the story. Are there really big Arknights content creators? The ones that I use for like level guides and stuff aren't really that big. They're just like YouTubers. And just like Arknights. Let's see. Alright, so we probably need casters there, so I'll put her here. We can put... I'm an evil lazy piece of shit. I'm gonna put bagpipe right here. She'll kill him fast. This will give me extra DP. Just until I can swap out the vanguards for Ling's dragons. Let's see. I don't really know what they're gonna have over here, so that's the only reason I'm being cautious. Alright, her skill is done. Let's put these. Thank you guys here. So they should target this because I put this one down after. We'll see. I doubt they're gonna be strong enough. And I can put a medic there if I really need to. I don't know how strong this is gonna be because I didn't actually read the tip that they gave me. Pretty strong. Hopefully it doesn't just mow them down. It passes them. I expected something like that would happen. That's gonna count against me. Alright, let me restart it. Let me restart it to see what they actually say about that thing. I don't miss my Dokkan addiction? Dude. I wish I didn't like gacha games this much. You need 3+ block for those. I'm pretty sure the dragons have 3 block. That's fine. I think I can throw down Saria. I can throw down Saria and put a DPS. Like a... Okay, I can throw down Saria, then I can put Chalter to cover that lane. I'll have Chalter cover that lane. Or I can have, one of the... Upgraded one is 4. That's what I thought. Okay, so I'll upgrade the... I'll try to upgrade the left dragon first. So instead, we're gonna plan this out. I'll put bagpipe on the right side. Do that. There's a start up her skill. We can put Ling right there. The X here right there. This. And when she uses up her skill, I'll take her out. Just so I can start getting the dragon there so its cooldown doesn't take as long. Dragon there. I should target the dragon. I might still need shelter to defend this lane. I'm gonna need to sub someone out. Actually, Link should still be able to hit him when he comes back around. So do that. Oh yeah, she did still take him out. But I'm still gonna need somebody to defend here. And I don't have any more casters. Ooh. Wrong one. Put her there. 2, 1, 0. There we go. And we'll see how that goes. We should be okay. I think we're gonna be okay. Because these guys have 4 block, they have insane HP, so we'll be okay. Oh yeah, they're gonna be fine. Yeah, we'll be fine. I guess I got 2 more slots. I might as well put shelter here. Just to cover the gaps. Because I know these guys can handle that. Yeah, we're good. So easy. Yay! It's space dogs, those don't count. They don't count. These dogs don't go to heaven because they're evil. Old man. He doesn't go to heaven either. Chris, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope you have fun hanging out with us. We're just playing a little bit of Arknights right now. I have Minecraft open. I literally have Minecraft open. Let's see. Okay. That gave me 40. I think I get a free I think I get the free character. Oh, holy fuck. Silence's outfit is so sex, dude. Holy fuck. And she's a support op, not a medic this time. Old scientist men don't go to heaven, that's right. I'll just buy this one. That should be the last one. Yeah, it's gonna be the last one. Yeah, Silence all, dude, she's sex. Let me look at her. Yeah, there's my random. Damn, she's cute. Gotta see out. I want to see her E2 preview. I think it might show on the. I haven't even checked what she does. Yeah. Alright, I'll put her on my team somewhere just so I can get her the double trust. Oh, it doesn't let me look closer at her. It doesn't. Let's see. Oops. Let's start this. Look at it. Who haven't I used at all? I haven't put Sara in at all. I'll run this again and look at it. Can we link in chat? Yeah, you can link as long as it's not like self-promo or something like that. Or a link that would get me in trouble.